Chapter 1. Lay down the brick and pick up the phone. Have I truly been reborn? And to the very day from 10 years ago, the day of my courageous act? In the dimly lit alley, Cao Kun gazed at the date and time displayed on his phone, his fists clenched tightly. 10 years. He had dreamt of returning to this day. A decade ago, as Cao Kun passed through this alley, he encountered Wang Shanshan's mother, Bai Jing, who was being harassed by 3 ruffians. Wang Shanshan, the belle of the school, was not only his classmate for 3 years, but also the goddess he had pursued relentlessly. Even recently, in his college application process, he had deliberately chosen the same university and major as her. Witnessing the ruffians' clear intent to assault her, Cao Kun rushed forward, grabbing a brick without a moment's hesitation. Thanks to his regular training and his height of 6 feet, he was undeterred by the odds of facing 3 assailants. After a chaotic melee, he managed to bring all 3 ruffians to the ground. Once he had subdued them, he intended to call the police, but was halted by Bai Jing. She feared for her reputation. Although her integrity had not been tarnished by the ruffians, the mere whisper of such an incident could spiral out of control. Once it reached the neighbors, it could easily morph into rumors that Bai Jing had been assaulted. Considering this, Cao Kun empathized with her concerns and ultimately decided against alerting the authorities. However, the very next morning, the police arrived at his doorstep and promptly arrested him. It turned out that one of the ruffians had sustained fatal injuries during the altercation. Yet, Cao Kun was untroubled, for he was aware of the legal stipulations regarding self-defense against ongoing crimes such as rape, kidnapping, or murder. Inflicting harm on an assailant under such circumstances did not constitute excessive defense, absolving him of any legal repercussions that in essence, he should not only have evaded punishment, but also been lauded for his bravery. Instead, he was sentenced to life imprisonment, as Bai Jing denied that she had been assaulted. Her claim was that the ruffians were merely asking for directions when Cao Kun, in a fit of madness, charged in and attacked them. Thus, a noble act of valor was twisted into a murder case due to Bai Jing's falsehoods. From that moment on, Cao Kun bore the label of a murderer, embarking on a decade-long incarceration. Reflecting on this, a glint of ferocity ignited in his eyes. 10 years. Do you know how I have endured? Wang Shanshan, Bai Jing, and Wang Yifu. Your family shall await their reckoning, for I shall ensure your pleas for existence are met with despair. Initially, Cao Kun believed Bai Jing's betrayal to be as solitary a it was only after his imprisonment that he stumbled upon the unsettling truth. The conspiracy to frame him for murder involved not just Bai Jing, but also her daughter, Wang Shanshan, and her husband, Wang Yifu. They were all complicit. Even Wang Shanshan, the very goddess he had pursued for 3 years, was instrumental in orchestrating his demise. Thus, throughout the decade, he had fantasized about exacting revenge on the Bai family. Of course, he would not resort to actual violence, for that would be too lenient. As the saying goes, to truly satisfy a grudge, one must inflict suffering gradually. He aimed to methodically lead the Wang family toward their own destruction. Only then could he find solace for his tormented heart. Noticing the time, Cao Kun scanned his surroundings and swiftly concealed himself behind 2 nearby trash bins. If memory served correctly, Bai Jing was soon to be dragged into the alley by those 3 ruffians. Sure enough, within minutes, a cacophony of sounds accompanied by hurried footsteps echoed through the alley. At the far end, 3 ruffians were forcibly dragging a voluptuous woman into the alley. It was Bai Jing, with hands covering mouths, bodies lifted, and legs clutched. They quickly pulled her closer, barely 2 meters from where Cao Kun was hiding, allowing him a clear view. More than half an hour later, Cao Kun emerged from his hiding place behind the trash bins. Reviewing the video he had captured on his phone, a sinister smile crept across his lips. "Aunt Bai, I trust you wouldn't want your husband to see this video, would you?" With that, he chuckled heartily and made his way in the opposite direction from Bai Jing. Half an hour later, in an old residential complex, Cao Kun stepped out of the bathroom, his hair still damp. Standing before the full-length mirror, he couldn't help but smile at his naked form. What a splendid age, what a magnificent physique. There are no grotesque scars marring his skin, no disfiguring wounds crossing his face. Everything was so perfect. Finally, after gazing at his reflection for nearly a minute, Cao Kun lit a cigarette and settled onto the sofa, deep in thought. With his second chance at life, he was resolute in seeking vengeance. The Wang family, with their treachery, would not escape his wrath. However, given that fate had granted him this opportunity, he could not squander it solely on revenge. After all, life encompasses more than just retribution. It also offers pleasures such as exquisite cuisine, fine wine, and the company of women. Having lost so much during his 10 years in prison, he had many regrets to mend. Thus, in this life, alongside vengeance, he intended to savor life to the fullest. Whether it be in the form of gastronomic delights, fine wines, or romantic encounters, all these experiences required one essential element: money. Therefore, while revenge was paramount, accumulating wealth held equal significance. Of course, he had no intention of earning it through menial labor. Thanks to his decade-long incarceration, he had become well acquainted with various paths to wealth. Yet, most of these avenues were rather dubious. Otherwise, those individuals would not have ended up in prison like him. Hence, he needed to carefully sift through his options, discerning which could offer a less perilous route to prosperity. Chapter 2. The golden secret unknown to all time passed slowly. With a span of 10 years, the information was overwhelming and chaotic. By the time he finished a cigarette, Cao Kun still hadn't discovered a viable method to earn money. However, he was not in a hurry. He lit a second cigarette and continued to ponder. After a decade of incarceration, he had weathered countless storms, and his mindset was as steady as a seasoned old dog. At last, halfway through his second cigarette, a spark of inspiration illuminated Cao Kun's eyes. Indeed, at this moment, the cache of gold buried by Lei Laosan remained undiscovered. Lei Laosan was Cao Kun's cellmate, serving a life sentence for robbing 2 jewelry stores and leaving a shop assistant paralyzed in the process. If Cao Kun recalled correctly, Lei Laosan had already been imprisoned for over 2 years. However, the case surrounding Lei Laosan did not conclude with his incarceration, for he had hidden the stolen gold and never revealed its location. It was not until Cao Kun's 3rd year in prison that the police managed to extract the whereabouts of the gold from Lei Laosan. A staggering 54.7 kilograms. Upon this realization, a smile crept onto Cao Kun's lips. Ordinarily, aside from Lei Laosan, no one else knew where the gold was concealed. Unfortunately, Cao Kun's situation was far from ordinary. Having spent a decade alongside Lei Laosan, he was acutely aware of the gold's hiding place. After the discovery of the gold, Lei Laosan had morphed into a constant stream of lamentations, repeatedly bemoaning his own folly. How could I have revealed its location? Had I not disclosed that the gold was hidden in XXXX, they would never have found it. Cao Kun had nearly developed calluses in his ears from hearing such complaints. Forgetting the gold's whereabouts was simply not an option. Ah, Lei Laosan, consider this gold as your protection fee from past life. After all, if it weren't for my sheltering you, you would have long since met a grim fate. With that thought, Cao Kun chuckled around his cigarette and took out a piece of paper, meticulously jotting down details, time, place, and methods of acquiring wealth. As time unfolded, several paths to prosperity emerged on the page, beginning with one idea, then 2, and eventually filling the entire sheet. The information was intricate and diverse, detailing specific times to invest in certain stocks by particular funds, or even rescue individuals at designated moments. There were even entries regarding high-interest loan schemes. Finally, when he could think of no more lucrative ventures, Cao Kun set his pen down, gazing at the paper with a burgeoning smile. This was indeed his capital for enjoying life. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught something, and he furrowed his brow. Is it only 18 days until the establishment of the Yundong Economic Zone? This revelation seemed of utmost importance. Cao Kun scrutinized the note for several seconds before speaking again. It appears my plans require adjustment. The establishment of the Yundong Economic Zone is an opportunity that cannot be overlooked. With only 18 days remaining, I must ensure that I navigate this matter effectively, or the losses will be too great. He sighed, deciding to let Bai Jing and her family enjoy their tranquil days for a few more days while he focused on the Yundong affairs before dealing with them. Originally, Cao Kun intended to confront Bai Jing and Oppos as family first, but the urgency of the Yundong situation took precedence. With this resolution in mind, he promptly retrieved his phone and booked a train ticket for the next day to Bai City. The following morning, Cao Kun awoke luxuriously on a soft bed, stretching languorously. The comfort of the plush mattress, free from the threat of nighttime assaults or the blaring wake-up calls of prison guards. Offered him the most restful sleep he had experienced in a decade. After freshening up, he moved to the living room, adopting a stance reminiscent of Tai Chi before gradually commencing his movements. Although slow, his actions bore no resemblance to Tai Chi. This routine was something he had learned from a Taoist inmate during his 3rd year of imprisonment. The Taoist, Yang Ping, was imprisoned due to multiple allegations of assault. He had been a priest at a small temple in Yun province, where he often manipulated desperate women seeking children, claiming their inability to conceive stemmed from unexorcised sins. Many women, believing his charade, paid him exorbitant sums for his dubious services. It was only 3 years later, when one victim reported him, that Yang Ping was incarcerated in the same facility as Cao Kun. By this time, Cao Kun had established a considerable reputation in prison, being one of the few individuals not to be trifled with, and had gathered a few followers. Aware that individuals like him faced grave dangers without protection, Yang Ping sought refuge under Cao Kun's wing on his first day in prison. The exercises that Cao Kun now practiced were among the many benefits Yang Ping had offered in exchange for his protection. Initially, Cao Kun regarded these movements as mere distractions from Yang Ping's lack of other useful skills. However, after practicing them, he was astonished to discover their genuine efficacy. After each session, he felt invigorated and, remarkably, his body grew increasingly resilient. Winter no longer chilled him, nor did summer's heat faze him. Yet, a persistent enigma nagged at him. This routine seemed to be beneficial solely to him. Despite others having learned the same sequence, it bore no effect on them, including Yang Ping. When winter arrived, Yang Ping shivered just like everyone else. Eventually, Yang Ping confessed to Cao Kun that the exercises were not for strengthening the body, but were derived from an unnamed book he had discovered in the temple. It's useless, he had insisted, urging Cao Kun to abandon the practice. Cao Kun merely smiled, for he understood that while it might not work for others, it certainly benefited him. Thus, he continued this regimen for 7 or 8 years. Before long, as he completed the movements, he exhaled deeply, feeling warm and extraordinarily comfortable. However, his expression betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction. What a mystery! Why does this routine always feel incomplete? Despite his familiarity with the exercises after years of practice, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were only a fragment of something greater. The reason for this sensation eluded him, and he had inquired about it from Yang Ping on multiple occasions. However, Yang Ping consistently insisted that this was the entirety of the technique. After pondering for a few seconds, Cao Kun shook his head. Never mind, it will be best to take the time to visit Yin province. This scoundrel, Yang Ping, might not have fully mastered the technique. It is imperative to acquire that nameless book. Chapter 3: A Resounding Slap at 9:30 in the morning. Cao Kun boarded a high-speed train to Baya City, his black backpack slung over his shoulders. Perhaps due to the summer holidays, the carriage was nearly devoid of empty seats, filled with travelers eager to explore. Soon, Cao Kun located his designated seat, nestled by the window in a row of 3. However, a scruffy, somewhat menacing middle-aged man occupied his spot, engrossed in watching videos on his phone while carelessly spitting sunflower seed shells everywhere, one foot resting on the adjacent seat, practically flaunting his lack of decorum. On the outer seat of the trio sat a young woman in a short skirt, her demeanor visibly stiffened by the presence of the ill-mannered passenger beside her. Approaching the middle-aged man, Cao Kun smiled and politely stated, "Excuse me, sir. It seems you are seated in my place." He believed he had articulated his message clearly and courteously. Yet, the man merely glanced at him before returning his attention to his phone, continuing to spit out seed shells, completely disregarding him. Feeling a bit awkward, Cao Kun forced a smile and reiterated, "Sir, you're in my seat. Could you please move?" Concerned the man might not have heard, he raised his voice slightly. As he did, several nearby passengers turned their attention to the unfolding scene, sensing the tension in the air. The girl in the short skirt appeared anxious, her lips parting as if to intervene, but ultimately refraining. After hearing Cao Kun's second request, the middle-aged man finally exhibited impatience, furrowing his brow and putting down his phone. "What are you shouting about? Can't you see I'm sitting here? Are you blind?" His retort attracted even more gazes from the surrounding passengers, particularly the young woman, who anxiously tugged at Cao Kun's sleeve, silently urging him to avoid conflict. After all, the man appeared to be a formidable opponent. However, upon hearing the man's words, a smile broke across Cao Kun's face. It had been quite some time since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. He imagined how his former prison mates would react to this incident, likely laughing for a lifetime at the notion of a notorious figure like him being intimidated by a petty individual. As Cao Kun's smile widened, the middle-aged man assumed he had cowed him, rolling his eyes dismissively and returning to his phone. Just as the man prepared to continue his snacking and viewing, a powerful slap struck his face unexpectedly. The sheer force sent him reeling backward, crashing against the train carriage wall with a resounding thud. The impact left his face instantly reddened and swollen, 5 distinct finger marks rising painfully on his cheek, while blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Split open by the force of the blow, instinctively covering his face, he met Cao Kun's gaze, only to find himself chilled to the bone by the ferocity reflected in his eyes, an intense, bloodthirsty glare that spoke of violence and suffering endured. In that moment, he realized he had no choice but to submit. This man could indeed kill him. He felt as though he had already crossed the threshold of death, a single misstep away from his demise. Clean this up and get lost. Cao Kun's expression remained calm, his tone resolute and commanding. The middle-aged man, suddenly jolted back to reality, hastily gathered the surrounding debris, stuffing it into a bag before fleeing the carriage as if escaping a predator. Silence enveloped the compartment. Observers stood in stunned disbelief, particularly the young woman, who stared at Cao Kun, her mouth agape in shock. Good heavens! This striking young man, so seemingly gentle, could exhibit such brutality. How incredibly masculine, she thought, her heart fluttering at the prospect of feeling secure with a partner like him. Cao Kun, unfazed by the astonished expressions around him, casually took his seat and closed his eyes. The journey was still long, with arrival in Baihe City not expected until 4:30 in the afternoon, and he needed to conserve his energy for upcoming endeavors. However, just as he began to relax, he sensed movement beside him. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed a refined young man nervously occupying the seat between him and the girl in a short skirt. The young man, who had previously stood beside her, stammered, "This is my seat. We are together, and we have tickets." He gestured towards the girl, seeking her support. "Oh, so you and Appos. Read together." Cao Kun nodded, offering no further comment before shutting his eyes once more. The young man sighed in relief, retrieving a bag of snacks from his backpack and eagerly offering them to the girl. "Ting Ting, here, these are your favorite snacks. Please enjoy." Yet, for reasons unknown, the girl felt a wave of irritation wash over her. "Eat, eat, eat. That and Appos. It's all you think about. You see someone occupying your seat, and you'd rather stand than confront them? Are you even a man? Just look at how others handle situations." The more she mulled it over, the more vexed she became, and in a burst of frustration, she pushed the snacks away. "What are you talking about? I'm tired. I'm going to sleep." With that, she closed her eyes, shutting him out. As the clock struck 4:30, Cao Kun, backpack in tow, emerged from the Baihe City train station, blending into the throngs of passengers. With time still on his side, he took a cab to circle the city and damp Appos as outer ring, ensuring he was certain of his path before finally disembarking in the city center. By now, it was 7 in the evening. Just as he contemplated finding a place to dine, a familiar, cheerful voice called out, "What a coincidence. We meet again." Chapter 4, A Truly Virtuous Daughter-in-Law. Upon hearing a female voice from behind, Cao Kun instinctively turned his head. To his surprise, he spotted the girl in the short skirt from the train, beaming as she greeted him. He was momentarily taken aback by their unexpected encounter, but quickly returned her smile. "Hey, it's you. What a coincidence." Indeed, quite the coincidence. The girl, Li Tingting, approached him with a cheerful demeanor. "So, are you here alone?" "Yes." Cao Kun nodded with a smile. "What about you? Where's your boyfriend?" She pouted slightly. "He is upset and decided not to join me today." Cao Kun chuckled, but chose not to comment further. "By the way, have you eaten yet?" Li Tingting continued. "Not yet," Cao Kun replied. "I was just about to head out." "What about you?" "I haven't eaten either." she exclaimed joyfully. Since we're both hungry, why don't we eat together? Together? Cao Kun assessed her with a glance. In terms of looks, she was above average, perhaps an 80 out of 100. However, her figure was commendable, slim waist, curvy hips, and long legs, easily scoring a 90. If only her bust were a tad larger. Alas, it barely reached a B cup. Sure. After a brief contemplation, he agreed. It would be nice to have someone to chat with while we eat. Hearing this, Li Tingting beamed even wider. I've heard of a nearby restaurant that serves delicious dishes. Shall we go try it? Sound good. Lead the way. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, it was 9 o'clock in the evening. At a restaurant, seated by the window, Cao Kun put down his chopsticks, feeling thoroughly satisfied. He had to admit, the food was indeed delicious. However, to be precise, after enduring a decade of prison food, everything tasted delightful to him now. As long as it wasn't some abominable dish, it was all palatable. Through their meal, he learned some details about the charming girl before him. Li Tingting was a sophomore, on holiday with her boyfriend, who had since been cast aside and was now unaccounted for. Delicious, right? Li Tingting observed Cao Kun and Appo's contented expression with delight. Absolutely, he nodded, giving a thumbs up. I haven't enjoyed a meal this good in at least 10 years. Cao Kun spoke the truth. But Li Tingting burst into laughter at his remark. 10 years without such delectable food? You must have had a tough time. So what are your plans next? Next? He paused, contemplating his answer. I'll wait until late at night when there aren't too many people around to dig for gold. Of course, he couldn't reveal the truth. Actually, I have no specific plans. I'll probably find somewhere to rest after this. At this, Li Tingting almost instinctively suggested, why don't you come to my hotel to relax? As soon as the words left her lips, she seemed to realize their implication. Her lovely face flushed crimson, and she hurried to explain, I didn't mean it like that. I just meant you could come sit with me. Enjoy some air conditioning. Don't misunderstand. As she stammered and stole glances at him, the awkwardness was palpable. Cao Kun chuckled softly. All right, I'll come sit with you for a bit. But your boyfriend won't be upset, will he? After 10 years in prison, one cannot claim to be indifferent to women. In fact, the previous night, he had nearly joined in when he saw Bai Jing and those 3 ruffians. Now, with a beautiful girl inviting him, he certainly wouldn't refuse. He won tea. Li Tingting assured him quickly. He doesn't even know which hotel I'm staying at, so he wants to find out about us. Her face reddened further, and she realized she was revealing too much. Noticing her embarrassment, Cao Kun smiled and said nothing more. They left the restaurant together, heading to her hotel at 10 and Appo's. Clock in the morning, in the hotel room, Cao Kun lit a cigarette, dressing as he did so. Li Tingting lay on the bed, exhausted. You know, my boyfriend treats me well, but he and Appo's just so spineless. If he were more like you, brave and manly, I think I could fall in love with him, honestly. As he dressed, Cao Kun diaklet lightly. You mustn't judge too narrowly. Being timid has its advantages, just as bravery has its downsides. At least timorous folks don't attract trouble. Besides, in today's society, how often do we really need to be brave? Li Tingting pondered this for a moment before bursting into laughter. You're quite the character, cheating with someone else's girlfriend, yet still finding time to speak well of them. Cao Kun laughed heartily. Of course. Well, gentlemen, after all, well, you should get some rest. I'll be on my way. Seeing him prepare to leave, Li Tingting felt a pang of reluctance. Wait, you're really leaving? It's so late. Where will you go? Cao Kun waved his hand, not responding, and opened the door to exit. After he left, Li Tingting reflected on their encounter for a while before pulling out her phone to unblock a number from her blacklist. As soon as she did, the phone rang. With a slight pout, she answered. Hello. A frantic male voice responded. Hey Tingting, where are you? Dummy, I'm obviously sleeping at the hotel. It's past 1 in the morning. You didn't think I was wandering outside, did you? The voice chuckled nervously. So, you're not angry anymore? I stopped being angry ages ago, she replied playfully. Honestly, you should have borrowed a phone to call me when I blocked you. Uh-huh. He laughed again. Tingting continued, hey, when you ride your bike, can you please stand up while pedaling? Huh? The voice paused. What bike? Are you asking if I want to ride a bike? She sighed. Exasperated, no. I mean, you know those guys who stand up and pedal hard? They look so manly and charming. He replied innocently, Ting Ting, do you want to see me ride a bike? Li Ting Ting was speechless. Who wants to see you ride a bike? I just wanted to tell you that your bike is about to get ruined by someone else. Now get some sleep. With that, she hung up, fuming. On the other end, her boyfriend stared at his phone, utterly confused. Someone is about to ruin my bike. That can't be right. It's been sitting safely at home, untouched. Did my parents lend it out while I was gone? And did that person ride it violently? Yes, that must be it. He felt a warm glow in his heart, imagining her watching him riding his bike vigorously. Ting Ting is truly considering her own needs. What a virtuous and devoted daughter-in-law. Chapter 5. The Golden Treasure at 2 in the morning, the city of Baihe, a third-tier city with a rather modest nightlife, had long succumbed to silence. Even in the bustling city center, only the occasional passing vehicle would disturb the tranquility. Outside the city, South Ring Road, the atmosphere was even more serene, with intervals of 20 minutes or more without a single car. It was merely the darkness and silence that enveloped the surroundings. At this moment, along the western segment of the Outer Ring Road, a figure donned in a backpack was hastily pedaling a shared bicycle along the roadside. Cao Kun was intent on retrieving the cache of gold buried by Lei Lao San. The fewer individuals privy to this endeavor, the better. Thus, for the sake of caution, he opted against hailing a taxi and instead rode a shared bicycle to his destination. Not long after, when he arrived at a fork in the road along the western segment, Cao Kun came to a halt. After scanning his surroundings and confirming the absence of onlookers, he confidently proceeded down the bifurcation. After cycling for about 200 meters, he stopped before a boundary stone marked with the words Heezy Village. The base of the stone was nearly 2 meters long and about 70 to 80 centimeters wide, while the upright stone above it stood over a meter high and 30 to 40 centimeters thick, chronicling the origins of Heezy Village. This time, Cao Kun did not change locations. He first concealed the shared bicycle in the nearby thicket, then retrieved a military shovel he had purchased earlier that afternoon in the city from his backpack. Positioning himself a meter behind the boundary stone, he began to dig. The night was deep, and not a soul could be seen on the west Outer Ring Avenue, let alone on this small fork. After 30 minutes of determined effort, he finally struck something solid at a depth of over a meter. The sound brought him joy. He hastily began to excavate with his hands. Soon, a tattered cloth bag emerged from the earth, and within it lay several uneven gold bars. Upon sighting the gold, a smile crept across Cao Kun's lips. Curse you, Lei Lao San, for burying it so deep. I nearly thought I had dug in the wrong place, but I persevered. He then opened his backpack and carefully stowed the gold bars inside. Once he completed this task, he climbed out of the hole, surveyed the area again, and finding it still deserted, he strapped on his backpack and rode away. At 3 in the morning, an inconspicuous DD car departed from Baihe City. Seated in the back was none other than Cao Kun. With the treasure now secured, there was no reason to linger in Baihe. His next objective was to convert the gold into cash. To accomplish this, he needed to travel to another city. The choice of a DD car was deliberate, as he was carrying over 50 kilograms of gold, which would not pass security checks at train stations or airports. 2 days later, in Myong City, located over 1,700 kilometers from Baihe, a black Volkswagen came to a stop in front of an antique street. The driver, his eyes bloodshot and weary, bore the fatigue of 2 continuous days of driving. However, the compensation was substantial. Besides the standard fare, Cao Kun had generously tipped him an additional 2,000 yuan. Brother, we've arrived. You can get out now. I can barely hold on any longer. I need to find a place to sleep. My backside has gone numb, the driver exclaimed. Cao Kun empathized, having spent 2 days in the car himself, and replied with a smile. All right, master. You should find a hotel and rest well. Take care, the driver responded, and after exchanging farewells, he pressed the accelerator and drove away. Watching the driver leave, Cao Kun turned to face the antique street behind him. It was now 4 in the afternoon, and the street was sparsely populated. Realizing the time was of the essence, he shouldered his backpack and ventured inside. As he passed one stall after another, he soon found himself deep within the antique street. Suddenly, he halted before a shop named Wenbao Zhai. Pointing at a painting, he inquired, Boss, how much for this painting? The shop owner, noticing a customer, hurried over. Upon seeing the painting Cao Kun had indicated, the owner donned an expression of admiration. "Ah, young brother, you have an excellent eye. This piece is the treasure of our shop, crafted by Zhang Daqian." Before the owner could finish, Cao Kun interrupted, extending 5 fingers. 500 yuan, will you sell it? The owner's expression turned slightly awkward as he chuckled. Could you add a bit more? This is a high-quality replica, complete with a stamp. Just 500, Cao Kun insisted. If you want to sell it, I'll look elsewhere. Realizing Cao Kun was firm on his price, the shop owner conceded, recognizing that selling it for 500 yuan still yielded a profit. After purchasing the painting, Cao Kun did not linger and continued deeper into the antique street. Finally, he arrived at a shop that specialized in the purchase of jewelry, gold, and antique paintings. The store was modestly sized and, unlike typical pawn shops, had a rather unassuming decor. The only distinctive feature was the sign, which was entirely black with a single white lotus flower at its center. If not for the shop's name, one might easily mistake it for a funeral home. Cao Kun stood before the entrance, glanced upward, then pushed the door open and stepped inside. The quiet interior exuded a faint scent of sandalwood, and behind the counter sat a man in his 40s. He wore frameless glasses and had a slender physique, exuding an air of refinement, giving him a scholarly appearance. Upon seeing Cao Kun enter with his backpack, the man immediately stood up with a broad smile. "Young brother, are you here to buy or sell?" he inquired. The shop specialized in both buying and selling, though purchasing was the primary focus. Cao Kun scanned a middle-aged man and then the store and Oppo's surveillance camera before responding. "Boss, I was referred by a friend. If it's convenient, could we discuss this elsewhere?" He gestured toward the door behind the shopkeeper. The middle-aged man appeared surprised, but said nothing. Instead, he stepped out from behind the counter and locked the shop door. After hanging the closed sign, he approached Cao Kun, gesturing politely for him to proceed. Without uttering another word, he led the way through the door behind the counter, with Cao Kun following closely behind. Chapter 6. An Arrival of 22. 45 million in stark contrast to the ordinary decor of the shop. The room behind the door was nothing short of opulent. As Cao Kun followed the middle-aged man through the door, it felt as though he had stepped into an exquisite reception hall. A soft carpet muffled their footsteps, while grand chandeliers illuminated the space as brightly as day. The walls were adorned with framed calligraphy and paintings by renowned figures. Additionally, there was a tea station, a wine cabinet filled with fine vintages, and a humidor for cigars. A woman, clad in a seductive cheongsam, was busy boiling water for tea. Upon seeing her, Cao Kun and Oppo's eyes widened involuntarily. She was truly a remarkable beauty. Judging by her age, she appeared to be around 24 or 25, not only striking in appearance, but also possessing an enviable figure. Her curves were accentuated perfectly, with a waist that could be grasped with a single hand. As she moved, it was as if a gentle breeze caressed the willow, exuding an aura of delicate femininity. Comparatively, she was leagues ahead of Li Tingting, whom he had encountered just 2 days prior. Especially with such an alluring figure, the cheongsam hugged her curves, the slit reaching her waist. As she walked, the fabric flowed gracefully, teasingly revealing her form. Who could resist such allure? Cao Kun took a deep breath, consciously averting his gaze to survey the surroundings. He realized he could no longer gaze upon the woman without risking an embarrassing reaction. Although he had recently vented his frustrations with Li Tingting, that release was merely a drop in the ocean. He was far from satiated. He quickly conjured thoughts of life in prison, recalling scenes of brutal confrontations. Vivid images of bloodshed flooded his mind, effectively quelling the heat and impulse surging within him. Once inside the room, the middle-aged man shifted his demeanor, a broad smile illuminating his face. "I didn't Oppo's. To expect you to be one of us. Since that Oppo's, as the case, let Oppo's, speak plainly. First, shall we take a look at the goods?" "All right." Cao Kun nodded, tossing his backpack onto the ground. The thud of the bag momentarily invigorated the middle-aged man, who hurriedly crouched down to open it. As the backpack unzipped, the man's eyes widened at the sight of gleaming gold bars nestled within. He gasped in astonishment. "Xiaoqi, prepare the finest tea." He called to the woman in the cheongsam. With a nod and a smile, she brewed 2 cups of tea and presented them. After inspecting the contents, the middle-aged man motioned for Cao Kun to sit. Only after they were seated did he speak again. I didn't expect such quality from you. Let's discuss the quantity you have. 54. 7 kilograms, Cao Kun replied. All of it is of 999 purity. The middle-aged man nodded slowly, contemplating. And what price do you wish to sell it for? Cao Kun smiled. That depends on the market here. What can you offer? The man furrowed his brow, musing. Since you and Amp, Oppos, reaffriend a friend, I and Amp, Oppos, LL give you a friend and Amp, Oppos, price, 410 per gram. That and Amp, Oppos, that's already my highest offer. Upon hearing this, Cao Kun felt a surge of indignation. How outrageous! Before coming here, he had checked the day's gold price, which was 478 per gram. In a typical gold-buying establishment, one would expect an offer of at least 440, 450, or even 460 per gram. Here, only 410. Nevertheless, he chose to accept the offer. He urgently needed cash and was eager to exchange his gold. Typical shops would be incapable of absorbing such a large quantity of gold, and selling it in smaller amounts would likely arouse suspicion in his bank account, potentially leading to unwanted investigations. Here, however, he could sell without such concerns, as this was a professional operation. All right, Cao Kun finally agreed, 410 it is. The middle-aged man and Oppos. S smile broadened at Cao Kun and Oppos as acceptance. In that case, please have a seat while I verify the goods. It won and Oppos. Tea take long. He proceeded to carry the gold to a workbench in the corner in 3 trips, given the weight of 54. 7 kilograms, which exceeded 109 pounds. After about 20 minutes, the middle-aged man returned with a beaming smile, clearly satisfied with the purity of the gold. Everything checks out. It is indeed 54. 7 kilograms. That amounts to 22,427,000. To make it a round number, I and Oppos, LL give you 22,450,000. Fair enough? Fair enough? Cao Kun thought, barely able to suppress a desire to punch him. He stood to gain at least 2 or 3 million from this deal, and yet he had the audacity to claim he was being generous? Of course, he could not express such thoughts aloud. Thank you, boss, Cao Kun replied with a smile. By the way, I have a painting here. Would you mind taking a look? With that, he unveiled the forgery of a Zhang Daqian painting he had purchased for 500 yuan on the street. Clearly a fake. Yet the middle-aged man scrutinized it earnestly and, after careful examination, exclaimed, "What a treasure! I didn't expect this to be an authentic Zhang Daqian. In that case, I'll offer you 22,450,000 for it. How's that sound?" Cao Kun chuckled and nodded. Of course. What followed was the issuance of an invoice and the transfer of funds. The invoice stated that 22,450,000 was paid for a painting by Zhang Daqian. As for the gold, what gold? Cao Kun had merely come to sell a painting and had never laid eyes on any gold. Whether or not the painting was truly an authentic Zhang Daqian was of no consequence. Antiques are reliant on individual expertise and luck. Some find hidden gems while others miss the mark. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the shop owner to pay 22,450,000 for a forgery. No one could contest the validity of this transaction. Consequently, the 22,450,000 in Cao Kun and Oppos' possession was clean and could withstand any scrutiny. As the clock struck 5:30 in the afternoon, Cao Kun emerged from the antique street, a look of ease upon his face. Glancing at his phone, he noted the fresh bank notification of his deposit, and a smile crept onto his lips. 45 million. He had successfully acquired this initial capital just in time, before news from the Yundong district could circulate. Otherwise, missing this lucrative opportunity would not only jeopardize his earnings from the Yundong district, but also hinder his subsequent plans for profit. With that thought in mind, Cao Kun hailed a taxi and headed directly to the airport. This place was ultimately foreign to him. Now that the money was secured, there was no reason to linger. However, he had yet to decide where to go next. Initially, he had contemplated heading to Haicheng, but the proximity to Kun City in Yun Province gave him pause. Chapter 7. The pretentious Taoist Yang Ping. When Cao Kun set out for Haicheng, his destination was undoubtedly Yundong District, named as such because it is merely a district within Haicheng. Over the past few days, Cao Kun had been traversing from south to north, eager to liquidate his gold, all in preparation for Yundong District. His journey to Kun City in Yun Province was aimed at seeking out Yang Ping. At this moment, Yang Ping was serving as a Taoist priest in a modest temple in Kun City. If Cao Kun were to board plane, he would arrive at Yang Ping in Appo's temple before 9:00 and Appo's clock that evening. This meant that if all went smoothly, he would be able to acquire the secret manual he had been training with for 7 or 8 years. However, this would also mean that he would not make it to Haicheng tonight and would have to set off for it the following day, effectively delaying his plans by a day. Thus, he found himself in a quandary. Should he head to Haicheng or seek out that scoundrel Yang Ping? Ultimately, as the taxi approached the airport, Cao Kun made his decision. He would first seek out Yang Ping to procure the manual. Unfortunately, due to the evening rush hour, they encountered some traffic, and by the time they arrived, the flight to Haicheng had already departed. With no other options left, he resolved to find Yang Ping in Kun City. At 8:55 in the evening, a taxi came to a halt in front of a small temple, which was merely twice the size of an ordinary farmer in Appo's home, situated on the outskirts of Kun City. Cao Kun exited the vehicle, glanced at the already locked temple, and strode forward, knocking firmly on the door. Shortly thereafter, a young Taoist priest in his early 20s opened the door. "Esteemed believer, our temple has closed for the day. If you have matters to discuss, kindly return tomorrow." The priest attempted to close the door, but before he could, Cao Kun pressed his hand against it. "This young Taoist, I am acquainted with your master Yang Ping. I urgently require his assistance. I implore you to grant me passage." Seeing that Cao Kun spoke with such confidence, seemingly devoid of deceit, the young priest hesitated before ultimately allowing him entry. The temple was modest, and soon enough, Cao Kun followed the priest to a room. The priest gently knocked twice on the door and announced, "Master, there is a believer who knows you and claims to have an urgent matter." "I have brought him. Let him in," came a familiar voice from within the room. The young priest then opened the door, stepped aside, and gestured for Cao Kun to enter. Without hesitation, Cao Kun stepped inside, while the young priest turned and departed. Inside the room, an incense burner emitted a soft fragrance, and a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe sat cross-legged on a mat, eyes closed in meditation. It was Yang Ping. Observing Yang Ping and Appo's pretentious demeanor and his refusal to open his eyes even upon Cao Kun and Appo's entrance, Cao Kun struggled to suppress his urge to kick him. What a farce! Who does this scoundrel think he is? Wasn't it he who called himself Scar Brothers' lackey back in prison? Yang Ping did not keep Cao Kun waiting long. Within 3 minutes, he opened his eyes. Perhaps he sensed that Cao Kun was growing impatient with the incense burner. Realizing that his visitor was not one to be trifled with, he opted to abandon his pretense. "Apologies, I was engrossed in my studies and did not mean to neglect you," Yang Ping said with a polite smile. Cao Kun, however, feigned a smile as he placed the incense burner down. No, it is I who should apologize for intruding at such a late hour." "Not at all." Yang Ping waved his hand dismissively as he rose. "Pray tell, what urgent matter brings you here?" In Taoist parlance, there are many terms of address for ordinary individuals: believer, practitioner, layman, and so forth. Thus, whether referred to as a believer or a practitioner, the meaning remains the same. Cao Kun, avoiding any circumlocution, stated directly, "I seek the book in the possession of Master Yang." "A book?" Yang Ping's expression turned quizzical. "Indeed," Cao Kun affirmed, "a nameless tome containing methods for strengthening the body." Upon hearing the description of a nameless book, a flicker of surprise crossed Yang Ping's eyes, though it was fleeting. He feigned contemplation before shaking his head. "Esteemed believer, I possess several texts, but they are all Taoist scriptures. I do not have the book you seek. Perhaps you have come to the wrong place?" Cao Kun was not surprised by Yang Ping's denial, acknowledging that in his timeline, they were strangers. It was only natural for one to be wary when approached by an unknown individual seeking something from them. "I am willing to purchase it," Cao Kun replied. "Master Yang, name your price. I am prepared to acquire that book." Having just received 22.45 million, Cao Kun felt emboldened. Yang Ping, however, shook his head with a wry smile. "Esteemed believer, It is not a matter of money. I genuinely do not possess the nameless book you seek. Cao Kun's willingness to pay did not sway Yang Ping, and his frustration began to mount. What are you hiding it for if you have no interest in it? Is it not a mere trifle? With a forced chuckle, Cao Kun stepped closer to Yang Ping and whispered, Yang Ping, would you like me to tally how many virtuous women you have encountered over these past 4 years? Cao Kun was well aware of Yang Ping's activities. His criminal exploits spanned 7 years. Thus, he had been active for 4 years up to this point. Although Cao Kun did not know the identities of Yang Ping's victims, the implication was sufficient to instill fear. Indeed, Yang Ping trembled at Cao Kun's words, his eyes wide with terror. Cao Kun smiled slightly and continued, do you care to guess how many years you might be sentenced under our laws? This remark struck Yang Ping like a final straw, and after a gulp, he bolted from the room in a panic. 2 minutes later, he returned, albeit in a state of fluster. Unlike before, he now held a yellowed book in his hands. Yang Ping extended the book toward Cao Kun with shaking hands, his voice trembling. I was blind to your significance. Please grant me an opportunity. I swear I shall reform and become a new man. Seeing Yang Ping now as a frightened bird, Cao Kun felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. There you have it, he thought. You should have listened from the start. Without uttering a word, he simply nodded, and with a casual motion, accepted the book from Yang Ping's trembling hands. Chapter 8. An Unprecedented Appetite, How Heavy It Is. Upon grasping the book, Cao Kun immediately realized that the paper was not ordinary. Rather, it was crafted from cowhide, a material used long ago. The pages had clearly hardened and yellowed with age, indicating they were at least several decades old, if not a century or two. Such cowhide paper, if preserved correctly, can indeed last for an extended period. To his astonishment, he held a book of considerable antiquity. He cautiously began to peruse it in front of Yang Ping, but as he read, his brow furrowed deeper. In fact, by the end, he felt an overwhelming urge to strike Yang Ping. The book documented a total of 72 movements, yet Cao Kun had only mastered 14. Worse still, 3 of those were incorrect. At that moment, Cao Kun felt his blood pressure rising. Throughout his past life, he had asked Yang Ping countless times about the movements, only to receive the unwavering assurance that these 14 were all there were. Could he truly consider 14 out of 72 as all? Even more infuriating was the fact that 3 of those 14 were wrong. No wonder he always felt something was amiss during practice. What had he been training in for 7 or 8 years? In addition to the 72 movements, the book contained 36 special movements, reminiscent of intimate positions between men and women. Yang Ping had never even mentioned these 36 movements. However, Cao Kun did not blame Yang Ping for concealing this information. Their past circumstances had indeed been peculiar. They had scarcely encountered any females, let alone women. Thus, even if Yang Ping had mentioned these 36 movements, it would have been in vain. Seeing Yang Ping trembling before him, beads of sweat trickling down his chin, Cao Kun ultimately restrained his impulse to strike him. Very well. In light of their fateful connection, I shall grant you a chance for redemption. Remember, do not exploit women. They are already pitiable in their quest for children, and to take advantage of them is despicable. Moreover, I am not merely threatening you. Should your actions come to light, you would find yourself imprisoned for life. Enough said. Take heed of your actions. With that, Cao Kun tucked the book under his arm and strode out. Yang Ping, startled, hurried after him. Brother, why are you leaving so soon? Stay a little longer. By the way, I have 2 jars of fine tea. Let me fetch them for you. I also have shopping cards worth tens of thousands. Take them, brother, as I have no use for them. Damn it. I knew Yang Ping was not being truthful, but I never anticipated he had concealed so many movements. At 10:30 that evening, in a 5-star hotel room in Kun City, Cao Kun lay on the bed, cursing Yang Ping while flipping through the nameless book. After 7 or 8 years of training in a fitness manual, he finally obtained the complete version, eager to learn it thoroughly. He was acutely aware of the benefits this system could confer. Furthermore, a decade behind bars had taught him that possessing formidable combat skills often outweighed the value of untold riches, perhaps due to years of practice. Despite having only learned the initial 14 movements, Cao Kun found the remaining 58 movements surprisingly manageable. After familiarizing himself for half an hour, he rose from the bed and attempted the first round. With so many new movements to remember, the initial attempt was somewhat clumsy, taking nearly 20 minutes to complete all 72. The second round, however, flowed much more smoothly, requiring only about 14 or 15 minutes. The third round was even more seamless, clocking in around 10 minutes. 10 minutes seemed to be the upper limit. Any faster might risk compromising the quality of the movements. After completing these 3 rounds, Cao Kun immediately sensed a distinct difference from before. While he had previously felt warm all over, this warmth was far more comforting, akin to being enveloped in a hot spring. His skin, muscles, and bones felt as though they were parched earth, eagerly absorbing this newfound energy. Although he recognized the peculiarity of this description, it was the precise sensation he was experiencing. Simultaneously, it felt as if every pore in his body had opened, allowing for unparalleled comfort. Noticing it was still before midnight and feeling no fatigue, Cao Kun intended to continue with a 4th round when suddenly he frowned, his expression becoming strange. He was hungry. How could he be so hungry so soon? Just before arriving at the hotel, he had eaten to his heart's content, consuming 3 pounds of cooked beef. How much time had passed? What the devil? How could I be hungry so quickly? Cao Kun pondered, perplexed, as he opened the bag on the tea table. Before leaving Yangping, he had purchased some cooked beef from a food stall, intending to buy a small amount. However, upon tasting it, he found it remarkably delicious and ended up buying 3 pounds, thoroughly satisfying his hunger. He had even packed an extra 3 pounds to enjoy the next day. Now he was about to indulge in that very portion of beef. This is odd. Could this beef possess some extraordinary quality that would cause such rapid hunger? As he devoured the meat, he muttered to himself, soon finishing the entire 3 pounds. Without dwelling on it further, he resumed practicing the 72 movements. First round, second round, third round. Each iteration became increasingly proficient, with every round taking approximately 10 minutes. Just as he prepared for the 4th round, he suddenly halted, his expression once again turning peculiar. Good gracious! Hungry again? Silently contemplating his now empty stomach. Cao Kun's expression mirrored that of someone who had seen a ghost. How could it be? Just half an hour ago, he had consumed 3 pounds of cooked beef, and now he was hungry again? Could it be he had encountered something supernatural? Cao Kun had always identified as an atheist, yet the events of the day compelled him to entertain such notions. After all, it was utterly absurd to feel hunger so soon after a hearty meal. Wait! Suddenly, a more sinister possibility dawned on him, and his demeanor shifted to one of grave concern. Could this be a consequence of his rebirth? Chapter 9. The 72 Techniques of the Glutton aside from the possibility of encountering malevolent forces. The second notion that crossed Cao Kun and Appo's mind was the repercussions of his identity as a reincarnator. After all, aside from the encounter with such forces and his rebirth, there were no extraordinary circumstances on his end. Comparatively, Cao Kun preferred to believe he had merely encountered some malevolent entity. The thought of experiencing residual effects from his reincarnation was too daunting to contemplate. 3 gene of cooked beef left him feeling completely satiated, yet within half an hour. Hunger struck again. Did this mean he would have to eat every half hour? That equates to 48 meals a day. Such a life would afford him no time for anything else but incessant eating. The mere prospect of such an existence sent shivers down his spine. A life solely dedicated to consuming food held little meaning for him. Thus, he would rather attribute his predicament to a mere misfortune than to the after-effects of reincarnation. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Cao Kun opened the cabinet in his room and retrieved 2 packets of instant noodles and 2 sausages. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to fill his belly first, for he was undeniably hungry. 5 minutes later, the noodles were ready. Feeling somewhat vexed, Cao Kun had no inclination to savor the meal, devouring the noodles with great haste. After finishing the 2 packets, he refrained from practicing the nameless technique again and instead lay on his bed, timing himself as he waited in silence. Despite his agitation, he understood that he had to confront the situation at hand. He resolved to conduct an experiment to ascertain how long it would take before he felt hungry again after satisfying his appetite. Time passed slowly, and soon, Half an hour had elapsed. To his surprise, he sat up abruptly. Despite the passage of time, he still felt a strong sense of fullness and no hint of hunger. A frown crossed his face as he muttered, "Could it be that I was overthinking? Perhaps this isn't a consequence of reincarnation at all?" After a brief moment of self-reflection, he continued to wait. Finally, after another half hour, a full hour had passed, and Cao Kun felt a sense of relief. An hour had gone by with no sign of hunger. Clearly, his appetite was not a result of his reincarnation. However, if not due to reincarnation, what could explain his earlier rapid hunger? 3 gene of cooked beef leading to such swift hunger was undoubtedly perplexing. Could it be that he had truly encountered malevolent forces? Although this notion was one Cao Kun had considered, as an atheist, he found it difficult to accept. At that moment, a glance at the nameless book beside him ignited a sudden realization, a hypothesis so astonishing it electrified his mind. Staring at the book in disbelief, he exclaimed, "Could it be that these techniques are the cause?" Cao Kun vividly recalled the sensations experienced after completing all 72 techniques. It felt warm, akin to soaking in a hot spring. His skin, muscles, bones, and organs greedily absorbed the soothing warmth, and he had previously thought his description was somewhat peculiar. Now, he suspected he had not mischaracterized the experience at all. The true effect of these techniques might very well be the rapid digestion of consumed food. Digested food could transform into a unique form of energy directly absorbable by the body. If this were the case, it would perfectly align with his current sensations. Of course, the veracity of this theory required experimentation. With this in mind, Cao Kun promptly assumed the starting stance and practiced the set of techniques once more. 10 minutes later, having completed the entire sequence, a smile crept upon his lips. Indeed, it was the practice of these techniques that had caused his hunger to manifest. The realization dawned upon him that the true function of this technique lay in converting food into energy which the body could absorb, thereby enhancing his physical prowess. What a delightful revelation! This meant that from now on, he no longer needed to engage in strenuous physical training. As long as he had sufficient food, he would thrive. Elated by this thought, Cao Kun grinned widely and grabbed the landline in his room to call the front desk. "Hello, is there any food available at the hotel?" "Oh, we have a chef on duty, but he can only prepare simple meals." "Then, I would like to order 300 eggs, 200 boiled and 100 fried." "Yes, that and Appos. That's right. 300. You heard me correctly. Please hurry and have the kitchen prepare them, and send them up as soon as they are ready." After hanging up, Cao Kun eagerly picked up the nameless book once again. He had not anticipated that these seemingly unremarkable 72 techniques, when combined, would yield such extraordinary results. If that were the case, then the subsequent 36 techniques involving intimate interactions between men and women were likely not merely risky. Unfortunately, Li Tingting was not around. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly been enthusiastic about being his experiment subject. The following morning at 10 o'clock, Cao Kun exited the hotel and hailed a taxi headed for the airport. He felt that for quite some time, he would not crave eggs again. After consuming 300 eggs, he was thoroughly satiated. In fact, during the last 20 eggs, he struggled to keep from vomiting. It was as if his stomach, though hungry, simply could not accommodate any more food. He never imagined that, having endured a decade of imprisonment, his appetite would start to become finicky so soon after his release. Nevertheless, the outcome was favorable. After a night of indulgence, his physique was noticeably stronger than before. The 54.7 kilograms he had been carrying felt burdensome, yet now he could effortlessly manage items of similar weight, or even heavier. He could distinctly sense a significant enhancement in his physical condition. Moreover, his physique had improved markedly. Although he had not been in poor shape previously, he now exhibited clearer muscle definition and a more robust appearance. Remarkably, this transformation occurred in just a single night. Additionally, the type of food consumed offered varying levels of energy. For instance, beef, instant noodles, and eggs provided distinct energy yields. Eating beef to fullness allowed him to practice the techniques 3 times. Instant noodles, on the other hand, only sustained him for 1 practice session before leaving him ravenous by the end. As for eggs, a full meal supported him for just over 2 practice sessions. Yet he could not complete the third without pausing to eat more. Thus, he had to consume several eggs after every 2 practice sessions to maintain his stamina. In light of this, he aptly named this set of techniques the Glutton's 72 Techniques. Chapter 10. Service at its finest by Lu Yuling at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At the departure gate of Haicheng Airport, Cao Kun emerged with the throng of passengers. Standing atop the steps of the exit and gazing into the distance at the city center, he could not suppress a wave of emotion. The place where he had once been imprisoned in his previous life was here in Haicheng, specifically in Haicheng's second prison, a facility designated for serious offenders. Yet now, he was back, though this time, he was no longer a murderer. He wondered if the absence of him would leave Haicheng's second prison feeling desolate and lonely. Cao Kun. Over here, a feminine voice suddenly broke through his reverie. Turning his head, he spotted a seductive young woman clad in a white blouse, a form-fitting skirt, black stockings, and high heels adorned with a wedding ring, waving at him from a short distance away. It was Lu Yuling, the real estate agent he had contacted online that morning. Indeed, after days of effort, his purpose for coming to the Yundong district of Haicheng was to purchase property. Although the current real estate market was in decline, far from the fervor of previous years, and many areas had witnessed a notable drop in prices, Yundong district was poised to become an exception. In just over 10 days, an announcement would be made designating Haicheng's Yundong district as an economic zone. Many may not grasp the implications of such a designation. A recent example illuminates this. In 2017, a place called Xiong and Appos and was designated as an economic zone. That very night, property prices surged from 5 or 6,000 to 50 or 60,000. In a single evening, they multiplied tenfold. Some areas experienced increases of over 10 times, and even less desirable locations saw prices rise 6 or 7 times. Speculators and investors from all corners of the nation flocked to Xiong and Appos on that night. It is no exaggeration to say that tickets to Xiong and Appos were impossible to secure. Many arrived with entire vehicles filled with cash, driving through the night from thousands of kilometers away. Yundong district is set to follow in Xiong and Appos, and in Appos' footsteps as the next economic zone, and compared to Xiong and Appos. And in 2017, this location promises to be even more frenzied. The global economic climate is currently lackluster, leaving many with funds but no viable investment opportunities, watching helplessly as their money loses value daily. The emergence of Yundong district provides these individuals with a focal point for investment. Thus, it is certain that Yundong district will experience even more fervor than Xiong'an. Of course, all of this information was relayed to Cao Kun by a former inmate who was a close acquaintance. Although Haicheng's second prison housed serious offenders, not all were murderers or robbers. Economic crimes can also warrant severe sentences. This acquaintance was imprisoned for a significant economic miscalculation, and his expertise in finance led their conversations to often revolve around economic matters. Besides discussing Yundong district, he had shared insights on stocks and mutual funds. With 1/6 of the profitable ventures Cao Kun had noted on paper being suggested by this individual. As he approached Lu Yuling, who was still waving at him, Cao Kun smiled and strode forward. The journey from Haicheng Airport to Yundong district would take at least an hour, and when he had contacted Lu Yuling that morning, he had not explicitly stated his intent to buy property, merely expressing a desire to look around. To his surprise, she had come to the airport to greet him. It appeared that the real estate business was indeed challenging these days. "Manager Lu, you are far too courteous. Why come to the airport to greet me?" Cao Kun chuckled as he reached Lu Yuling. It's only right," Lu Yuling replied warmly, opening the passenger door of her Volkswagen for him. "In our service industry, we must ensure that esteemed clients like you are well taken care of." Cao Kun laughed heartily, settling into the passenger seat. "Your service is indeed exceptional. Coming to the airport for me. If I don't buy a property from you, I would feel guilty. Is that so?" Lu Yuling's smile brightened even further. "If you truly purchase a property from me, I can offer even more exceptional service." "Really? What sort of service?" Lu Yuling smirked, winking at Cao Kun playfully. "You'll find out once you buy a property from me. I guarantee you will be satisfied." With that, Lu Yuling closed the passenger door with a flourish. Observing her, Cao Kun felt a smile creep across his lips. Indeed, there was something captivating about a mature woman. In terms of looks and figure, Lu Yuling was comparable to Li Tingting, yet she exuded a greater intellect, maturity, and allure. Her gestures, subtle expressions, and even her words radiated a unique charm, reminiscent of the sun. An hour later, Lu Yuling arrived in Yundong District with Cao Kun. As a first-tier city, Haicheng and Appo's Yundong District should have been thriving, yet the reality was rather disheartening. The city and Appo's focus was shifting westward, leaving Yundong District situated to the east in an awkward position. In terms of entertainment, healthcare, and education, Yundong District lagged far behind other districts. This disparity was evident in property prices, while other districts boasted prices exceeding 10,000. With some areas reaching several tens of thousands per square meter, Yundong District had only a handful of properties priced above 10,000. The majority of residential areas offered prices below 10,000, with some even as low as 7 or 8,000 per square meter, far from what one would expect in a first-tier city. By the way, Mr. Cao, what leads you to consider properties in Yundong District? Lu Yuling inquired, continuing to drive as she engaged in conversation with him. I must say, while Yundong District is part of Haicheng, its development is rather lackluster, even inferior to that of a typical third-tier city. Cao Kun nodded with a smile. I understand, but the properties here are quite affordable. I'm willing to take a gamble. If this area develops in the future, won't the value of my property appreciate? At his words, an imperceptible spark of excitement flickered in Lu Yuling's eyes. Having worked in real estate for many years, she had a keen sense of discerning genuine buyers from mere lookers. From Cao Kun's comments, she astutely recognized his serious intent to purchase property in Yundong District. It was essential not to let such a promising client slip away. As she pondered this, Lu Yuling discreetly unfastened a button on her blouse, allowing a subtle glimpse of her décolletage to emerge. Chapter 11. 24 million. All or nothing. The so-called silence was merely an illusion created by Lu Yuling herself. Unbeknownst to her, every subtle movement she made was keenly observed by Cao Kun, who did not hesitate to gaze intently in her direction. After all, if someone deliberately drew your attention, it would be a waste of their goodwill not to acknowledge it. Moreover, he offered a rather candid appraisal. Truly white, truly ample. Taken aback by his words, Lu Yuling feigned surprise, exclaiming in a flustered manner as she hastily covered her chest with her hands. Oh dear, Mr. Cao, how can you look so indiscriminately? Although she uttered disdainful words, her tone and demeanor resembled that of a playful flirt. Cao Kun chuckled heartily and replied, Did you not loosen it yourself? What are you talking about? Lu Yuling retorted shyly, I'm just feeling warm. Where do you think my intentions lie? Cao Kun nodded with a smile. All right, my mistake. Let us focus on driving carefully and avoid any mishaps. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lu Yuling brought the vehicle to a halt. Stepping out, Cao Kun surveyed the surroundings, feeling a tinge of nostalgia. The location they found themselves in, even within the Yundong District, was quite remote, bordering on the east suburbs. There were no signs of a bustling metropolis. It could hardly be considered a small fourth-tier city. The area exuded an unmistakable suburban charm. However, who could have anticipated that this seemingly secluded suburb would one day become the epicenter of the Yundong Special Economic Zone? In the future, property prices in this vicinity would start at over 100,000 per square meter. This area had already witnessed the most rapid price increases following the announcement of the Yundong Special Zone, as many recognized the significance of its location. After all, to the west lay the city center, already saturated with development and devoid of further growth potential. The terrain to the north and south was unsuitable for expansion, with a few mountains in High City flanking the southern and northern edges of Yundong District. The only viable direction for development was eastward. Consequently, as the center of the special zone shifted east, a massive influx of people would be drawn here once the news broke, resulting in a dramatic surge in property prices. Lu Yuling exited the vehicle and approached Cao Kun, her attire more revealing than before, with her collar intentionally opened wide to expose a third of her curves. She had resolutely decided to win over Cao Kun at any cost. The real estate market was dismal, and finding a genuine buyer was particularly challenging. Cao Kun cast a glance at her exposed skin and teased, Manager Lu, You certainly possess some assets. Indeed, she replied proudly, but her demeanor quickly shifted to one of despondence. Alas, this is all that remains of my once valuable assets. What troubles you? Cao Kun inquired, intrigued by her tone. What other troubles could there be? I'm lacking funds, Lu Yuling lamented with a bitter smile. When the real estate market was thriving, I did earn quite a bit. However, I foolishly took out a loan to purchase a school district property in the city, both as an investment and for the future schooling of my children. I committed to a 20-year loan, paying $8,000 monthly. Who would have thought that just 2 years later, the market would crash? And my husband's job would also become increasingly unstable? Now, our income barely covers the loan repayments, and we are on the verge of financial ruin. As she spoke, Lu Yuling cast a pitiful glance at Cao Kun, her expression one of vulnerability. Seeing this, Cao Kun chuckled softly. No wonder she is a mature woman. Her allure surpasses that of a naive girl. Her subtle gestures and expressions are truly captivating. He pondered for a moment before stating, since you portray such a woeful picture, if I were not to purchase a property from you, my conscience would surely suffer. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuling's expression became even more woeful. Indeed, Mr. Cao, if you do not buy from me, I might very well end up resorting to desperate measures. You cannot abandon me in this plight. Cao Kun nodded with a smile. Very well, let us discuss the terms. Discuss terms? Lu Yuling and Oppo's eyes brightened momentarily, though disappointment soon crept in. In such a location, the maximum price for a property could only reach $1 million. Given the current market conditions, Cao Kun would need to pay a 1.5 commission fee to her, and the seller would incur an identical fee. This meant that for a property priced at $1 million, she would receive at most $30,000. Yet, this was the most optimistic scenario. In reality, it was nearly impossible to collect the full 3 commission. The market favored buyers, with a surplus of sellers and a scarcity of buyers. Thus, buyers were in a position of power. As a result, the seller's 1.5 fee would likely be reduced to a mere 0.5, or even less, with the buyer's side foregoing their commission entirely. Ultimately, Lu Yuling might only take home $15,000 or $20,000. Could it be that Cao Kun truly believed such an amount would suffice to sway her? No, it was improbable. At most, he might indulge in a fleeting moment of pleasure, but she was a woman with her principles. As these thoughts flashed through her mind, Lu Yuling sought to negotiate further, adopting a more playful tone. Mr. Cao, given my dire circumstances, must you insist on discussing terms? This property is merely a trifling matter for you. Cao Kun nodded with a grin. Indeed, a single property is a trifling affair. But who said I intend to purchase only one? Huh? Lu Yuling's expression froze momentarily. Are you planning to buy 2? No, Cao Kun shook his head. I do not intend to buy by the unit. I plan to purchase by the sum. Purchase by the sum? The phrase bewildered Lu Yuling. What could that possibly mean? After years in real estate, she had never encountered such a novel expression. Mr. Cao, I do not understand what you mean by purchasing by the sum. Cao Kun gazed into Lu Yuling's eyes and earnestly explained. Purchasing by the sum means that I currently have $24 million at my disposal, and I intend to invest this entire amount in properties in the vicinity, regardless of how many I acquire, until the $24 million is completely spent. Do you comprehend? Although the gold had been sold for $45 million, Cao Kun still possessed some savings, approximately $1.5 million accumulated through years of frugality, lovingly set aside by his grandfather. Together, they totaled exactly $24 million. Cao Kun planned to wager this $24 million entirely on properties in the Yundong district. After all, it was a surefire investment, where every additional penny infused now would yield returns manifold in the near future. It was a scenario that even a fool would recognize as an opportunity to go all in. Chapter 12. What bottom line? Lu Yuling stood beside the car, staring blankly at Cao Kun, her mind momentarily devoid of thought. To invest $24 million in properties in this vicinity? Rationality told Lu Yuling that Cao Kun was undoubtedly speaking nonsense. After all, neither his attire nor his footwear suggested that he was someone capable of producing such an amount. Moreover, this was the Yundong district of Haicheng. If it were merely a necessity, a modest sum could be understood for purchasing a home here. However, the notion of someone like Cao Kun intending to invest $24 million in real estate in this area was utterly incomprehensible to her. The entire city was aware that Haicheng and Apo's focus was now in the west, and the Yundong district was somewhat neglected, unlikely to receive attention in the near future. It could very well take 5 to 6 years, or even a decade, for any significant change to occur. The development in the west had only recently begun, and it was improbable that the focus would shift in the coming years. Thus, for at least the next 5 years, it was difficult to foresee any transformation in the Yundong district. Even after the western developments concluded, it was uncertain whether the attention would turn to Yundong, as Haicheng boasted several other districts that could also be considered for growth. Therefore, investing $24 million in real estate here was not only a reckless venture, but also an utterly foolish one. With such funds, one might as well deposit them in a bank and earn interest. Yet, instinctively, Lu Yuling felt that Cao Kun was not jesting. When he spoke those words, she could sense his genuine intent. The prospect of him actually planning to invest $24 million in real estate filled her with excitement, causing her to tremble slightly. $24 million. If all of it were to be channeled into property, even without a commission from Cao Kun, the fee from the landlords alone would suffice for her sustenance. A commission of 1.5 on $24 million amounted to an astounding $360,000. That was not merely enough to satiate her. It was more than sufficient. With such earnings, she could afford to take a break for the next 2 years. Manager Lu? Cao Kun called out when he noticed Lu Yuling and Apo's dazed silence after his revelation. She snapped back to reality, gazing intently into Cao Kun and Apo's eyes, swallowing hard as she stammered. Mr. Cao, you're not joking, are you? You truly intend to invest $24 million here in real estate? Cao Kun smiled and pulled out his phone, revealing his bank account balance. This gesture was primarily to reassure Lu Yuling, for the workload ahead would be substantial, and any doubts she harbored could hinder her performance. To avoid any delays in his plans, he sought to calm her nerves and allow her to focus on her work. Counting the numbers in Cao Kun's account silently, Lu Yuling felt invigorated. Goodness, he indeed possessed $24 million. See? Cao Kun tucked his phone away, smiling. The funds are ready. Now it depends on whether you wish to profit. Yes, I dream of it. Please let me make a profit. Lu Yuling, disregarding any potential consequences, eagerly grasped Cao Kun and Apo's arm with a pleading yet somewhat flirtatious expression. I want to earn. Cao Kun chuckled. No problem. I can certainly help you earn. But I have conditions. Acceptable. Without waiting for Cao Kun to elaborate, Lu Yuling fervently interrupted. Whatever the conditions, I will accept. While she might have had boundaries regarding a 15,000 commission, the prospect of 360,000 obliterated any semblance of a limit. Cao Kun laughed heartily. Rest assured, this task will be entrusted to you. However, I must outline my conditions. Lu Yuling was momentarily puzzled. Having already agreed to anything, why were there still conditions? What are your conditions? She inquired. First, I require that the entire $24 million be invested in properties within a week. Lu Yuling was taken aback. Within a week? That time frame seemed exceedingly brief. Typically, a property transaction, from initial meeting to closing, took several days. In a remote area like Yundong District, $24 million could purchase approximately 30 properties. This meant she would need to ensure the transfer of 4 or 5 properties daily, or rather, at least 6 per day, given that the property center was closed on weekends, limiting the available days for transactions to 5. 6 transfers a day. The pressure was immense, and considerable documentation would be necessary. Second, Cao Kun continued, the properties must be confined to a few nearby complexes. I do not wish to consider properties elsewhere. Lu Yuling glanced around, nodding in agreement. This was not an issue. The real estate agency had a defined range, aligned with the nearby complexes, which was precisely why Cao Kun had contacted her. Third, the purchases must be in cash. If any loans are involved, you know the process requires repayment to the bank, complicating matters and making it impossible to complete transactions within a week. Lu Yuling nodded. I understand. Rest assured, I will not seek properties with loans. Lastly, Cao Kun continued. The landlords should preferably not be locals. it is best to select those who are clearly outsiders attempting to flip properties. Originally priced at $7,000 to $8,000 per square meter, they suddenly inflate to $70,000 to $80,000 or even over $100,000, which few can accept. Local landlords might rally friends and family to create trouble, either pressuring for a refund or demanding excess profits. While Cao Kun was not intimidated by such confrontations, they ultimately posed a nuisance. Thus, it was prudent to avoid locals and target those clearly from out of town. Lu Yuling was uncertain why Cao Kun added such an unusual condition, yet she nodded in agreement. Chapter 13. Prison, University, Women. Subsequently, Cao Kun and Lu Yuling discussed some minor details regarding the purchase of a property. Once all pertinent matters were addressed, they chose to part ways right there. It was not due to Lu Yuling's physical limitations that they could not engage in a deeper conversation, nor was it Cao Kun's lack of interest. Rather, Lu Yuling was simply overwhelmed with numerous responsibilities. Firstly, she needed to quickly return to select a house, avoiding those that required loans or were owned by locals. Secondly, after identifying suitable properties, she would have to make phone calls to arrange meetings between both parties. Lastly, she had to prepare the necessary documentation for the transfer of ownership, which was no small task. In essence, she would be unable to converse with Cao Kun today. In fact, if she managed to finish her tasks and get to bed by dawn, it would be quite an achievement. At 5:30 in the afternoon, a taxi came to a halt in front of a sprawling, imposing structure on the outskirts of Haicheng. The door swung open, and Cao Kun stepped out. Gazing at the cold, austere edifice before him, he inhaled deeply, then lit a cigarette, leaning against the taxi as he silently smoked. This was the very place where he had been imprisoned for 10 long years in his previous life, Haicheng's second prison. Inside the prison, he encountered several familiar faces, such as Lei Laosan, who had concealed 7 kilograms of gold and had never confessed, Sun Fengdog, who had witnessed his mother in Damp, Appo's murder as a child and later exterminated the perpetrator in Damp, Appo's entire family, Lu Daijiu, who had been incarcerated for the brutal assault of multiple young girls and was now forced to serve as the prison in Appo's as transport, and Li Biao, a hypermasculine individual with an extra Y chromosome, known for his violent outbursts. After he had gouged out Cao Kun's eyes, he finally ceased his rampage. However, in this life, Cao Kun was destined not to enter those walls again, leaving the question of who would eventually subdue the explosive Li Biao unanswered. As the memories of his past life replayed in his mind, Cao Kun stood up straight after finishing 3 cigarettes. He took one last look at Haicheng's second prison, a semblance of farewell before opening the taxi door and taking a seat inside. Driver, Len Appos, let's go to Haicheng University. In his previous life, Cao Kun harbored 3 significant regrets. The first was being wrongfully imprisoned, unable to clear his name. The second was failing to take revenge on the Wang family. The third regret was never having attended university. For Cao Kun, pursuing higher education represented not just acquiring knowledge and credentials, but fulfilling his grandfather's lifelong wish. Orphaned at a young age, he was raised by his grandfather, who believed that attending university would secure a stable future. Thus, sending Cao Kun to university was his grandfather's dream. Even 2 years ago, as his grandfather lay on his deathbed, his greatest concern was whether Cao Kun would gain admission to a university. Unfortunately, at that time, Cao Kun was merely in his second year of high school and had yet to take the college entrance examination. Although he did eventually gain admission, he was subsequently framed by the Wang family and imprisoned. Consequently, he had yet to fulfill his grandfather's wish for him to attend university. However, in this life, he finally had the chance to realize his grandfather's dream. Coincidentally, the university he applied to was Haicheng University. Thus, since he was already here, he felt compelled to visit this place that had eluded him in his previous life. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Cao Kun emerged from the taxi in front of the gates of Haicheng University. Given that it was summer break, most students had returned home, leaving only a few who chose to remain on campus. As a result, Haicheng University appeared rather desolate, perhaps due to lax security or the absence of restrictions on outsiders. Cao Kun effortlessly entered the campus grounds. Indeed, it was beautiful. There were lush soccer fields, rows upon rows of basketball courts, and clusters of bamboo and phoenix trees. Additionally, there were rockeries, artificial lakes, and numerous academic buildings, far superior to Haiching's second prison. Strolling through the sparsely populated campus, as Cao Kun reveled in the tranquility, he suddenly halted, as if he had discovered something. Beside a dense grove of bamboo, a woman of extraordinary beauty and figure was drinking from a bottle of Jiangxi Bai, tears streaming down her face. What a goddess! Cao Kun rarely used the term goddess to describe a woman, as he believed that such a designation should be reserved for those possessing unparalleled qualities. Even the woman in a Cheongsam he had encountered previously was merely exquisite in his eyes. Yet, this woman before him, with just a glance, elevated to the status of a goddess. Her beauty and figure surpassed that of the woman in the Cheongsam. An amusing thought spontaneously emerged in Cao Kun's mind. Some girls are born into wealth, while this girl, though less affluent, possesses two luxurious Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles. Noticing Cao Kun's gaze, the woman, still weeping, snapped at him. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a woman cry? Caught off guard by her fierce demeanor, Cao Kun stood momentarily stunned. Was she scolding him? How adorable! Was this how cute girls appeared when they were angry? He chuckled softly, not only refusing to leave, but instead approaching her. What in Appos is wrong? Did someone dump you? He inquired, observing her drinking alone, tears cascading down her cheeks, wiping her reddened eyes. The woman replied with a teary voice, Do you even know how to talk? I'm the one who ended it. With looks and a figure like mine, would anyone dare to break up with me? Cao Kun pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, with her beauty and figure, she was undeniably a treasure. As for others, he couldn't speak for them, but if it were him, as long as she hadn't crossed any of his lines, he certainly wouldn't let her go. Just considering those two G-Class vehicles alone, he could never part with them. Then why are you crying so sorrowfully? Cao Kun asked. This time, the woman ignored him, taking another swig from her bottle. Observing her disinterest, Cao Kun nodded slightly and turned to leave. Having spent 3 years as a doormat in his previous life, ultimately landing himself in prison, he had had enough of that role. Therefore, if she chose not to engage, so be it. Suddenly, just a few steps away, her voice called out behind him, Hey, do you want to come in? Cao Kun paused, turning back to face her. Come in for what? Just to see the scenery deep in the bamboo grove. What scenery? Why are you dragging your feet like a woman? Come in if you want. If not, then forget it. With that, she rose and entered the bamboo forest. Watching her retreating figure, Cao Kun innocently touched his nose. Goodness, this girl was fierce. Why should he feel compelled to reason with her? Resolutely, he strode into the grove after her. Chapter 14. The disheartened landlord 2 hours later. In front of the bamboo grove, Cao Kun watched the girl's retreating figure, feeling a tangle of emotions. He never anticipated that this girl had never faced criticism before. Had she been seasoned in such experiences, he would have felt no burden whatsoever. Their encounter was merely a friendly exchange, devoid of any implications of advantage or responsibility. Yet, the realization that this was her first experience made Cao Kun and Appos' heart feel less at ease. Although she departed briskly, without demanding any accountability from him, it felt as if she were the one being callous. The more indifferent she appeared, the more unsettled he became. He felt an urge to do something, but what could he possibly do? He didn't even know her name. He had asked, but she had refused to disclose it. He even inquired why she was drinking alone and crying, suspecting she might have been wronged, but she simply urged him to leave the campus, warning him about the security patrols at Haiching University that were known to be harsh towards outsiders. Cao Kun was perplexed. How did she know he wasn't TA's student? Did he appear to be an overly mature adult? Surely not. Though his spirit felt mature, his body was still only 18. When he asked her how she discerned he wasn't TA's student, she offered no answer. As her figure faded into the distance, he let out a self-deprecating laugh. How ridiculous it was for a girl to be so carefree while he, a man, was fretting like a woman. Shaking his head with a smile, he too walked away from the scene. At 10:30 that evening, in a 5-star hotel room in Haicheng, Cao Kun entered, burdened with bags of food. After savoring the benefits of the 72 styles of the rice bucket, he found himself increasingly eager to discover the limits of his physical prowess. Thus, he devised a rigorous exercise regimen, committing to a minimum of 3 hours of training daily, at his pace of executing the 72 styles every 10 minutes. He could complete 18 rounds. Each round required a baseline of 1 pound of cooked beef, meaning he would need a minimum of 18 pounds for the day. Naturally, he didn't actually prepare that much. Having learned from the nauseating experience of overindulging in eggs the previous night, he resolved to avoid such folly. Therefore, tonight he purchased a variety of delectable foods: dumplings, steamed buns, skewers steak, pizza, hamburgers, and crayfish, ensuring he would not repeat the egg debacle. The following morning, at 7:30, as Cao Kun emerged from the hotel, Lu Yuling yawned and opened the passenger door for him. Noticing the fatigue etched on her face, with bloodshot eyes, he couldn't resist teasing her. "What's the matter? Did your husband come back last night?" From their conversation the previous day, he learned that Lu Yuling's husband was on a business trip and would not return for a few more days. She shot him a weary glance. "Do you know what time I finished working last night?" "At 3 in the morning. I barely got 3 hours of sleep before I had to get up again." Seeing her exasperation, Cao Kun burst into laughter. I understand. But isn't this all for the sake of making money? Just think about the profits. This little exhaustion is nothing, right?" His words elicited a smile from Lu Yuling. "That's true. The reason I'm so exhausted is for the sake of earning money. With a commission of 360,000, this fatigue is trivial. I would gladly endure a month of sleepless nights for that." Chuckling, Lu Yuling climbed into the car. "Anyway, I'll take you to eat first, and then we'll meet the first landlord." With that, she pressed the accelerator and drove away. At 9 o'clock in the morning, in a CAF located in the Yundong district of Haicheng, Cao Kun and Lu Yuling approached a window seat where a middle-aged man in his 40s awaited them. He was Huang Jiahao, the first landlord Cao Kun was to meet today. Huang Jiahao, hailing from Guang province, had invested in 8 properties here a few years ago when the real estate market was thriving. He had purchased them at 8,500 per square meter, believing it was a bargain that would guarantee profit. However, as the years passed, the prices of those properties plummeted to 7,700 per square meter, with an average size of around 130 to 140 square meters for each of the 8 units. He faced a loss of approximately 80 to 90,000. Observing that the property values in the Yundong district were unlikely to rebound anytime soon, Huang Jiahao resolved to cut his losses. However, the market had other plans. As the 8 properties had remained unsold for nearly 3 months under Lu Yuling's management, this predicament had left Huang Jiahao nearly distraught, his hair graying with worry. He was not an exceptionally wealthy man from Guang province. If he couldn't liquidate these assets, his financial stability would be jeopardized. Thus, when Lu Yuling contacted him the previous night, mentioning a potential buyer for his properties, he hastily took the train to meet them. Chapter 15. Acquiring 8 properties. Mr. Huang, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Allow me to introduce Mr. Cao Kun, whom I mentioned to you over the phone. Mr. Cao, this is Mr. Huang Jiahua, the landlord of the 8 properties. As the intermediary, Lu Yuling took the initiative to introduce both parties to one another. Huang Jiahua appeared notably more eager than Cao Kun. After Lu Yuling completed the introductions, he warmly grasped Cao Kun's hand. "Hello, Mr. Cao. I must say, you truly live up to Manager Lu's description. You are remarkably distinguished and accomplished, especially your looks. If you were in our province, you would certainly have at least a street full of admirers." Listening to Huang Jiahua and Appo's flattery, Cao Kun burst into laughter. "Mr. Huang, you flatter me. A street full of admirers would be far too much. I could hardly handle it. Half a street would suffice." His humorous response elicited hearty laughter from both Lu Yuling and Huang Jiahua, creating a more congenial atmosphere. Once the 3 were seated, Lu Yuling proactively poured coffee for both Cao Kun and Huang Jiahua. Huang Jiahua spoke first. Manager Lu mentioned that Mr. Cao intends to purchase a batch of properties here. "May I ask if you have heard any news?" As someone who had acquired 8 properties years ago, Huang Jiahua certainly possessed substantial assets. Such individuals are rarely naive. The current market conditions in Yundong district are not particularly favorable for property speculation in the coming years. Yet, Cao Kun chose this moment to enter the market, prompting Huang Jiahua to ponder whether he had received some insider information. Cao Kun wore a wry smile at Huang Jiahua's inquiry. Emer Huang, Yuyist. There's no hidden news here. I simply find myself at a loss for what else to do. If there were any solid investment opportunities, who would still be speculating in real estate in this day and age? Ultimately, I'm taking a gamble. At this point, Cao Kun solemnly raised 3 fingers and continued, Mr. Huang, I want to conceal my intentions. I'm giving this place a maximum of 3 years. If, after 3 years, the property prices remain stagnant, regardless of profit or loss, I will decisively withdraw. Seeing Cao Kun's earnest demeanor, Huang Jiahua seemed to take him seriously. He took a deep breath and remarked, indeed, the overall economic environment is quite lackluster, and there are few promising investment projects. After some casual conversation, sensing the atmosphere was right, Cao Kun redirected the discussion toward the 8 properties. Mr. Huang, Manager Liu has already briefed me on the 8 properties you have. To be frank, I am quite satisfied with them, but I find the price a bit steep. Upon hearing this, Huang Jiahua wore a pained expression. Mr. Chao, 700 per square meter is hardly excessive. I purchased them for 500 per square meter. Selling to you means I would incur a loss of 800 per square meter. Cao Kun nodded with a smile. I understand your sentiments, Mr. Huang, but the calculations are not as straightforward. Although you bought at 500, the current market in Yundong District simply does not support that valuation. Moreover, 700 is indeed on the higher side. If you don't believe me, you can ask Manager Liu. As a buyer's market, Lu Yuling, the intermediary, would naturally align with her client. She turned to Huang Jiahua and, with a somewhat bittersweet smile, stated, Mr. Huang, I must speak honestly. The price of 700 is indeed not low. Your 8 properties have been listed with me for 3 months. During this time, there have been inquiries, but as soon as potential buyers hear the price of 700, they lose interest. At this, Huang Jiahua's expression grew somber. He furrowed his brow and turned to Cao Kun, asking, Then what price do you consider appropriate? 500, Cao Kun replied decisively. If Mr. Huang is willing to sell at that price, I will take all 8 properties and we can proceed to the property center for the transfer today. You will receive the funds in your account today. Initially hesitant about the 500 price point, Huang Jiahua quickly made up his mind upon hearing that the funds could be transferred today. Sell, he declared. I truly need this money, and having already incurred an 800 loss per square meter, an additional 200 loss is inconsequential. Very well. Huang Jiahua clapped his hands on the table. Since you say so, we shall proceed at 500, but I have one request. Let us go for the transfer right away. I have matters to attend to back in my province. And as today is Friday, if we miss this opportunity, we will have to wait 2 more days for the transfer. I cannot afford to linger here. Not a problem. Cao Kun sweated. As long as Manager Liu has the materials ready, I have no objections. Everything is ready on my end as well, Lu Yuling replied, her delight evident. I have prepared all the documents. Let us head to the property center now. 8 properties, each boasting a spacious layout of 130 to 140 square meters. Calculating roughly, the commission would be no less than 100,000. Had Huang Jiahua not been present, Lu Yuling might have exuberantly expressed her excitement to Cao Kun. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 4:30 in the afternoon. At the property center in Yundong District, Huang Jiahua took a taxi away, waving goodbye as Cao Kun and Lu Yuling looked on. Finally, it was done. The transfer took the entire day due to the need for separate processing for each property, compounded by a staff member's absence due to illness, which slowed the proceedings. However, all 8 properties had been successfully transferred. The total expenditure for the 8 properties at 500 per square meter amounted to 1 million for Cao Kun. Meanwhile, Lu Yuling received a commission of 1.5 from Huang Jiahua, totaling over 120,000, which she rounded to an even 120,000. Seeing Lu Yuling's beaming smile, Cao Kun playfully patted her on the back. Manager Liu, earning 120,000 from a single transaction. Surely, we must celebrate. Lu Yuling looked at Cao Kun, her smile carrying a meaningful undertone. Why the rush? It's not even mealtime yet. How about we first visit your 8 new properties? Since the transfer is complete, It would be rather improper not to see what you've just acquired. Cao Kun, sensing her implication, nodded earnestly. Indeed, let's go see the properties first. Half an hour later, Cao Kun and Lu Yuling arrived at the first property, a spacious 3-bedroom apartment, previously rented to a young couple. It still contained some modest furniture and appliances. The master bedroom was furnished with a bed, mattress, and air conditioning, while the kitchen had a rice cooker. And the bathroom featured a water heater. These items had been left behind by the couple upon their departure. After exploring the apartment, they returned to the master bedroom. As Cao Kun reached out to draw the curtains and switch on the air conditioning, Lu Yuling, seemingly anticipating the next development, shyly bit her lip and promptly locked the bedroom door. Chapter 16. Homecoming. Settling accounts with the school bell time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. At 5:00 amp, Oppo's clock in the afternoon, as the door swung open, Cao Kun and Lu Yuling finally emerged. Since entering the room at 5 on Friday, they had remained inside for a full 2 days, only interrupted by a few deliveries and the occasional opening of the door. The door had remained tightly shut for the most part. I still suggest that you speak with them individually. Negotiating one by one makes it easier to lower the price. If you confront them all at once, their numbers will surely hinder your bargaining power, Lu Yuling advised as she gingerly descended the stairs, glancing back at Cao Kun. The single Huang Jiahao had consumed a third of Cao Kun's funds. However, he was a rare case among the landlords Lu Yuling was set to meet next, each of whom possessed only 2 or 3 properties, with some having just one. This meant that Cao Kun would need to meet several, even dozens, of landlords to acquire enough properties. Finding it too cumbersome to meet them one by one, Cao Kun decided instead to have Lu Yuling arrange a collective meeting. Let us set the price at 7,500 per square meter. If they agree, great. If not, it's no matter. Besides, Lu Yuling has other landlords waiting to sell, so I'm not worried about securing enough properties, he reasoned. Honestly, meeting them individually seems overly tedious. I might as well spend my time doing something enjoyable, he added, playfully winking at Lu Yuling. Seeing this, Lu Yuling burst into laughter, rolling her eyes. Really? It's like squeezing blood from a stone to earn a little commission from you. What can I say? Cao Kun chuckled, lighting a cigarette. I'd rather explore the nearby eateries and find something delectable. I've been cooped up at home eating takeout for 2 days. It's hardly satisfying. Oh, I see what you mean, Lu Yuling replied, somewhat bashfully. I do know some great places nearby. Let us discuss it after the meetings, and, if time permits, I'll take you there. Before long, Cao Kun found himself in the presence of the landlords eager to sell their properties. There were 9 landlords in total, possessing 17 properties. Unlike Huang Jiahao's expansive 130 to 140 square meter units, these properties were smaller, mostly around 100 square meters or 80 to 90 square meters, with only a couple of larger ones. Facing the 9 landlords, Cao Kun boldly stated a flat price of 7,500 renminbi per square meter, willing to buy if they accepted, but not insisting if they did not. Ultimately, only 6 landlords agreed to sell, while the remaining 3 deemed his offer too low and wished to await market fluctuations. After scheduling the transfer dates with the 6 landlords, Cao Kun and Lu Yuling casually grabbed a bite before returning to the property under his name. Days passed, each one meticulously orchestrated by Lu Yuling. On Monday, they spent the entire day at the property center for the transfer, enjoying dinner and rest together in the evening. Tuesday followed a similar pattern. A morning at the property center, an afternoon meeting with landlords, and later, shopping and dining with Lu Yuling. Wednesday mirrored this routine, and Thursday wrapped up the transfers with more dining and resting. By Thursday, Cao Kun had successfully purchased properties with all but 20,000 RMB remaining from his 24 million. This sum was insufficient for further purchases, and he accepted the outcome. Friday passed without him stepping outside, and Saturday was similarly uneventful. By Sunday afternoon at 3, after 3 days of seclusion, Cao Kun and Lu Yuling finally exited the house. They had to. Lu Yuling's husband was returning that night around 8. And her absence would certainly raise suspicions. Cao Kun prided himself on being a person of integrity, refusing to engage in actions that would disrupt others' families. Thus, he decisively chose to conclude their affair. As before, Lu Yuling carefully navigated the stairs, her right hand clutching her bag and her left hand bracing against the wall. Meanwhile, Cao Kun appeared increasingly invigorated. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the community, Cao Kun watched as Lu Yuling drove away. Once she departed, he too left, hailing a cab to continue his endeavors. With matters in Yundong district settled, he was ready to pursue other affairs, specifically enacting revenge on Wang Shanshan and her family. Had it not been for the pressing issues in Yundong district, he would have already initiated his retribution against them. Their few days of peace had been extended solely due to the urgency of his own affairs. Now that those were resolved, it was time for Wang Shanshan's family to face turmoil. However, before leaving Haicheng, Cao Kun had one more task: to rent an apartment near Haicheng University. With only about half a month remaining until the semester commenced, he intended to fulfill his long-held desire to attend university, a wish also cherished by his grandfather. Of course, he had no intention of residing in the school dormitory, not due to a lack of sociability, but because he had designated the secret of the 72 styles of the rice bucket as confidential. Living in the dormitory would not only be inconvenient for practicing his techniques, but also pose a risk of exposure, which he simply could not abide. Chapter 17. Nocturnal conversations in the cemetery. The process of renting a house progressed smoothly. Thanks to the summer vacation, housing options were relatively abundant, and it took Cao Kun less than an hour to finalize the arrangement. The residence was merely a 10-minute walk from Haicheng University, featuring 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, fully furnished and equipped with appliances, ready for immediate occupancy. With the housing issue resolved, Cao Kun felt a sense of closure regarding his affairs in Haicheng and boarded a taxi to the train station. At 11:30 at night in Shi County, he emerged from the train station, carrying his bag. As a small county, Shi County's foot traffic could hardly compare to that of a first-tier city like Haicheng. Moreover, it was late at night, resulting in an even smaller number of passengers opting to venture out. Thus, this train stop saw only him disembarking, as if the entire station had been constructed solely for his arrival. Upon exiting the station, he noticed just 2 or 3 taxis idling outside and promptly approached one. Whereto Handsome, the driver, who was smoking outside, hurriedly opened the passenger door for him. To the South Cemetery. Seeing the driver was smoking, Cao Kun felt a twinge of craving and lit a cigarette while standing at the door. Upon hearing the destination, the driver paused his smoking momentarily. At this hour, to a cemetery? That feels rather unsettling. Noticing the driver's momentary distraction, Cao Kun chuckled and replied, "I'm just going to pay my respects to my grandfather." "What? Are you afraid to go?" The driver regained his composure and laughed. "Why would I be afraid? I mean, at this hour, it's no problem at all. Let us go hop in." Half an hour later, at the South Cemetery, the driver halted the vehicle. "Do you need me to wait?" The South Cemetery, located on the outskirts of Shi County, was isolated, surrounded only by the graveyard itself. Thus, even during daylight, there were few vehicles coming here. Without the driver waiting, Cao Kun would have no chance of hailing another ride tonight. Gratefully, Cao Kun shook his head. "No need, driver. I haven't had a chat with my grandfather in a long time, so I might take a bit longer. You can head back." With that, he exited the vehicle. The driver nodded in understanding and made a U-turn, returning to the city. Once the driver drove away, Cao Kun turned to face the cemetery behind him. As a graveyard in a small county, it appeared rather rudimentary. In fact, at night, there were no attendants on duty. Standing before the towering entrance gate of the cemetery, Cao Kun took a running leap and effortlessly vaulted over the gate, landing smoothly on the other side. Fortunately, there were no guards to witness this act. Otherwise, they might have thought they had seen a ghost. After landing, he was momentarily taken aback by his own agility. He had anticipated he could make the jump, but he was astonished by how effortlessly he had done so. Clearly, his physical condition was even better than he had expected. This thought brought a figure to his mind. Yang Ping. Damn, if that scoundrel had shared all the secrets of the 72 styles of the rice bucket with him in his previous life, he wouldn't have spent 10 years in prison. He would have escaped long ago. Muttering to himself, he shook his head with a smile. Forget it. This burden cannot fall on Yang Ping. It's not that he didn't teach me. He simply didn't know himself. Although that nameless book had always been in my possession, I had evidently only grasped the basics, never delving deeper. To possess a treasure, yet remain outside its gates. That must be my fate. Lost in these thoughts, Cao Kun soon arrived at the cemetery's northeastern corner. As he gazed at the small grave before him, his eyes involuntarily welled with tears. If there was anyone in this world who had truly cared for him, it was his late grandfather. No one else came to mind. The old man, who had lived a life of frugality and simplicity, had only wished for his grandson to live a safe and peaceful life. Yet, such a modest wish had ultimately gone unfulfilled. To make matters worse, even his own grave had been disturbed, his ashes scattered, leading to a fate of complete oblivion. Each time he reflected on this, Cao Kun felt an overwhelming urge for vengeance. All his anger and resentment were directed at those responsible. Digging up an old man in Amp, Oppos, as grave, what kind of cowardice was that? The man had already passed away, reduced to ashes. Why could they not let him rest in peace? Recalling the scenes from his past life, Cao Kun clenched his teeth, fists tight, and suddenly knelt before the grave. After taking a deep breath, he began to unpack some offerings, roast chicken and duck, from his backpack while speaking to himself. Grandfather, I'm sorry. In my previous life, your grandson was a fool, locked away in prison, and they even desecrated your grave, scattering your ashes. But rest assured this time, your grandson will not embark on such foolish acts of heroism. And those who harmed us, I will seek retribution for you, I promise. I remember them all. None shall escape. Upon finishing his words, Cao Kun felt a surge of relief wash over him, as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. He then sat before the grave, smoking, sipping alcohol, and consuming the offerings while recounting tales from his past life. Grandfather, it's not that I didn't pursue higher education. It's just that I was wrongfully accused and thrown into a prison cell. Do you remember Wang Shanshan? The girl you said was so beautiful? I thought if I could marry her, it would be my good fortune, but you have no idea how treacherous her family was. When her mother was in danger, I intervened to help, but they turned on me and falsely accused me of murder. Grandfather, tell me, is this something a person can do? It's the height of inhumanity. You know how striking I am. Handsome and tall, with chiseled features. When I first arrived in prison, I swear at least half the inmates were interested in me. And just like that, I clenched my fist and crushed 2 of his eggs, turning him into a mere shadow of a man. From that moment on, no one dared to look my way. You know what a super male is, right? It's someone with, well, let's leave it at that. Just know, they possess heightened desires, greater strength, and are as wild as beasts. Of course, not all in Amp. Oppos, super males in Amp, Oppos, are like that, but those who end up in maximum security prisons are certainly the most dangerous. I distinctly remember one named Wang Haoran, a brute who hung his father and made him watch while he assaulted his mother. He met a gruesome end, killed by another super male, found almost split in half. Chapter 18. Video editing. It had been a decade since Cao Kun last paid his respects to his grandfather, and an abundance of words lingered on his lips. As he sat there, the floodgates of conversation opened, and before he knew it, the eastern horizon began to lighten. When he finally drained the last sip of wine, he gazed at the scattered cigarette butts and the offerings he had consumed with relish, a smile breaking across his face. He had spoken with such joy that he realized he had devoured all the offerings meant for his grandfather. Next time, he chuckled, I shall bring you something better. Standing up, he continued, Grandfather, after sharing so much with you, I want to assure you that your grandson will live a life of safety and fulfillment. As for enjoying the finer things, luxury, companionship, rest assured, those will come in due time. Just watch your grandson's performance. I shall take my leave now. Don't worry about me. I will visit again soon. With a radiant smile directed at the grave, he waved goodbye and departed, heading towards the dawn that was breaking in the east. At 5 in the afternoon, in a quaint old room, Cao Kun emerged from the bedroom in the nude, making his way to the washroom. Having barely rested during his days in Haicheng, compounded with a sleepless night, he indulged in a much-needed nap after returning from the cemetery. After about 10 minutes, once he had freshened up, he stood before the full-length mirror in the living room. Gazing at his reflection, his physique appeared sculpted, with defined angles and prominent muscles. He could not suppress a grin. The effects of the Food Bucket 72 regimen were indeed remarkable. In just a few short days, his body had transformed to surpass that of his previous life, even more striking and handsome. His current form bore no ugly scars, just a clean, radiant exterior infused with the raw beauty of masculine strength, especially highlighted by the 8 well-defined abdominal muscles that exuded power. Habitually admiring his physique, Cao Kun smiled and returned to his bedroom, where he powered on his computer. With the house in Yundong district purchased, his grandfather honored, and his spirit revitalized, it was time to seek vengeance. Once the computer booted up, Cao Kun skillfully opened the C drive and clicked on a video. The footage commenced in a dimly lit alley, depicting a captivating young woman being forcefully dragged in by 3 ruffians. This was a video of Bai Jing, Wang Shanshan and Appo's mother, being assaulted. In his haste to handle matters in Yundong district, he had not yet properly examined the video he recorded that night. Not long after watching, an idea sparked within him. Although Bai Jing had been coerced, the coercion did not permeate the entirety of the video. By excising the initial and final segments, leaving only the central portion, it would inadvertently resemble an illicit encounter. With a smirk, Cao Kun murmured, "My dear Uncle Wang, I hope you find this enjoyable." With that, he opened the video editing software and began his work. Within a matter of minutes, he completed the editing process. After double-checking the video to ensure everything was in order, he copied it onto a USB drive. Just then, an unexpected call rang through on his mobile phone. The caller ID displayed a name, Sun Wei. Upon seeing it, Cao Kun and Appo's eyes narrowed, a glint of menace flickering in his gaze. Chapter 19. Do you truly know what kind of person your wife is? If one were to inquire of Cao Kun regarding the individual he most yearns to exact vengeance upon, the unequivocal answer would be the Wang family, comprising Wang Shanshan and her parents. Were it not for their actions, he would not have borne the unjust stigma of being labeled a murderer, leading to a decade-long incarceration. Beyond the Wang family, the caller, Sun Wei, would undoubtedly rank as a close second, if not ascend to the foremost tier of those deserving of his ire. Sun Wei was a classmate of Cao Kun throughout their high school years, 3 years spent together, sharing countless all-nighters, studying, watching films, smoking, and drinking, truly the epitome of best friends. Yet, in the wake of Cao Kun's wrongful imprisonment, this so-called brother not only failed to visit him in jail, but also spread disparaging remarks about him. Eager to distance himself from their former camaraderie. Had been merely this, Cao Kun might have overlooked it, for the notoriety of being associated with a murderer is indeed a heavy burden. Anyone learning of a connection to such a person would instinctively label them as untrustworthy. Thus, if Sun Wei had merely sought to tarnish his reputation, Cao Kun could have understood and even excused him. However, Sun Wei's transgression was far more grievous. In his desperation to sever ties, he, along with another so-called friend, desecrated the grave of Cao Kun's grandfather, scattering his ashes without a second thought. For Cao Kun, his grandfather was his sole remaining kin. The regret of not being able to honor the old man in life weighed heavily on his heart. Yet, Sun Wei and his accomplice not only deprived the old man of a proper burial, but subjected him to the ultimate indignity. This, Cao Kun could never abide. The failure to honor his grandfather in life was one thing, but to deny him a peaceful rest was an affront that could not be forgiven. What, then, was the purpose of his grandfather's sacrifices in raising him if it culminated in such disgrace? One might as well raise a dog. In his previous life, had he possessed the opportunity, he would have readily avenged this affront by taking Sun Wei and Appo's life. Contemplating these matters, Cao Kun turned his gaze to the incessantly ringing phone on his desk and answered it. "Hello." The stormy expression on his face vanished, replaced by a cheerful demeanor. "What is up, Sun Wei? Brother Kun, what are you busy with?" Sun Wei's voice was muffled, as if he were chewing something. "Nothing much. I was up all night reading novels and just woke up now," Cao Kun replied. "Wow, Brother Kun, you're living quite the indulgent life during this break." Sun Wei laughed. "Come play cards. We're short one player." If Sun Wei had a passion, it was undoubtedly playing cards, be it Do Diju Pai Gao or Jia Jin Hua. He immersed himself completely. He could play all night, even neglecting meals for the thrill of the game. Cao Kun had previously remarked that when Sun Wei saw cards, he became utterly entranced. In that fleeting moment, Cao Kun devised a plan to deal with Sun Wei. Alas, His weaknesses were too glaring. Yet, the timing was not right. He would need to bide his time. Which game are you playing? You know I'm not very good at it, and I still have novels to read. Cao Kun feigned reluctance. Don't be like that, Sun Wei implored. Just come play for a bit. Reading novels is dull. It doesn't seem matter if you don't know how to play. Just join us for the fun. We're not wagering money. No, Cao Kun declined firmly. I'm about to doze off and need to get some more sleep. Seeing that Cao Kun was resolute in his refusal, Sun Wei relented. All right then, I'll see if anyone else is available. With that, he hung up. Cao Kun stared at the phone, a cold smile unconsciously forming on his lips. My dear brother, cherish your fleeting moments of joy. Soon, you shall find none. At 8:30 in the evening, in the bustling snack street of Bay District, Xia County, Cao Kun approached a crowded food stall. A man in his 30s was preparing to settle his bill. He fumbled in his pocket for his phone and attempted to unlock it via fingerprint. However, either due to greasy fingers or a malfunctioning screen, he failed several times and opted to input his password instead. 020304. After unlocking his phone, he navigated to WeChat, scanned a code, and completed the transaction. The entire process, aside from the initial hiccup with the phone, proceeded smoothly. Pay, collect, and depart. Unbeknownst to him, as he left, a slightly taller young man brushed past him. 5 minutes later, Cao Kun strolled out of the snack street. Once he reached a secluded spot, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a phone, the very device belonging to the man he had just encountered at the food stall. 10 years in prison had not been without merit. The skills of petty theft and deception had become second nature to him, learned from the myriad of criminal talents he had encountered. After entering the 6-digit password, 020304, he easily accessed the phone's contents, without perusing its private images or videos. He opened WeChat, selected to add a friend, and entered a particular phone number, Wang Yifu, Wang Shanshan's father. As a devoted admirer of Wang Shanshan for 3 years, Cao Kun possessed not only her contact information, but also that of her parents. Thus, sending a video to Wang Yifu was a simple task, provided he did so discreetly. To ensure the friend request would be accepted, he included a note, Wang Yifu, add me. It's urgent. 3 minutes later, a notification appeared. Wang Yifu had accepted his friend request, accompanied by 2 messages. Who are you? And what's the urgent matter? Reading Wang Yifu's messages, a smirk crept across Cao Kun's face. He first transferred the edited video from his phone via Bluetooth to this device before replying. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is, do you truly know what kind of person your wife is? Thanks to his 3 years of adoration for Wang Shanshan, Cao Kun had gleaned enough insight about Wang Yifu. He was a man steeped in traditional masculinity, riddled with suspicion. In fact, Wang Yifu had once pressured his wife, Bai Jing, to resign from a well-paying job due to her occasional business trips, driven by his unfounded fears of infidelity. Thus, Cao Kun was confident that his message would ensnare Wang Yifu. Chapter 20. 2 women and 1 man. Chaos ensues as expected. No sooner had Cao Kun sent his message than Wang Yifu promptly replied. Wang Yifu, who on earth are you? Wang Yifu, moreover, I know my wife better than you do. Don't think for a second that your petty provocations will deceive me. My spouse and I share a profound bond. Faced with Wang Yifu's response, a smile crept across Cao Kun's face, barely containable. How eloquent! How could a man who insists on his wife resigning from her job due to his insecurities dare to utter such words? His bravado is indeed amusing. With a chuckle in his heart, Cao Kun swiftly responded, Oh dear, you truly are a pitiable man. To be honest, I hesitate to reveal the harsh realities to you. Wang Yifu, what harsh realities? Spare me your theatrics. I have absolute trust in my wife. Cao Kun, ha ha ha, at your age, your naivety is quite endearing. Very well, since you trust your wife so wholeheartedly, I shan't share the unapproved videos with you. Farewell. As soon as he sent this message, Wang Yifu was quick to respond. Wang Yifu, wait, you can't just leave like this. Wang Yifu, what do you mean unapproved? You must clarify. Wang Yifu, I assure you, that is certainly not my wife. At most, it's someone who merely resembles her. Send me the video, so I can see for myself. Upon receiving these 3 messages from Wang Yifu, Cao Kun could no longer restrain his laughter. This was his so-called trust. He spoke of belief, yet his actions were steeped in suspicion. Not wishing to engage further, Cao Kun sent the video along with a parting message. I wager your wife has never looked so blissful while with you. With that, Cao Kun deleted both their contacts and removed the video from his phone. Then, with a firm twist, he shattered his phone into several pieces, casting the ruined device into the trash as if nothing had transpired. He then strolled away leisurely. Meanwhile, in a bathroom within a residential complex in Xia County, Wang Yifu sat on the toilet, his gaze fixed on the video playing on his phone. His fists clenched tighter with each passing moment, veins bulging on his forehead. He had initially thought it would merely be a case of someone resembling his wife. However, the moment he opened the video, despair engulfed him. Having been married for many years, Wang Yifu was intimately familiar with Bai Jing's physique. The woman's appearance and unique features in the video were identical to hers. Even the expressions of ecstasy and the sound she emitted were unmistakably those of Bai Jing. This was undeniably her. He could scarcely fathom that the woman with whom he had shared his life for so long had betrayed him, entangled with 3 other men. A harlot, a wretched creature. As the 11-minute video concluded, Wang Yifu could no longer contain the fury ignited by his betrayal. Forgetting to even dress properly, he charged out of the bathroom like a mad dog. In the living room, Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan were cozily seated on the sofa, watching television. Upon seeing Wang Yifu storm out, Bai Jing's brow furrowed in concern. She had intended to remind him to maintain decorum in front of their daughter. But before she could speak, he lunged at her. You wretched harlot, I will end you. Without hesitation, he slapped Bai Jing across the face, leaving her momentarily stunned. Before she could regain her composure, he seized her hair and struck her repeatedly. How can you be so shameless without a man? The resounding slaps and Wang Yifu's furious shouts, coupled with Bai Jing's cries, left Wang Shanshan, who had never witnessed such chaos, utterly bewildered. Once she regained her senses, she burst into tears, rushing to confront her father. Dad, are you insane? Let go of my mom. In a fit of rage, Wang Yifu was beyond the control of 2 women. Wang Shanshan and Damp, Oppo's intervention only fueled his wrath further. I toil endlessly to provide for this family, and your mother betrays me with other men, and you dare side with her? You ungrateful wretch. With a swift kick, he sent Wang Shanshan sprawling across the room, where she rolled several feet away. Meanwhile, Bai Jing, who had been enduring the blows, saw her daughter in distress and unleashed her maternal instinct, clawing at Wang Yifu's face, leaving gory scratches in her wake. As Wang Shanshan witnessed her parents in a fierce struggle, she dialed for help in a panic. Hello, 110? My dad is trying to kill my mom. Please hurry. We're at Huayuan Community. After hanging up, seeing her mother once again pinned down and beaten by her father, Wang Shanshan screamed and, in desperation, lifted a television from the cabinet, hurling it at his head. With a crash, the LCD screen shattered, but it was not enough to incapacitate Wang Yifu. He turned to Wang Shanshan, shards of glass embedded in his forehead, his eyes blazing like a beast ready to strike. After all I've done to raise you, how dare you lay a hand on me? In the next instant, he abandoned Bai Jing and lunged at Wang Shanshan, delivering a harsh slap. You ungrateful child, I wasted my efforts on you. Wang Shanshan and Oppo's suffering only ignited Bai Jing and Oppo's. As protective instincts further, she charged at Wang Yifu, biting his leg. With a howl of pain, Wang Yifu kicked free, almost losing a chunk of flesh in the process. Enraged, he raised his leg to strike Bai Jing, while Wang Shanshan, having reached her limit, began to retaliate. The hell with this. I can't live like this anymore. She grabbed decorative bottles from the living room and hurled them at her father. 5 minutes later, a police car pulled up outside. Given the proximity of the station to their community and the nature of the reported incident, the officers arrived swiftly. As they entered the chaotic scene, they were met with utter devastation. The coffee table lay shattered, the television smashed, and glass fragments littered the floor, mingling with the pungent scent of alcohol and the sight of blood. In the midst of this turmoil, 3 figures remained entangled, rolling and striking one another relentlessly. Chapter 21. Seeking refuge with Cao Kun observing the three individuals entwined in conflict, the trio of police officers promptly intervened to prevent the escalation of their altercation. Each officer seized one individual, forcibly separating Wang Shanshan, Bai Jing, and Wang Yifu from one another. Wang Yifu remained irate, his eyes blazing with fury as he hurled insults at Bai Jing. "You shameless whore! After all these years of toiling like a dog to support this family, is this how you repay me? Damn your entire family." Though Bai Jing could not match Wang Yifu's physical strength, this confrontation ignited a genuine fire within her. Consequently, she renounced any desire to continue their life together, freeing her mind from any reservations. "You worthless piece of trash, how dare you speak?" Bai Jing retaliated. "You squabble over a mere pittance each month. Begging is more lucrative than your efforts. In bed, you're useless. When it comes to making money, you're equally inept. I've never encountered a man as pathetic as you. Go act like a dog instead." Meanwhile, witnessing her parents' vehement exchange, Wang Shanshan and Appo's sobs intensified. How could this be? Once a loving couple, a harmonious family, now reduced to this chaos? The officers, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood that an on-site resolution was unattainable, and thus, they escorted the trio to the police station. Due to the incessant bickering between Wang Yifu and Bai Jing, mediation proved impossible. The officers had no choice but to separate them for further discussion. Wang Yifu was placed in one room, while Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan were situated in another. After a brief inquiry, the officers swiftly uncovered the root of the familial discord. Wang Yifu. According to Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan's accounts, the two had been watching a film on the sofa when Wang Yifu erupted like a rabid dog, attacking without provocation. Even now, they remained oblivious to the cause of his outburst. Upon identifying the source of the conflict, the police shifted their focus to Wang Yifu, aiming to trace the issue to its origins. However, he proved impenetrable, refusing to divulge the reason behind his aggression, incessantly cursing Bai Jing with vulgarities. Given Wang Yifu's demeanor, the officers surmised that Bai Jing must have provoked him, prompting them to question her regarding any misdeeds against her husband. When faced with this inquiry, Bai Jing briefly recalled a recent incident involving three delinquents. Yet, the thought vanished as quickly as it appeared. She did not believe it bore any relevance. That evening, there were no witnesses, no surveillance, and the three miscreants had departed without a trace. Wang Yifu could not possibly be aware of what transpired. Moreover, even if he did, it would be inconceivable for him to resort to violence against her. If he were informed, he should understand that she had been coerced. And should he not offer comfort rather than unleash his wrath? It seemed absurd for a husband to beat his wife upon learning of her victimization. Firm in her conviction, she denied the officers and Appo's assumptions. She, Bai Jing, had committed no transgressions against Wang Yifu. He was merely a mad dog in a fit of rage. Thus, the mediation reached an impasse, persisting into the early hours without resolution. Ultimately, the officers allowed Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing to leave, while Wang Yifu remained detained at the station due to his volatile state. At 1 o'clock in the morning, outside the Xia County Police Station, Wang Shanshan, supporting her mother Bai Jing, felt the chill of the night air and succumbed to tears once more. She glanced around, uncertain of where to go next. Home? Was that even still a home? If Wang Yifu were released, wouldn't they be trapped like fish in a barrel? Yet, where else could they possibly turn? At this moment, both Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing found themselves engulfed in confusion, although Bai Jing had remained resolute. The undeniable truth loomed large. She could not withstand Wang Yifu's wrath. She feared returning home, dreading the possibility of another violent encounter. That brute struck with such ferocity. The pain inflicted during their previous altercation had been unbearable. She questioned her ability to endure another beating. But where could they go if not home? Just as despair began to settle, Wang Shanshan suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, "Mom, how about we stay at my classmate's house for a while? I'm feeling a bit scared to go home." "Your classmate in Appo's house?" Bai Jing frowned slightly, hesitating. "That might not be appropriate. You could manage alone, but Mom, let us go to Cao Kun's house," Wang Shanshan said, raising the corner of her swollen mouth. Don't you remember? He lives alone. Oh, your devoted admirer? Bai Jing's expression brightened. Exactly, Wang Shanshan replied proudly. He has been my loyal admirer for 3 years, bringing me breakfast and buying me clothes and cosmetics. If I suggest we stay at his place, he'll be overjoyed. Seeing her daughter and aunt, Appo's triumphant demeanor, Bai Jing contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right, you call him, but remember to let him experience some rewards at the right time. That way, he'll be even more devoted to you. Wang Shanshan grinned. Don't worry, Mom. I know how to handle it. When the time comes, I'll give him his due. With that, Wang Shanshan took out her phone and dialed Cao Kun's number. Meanwhile, within his modest living room, Cao Kun had just completed his last set of exercises. As he wiped the sweat from his brow, preparing to shower and retire for the night, his phone suddenly erupted with a ringing sound. Huh, the goddess? He mused, momentarily bewildered at the name flashing on the screen. It was Wang Shanshan. He had almost forgotten that he was still her #1 admirer. Unexpectedly receiving a call from her in the dead of night, a smile crept across Cao Kun's face, as he immediately deduced that something must have gone awry in her life. Given the gravity of the situation, he surmised it must be serious. Otherwise, she would be calling him at this hour. It seemed Wang Yifu's fury exceeded his expectations. With this thought in mind, Cao Kun answered the call, his tone gentle. Hello, Shanshan, what's wrong? Why are you still awake at this hour? Wang Shanshan and Appo's voice trembled with emotion. Cao Kun, please come pick me up. My mother and I have nowhere to go. Cao Kun was momentarily taken aback. Then a grin spread across his face. Wow, has it escalated to this level? You're bringing your mother to my house for refuge? This is a stroke of fate. Suppressing his excitement, he replied urgently. What do you mean you have nowhere to go? What is happening? Where are you now? Please refrain from asking further questions. We are currently at the police station's entrance. Kindly hurry to pick us up. All right, please wait for me. I will be there shortly to collect you. Chapter 22. Violence is unacceptable. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the police station, a taxi came to a halt. Cao Kun stepped out of the vehicle and swiftly approached Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan. The sight of the two almost made him burst into laughter. Bai Jing's hair was disheveled. Her cheeks were swollen, with clear bruises and blood at the corners of her mouth, and her eyes were also bruised. Wang Shanshan appeared slightly better, yet her hair was still messy, and her cheeks bore noticeable swellings, though she fared much better than Bai Jing. These were merely the visible injuries. There are undoubtedly many more hidden. Observing the way Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing walked, supporting each other, it was evident that both had sustained significant injuries. Shanshan and Bai, what happened? Who did this to you? Cao Kun exclaimed, his face a mixture of shock and concern, resembling an eager admirer. Don't ask right now, Wang Shanshan pouted, on the verge of tears. Just let us stay at your place. We hurt all over. Of course, let me help you into the car. 20 minutes later, Cao Kun supported by Jing and Wang Shanshan as they arrived at his residence. Demonstrating his eagerness to assist, he first tidied up the room for them, prepared hot water for their baths, and even had a delivery boy bring some ointment for their injuries. Under Cao Kun's attentive care, Wang Shanshan finally divulged a bit of information. Her mother, Bai Jing, had fought with her father, Wang Yifu, and, as she sided with her mother, she was caught in the crossfire. In truth, even without Wang Shanshan's confession, Cao Kun was aware that both were victims of Wang Yifu's aggression. Given his understanding of Wang Yifu, after watching the video, it was clear he wouldn't be able to contain his rage. However, he was astonished by the rapid escalation. Wang Yifu had not even confronted Bai Jing before resorting to violence. What a brute. Well executed. Upon realizing this was a familial conflict, Cao Kun felt it prudent to refrain from expressing too many opinions. After all, one was Wang Shanshan's mother, and the other was her father. As someone currently smitten with Wang Shanshan, he could not afford to offend either side. Thus, he merely offered soothing words, promising to do his utmost to help reconcile Wang Shanshan's parents and restore harmony. He also assured Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan that they could stay as long as they needed, with all their meals and needs covered. Thus, the night stretched on until after 2 in the morning when Cao Kun finally retreated to his bedroom, granting the mother and daughter privacy to bathe and apply their ointments. Time passed, and night gave way to dawn. Within the police station, Wang Yifu, who had spent the night there, appeared somewhat subdued, his anger abated, replaced by signs of fatigue and weariness. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the officer tasked with mediating their family dispute entered the room. Observing Wang Yifu's worn demeanor, he offered him a cigarette. Wang Yifu accepted without hesitation, placing it between his lips. The officer lit it for him, lighting one for himself as well, and said in a grave tone, "Wang Yifu, after an entire night, what are your thoughts? As I've mentioned, regardless of your grievances or frustrations, you must articulate them. Only then can we assist you. If you remain silent, how can we help?" Wang Yifu furrowed his brow, exhaling a puff of smoke. "Why can't you let me go? What have I done? What have you done? You struck someone." The officer retorted bluntly. "Wang Yifu, do not assume that beating your wife is a private matter. Given your current demeanor, we still suspect you may pose a threat to her. This alone provides ample grounds to detain you. Therefore, you must speak up. If you do not, how can we address this situation?" Whether he wished to leave or resolve the issue, Wang Yifu took a couple of puffs on the cigarette, eventually exhaling a long sigh. "It's not that I don't want to speak. It's too humiliating to admit." Upon hearing this, the officer perked up. This could be significant. He leaned closer to Wang Yifu, softening his tone. "Consider this. This is a police station. It is a place for resolving issues. Who cares about your embarrassment? Even if you feel ashamed, you must speak up. We need to resolve this matter." As if swayed by the officer's words, Wang Yifu remained silent for a few seconds before finally confessing. "Bai Jing is cheating." "What?" The officer squinted in disbelief. "Your wife is cheating?" Wang Yifu nodded emphatically. "I truly didn't want to say it. It's just so humiliating. That shameless woman, you have no idea how low she is, cheating on me with other men. And at the same time, with 3 men. Officer, do you think I was wrong to hit her? For a woman like her, not killing her was already showing restraint." As Wang Yifu vented his anger, the officer could not help but recall his previous interrogation of Bai Jing. He had asked her if she had done anything to betray Wang Yifu, and her response had been a firm denial, insisting she had never wronged him. Thus, one of them was undoubtedly lying. But discerning who was the liar proved challenging, as both Wang Yifu and Bai Jing, based on their expressions, gazes, and tones, seemed to speak their truths. The officer cautiously probed, "Wang Yifu, are you certain your wife is cheating? Could there be some misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding?" Wang Yifu scoffed, producing his phone and slamming it on the table. "I have video evidence. What more could there be to misunderstand?" He then opened the video on his phone and pushed it toward the officer. The officer didn't scrutinize it closely, but merely glanced at the progress bar. The 11-minute video was viewed for only a minute, leading him to a conclusion. Bai Jing had indeed been unfaithful. Moreover, she was quite promiscuous, simultaneously involved with 3 men. As the officer returned the phone to Wang Yifu, he took a deep drag from his cigarette and said, "Officer, you tell me, does this shameless woman deserve to be hit?" The officer sighed, furrowing his brow in exasperation. "Wang Yifu, I understand your current emotions, but violence is ultimately not the answer. I believe you and your wife should sit down and have an honest conversation. If you can continue living together, then start anew. If not, part amicably. In any case, violence is unequivocally unacceptable." Chapter 23. Indeed, at the Paramour and Oppo's residence in such circumstances, the police found themselves at a loss for effective measures. Infidelity, after all, fell outside their jurisdiction. Regardless of Bai Jing's involvement with 3 different men, it was her private affair, at worst, a reflection of her moral indiscretions. However, acts of violence were an entirely different matter. Assault undeniably fell within the realm of police responsibility. Thus, they could not intervene in Bai Jing's infidelity, but they could certainly address Wang Yifu's aggression. During the ensuing conversation, the officers repeatedly admonished Wang Yifu against resorting to violence. Wang Yifu quickly grasped that the police were indifferent to Bai Jing's fidelity or lack thereof. Their sole concern was to prevent him from inflicting harm. As for how the couple would resolve their issues, that was of no concern to them. Ultimately, as long as he refrained from violence, they were unconcerned with how matters were settled. He could only wonder what he could expect from such mediation. "Rest assured, officer, I have come to a profound realization of my mistakes. I assure you, I will not act impulsively again. Under the police's stern reminders about refraining from violence, Wang Yifu appeared to have been persuaded, engaging in a deep self-reflection. Precisely, the officer affirmed. No matter the situation, violence is never the answer. Problems must be resolved through communication. Why resort to aggression? Wang Yifu nodded vigorously in agreement, noticing that he had indeed recognized his errors. The police officer decided not to press further. Very well, this is ultimately a family matter. I will not make things difficult for you. Since you acknowledge your mistakes and show remorse, you may go. Remember, do not resort to violence again, even against your wife. Otherwise, should you return here, it may not be as easy to leave. Understood, Wang Yifu quickly replied, assuring the officer, I will certainly refrain from any violent actions, for that is ultimately not a solution. Indeed, the officer concurred. Your understanding is commendable. Violence resolves nothing. You must engage in calm discussions with your wife. Now, be on your way, and remember, no more violence. I assure you, there will be no further violence. After exchanging farewells with the officers, Wang Yifu turned to leave the police station. However, as he turned, a dark expression overtook his face once more. Clearly, the officers had not genuinely swayed him. A mere 10 minutes later, Wang Yifu returned home. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of chaos, unchanged since the previous night. Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan were absent, igniting his fury anew. That wretched woman did not even stay home last night. She must have spent the night with her paramour. And she brought our daughter along. Damn it, if I catch you, I swear I will make you pay. His anger surged to unprecedented heights, and without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and dialed. Meanwhile, at Cao Kun's residence, he, Bai Jing, and Wang Shanshan were enjoying breakfast together in harmonious silence, deliberately avoiding any mention of the previous night's altercation. However, Cao Kun found this meal particularly challenging, as he struggled to suppress laughter. After a night of turmoil, Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan's injuries were now more pronounced. Bai Jing's face had swelled significantly. Her eyes were mere slits, and her lips were red and puffy, rendering her unable to eat without difficulty. Wang Shanshan fared slightly better, with one eye swollen but the other intact. Observing the two women, it was a struggle for Cao Kun to maintain a facade of sympathy while internally battling amusement. Bai Shanshan, how about I take you both to the hospital for a checkup? Your Uncle Wang was rather rough, he suggested. Bai Jing trembled with rage upon hearing this. How could he be so cruel, not only to her, but also to their daughter? Even an outsider like Cao Kun recognized the severity of Wang Yifu's actions. Look at how swollen half the child's face is. No need, Bai Jing forced a smile. It's merely some swelling. I have no dizziness or nausea. There's no need for a hospital visit. Wang Shanshan quickly agreed. Yes, there's no need to waste money on a hospital. A few days of rest will suffice. Though they appeared frugal, the truth was that both women feared being seen by acquaintances in their current state, becoming the subject of ridicule. After all, both Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan cared deeply about their image, especially Wang Shanshan, who had reigned as the belle of the school for 3 years. If someone were to see her in this condition, it would be more painful than if she had been publicly humiliated. As Cao Kun contemplated saying more, a sudden phone call interrupted. It was Bai Jing's phone, and upon glancing at the screen, her expression soured. It was Wang Yifu. Initially reluctant to answer, she reconsidered, thinking it might be an apology, and ultimately picked up the call. Switching to speakerphone while continuing to eat, she coldly asked, "What do you want?" Wang Yifu's furious voice erupted from the phone. "Bai Jing, you shameless harlot. Did you spend the night at your paramour's? You can't seem to be idle for a moment. Did you take Shanshan with you? Are you trying to provoke me to death?" Bai Jing had anticipated an apology from Wang Yifu, believing that after the previous night and Appo's inexplicable violence, he would have come to his senses. Instead, he launched into a tirade, escalating to threats of violence. "This is unbearable. No matter who it is, I cannot endure this life any longer." Bai Jing and Appo's fury reached its zenith. "Yes, you guessed correctly. I am at my lover and Appo's house. And you have no idea how exhilarating it was last night. He is 100 times better than you. A useless man deserves to wear a green hat. Bai Jing's words sent Wang Yifu into a complete frenzy. Bai Jing, you. But before he could finish, she abruptly hung up, blocking him in one swift motion, erasing all forms of communication. Wang Shanshan, witnessing the scene, pouted and asked, Mom, what's wrong with Dad? He's just lost his mind. He's a mad dog now. Don't pay him any mind. Hand me your phone. I will block this lunatic so he won't frighten you. Chapter 24. Adding fuel to the fire due to Wang Yifu's phone call, what began as a harmonious breakfast abruptly came to an end. Bai Jing chose to retreat to her bedroom for some much-needed rest, while Wang Shanshan opted to remain in the living room, watching television with Cao Kun and sharing her feelings. Even now, I remain bewildered by the unfolding events. The discord seemed to materialize out of nowhere. Everything had been just fine, and then suddenly it transformed into this disarray. On the living room sofa, Wang Shanshan leaned against Cao Kun, her voice choked with emotion and her eyes glistening with tears. Observing her sorrow, Cao Kun felt an overwhelming sense of vindication. In his previous life, he had been wrongfully imprisoned due to the machinations of Wang Shanshan's family, and he had longed for their ruin for a decade. Though there was still a distance to go before Wang Shanshan's family faced complete devastation, he could now glimpse a glimmer of hope. Cao Kun handed a tissue to Wang Shanshan and softly suggested, Shanshan, please don't cry. Would you like me to check on your father? Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan immediately ceased wiping her tears, shaking her head fervently. No. If you go, my dad will definitely find out that my mom and I are with you. If he comes here, you heard what he said on the phone. I'm truly afraid he might hurt my mom. Please don't go see him. Cao Kun waved his hand dismissively. Shanshan, don't worry. Your dad has never been to my place. He won't be able to find it. Wang Shanshan paused, realizing he was right. Neither her father nor her mother knew Cao Kun's address. Only she did. Cao Kun continued, Moreover, I believe my physical constitution is quite resilient. Even if your dad does come, I won't let him lay a finger on either of you. He flexed his arm, showcasing his bicep. After this display, he smiled and added, Besides, he is your father. Regardless of what has transpired between him and your mother, that fact remains unchanged. And if you claim to be unaware of their issues, have you considered that perhaps the fault lies with your mother? If the problem originates from your mother's side and you aid her against your father, can you fathom how disappointed and hurt he would feel? Upon hearing Cao Kun's words, Wang Shanshan's brows furrowed in contemplation. She gazed intently into his eyes and hesitated. I Haven and Amp. Oppos, T truly considered that it might be an issue with my mom. Precisely, Cao Kun replied. You don't even know who is at fault. You cannot be blindly biased. Your mother loves you, but does that mean your father does not care for you? Your mother is here with you, but your father is alone. Don't you think he deserves some sympathy? After listening to Cao Kun, Wang Shanshan could no longer maintain her composure. Tears streamed down her face as she implored, Cao Kun, please go check on my dad. I feel terrible about how I treated him last night. I actually hit him, and he must be so disappointed in me. Cao Kun made a calming gesture and gently wiped the tears from her face. Don't worry. I will take good care of you, Dad. You just focus on looking after your mom. Together, we will strive to help them reconcile. Wang Shanshan was moved by his words. Suddenly, she threw her arms around Cao Kun's neck and pressed her lips against his in a passionate kiss. Withdrawing, she blushed and said, Cao Kun, thank you for helping me. I truly don't know what I would do without you. Cao Kun stared at her in astonishment, then broke into a grin. With that kiss, everything is worthwhile. Await my good news. I'm off. With that, he left the house, his enthusiasm palpable. However, as the door closed behind him, the excitement on his face vanished. In his previous life, a kiss from Wang Shanshan would have meant everything to him, but now, he felt nothing. He had come to understand the true nature of her character and would not be deceived again. This kiss held no significance for her, merely a sweet indulgence that would perpetuate his role as a willing servant. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Cao Kun arrived at Wang Shanshan's apartment complex, carrying 2 bottles of Maodai and some delicacies. He glanced up at the building before stepping inside. Before long, he stood before Wang Shanshan's door and knocked. After a few seconds, the door swung open with a creak, revealing a furious Wang Yifu, who seemed ready to explode. "White Jing, you mother f—" he started, but upon seeing Cao Kun standing outside, he froze. "Cao Kun? What brings you here?" In front of others, Wang Yifu still maintained a facade of dignity, quickly straightening his clothes and forcing a smile. However, the moment he smiled, Cao Kun felt a surge of laughter bubbling within him. What mess! His face bore numerous scratches, resembling a cat's claw marks, at least 20 or 30, almost covering his entire countenance. "Well, Shan Shan is not here. You should come back another day," Wang Yifu said, sensing his disheveled appearance and attempting to dismiss Cao Kun. However, before he could close the door, Cao Kun propped his hand against it, smiling as he raised the bottles of Maotai and delicacies. "Uncle, Shan Shan asked me to keep you company." Wang Yifu paused, his expression caught between surprise and contemplation, but ultimately, he allowed Cao Kun to enter. Upon entering the chaotic living room, littered with remnants of a recent tumult, Cao Kun paid no mind. He cleared a small area on the battered coffee table to set down his offerings and then turned to Wang Yifu. Wang Yifu lit a cigarette, taking a long drag before retrieving 2 small glasses from the cupboard and sitting across from Cao Kun. In a low voice, he asked, "Is Shan Shan and her mother with you?" Cao Kun shook his head as he uncapped a bottle of Maotai to pour. "No, Shan Shan called me and briefly explained the situation, asking me to check on you." Seeing the sincerity in Cao Kun's eyes, Wang Yifu's brow furrowed in concern. "Are you certain they're not with you?" "Absolutely," Cao Kun assured him. "Shan Shan only called to say they were at a friend's place. You don't need to worry. I heard White Ai laughing on the phone, along with a man's voice, and they seem to be in good spirits." Chapter 25. The impending misfortune of the blonde Cao Kun's words, though seemingly intended to soothe Wang Yifu's troubled spirit, were in fact akin to adding fuel to the fire. As the architect of this turmoil, and with Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing residing in his home, he possessed an intimate understanding of the dynamics among the three. Wang Yifu harbored suspicions that Bai Jing had taken Wang Shanshan to the home of her lover for the night. If this were to be substantiated, would he not erupt in a fit of rage, losing all semblance of reason? Undoubtedly, for a man of Wang Yifu's domineering disposition, who clung fiercely to his pride, such a betrayal would easily provoke him to a state of blind fury, just as the most placid of individuals can unleash devastation when finally pushed too far. Drawing from his decade-long experience in prison, Cao Kun recognized that once a man is blinded by wrath, he becomes exceedingly susceptible to instigation. He had witnessed such scenarios unfold countless times behind bars. It was a strategy he knew well. And indeed, Cao Kun's words struck a nerve with Wang Yifu, particularly when Wang Yifu learned that Bai Jing had been frolicking with her male companion. A murderous rage began to brew within him. How could she revel in carefree abandon while he languished in frustration at home? "Bai Jing, you audacious wretch, have you completely cast aside pretense and begun to brazenly adorn me with the horns of a cuckold? Very well, just wait, for when I discover the two of you, I shall ensure you face dire consequences." Seated across from Wang Yifu, Cao Kun observed the bulging veins on his forehead and the tension in his clenched fists, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He understood that he had successfully ignited Wang Yifu's ire. The evening progressed with Cao Kun adopting the role of a dutiful companion, interspersing his words with subtle provocations that caused Wang Yifu's temper to flare even further. At last, the clock struck 7. The 2 bottles of Maotai had long been emptied, followed by 4 cases of beer, the remnants of cigarette butts littering the floor. While the average person would have succumbed to intoxication by now, both Cao Kun and Wang Yifu remained surprisingly composed. Cao Kun had considerably enhanced his physical resilience through rigorous training, which in turn had elevated his alcohol tolerance. Wang Yifu, on the other hand, possessed a natural affinity for spirits. Moreover, Cao Kun was acutely aware of Wang Yifu and Appo's limits, diligently regulating their drinking pace to prevent him from becoming inebriated, for such a state would jeopardize his plans. The ambience was just right, tipsy enough to embolden their actions, but not so much as to cloud their judgment. Cao Kun took a sip of beer and turned to Wang Yifu, saying, "Uncle, I find it hard to comprehend. Haven't you and Aunt Bai always had a harmonious relationship? What has caused this rift, and such a significant one at that?" Wang Yifu felt a surge of appreciation for this young man who had spent the day in his company. Whether it was in drinking or conversing, he proved himself to be well-rounded. Most importantly, he understood the struggles of a man. Cao Kun had eloquently articulated the hardships faced by men striving to provide for their families, nearly prompting Wang Yifu to grasp his hand in solidarity. Look at this. Amir Jr. understands the tribulations of a man, yet the woman who has shared his life for nearly 2 decades, this insufferable Beijing truly deserves her fate. Hence, in Wang Yifu's heart, Cao Kun had already ascended to the status of a confidant and brother. Faced with his brother's inquiries, Wang Yifu felt no hesitation in responding. He downed a couple of gulps of beer, took a deep drag from his cigarette, and declared, "What caused the discord? It's all because of that treacherous Beijing, that shameless harlot. You cannot fathom just how depraved she has become." Cao Kun's expression momentarily froze in disbelief as he stared at Wang Yifu. "Uncle Wang, surely you jest. How could Aunt Bai possibly be that sort of person?" Wang Yifu scoffed derisively, pulling out his phone and showing a video to Cao Kun. "Little Kun, let me impart a truth to you. No woman is ever above reproach. If you doubt my words, take a look for yourself." Cao Kun, still skeptical, reluctantly took the phone and began to watch. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 40 seconds. Finally, after less than a minute, he set the phone down, his expression one of utter shock. "Aunt Bai," she actually, seeing the astonishment etched on Cao Kun's face, Wang Yifu let out a cold laugh, exhaling a puff of smoke. "Did you truly not anticipate her sheer depravity? To be gallivanting with 3 different men?" Cao Kun stared blankly at Wang Yifu, nodding slowly. "So, uncle, this is the lesson you wish to impart. Women will always betray you. Never bestow upon them too much kindness, understood?" Cao Kun continued to nod, his demeanor somewhat dazed. "Uncle Wang, I believe I recognize that blonde fellow. In the video, there were 3 ruffians, each with distinct hairstyles, one of whom sported a bleached crew cut." Wang Yifu furrowed his brow at Cao Kun's declaration. "You know him?" "Indeed," Cao Kun affirmed with conviction. "Back in school, this guy approached me near the school gate, inquiring about Shan Shan. He wanted to pursue her romantically. You know I've been trying to win Shan Shan's heart, so I certainly wouldn't divulge anything to him. In fact, we nearly came to blows over it. I even took the liberty to investigate this blonde fellow and found out where he lives, but I dropped the matter. I never expected he would be involved with Aunt Bai." As he spoke, a look of concern crossed Cao Kun's face. "Uncle Wang, do you think Aunt Bai might have taken Shan Shan to this blonde's place? If that is the case, Shan Shan could be in danger. This blonde has had his eye on her for quite some time. He wouldn't hesitate to take advantage of the situation." Although Wang Shanshan had clashed with Wang Yifu the previous day, this animosity had long been resolved in Cao Kun's mind. He had come here under the pretext of supporting Wang Shanshan, feeling an overwhelming urge to kneel before Wang Yifu to apologize. In Wang Yifu's eyes, Wang Shanshan remained his beloved daughter, and he had already forgiven her. However, upon hearing Cao Kun's words, Wang Yifu's expression shifted to one of grave concern. The thought of his wife being toyed with by this blonde was already intolerable. If his daughter were to suffer the same fate, he would find no reason to continue living. "Where does this blonde live?" he demanded, his voice laced with menace. "In Hongfu community," Cao Kun replied. "I only know he resides in that complex, but not in which building." Wang Yifu and Appo's face darkened as he remained silent, seizing a bottle of liquor and storming out. Watching Wang Yifu's departing figure, a smirk finally crept across Cao Kun's lips. His claims of having seen that blonde at the school gate and that the latter had long coveted Wang Shanshan were all fabrications. Yet, he had not lied about one thing. The blonde indeed resided in Hongfu community. Cao Kun was aware of this because, in his past life, he had inadvertently killed that very blonde. It was an encounter he could never forget, etched into his memory forever. Unlike the other 2 ruffians whose faces had long faded from his recollection. Chapter 26. The blonde is dead again in contrast to the hasty departure of Wang Yifu. Cao Kun remained unhurried. He drained the last drop of beer from his bottle and leisurely picked at his food. Once he swallowed the last bite, he took his time to light a cigarette, exhaling wisps of pale smoke. It was only after nearly a third of the cigarette was consumed that he rose from the sofa adjusted his attire, and stepped out. At 9:30 in the evening, at the entrance of Hongfu Community, Wang Yifu stood with a cigarette clenched between his lips, silently observing each passerby. Hongfu Community was a newly established residential area, less than a year old, with an occupancy rate of barely 1/7, resulting in a sparse number of residents. Furthermore, its somewhat remote location contributed to the low foot traffic. At that moment, more than 100 meters away from Wang Yifu, a young man in a baseball cap was intently watching him. It was none other than Cao Kun. Cao Kun had been keeping a watchful eye on Wang Yifu for an hour, yet nothing had transpired as the blonde had yet to appear. Glancing at his phone, Cao Kun murmured, "It's already 9:30. It seems unlikely that the blonde will show up tonight. Today's luck is rather unfortunate." Though he had guided Wang Yifu to seek out the blonde, Cao Kun had not truly anticipated an encounter that evening. Regardless, the seeds of animosity had been sown, and as long as Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing resided within his grasp, the situation remained under his control. In essence, he had ample time. If one day proved futile, there would be another, and so on. As long as the blonde did not relocate, Wang Yifu was bound to cross paths with him. Once they did meet, Cao Kun's plan would succeed. Lost in his thoughts, Cao Kun was about to continue his vigil before heading home when suddenly his eyes narrowed, and a smile crept across his lips. At the entrance of Hongfu Community, a young man clad in flip-flops, shorts, and a casual shirt emerged from the complex. He was on the phone, conversing as he walked. It was the very blonde troublemaker. Cao Kun recognized the blonde from 100 meters away, and Wang Yifu, stationed at the entrance, would undoubtedly identify him as well. Seeing the blonde exit the community and walk in another direction while on the phone, Wang Yifu seized his beer bottle and followed suit. Given the secluded location of Hongfu Community, the infrastructure, including streetlights, was inadequate. Eventually, they reached a dimly lit area where the blonde ended his call. In that moment, Wang Yifu seized the opportunity, charging forward and smashing the beer bottle against the troublemaker's head. With a resounding crash, the bottle shattered, and the blonde staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Shaking his head vigorously, he had yet to regain his footing when Wang Yifu delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. Wang Yifu then mounted him, unleashing a furious barrage of punches. "You dare to lay a finger on my woman? I'll make sure you pay dearly." With each furious strike, the blonde's face became a canvas of bruises and blood. Wang Yifu seized the blonde by his collar, snarling, "Where's Bai Jing? And my daughter?" Blood streaming from his mouth and nose, the blonde, dazed and confused, stammered, What Bai Jing? I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't know?" Wang Yifu believed the blonde was feigning ignorance and continued his relentless assault. After several rounds of punishment, he finally paused, realizing he could not beat the blonde to the brink of unconsciousness. However, the fact that the blonde had not confessed indicated that Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan were indeed absent from his grasp. Gazing at the near-unconscious blonde, Wang Yifu rose, spitting disdainfully. "Damn it!" After delivering one final kick, he exhaled heavily and departed. Yet, shortly after Wang Yifu and Appo's departure, a figure clad in a baseball cap and mask appeared. Cao Kun observed the nearby surveillance camera and nearly burst into laughter. It was a stroke of fortune, perfectly coinciding with the moment Wang Yifu had kicked the blonde out of the camera and Appo's view. Cao Kun, an expert in the nuances of surveillance, had learned during his 10-year stint in prison that to deal with someone, it was often necessary to maneuver them into a blind spot first. He instinctively understood the angles and coverage of the cameras, allowing him to quickly identify what was visible and what was concealed. The initial confrontation had occurred within the camera's range, but Wang Yifu's kick had successfully propelled the blonde into an area beyond its surveillance. It seemed fate was favoring him. Muttering to himself, Cao Kun picked up a shard of the beer bottle, measuring it against the blonde's head. "Brother, you ought to strive to be a good person in your next life. Remember, forcing women is wrong." At 10:20 in the evening, Cao Kun gently opened his front door. Inside the living room, Wang Shanshan was still seated on the sofa watching television, while Bai Jing remained in the bedroom, her state unknown. Upon seeing Cao Kun enter, Wang Shanshan quickly rose from the sofa and rushed toward him. "Why are you back so late? How is my father?" Cao Kun forced a smile, rubbing his temples. Goodness, Uncle Wong can really drink. I ended up getting completely wasted, and when I opened my eyes, it was already this late. But don't worry, I told him you felt terrible about yesterday, and had even slapped yourself several times in frustration. You even asked me to bring him 2 bottles of fine liquor to make amends. Wang Shanshan's face brightened at this news. Did he say anything about why he fought with my mother? Cao Kun's brow furrowed, appearing troubled. Well, let Uncle Wang explain that to you. Also, I truly believe you should check on him. He has sustained quite a few injuries, especially on his face. After all, he is your father, and he holds no resentment toward you. You should visit him tomorrow. I'll accompany you. Wang Shanshan nodded earnestly. Yes, I'll go first thing tomorrow. Is he asleep now? I'm not sure, Cao Kun replied. After being incapacitated by Uncle Wang, I woke up alone in the house, unaware of his whereabouts. He might have gone to the hospital for treatment. Wang Shanshan nodded again, then smiled at Cao Kun, rising on her toes to plant a kiss on his cheek. Thank you. Go wash up. I've already prepared your bath. Cao Kun grinned, sheepishly replying, All right, I'll go freshen up. I smell of smoke and alcohol. You should rest too. Chapter 27. Wang Yifu's arrest for murder as Wang Shanshan joyfully bounded back to her bedroom. Cao Kun's lips curled into a faint smile as he stepped into the washroom. Did she truly intend to visit Wang Yifu tomorrow morning? How naive! Provided that the police station in Xia County was not entirely incompetent, Wang Yifu would undoubtedly be apprehended by tonight. Once arrested, the prospect of visiting him would become exceedingly challenging. The suspicion of murder hanging over him was inescapable, and until he was sentenced, he would not be permitted to see family members. Cao Kun, having been wrongfully accused as a murderer in his previous life, was acutely aware of the procedures involved. Before Wang Yifu's sentencing, he would be allowed to meet only his lawyer, with no other relatives, including Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing, permitted to visit. Typically, the process from arrest to sentencing for a murderer spans approximately 6 months. This meant that Wang Shanshan would not be able to see Wang Yifu for at least that duration, unless she waited until his verdict was rendered to visit him in prison. Thus, Wang Shanshan's desire to see her father would likely have to wait a minimum of 6 months. Lost in these thoughts, Cao Kun allowed the cool water to cascade over him, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. 10 years. This pent-up frustration had festered within him for a decade, and now, he had finally released a portion of it. Next on his agenda were Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing. Wang Shanshan, for the time being, would remain untouched, as Cao Kun still required her to bait another adversary. As for Bai Jing, she could be maneuvered at will. This alluring, mature woman surely held her own unique charm. With this thought, a smile involuntarily crept across Cao Kun's face. Meanwhile, outside Hongfu community, on a dimly lit street, a young woman who had just finished her evening shift was riding her electric bike. Suddenly, upon noticing a figure lying a short distance ahead, she hastily slowed her pace. Initially assuming it was merely a drunken man, she intended to steer clear, but as she drew closer, the beam of her bike's light illuminated the prone figure, causing her pupils to constrict in horror. A chilling realization struck her. A murder had occurred. The following morning commenced with a harmonious breakfast atmosphere. Having stayed with Cao Kun for 2 days, Wang Shanshan increasingly felt at home, bolstered by their existing familiarity. Bai Jing, too, grew more comfortable with Cao Kun, even exchanging light-hearted banter with him on occasion. Additionally, after a night's rest, the bruises on their faces had significantly improved from the previous day. Though still slightly swollen, the redness had notably diminished, and they anticipated that by the next morning, it would be nearly undetectable. However, while the swelling might subside, the bruising would require several more days to fade. Are you really determined to visit that mad dog of father today? Bai Jing inquired, having discerned Wang Shanshan's intention to see Wang Yifu. Noting her daughter's reluctance to mention it, she took the initiative to address the matter. Wang Shanshan turned to Bai Jing and nodded weakly. Mom, I understand you loathe him right now, but he is still my father. I feel guilty for having struck him that night alongside you. Please, let me see him. Bai Jing hesitated momentarily, then ultimately acquiesced. True, no matter how much of a mad dog he may be, he is your father. If you don't visit him, the neighbors will certainly gossip about you, calling you an unfilial daughter. So it's better to go. However, your father is unstable at the moment, so please ensure your safety. If he appears ready to lash out, flee immediately and call the police. Understood. With her mother's consent, Wang Shanshan smiled brightly. Don't worry, Mom. Cao Kun will accompany me. If anything happens, he'll protect me, right, Cao Kun? Cao Kun, having diverted his gaze from Bai Jing's alluring figure, turned to Wang Shanshan with a smile. Absolutely, I will protect you with my life. Half an hour later, the trio finished their delightful breakfast. Just as Wang Shanshan prepared to leave with Cao Kun to purchase some items before visiting her father, a phone rang. It was Bai Jing's phone. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, Bai Jing answered without a second thought. Hello, who is this? Greetings. Is this Bai Jing, the relative of Wang Yifu? A serious male voice inquired from the other end. Upon hearing the grave tone, Bai Jing felt an inexplicable heaviness settle in her heart. Yes, this is Bai Jing. What is it? Hello, Bai Jing. This is the Xia County Police Station. I am calling to inform you that your husband, Wang Yifu, has been formally arrested on charges of intentional murder. From now until the court's ruling, family members are not permitted to visit him. However, you may seek legal counsel. Bai Jing stood frozen, the phone gripped tightly in her hand, as if struck by lightning. Meanwhile, Wang Shanshan, who had been eager to visit her father, stood in stunned silence. Cao Kun wore a mask of astonishment, though internally, he had already anticipated this outcome upon seeing the yellow-haired man leave the community the previous night. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Bai Jing stammered, her mind reeling as she hung up. Tears streamed down Wang Shanshan's face, and she approached Bai Jing with a choked voice. Mom, do you think it could be a scam? Please don't believe them. They might just be con artists. Observing her daughter and Appo's distress, Bai Jing pressed her lips together, ultimately saying nothing but enveloping Wang Shanshan in an embrace. It was then that Wang Shanshan collapsed into her mother's arms, weeping uncontrollably. Cao Kun, witnessing this poignant scene, felt a surge of emotion. He stepped forward and embraced the two women tightly. After a considerable moment, the trio prepared themselves and made their way to the Xia County Police Station. Though the police had already contacted Bai Jing, they felt compelled to confirm the truth for themselves. Upon arriving at the station, Wang Shanshan's last glimmer of hope was extinguished as she learned that Wang Yifu had indeed been arrested for murder the previous night. In disbelief, she grappled with the transformation of their once harmonious family into this grim reality, nearly collapsing in tears. Inside the police station, she pleaded with the officers to allow her to see Wang Yifu, but her requests were met with unyielding refusals based on procedural regulations. In contrast, Bai Jing exhibited a calm demeanor. Perhaps the beating Wang Yifu had administered had eroded their bond, or perhaps the long-term cohabitation had led to a sense of weariness. Regardless, Bai Jing's indifference towards Wang Yifu's arrest was palpable, though Wang Shanshan's tearful state tugged at her heartstrings. Chapter 28, The True Culprit is Her Mom. We need to hire a lawyer. We must secure the best one. I refuse to believe that my father would commit murder. He is undoubtedly innocent. Among the three, if one were to inquire who felt the most heartbroken, it would undoubtedly be Wang Shanshan, the daughter. After all, Wang Yifu's paternal affection for her was genuine. The bond between them as father and daughter was undeniably real. Hence, upon exiting the police station, Wang Shanshan could no longer contain her emotions, weeping uncontrollably while clinging to Bai Jing's arm, incessantly demanding to engage a lawyer. At that moment, Bai Jing appeared somewhat bewildered. Although she was Wang Shanshan's mother, she had never encountered such a situation before. Faced with this predicament, she was entirely at a loss as to how to proceed, even unsure of where to find a lawyer. At this juncture, Cao Kun interjected, Shanshan, please stop crying. We will definitely need a lawyer. I too do not believe Uncle Wang is capable of murder. However, before we act on that, I believe we have more pressing matters to address. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan ceased her tears, and Bai Jing turned her attention to Cao Kun. Could there truly be something more urgent than hiring a lawyer at this moment? Meeting the gazes of Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing, Cao Kun continued, given that Uncle Wang's involvement in the murder is now practically confirmed, it is imperative for both you, Shanshan, and Aunt Bai to relocate swiftly to my place. You cannot return home for the time being. Bai Jing, upon hearing this, took a moment to ponder, then gasped in realization. Cao Kun, are you suggesting that the victim's family might retaliate against us? That is indeed a possibility. Cao Kun replied solemnly, nodding. The family is likely in a state of emotional turmoil following the loss of their loved one, and there is no guarantee that they will not unleash their anger upon you. Moreover, as two women, you and Shanshan are in a vulnerable position. We cannot gamble on the rationality or restraint of the victim's family. We must take precautions and prepare for the worst. Therefore, moving in with me is essential, and you cannot return to your home in the near future. Observing the seriousness in Cao Kun's eyes, Bai Jing nodded in agreement. She turned to Wang Shanshan and said, Shanshan, Cao Kun is right. Your father has been detained, and there will be no resolution to his situation in the short term. Thus, there is little point in hastily hiring a lawyer. Our immediate priority is to move. Your father is in trouble, and if something were to happen to you as well, I would be utterly lost. We cannot take that risk. Despite her sorrow, Wang Shanshan did not lose her composure. She recognized the validity of Cao Kun's words. If the victim's family were to direct their fury at them, it would be exceedingly difficult for just the two of them to withstand their wrath. With that thought, Wang Shanshan wiped her red-rimmed eyes and choked out. All right, then let's move first. At 4 in the afternoon, after a long day of effort, Cao Kun, Bai Jing, and Wang Shanshan finally completed their move. They had not transported all of their belongings, merely some clothing, cosmetics, and a few valuable pieces of jewelry belonging to Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan. However, even with just these items, Cao Kun's modest 2-bedroom apartment was now filled to the brim. Aunt Bai, could you come here for a moment? There's something I need to discuss with you. Seizing the opportunity, while Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan were busy organizing their belongings, Cao Kun called out from the doorway of his bedroom. Bai Jing glanced at Cao Kun, leaving Wang Shanshan to her tasks as she approached him. Wang Shanshan assumed the two were merely discussing the matter of hiring a lawyer and thought nothing more of it. Once Bai Jing entered the room, Cao Kun promptly locked the door behind her. Bai Jing did not find this unusual and inquired, Cao Kun, what is it? After a brief silence, Cao Kun furrowed his brow and lit a cigarette, stating, Aunt Bai, I feel deeply conflicted and troubled inside. Bai Jing appeared taken aback. Her expression one of confusion. What do you mean? What is troubling you? She seated herself beside Cao Kun, cautiously asking, Cao Kun, has something happened? You can share it with me. Cao Kun looked into Bai Jing's eyes and countered, Aunt Bai, do you truly have no idea why Uncle Wang has resorted to murder? Bai Jing stared blankly at him, shaking her head. I don't know. Should I know? You. Cao Kun sighed, lowering his voice. It is all because of you. Aunt Bai, the reason Uncle Wang has reached this point is entirely your fault. What? Bai Jing's eyes widened in shock, and she shook her head in denial. Cao Kun, you can't say that. I have no connection to Wang Yifu's actions. Are you implying I somehow incited him to murder? Cao Kun took a couple of puffs from his cigarette, his brow furrowed. While it may not be that you directly commanded him, the circumstances undeniably stem from you. The spark was ignited by your infidelity. You betrayed him. Bai Jing's eyes widened once more. I cheated? Cao Kun remained silent for a moment, pulling out his phone to show her a video. The moment Bai Jing laid eyes on the video, her expression froze in place. Time passed slowly until the video concluded. Staring blankly at the screen, she swallowed hard and murmured, so it was this video that drove Wang Yifu to madness? Cao Kun nodded in affirmation. When Uncle Wang shared this video with me yesterday, he insisted that I show it to Shanshan, to make her understand that it was not her father and Amp, Appo's, fault, but her mother and Amp, Appo's. Yes. However, upon returning home, I found it difficult to reveal this to Shanshan, so I chose to keep it hidden for the time being. Yet, I never anticipated that merely a night would pass before Uncle Wang took a path of no return. Do you know whom he murdered? Bai Jing shook her head, meeting Cao Kun's gaze. It was the man in the video, the one with the yellow hair. At this, Bai Jing's expression turned to one of horror. It was him. Cao Kun nodded firmly. When I visited the police station today, I happened to glimpse Uncle Wang's file. The victim was indeed the man from the video. Therefore, Aunt Bai, I am truly torn and distressed. I do not know whether I should reveal the truth to Shanshan. Given her personality, if she learns that her father took this path due to you, she would never forgive you for the rest of her life. Yet, The thought of concealing the truth from her fills me with anguish and torment. Chapter 29. The assertive Bai Jing at this moment. It seemed as if Cao Kun had become an actor possessed by a dramatic spirit, his expression contorted, his right hand pressed against his chest, vividly displaying the torment and anguish that consumed him. Bai Jing, on the other hand, resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her fur bristling with tension. In her mind, only one thought echoed. She must not reveal this to Wang Shanshan. Absolutely not. Although she had committed no infidelity and was, in fact, a victim forced into a situation, the existence of the video rendered her unable to articulate her truth. Wang Yifu would not believe her. Cao Kun would not believe her. Wang Shanshan could not possibly believe her either. Thus, she found herself trapped in a web of suspicion from which there was no escape. The stigma of infidelity was one she could not shed. Should Wang Shanshan learn of this affair, it would be as Cao Kun had said. She would certainly not offer forgiveness. After all, it was her purported infidelity that had ignited the conflict within the family. It was her alleged betrayal that had driven Wang Yifu to seek vengeance on his rival. It was her supposed indiscretion that had led to Wang Yifu committing murder and being imprisoned. All of this turmoil stemmed from her supposed disloyalty. The bonds of familial love were strained in Wang Shanshan's heart. Though her mother was undeniably significant, how could her father be any less important? Upon discovering that it was her mother's actions that had resulted in her father's descent into crime, how could she possibly accept or forgive such a reality? Therefore, it was imperative that Wang Shanshan remain unaware of this truth. Her family had already crumbled. Wang Shanshan was her only daughter. If she were to lose her as well, Bai Jing could scarcely fathom how she would endure such a loss. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Bai Jing fixed her gaze upon Cao Kun, swallowing hard, and implored, "Cao Kun, you cannot tell Shanshan. You know her well. If she finds out, not only will she refuse to forgive me, but she may also leave me. She has already lost her father. She cannot also lose her mother. You cannot be so cruel to her." Cao Kun and Aunt Bai's face was a portrait of internal conflict and anguish. "Aunt Bai, it is precisely because I have considered this that I have yet to disclose anything to Shanshan. However, the burden of keeping this secret is unbearable. I do not know how to face her while hiding such a matter." 2 hours later, the bedroom door creaked open, and Cao Kun and Bai Jing emerged. Outside, Wang Shanshan had already gathered her belongings and was tidying up. As soon as she saw her mother and Cao Kun step out, she hurried over, asking Mom, "How did your discussion with Cao Kun go?" At Wang Shanshan's inquiry, Cao Kun and Bai Jing exchanged a glance of uncertainty. It was Cao Kun who first collected himself. He frowned and sighed. "Let us discuss it later. Uncle Wang's situation is quite complicated, and Aunt Bai and I have not yet reached a definitive conclusion. Primarily, things are a bit chaotic on Aunt Bai's side." Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan's expression shifted to one of understanding. Of course, her mother must be heartbroken. She was merely putting on a brave face in front of her. It was possible that she had shed tears while alone with Cao Kun in the room. With this thought, Wang Shanshan embraced Bai Jing tightly, whispering, "Mom, don't be sad. You still have Shanshan. I will always be with you." Bai Jing tenderly returned the embrace while discreetly winking at Cao Kun as a gesture of gratitude. At 7 o'clock in the evening, as Bai Jing presented an array of steaming dishes onto the dining table, the three of them commenced their dinner. "Mom, you and Cao Kun have been discussing for so long. What have you decided regarding the lawyer?" Wang Shanshan, anxious about securing legal representation, eagerly inquired after taking a bite of her meal. Bai Jing paused, casting an innocent glance at Cao Kun. What had they discussed? Although she had spent over 2 hours in Cao Kun's room, they had not actually discussed any lawyers. Thus, she was at a loss for words. Noticing Bai Jing's plea for assistance, Cao Kun continued, "Actually, Aunt Bai and I were just about to tell you. We considered it seriously and decided that we do not need to hire an overly expensive lawyer at this stage, as it is not yet time for court. We should first engage a general lawyer to make contact with Uncle Wang and ascertain whether he has faced any injustices during his detention, and if he requires basic necessities such as bedding. Furthermore," he continued, "once we have this lawyer, we can also stay informed about the progress of the case. Depending on the situation, we can adapt our strategy. If Uncle Wang is wrongfully accused and there are doubts about the case, we can immediately hire the best lawyer available. Conversely, if Uncle Wang is indeed guilty, we must seek to compensate the victim and Appo's family and obtain a letter of forgiveness, which could potentially lead to a more lenient sentence from the judge. Cao Kun's articulate explanation was both structured and coherent, leaving Bai Jing profoundly impressed. She had not anticipated that a young man who had merely graduated high school could possess such insight, as though he had experienced these matters firsthand. Upon comparing him to her own daughter, who, despite her beauty and good figure, seemed almost ignorant, Bai Jing smiled softly at Wang Shanshan and said, "Yes, this is the conclusion that Cao Kun and I reached." Just like that, you take away your own accomplishments? Chapter 30. A murder case with irrefutable evidence at 8 o'clock in the evening, as dinner concluded. Cao Kun and his companions wrapped up their deliberation over Wang Yifu's murder case. Engaging in discourse here had ultimately proven futile. The pressing matter at hand was to consult a lawyer to ascertain the situation. This was a resolution Cao Kun and his associates had already reached. They planned to seek legal counsel the following day. "Shanshan, you and Xiaoquan stay home and rest. Mother will take a stroll to clear her mind." Bai Jing emerged from the kitchen, removing her apron as she gazed at Cao Kun and Wang Shanshan, who were seated on the sofa. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan promptly stood up, saying, "Mom, I want to go with you." Bai Jing smiled gently and replied, "There's no need. Moving today was quite exhausting. You and Xiaoquan can enjoy some television at home while I take a solitary walk." As she spoke, Bai Jing cast a meaningful glance at Cao Kun, accompanied by a subtle smile. Wang Shanshan appeared ready to protest, but before she could voice her thoughts, Cao Kun pulled her aside. Leaning close, he whispered, "Shanshan, let Aunt Bai go alone. Given all that has transpired recently, she deserves some personal space to process everything." Wang Shanshan furrowed her brow slightly and replied softly, "I understand. But I and Appo's am concerned that my mom might not cope well and could do something rash." "I see." Cao Kun pondered seriously for a moment before suggesting, "How about I accompany Aunt Bai? With me there, her safety will be assured. You can rest comfortably at home." Wang Shanshan found no fault with Cao Kun's arrangement. In fact, she appreciated his thoughtfulness. After all, going out at night with her mother would only leave them as two vulnerable girls, lacking the ability to defend themselves in case of trouble. However, with Cao Kun by Bai Jing's side, standing over 6 feet tall and robust, any potential troublemakers would surely think twice upon seeing him. Wang Shanshan beamed at Cao Kun and said, "Thank you for taking the trouble. No need for formalities." Cao Kun replied with a smile, playfully patting her waist. "It's only natural. Now, make sure to rest well at home." Turning to Bai Jing, he added, "Aunt Bai, I was just thinking of taking a stroll as well. Let us go together and allow Shanshan to rest." Bai Jing hesitated for a moment, then smiled. "All right, let us go for a walk." The two quickly tidied up before stepping out, leaving Wang Shanshan watching their retreating figures with a hint of satisfaction. She murmured to herself, "Thank goodness for such a devoted admirer. Otherwise, my mother and I would truly be a loss. Admittedly, you are a good friend, genuinely caring towards me, but alas, you do not meet my standards. Nevertheless, worry not. I shall not let your devotion go unrewarded. Perhaps I could assist you once or twice in the future, which should suffice for your years of loyalty." Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 1 o'clock in the morning. At this hour, Cao Kun and Bai Jing returned from their outing. In the living room, Wang Shanshan had nearly drifted off to sleep, her eyes heavy with drowsiness. "Shanshan, why are you still awake?" Bai Jing approached her daughter. Wang Shanshan rubbed her eyes and smiled. "I'm not sleepy yet, Mom. Why did you two return so late?" Bai Jing paused, forcing a smile as she replied, "Oh, I was feeling a bit down, so I went for a jog." Many people prefer physical activity as a means to release pent-up emotions, and thus Wang Shanshan thought nothing of it. "Mom, don't be upset. I'm here for you," she reassured. Then she turned to Cao Kun, saying, "Cao Kun, thank you for staying out so late with my mom. What is there to thank?" Cao Kun waved his hand dismissively, grinning. "I was more than happy to keep Aunt Bai company. There is no need for gratitude. Honestly, it was quite enjoyable and refreshing." Hearing this, Wang Shanshan found nothing unusual. It was simply typical behavior of an admirer seeking to curry favor with her mother to increase his standing with her. After a brief chat among the three in the living room, they each retired to their respective rooms for the night. The following morning, the trio left home early. With Wang Yifu still detained at the police station, they needed to find a lawyer urgently to investigate the situation. Ultimately, they secured the services of a relatively obscure criminal defense attorney. Perhaps due to a lack of current cases, the lawyer signed a retainer agreement and promptly headed to the police station that afternoon. After spending 2 hours at the station, he emerged to deliver grim news to Cao Kun, Wang Shanshan, and Bai Jing. The evidence against Wang Yifu in the murder case was overwhelming. The police possessed video footage of Wang Yifu assaulting the victim and had discovered the murder weapon, a glass shard measuring 4 to 5 centimeters, bearing Wang Yifu's complete fingerprints at the site of the victim's fatal injury. Furthermore, Wang Yifu himself had confessed, stating that he had not intended to kill, but after consuming alcohol, he acted recklessly and inadvertently caused the victim's death. Regardless of whether Wang Yifu's actions were intentional or accidental, the fact remained that he was culpable of murder. In the lawyer's words, there was little room for defense in such a clear-cut criminal case. No matter how skilled a lawyer one might hire, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. Chapter 31. The dog licked the man, of course. The lawyer's words were not meant to suggest that Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan should abandon hope. Rather, he intended to convey that, given the current circumstances surrounding Wang Yifu's case, they should no longer place their reliance on the lawyer. In such a case, where evidence is overwhelmingly conclusive, the lawyer's role is significantly diminished. What they ought to focus on now is securing a letter of understanding from the victim's family. Under the present situation, obtaining such a letter is far more advantageous than hiring a competent lawyer. For if they can procure the victim's family's forgiveness, Wang Yifu is assuredly spared from the death penalty. Conversely, if they fail to obtain this letter, given Wang Yifu's conduct in the case, he stands a substantial chance of facing capital punishment. However, acquiring the victim's family's letter of understanding is no simple task. The victim's family had already visited the police station, prompting the lawyer to discreetly inquire about their situation. His findings revealed that the victim's parents were not financially destitute. In other words, the Huang family was quite affluent, and their son was their only child. In such circumstances, persuading his parents to issue a letter of understanding would require a sum of at least 3 to 5 million yuan. Anything less would likely lead them to refuse even to negotiate, preferring instead to see Wang Yifu pay for their son's life. Indeed, reality aligned with the lawyer and Oppo's expectations. With Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan's consent, the lawyer obtained the contact information for the victim's parents from the police station and reached out to them. The response was resolute: 3,500,000 yuan, and not a penny less, if they wished to obtain the letter of understanding. Upon learning this figure, both Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan were engulfed in despair. 3,500,000 yuan. Even if they sold themselves, they could not amass such a sum. Not to mention, even 1,500,000 yuan was beyond their means. Wang Shanshan's family owned a modest 2-bedroom apartment of over 80 square meters, which, according to the market price in this small county, would fetch at most 500,000 yuan. Additionally, they had savings of around 250,000 yuan. Altogether, they could scrape together a maximum of 800,000 yuan. They were a far cry from the required 3,500,000 yuan. Mom, you have to borrow the money. If we can oppose, my dad will die. In a private room at the CAF, after bidding farewell to the lawyer, Wang Shanshan looked at Bai Jing with tear-filled eyes. At that moment, she profoundly felt the helplessness and agony of being financially constrained. If only they could gather 3,500,000 yuan, Wang Yifu would live. If they cannot, he would die. Undoubtedly, Wang Shanshan wished for Wang Yifu to survive, for he was her beloved father of 18 years. Yet, she truly could not come up with 3,500,000 yuan. What should she do? The only option was to borrow. Faced with Wang Shanshan's nearly pleading tone, Bai Jing furrowed her brow. She suddenly felt that her daughter was being inconsiderate, showing no understanding of their dire situation. Their household could muster at most 800,000 yuan, leaving them a staggering 2,700,000 yuan short of the demand. Where could she possibly find this 2,700,000 yuan? Moreover, on what grounds could she borrow such an amount? The lawyer had stated that even if they secured the letter of understanding, Wang Yifu would likely receive a life sentence. This meant that Wang Yifu would not be in a position to repay the 2,700,000 yuan. The burden of this debt would fall solely on her. 2,700,000 yuan. If she were to shoulder such a debt, her entire future would be consumed by repayment, leaving her with little else to pursue in life. Was her daughter truly so thoughtless or foolish? Did she really intend to plunge herself into such a predicament? If it weren't for Wang Shanshan's sorrow, Bai Jing would have wanted to chastise her. At that moment, Cao Kun, who was seated opposite Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan, spoke up. Shanshan, you need to calm down. You cannot coerce anybody like this. At his words, Wang Shanshan was taken aback. Had she really been coercing her mother? When had this occurred? Upon hearing Cao Kun's statement, Bai Jing felt a pang in her heart, and her eyes welled with tears. Finally, someone understood her. What do you mean, Cao Kun? How am I coercing my mother? Wang Shanshan clearly had yet to realize that she was employing emotional manipulation against her own mother. No, it was a form of familial coercion. She was exploiting their mother-daughter bond to compel Bai Jing into actions she was unwilling to take. You are indeed coercing your mother. Cao Kun stated bluntly. Shanshan, you're only thinking about having Auntie Bai borrow the money. But have you considered that this sum is ultimately a loan that must be repaid? Who will shoulder this debt? Have you thought about how it will be repaid? Wang Shanshan opened her mouth but could not respond. Cao Kun continued. You surely have not contemplated repaying this debt, for if you had, you would not speak of borrowing so lightly. This is a sum of 2,700,000 yuan. If Auntie Bai is burdened with such a debt, have you considered how she will live her life afterward? I can bluntly tell you that once she takes on this debt, the remainder of her life will be consumed by repayments. Therefore, you cannot drag Auntie Bai into this abyss to fulfill your own desires. She has nurtured you, and while she owes you nothing, you owe the gratitude of your upbringing to Uncle Wang, not to her. Cao Kun's words left Wang Shanshan blushing and speechless. She even began to question whether this Cao Kun, who had previously been her devoted admirer, was still on her side. How could he speak to her like this in front of her mother? He expected her to bear the burden of this 2,700,000 yuan debt. This was not a trivial amount. It was 2,700,000 yuan, not 270. At merely 18 years of age, should she shoulder such a colossal debt, her life would be irrevocably ruined. Damn it! What has happened to this devoted admirer, Cao Kun? How could he turn against me? Perhaps the sweet favors she had bestowed upon him were insufficient? That must be it. Surely, after all his efforts in recent days, organizing this and that, and contributing so much, she had not rewarded him adequately, leaving him dissatisfied. Sighing, she resolved to find an opportunity to repay him somehow. Though he was merely a devoted admirer, she currently could not afford to lose his support. In the briefest moment, a myriad of thoughts flashed through Wang Shanshan's mind. Meanwhile, Bai Jing, with her eyes glistening, continued to dab at her tears with a tissue. Her weeping stemmed, in part, from Cao Kun articulating the sentiments she had long harbored. Additionally, she felt a profound sense of gratitude. Today, she had finally experienced the sensation of being protected. Her foolish daughter sought to thrust her into a perilous situation, while Cao Kun, with his strong arms, shielded her and forcefully pushed her daughter aside. This feeling of being safeguarded was truly difficult for any woman to resist or remain unmoved by. In fact, had the circumstances permitted, she would have wanted to invite Cao Kun to take her away at once, pressing the accelerator to the floor. Based solely on Cao Kun's words of protection today, he had earned her admiration 100-fold. Chapter 32, the next plan. Mother and daughter at odds inside the CAF's private booth after a brief silence. It was Wang Shanshan who broke the ice. With a pitiful gaze directed at Bai Jing, she spoke, Mom, that's not what I meant. I never intended for you to bear this debt alone. You are my mother, and I will certainly repay it alongside you. It's just that I can't seem to borrow such a large sum. Moreover, he is my father. I cannot bear to watch him perish. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing wiped her eyes and forced a smile. I understand, dear, but you must also understand my position. I do not wish to spend the rest of my life mired in debt. so I cannot borrow money to save your father. Our family and Appo's financial situation is limited. If the money can save him, we will use it, but if it cannot, there is little I can do. I have already done my utmost for your father and for you. After all, half of the 800,000 in our family assets belongs to me. Yet I have chosen to forego it all for your sake, to save your father." With that, Bai Jing smiled once more at Wang Shanshan before rising to leave. Shanshan watched her mother's departing figure, nearly overcome with tears. She sensed that, with those words, an invisible wall had risen between them, forever altering their relationship. But what had she done wrong? Was it a crime for a daughter to wish to save her father? Meanwhile, Cao Kun observed silently, a smirk threatening to break through. The rift between mother and daughter was widening. The thought of them turning into adversaries thrilled him, with the father imprisoned and the mother-daughter bond fracturing. Such a revenge was intoxicating to imagine. As Cao Kun's mind raced, contemplating ways to deepen the rift between Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing, suddenly, Shanshan turned to him. Tears brimmed in her eyes, her expression one of utter vulnerability. "Cao Kun, do you truly see me this way?" In the past, whenever Wang Shanshan displayed such a sorrowful countenance, Cao Kun would invariably soften, apologizing and showering her with gifts. This time, however, he did not relent. "Shanshan," he replied earnestly, "I am not saying you are that kind of person, but you must realize that you are indeed using familial affection to coerce Aunt Bai. You only think of saving your father, but have you considered what price Aunt Bai must pay? Why should she bear the burden of your father's plight? Is that fair to her?" The weight of Cao Kun's words sank deep into Wang Shanshan's heart. She had not anticipated such a response from him in their secluded setting. It seemed that the extent of his devotion had surpassed her expectations. She needed to quickly bring him back to her side. After all, he was the only ally she had left. If she lost him, she would be utterly alone. With that thought, Wang Shanshan pouted and burst into tears, collapsing into Cao Kun's embrace. "Wu, you think I truly didn't mean it that way. I just want to save my father." Wu, seeing her so distressed, Cao Kun instinctively held her closer, softly murmuring, "It and Appo's. It's all right. I didn't mean to upset you. I just feel that your actions place Aunt Bai in a difficult position. It's okay now." After a considerable time of comforting, Wang Shanshan finally ceased her sobbing. She allowed Cao Kun to hold her, her voice still quivering as she asked, "Cao Kun, do you no longer like me?" Cao Kun's lips curled slightly. Not this again. Over the 3 years of pursuing Wang Shanshan, he had contemplated giving up countless times. Yet, each time he considered it, she would offer him a glimmer of hope, prompting him to persist as her devoted admirer. Now, it was clear she intended to employ the same tactic once more. However, Cao Kun was no longer the same submissive admirer he once was. This time, a mere token of affection would not suffice. He required something much greater. How could that be? Cao Kun gently stroked Wang Shanshan and Appo's head. "You know that you are my favorite." By 6 in the evening, Cao Kun and Wang Shanshan finally emerged from the CAF's private booth. With a tone laced with helplessness, Shanshan implored, "Cao Kun, what should I do now? I truly do not wish to watch my father die, but I simply cannot produce 5 million, and my mother refuses to help. I feel utterly lost." Cao Kun believed Wang Shanshan's feelings for Wang Yifu were genuine, albeit superficially. Based on his understanding of her character, she remained fundamentally self-serving. For instance, if Bai Jing were to borrow money to save Wang Yifu, Shanshan would wholeheartedly support it. However, if it came to her own borrowing, she would unhesitatingly abandon him. In essence, she wished to save her father, but was unwilling to shoulder any debt. If forced to choose, she would undoubtedly opt for the latter. "Do not worry." In response to Wang Shanshan's distress, Cao Kun grasped her hand reassuringly. "I will speak with the victim's family and see if we can negotiate a reduction in the compensation amount. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to help ensure Uncle Wang's survival." Chapter 33. Bai Jing's quest for self. Cao Kun's words were not intended to console Wang Shanshan. Rather, he genuinely did not wish for Wang Yifu to be sentenced to death. After all, death would render everything resolved, and that would be too lenient for him. Furthermore, if Cao Kun truly desired Wang Yifu's demise, He could have orchestrated a myriad of unfortunate accidents long ago, eliminating him without such convoluted machinations. Thus, he would not permit Wang Yifu to face capital punishment. He intended for Wang Yifu to endure. For only in living could one truly comprehend the torment of existence being worse than death. Upon hearing Cao Kun's remarks, Wang Shanshan was immediately touched, though not by his words. Rather, she was moved by the return of the familiar devoted suitor she had once known. The effort she had expended in the CAF, swallowing hard in anxiety, felt justified. Cao Kun, you are truly kind to me, but no matter how you negotiate, they are unlikely to reduce the 5 million to 800,000, are they? If they could bring it down to 3 million, Wang Shanshan thought that might be plausible. However, to expect a reduction from 5 million to 800,000 seemed utterly delusional, especially considering the opponent and Oppo's as affluent background. In truth, a sum of 180,000 would likely be insignificant to them. How could they possibly overlook the murderer of their son for a mere 800,000? It was preposterous. Not necessarily, Cao Kun replied with a smile. The Haven Tea ruled out the possibility of negotiation. After all, it's worth a try. Who knows what might come of it? Wang Shanshan pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Indeed, regardless of the outcome, they had to attempt it. After all, they had no other options left. 20 minutes later, Cao Kun and Wang Shanshan returned to his residence. It was nearly 6:30, yet Bai Jing, who had returned earlier, had not prepared dinner and seemed disinterested in doing so. She lay on her bed in the bedroom, door ajar, eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought or perhaps asleep. Observing this, Cao Kun handed Wang Shanshan 200 yuan notes and softly instructed her to go to a nearby restaurant, order a few of Bai Jing's favorite dishes, and return to sincerely apologize to her. Wang Shanshan, not lacking in intelligence, understood without needing to be told that her mother was likely upset over her request to borrow money to rescue her father. Realizing she had indeed caused her mother's distress, she said nothing further, took the 200 yuan, and left. With Wang Shanshan gone, Cao Kun strode into Bai Jing's bedroom. Upon seeing her feigning sleep, he could hardly suppress a smile. What a perfect opportunity to create discord between her and Wang Shanshan. Cao Kun lay down beside her, propping his head up with one hand while gently caressing her cheek with the other. Still angry? Bai Jing was not asleep. She had been wide awake, aware that Wang Shanshan had gone out to buy food. Clenching her thighs tightly around Cao Kun's wandering hand, she opened her eyes and adopted a pitiful demeanor. Oh, I would say I'm angry, just profoundly disappointed today. Cao Kun chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Bai Jing continued. I can understand Shanshan wanting to save her father. After all, he is her father, and there are emotions involved. However, to rescue him at the expense of pushing her own mother into the fire is something I cannot grasp or accept. Reflecting on all I have done for her over the years, I feel quite wronged. It's just, my heart feels so weary. Seeing Bai Jing in this state nearly made Cao Kun laugh aloud. What a perfect opportunity to stir the pot between mother and daughter. He smiled slightly, lay back, and continued to stroke her face. It's quite normal because you have lost your sense of self. Lost my sense of self? Bai Jing gazed at him in confusion. Indeed, Cao Kun replied. Every individual is an independent entity meant to live for themselves. Yet, most of your life has been consumed by Shanshan. Even your own preferences for clothing, cosmetics, and food have shifted to align with hers. You purchase what she likes. Thus, you're no longer living for yourself, but for Shanshan. Such an existence is distorted and abnormal, which is why you feel so exhausted. Bai Jing stared at Cao Kun, as if she had encountered a sage. Indeed, since Wang Shanshan's arrival in her life, her focus had entirely shifted towards her daughter. Whatever Wang Shanshan fancied to eat, she would prepare. Whatever clothes Wang Shanshan wished to wear, she would prioritize buying for her. Even if she had never been to a place herself, she would ensure Wang Shanshan could go. It was as if her very existence revolved around Wang Shanshan. If not for Cao Kun's revelation, she may never have realized how far she had strayed from her own identity. Bai Jing, still in disbelief, asked, then what should I do? Certainly. You must reclaim your sense of self, Cao Kun advised. Remember, you owe nothing to Shan Shan. Rather, she owes you a debt of gratitude for raising her. Henceforth, you must live for yourself. Indulge in the foods you desire, with the clothes you love, and purchase the cosmetics you prefer. In essence, pursue whatever brings you joy without allowing others to weigh you down. Only then can you rediscover your true self. Cao Kun's voice resonated with a rich, magnetic quality, as if he were opening a gateway to another realm for Bai Jing. In this new world, she envisioned a completely different version of herself, adorned in her favorite attire, wearing jewelry that delighted her, striding confidently with a genuine smile illuminating her face. Free and unrestrained, she lived entirely for herself, exuding an aura of brilliance and charm. After a moment of reverie, Bai Jing looked at Cao Kun uncertainly and asked, "Do I really have a chance to become myself again?" Cao Kun met her gaze with assurance. "Of course, you're only 37, the prime of a woman's life, and in this bustling city, many women your age remain single. Moreover, if you can captivate an 18-year-old, does that not reflect your allure? Opportunities have always been before you. It simply depends on whether you wish to reclaim your identity." Bai Jing gazed at Cao Kun, completely moved by his words. She bit her lip and declared, "Cao Kun, meeting you has been the greatest fortune of my life. I wish to become myself again. I no longer want to live for others, but for myself." Cao Kun nodded affirmatively. "Absolutely, I will support you 100%. Then, Bai Jing hesitated, her smile tinged with shyness. "How long until Shan Shan returns?" "Well," Cao Kun chuckled lightly. "It's dinner time, and the restaurant is busy. I gave her 200 yuan, so she should order 4 or 5 dishes at least. Considering the time it takes to come and go, she should be back in about an hour." "Just an hour?" Bai Jing blushed, biting her lip. "Isn't that a bit short?" Cao Kun chuckled again. "No worries. Think of it as a pre-dinner snack. Later, when we go out for a stroll, we can enjoy a proper feast." Chapter 34. Meeting with Huang Mao's parents. An hour later, Wang Shanshan returned to Cao Kun's home, carrying 5 dishes. Cao Kun was seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television, while Bai Jing was no longer lying on the bed, but was busy washing bed linens and other items. Seeing this scene, Wang Shanshan felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as Bai Jing was up and about, it indicated that she was no longer angry. This was evident from the radiant smile on Bai Jing's face. If she were still upset, she would not appear so blissful and content. "Mom, why did you suddenly decide to wash the sheets? Didn't you just change them yesterday?" Wang Shanshan placed the groceries on the coffee table and skipped over to Bai Jing, who was operating the washing machine. "Oh, I accidentally got them wet earlier." Bai Jing replied with a smile, gently ruffling Wang Shanshan's hair. "Since they were wet anyway, I thought I might as well wash them and put on fresh ones." "I see." Wang Shanshan, not thinking much of it, cheerfully responded, "Mom, just let the washing machine do its job. I bought all your favorite dishes today. Let us hurry and eat." "All right." Later that evening, at 8 o'clock, a delightful dinner concluded. Bai Jing took her usual stroll, and Cao Kun joined her. Only Wang Shanshan remained at home. Sitting on the sofa, she appeared to be watching television, yet her gaze was vacant, her thoughts clearly wandering elsewhere. After a while, she shook her head in confusion. For some reason, she felt that her mother was different than before. The atmosphere during dinner had been amiable, filled with laughter, and Wang Shanshan could see that her mother was genuinely happy. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed within her mother. She couldn't pinpoint what had shifted, but it felt as though, despite her mother's good mood and state, there was an emotional distance between them. Oh well, perhaps it's just that too much has happened in the past few days. Unable to articulate the changes she sensed in Bai Jing, Wang Shanshan decided to attribute it to the recent events and push the matter aside, returning her attention to the television. At 1:00 amp, Oppo's clock in the morning. Much like the previous night, Cao Kun and Bai Jing returned home. They seemed to have gone for a night run, as Bai Jing's face was flushed, a clear indication of vigorous exercise. Wang Shanshan did not find this unusual, given the recent upheaval in their lives. It was perfectly normal for her mother to vent her emotions through physical activity. The only downside was their late return, but it was not a matter of great concern, especially with Cao Kun accompanying her. Reflecting on this, Wang Shanshan felt an overwhelming sense of pride in her decision to have Cao Kun by her side. She believed that one of the wisest choices she had made in life was to have someone as devoted as him. He was incredibly useful in various circumstances. However, she also recognized a drawback. She had inadvertently cultivated his appetite. After their experiences in the CAF, she sensed that any small gestures of affection would no longer suffice to impress him. In the future, if she wanted to please him, it would have to be on par with what had occurred that day in the CAF. Otherwise, it would be challenging to achieve the desired effect. The following morning, Cao Kun and Wang Shanshan left the house together. They had arranged to meet Huang Mao's parents for a face-to-face discussion. Although Wang Shanshan could only offer 800,000 yuan, falling short of the 5 million they demanded, this was her final resort. Regardless of the outcome, she felt compelled to try. Meanwhile, Bai Jing had scheduled a visit to a nearby beauty salon for a facial treatment. Since being awakened by Cao Kun's words the previous day, Bai Jing had resolved to reclaim her identity. She no longer wished to feign concern for Wang Yifu. Deep down, she had never truly wanted to. Her years with Wang Yifu had not brought her happiness or fulfillment. In fact, if it weren't for Wang Shanshan, she might have divorced long ago. Therefore, she had no intention of accompanying Wang Shanshan to negotiate compensation with the victim's family. Instead, she was more focused on her appearance. The areas where Wang Yifu had struck her still bore faint bruises that needed to be addressed, and she intended to care for her skin meticulously. Although Cao Kun had remarked that her skin was as supple as that of an 18-year-old girl, even more so than those younger than her age remained a reality. Hence, maintaining her appearance was essential. When Wang Shanshan learned that Bai Jing would not accompany her to speak with Huang Mao's parents about compensation, but instead was going for a beauty treatment, she was taken aback. Her father was still in police custody, his fate uncertain, and her mother chose to prioritize beauty? Was that appropriate? Yet, faced with Wang Shanshan's bewildered and incredulous expression, Bai Jing offered no explanation, merely smiling before confidently stepping out of the house. Cao Kun had told her that she was an independent individual who needed to live for herself, which was why she refused to be burdened by Wang Shanshan's issues. Helping Wang Yifu was Wang Shanshan's choice, a matter that rightfully belonged to her alone. Thus, Bai Jing would not interfere. Wang Shanshan, unaware that Bai Jing had begun to rediscover herself with Cao Kun's support, remained in a daze until they left the house together. Cao Kun, what do you think my mom is thinking? We're going to discuss compensation with the victim's family, and she's off to get beauty treatments. Is she all right? Cao Kun almost burst into laughter at Wang Shanshan's dissatisfaction with Bai Jing. He had merely suggested to Bai Jing the night before that she should reclaim her identity and not live for others. To his surprise, she had taken his advice to heart and had drawn a clear line with Wang Shanshan that day. You save your father. I will take care of my beauty treatments. We want to interfere with each other. At this rate, Cao Kun felt he wouldn't even need to instigate any discord. The mother-daughter duo might soon become estranged. They truly were an intriguing pair to observe. With these thoughts in mind, Cao Kun smiled wryly. Perhaps Aunt Bai has her own reasons for this. What reasons could she have? Wang Shanshan retorted, her displeasure evident. Today is about my father's life and death. Even if she has her own issues, she can't just ignore everything and go for beauty treatments. Cao Kun nodded with a grin. All right, don't be upset. Even though Aunt Bai isn't here, you still have me. Don't worry, I will never abandon you. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan appeared somewhat touched. Yes, you're the best. I'm so grateful to have you here. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. 20 minutes later, in Shi County, at a CAF by the window, Cao Kun held Wang Shanshan's hand as they approached a table where two people were already seated. A man and a woman, both in their early 40s, wore stern expressions and glared at Wang Shanshan and Cao Kun with intense eyes. These two were the parents of the victim, Huang Mao. This was not Cao Kun's first encounter with them. In a previous life, he had met them after accidentally causing Huang Mao's death. Chapter 35 now. I am in charge, confronted by the fierce gazes of Huang Mao's parents. Wang Shanshan appeared visibly intimidated. Clutching onto Cao Kun's hand, she nearly concealed herself behind him. In stark contrast, Cao Kun remained unperturbed by the menacing stares directed at him. Having spent a decade in a maximum security prison, he had encountered far more intimidating glares. The current hostile demeanor of Huang Mao and Appo's parents struck him as trivial, even endearing. "Fear not, I am here," Cao Kun softly reassured Wang Shanshan before leading her toward Huang Mao's parents. "You must be the parents of Huang Jianren." He greeted them with an air of casual confidence. Huang Jianren's father scoffed. "Humph, so you're the relative of Wang Yifu?" "Not quite yet," Cao Kun replied with a gentle smile, pulling Wang Shanshan forward. "This is Wang Shanshan, my uncle's daughter, and I am her suitor." Wang Shanshan timidly bowed her head and said, "Uncle, and I apologize. I know that no word can suffice at this moment, but I still want to sincerely express my apologies on behalf of my father." We cannot accept your apologies." Huang Jianren's mother retorted angrily. "Your family's apologies mean nothing to us. A life for a life. Your father's life must pay for my son's." Wang Shanshan, having just graduated from high school, felt overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, although she possessed some skill in navigating delicate social dynamics. She found herself at a loss under the oppressive atmosphere created by Huang Jianren's parents. Seeing her distress, Cao Kun smiled lightly and, disregarding the hostile gazes of Huang Jianren's parents, guided her to sit down. "Now, let's discuss the matter of the letter of understanding," he began. "I won't waste words. The compensation amount of 5 million is simply unattainable for us. We can offer 800,000. With that amount, we can make an effort." "What?" Huang Jianren's parents were taken aback, incredulous. Did they truly expect to secure their understanding for a mere 800,000? It was a ludicrous notion. The issuance of such a letter would imply that Wang Yifu would escape the death penalty. If Wang Yifu was spared, what their son? Were they to accept that 800,000 could buy their son's life? "Are you jesting with us?" Huang Jianren's father growled. "You think 800,000 is sufficient to buy my son's life? If I were to offer 6 million, could I then purchase both of your lives?" Cao Kun maintained his calm demeanor. "Please do not be agitated. I understand that this compensation amount may not meet your expectations. However, the figure we can afford is not solely dictated by your demands. Your offer is far too low," Huang Jianren's mother insisted furiously. 800,000 is absolutely unacceptable. Our bottom line is 8 million. Any less, and you can prepare for the funeral of that murderer, for we will never issue a letter of understanding." As time ticked by, a half-hour elapsed. Wang Shanshan had anticipated that negotiating the compensation down from 5 million to 800,000 would be nearly impossible. Yet, she had not expected the encounter to feel so hopeless. The obstinacy and aggression of Huang Jianren's parents left her feeling almost suffocated. Fortunately, with Cao Kun by her side, she felt somewhat shielded. Otherwise, she feared she would have been overwhelmed by their hostility. 6 million. Huang Jianren's father declared firmly. "This is our final offer. Anything less, and you might as well send Wang Yifu to his death." After half an hour of relentless negotiation, the compensation amount finally settled at 6 million, a reduction of 900,000 from the original demand. While this was a significant concession, no trace of relief appeared on Wang Shanshan's face. For her, whether the amount was 6 million or 5 million mattered little. She could not procure either. Recognizing that the figure had reached Huang Jianren's parents' limit, Cao Kun glanced at Wang Shanshan and said, "Shanshan, perhaps you should step out for a moment." Wang Shanshan hesitated, unsure why Cao Kun would suggest she leave now. Yet the idea resonated with her. Remaining any longer felt suffocating. She nodded silently and exited the CAF. Once she had departed, Cao Kun stretched languidly and turned his attention back to Huang Jianren and Appo's parents. "Now, we can engage in a proper discussion." "What?" Huang Jianren and Appo's parents wore expressions of disbelief. "Is this when we begin? What was the past half hour for?" "Spare your breath," Huang Jianren's mother interjected. 6 million is our final offer. Not a penny less if you wish to obtain our letter of understanding. No. Cao Kun crossed his legs, shaking his finger at them with a smile. "It appears you too have yet to grasp the situation. It is no longer up to you. It is I who calls the shots." "You call the shots?" Huang Jianren and Appo's father scowled, his brow furrowing. "What makes you think you have any authority?" You are merely the suitor of a murderer's daughter. Do you truly believe yourself to be significant? Let me clarify. If I choose to engage with you, you may be considered someone. If I choose not to, you lack even the right to sit here and converse with me. Unfazed by Huang Jianren's father's brusque retort, Cao Kun merely smiled and retrieved his phone. After plugging in his earphones, he opened a video on his device and handed it to Huang Jianren's mother, gesturing for her to take a look. Hesitantly, she accepted the phone, placing the earphones in her ears. Huang Jianren's father leaned in closer, taking the other earphone to watch alongside her. As the video began to play, their expressions darkened within mere seconds. With every passing moment, the weight of the video pressed heavily upon them. By the 3-minute mark, Cao Kun retrieved his phone from their hands. This was the original footage of Bai Jing being dragged into an alley by Huang Mao and his accomplices. The first 3 minutes depicted how they had threatened her and begun to remove her clothing. The subsequent footage, which was unnecessary to view, would illustrate the assault that followed, something Huang Jianren's parents could easily infer without needing to see. Chapter 36, Playing Both Sides. Once brimming with arrogance and intimidation, Huang Jianren's parents, after viewing a 3-minute video, resembled frostbitten eggplants, their formidable presence utterly deflated. They were left in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Cao Kun maintained his serene demeanor, as if everything had remained within his grasp from the very beginning. Under the scrutiny of Huang Jianren and Appos, as parents, he leisurely tidied up his headphone wires and took a sip of coffee. Only then did he turn to the couple and speak. The woman in the video is Bai Jing, the wife of Wang Yifu. So, do you now comprehend the entire sequence of events? Your son, in collusion with others, initially assaulted Wang Yifu's wife, which prompted Wang Yifu to seek retribution against him. Unfortunately, having consumed some alcohol, he lost control and accidentally killed her. Given this scenario, if you were to secure a competent attorney for Wang Yifu, how do you think the court would rule? Huang Jianren's parents stared blankly at Cao Kun, rendered speechless. With a slight smile, Cao Kun continued, stating that in such circumstances, the judge would likely impose a lenient sentence, considering that your son was the first to violate Wang Yifu's wife. Hence, any thoughts of capital punishment or life imprisonment should be dismissed as utterly improbable. I would venture to predict that if the lawyer's performance is average, Wang Yifu might receive a sentence of 3 to 10 years, most likely around 8 or 9 years. If he exhibits good behavior, he could be released in 5 or 6 years. This is merely the scenario of an average performance. If the lawyer excels, he might only be sentenced to 3 or 4 years, and with good conduct, he could be out in about 2 years. So, do you understand now? Cao Kun's words were not mere bluster. Having spent 10 years in prison, he had witnessed numerous similar cases. For instance, he recalled a fellow inmate named Zhang Wei, who hailed from a rural background, having lost both parents and left a younger sister at home to study while he sought work in the city. Tragically, his sister was assaulted by a local thug. Upon learning of this, Zhang Wei was incensed but refrained from reporting the crime, fearing it would tarnish his sister's reputation before marriage. However, the incident left him deeply troubled, leading him to drink heavily. One fateful day, he encountered the thug and, in a fit of rage, ended up killing him. Zhang Wei's case bore striking similarities to Wang Yifu's current predicament, ultimately resulting in a mere 5-year sentence. With good behavior, he was released after 4 years and 3 months. Cao Kun could enumerate countless such cases, provided the judge possessed a modicum of empathy and the lawyer exhibited competence. Cases with extenuating circumstances seldom faced harsh penalties. Thus, Cao Kun was not attempting to intimidate the couple. The gravity of Wang Yifu's case could swing either way. On one hand, it could lead to capital punishment. On the other, with the release of this video and Bai Jing's testimony, alongside the hiring of a skilled lawyer, Wang Yifu could escape with minimal sentencing. As Cao Kun finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the 3 individuals. Both Huang Jianren's father and mother were at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond or act. The notion that their son could be brutally killed, while his assailant might serve only a few years, was unfathomable. Finally, Huang Jianren's mother broke the silence, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "Impossible! You're just spouting nonsense. How could someone who has taken a life receive such a light sentence? Is my son's life not valuable? Cao Kun shrugged, a smile gracing his lips. Madam, I regret to inform you that, at times, human life is indeed undervalued. Allow me to illustrate. He gestured towards a woman passing by outside. If your husband were to assault that woman, and in my attempt to intervene, I accidentally caused his death, what do you suppose my sentence would be? Huang Jianren and Appo's mother opened her mouth to respond, but fell silent, unable to articulate her thoughts. Cao Kun continued with a smile. You might think I would serve time, but in reality, I would not only avoid punishment, but also be commended for my bravery. Similarly, if I were to intervene while your son and his accomplices were assaulting Wang Yifu and Appo's wife and inadvertently killed them all, their deaths would be in vain. I would bear no financial or legal responsibility and potentially receive accolades for my actions. So, madam, do you still believe your son's life holds value? Understand that the law protects the righteous, not those who perpetrate heinous acts against others. If I were to present this video to the authorities, Wang Yifu would not face severe repercussions, rendering your son's death utterly meaningless. Cao Kun's words plunged the room into silence once more. Huang Jianren's mother glared at him defiantly, her attempt to counter his argument faltering. At last, Huang Jianren's father spoke, fixing his gaze on Cao Kun. Young man, you just stated that if you submit the video, Wang Yifu will certainly not receive a harsh sentence, and my son would effectively have died in vain, correct? Cao Kun nodded calmly. Absolutely, that is the truth. And what if you choose not to submit it? Huang Jianren's father inquired cautiously. Cao Kun smiled vidanet. Mr. Huang, you certainly grasp the matter at hand. If I withhold the video, Wang Yifu would undoubtedly face severe punishment, either death or life imprisonment. Whether he lives or dies hinges entirely on your willingness to provide a letter of forgiveness. With this clear understanding, both Huang Jianren and Appo's father and mother realized the stakes at play. The decision to present the video rested entirely on their comprehension of the situation. Huang Jianren took a deep breath, stating, "Let us speak plainly. Let us discuss a price. My son cannot die in vain." Cao Kun wasted no time, holding up 3 fingers. 3 million. Pay me 3 million, and this video will remain our secret. Should you offer less, it will be submitted to the police today. Additionally, I have one more requirement. Wang Yifu must not receive a death sentence. Thus, you must provide a letter of forgiveness at the previously discussed price of 800,000. Upon hearing this, even Huang Jianren's father, a seasoned businessman accustomed to the rigors of trade, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This seemingly harmless young man turned out to be a formidable player in this high-stakes game. Chapter 37. The ancestral bracelet. In contrast to Huang Jianren's mother, his father, having weathered numerous storms in the business world, possessed considerable insight. Thus, after listening to the price proposed by Cao Kun along with his demands, he astutely discerned that this seemingly bright and upright young man had ulterior motives. First and foremost, it was evident that he was playing both sides. Although he had initially requested 3 million, he was actually also claiming a share from Wang Shanshan's family. He had stipulated a requirement for an 800,000 yuan letter of understanding, meaning Wang Shanshan's family would produce 800,000 to present to them. However, they would not actually retain ownership of this sum. It would merely pass through their hands before being handed over to Cao Kun. Furthermore, they would need to contribute an additional 2 million to supplement the 800,000. Thus, while Cao Kun appeared to be merely negotiating with them, he was, in fact, benefiting from both parties. Secondly, although he could easily rescue Wang Yifu, why did he choose not to? Instead, he opted to collaborate with them, allowing Wang Yifu to remain in prison. What was the significance of this? Was it merely for the sake of the 3 million? No, it could not be that simple. Based on years of experience in assessing people, Huang Jianren's father was fairly certain that Cao Kun's interest in the money was minimal. When he mentioned the figure of 3 million, his demeanor, expression, gaze, and tone was far too composed. Such calmness was not characteristic of someone overly concerned about money. At the very least, he showed no significant interest in the 3 million. But if it wasn't money he sought, what was it? People? Undeniably, Wang Shanshan was an exceptional woman, possessing both beauty and figure that placed her in the highest echelons. If Cao Kun were enamored with her and wished to make her his own, that would be understandable. However, that would not necessitate leaving Wang Yifu languishing in prison. In fact, he should be rescuing Wang Yifu. After all, should he and Wang Shanshan become involved, Wang Yifu would become his father-in-law. They would be family. And it would be illogical to allow a family member to remain incarcerated. Moreover, Wang Yifu was in the prime of his life, a time when he could still generate income. Wouldn't it be more beneficial to release him so he could contribute to the household? Unless a bold thought suddenly crossed Huang Jinren's mind, causing him to gasp. Could it be possible that Cao Kun's interest extended beyond Wang Shanshan? What if he sought not just Wang Shanshan, but also Wang Yifu's wife Bai Jing? Huang Jinren's father had just viewed the video, and the image of Wang Yifu's wife, a stunningly attractive woman, was fresh in his mind. Her beauty and voluptuous figure rivaled that of Wang Shanshan. In fact, compared to Wang Shanshan, Bai Jing exuded a more mature and sophisticated charm unique to married women. Therefore, could it be that Cao Kun aimed to pursue both mother and daughter? If that were the case, everything would fall into place. Why would he refrain from rescuing Wang Yifu? Clearly, he had set his sights not only on Wang Yifu's daughter, but also on his wife. Rescuing Wang Yifu would only jeopardize his plans. Why would he insist on the 800,000 letter of understanding? Because once that sum was extracted from Wang Shanshan's family, the two women would find themselves utterly destitute and vulnerable. At that moment, they would be in dire need of support. If Cao Kun were to step in and become their protector, the prospect of them serving him would soon become a reality. With this line of thought, Huang Jinren's father became increasingly convinced of his suspicions. What a ruthless character, to toy with the wives and daughters of others. He would not hesitate to leave someone imprisoned for a lifetime. Such a person was undoubtedly capable of horrific deeds. Thankfully, he was not in opposition to him. Rather, they were aligned against a common enemy, Wang Yifu. Otherwise, facing such a person would leave Huang Jinren's father feeling as though he would need to sleep with the lights on. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Huang Jinren's father promptly declared, "No problem, we can provide the 3 million you desire. But we hope you will uphold your end of the bargain and ensure that this video does not appear in the police station." Upon hearing her husband's words, Huang Jinren and Appo's mother was momentarily taken aback. They agreed? So easily? Was there a need for a written guarantee or further negotiation? This was 3 million, a not insignificant amount for them, especially after losing their son and still needing to ensure that Wang Yifu, the murderer, did not face the death penalty. It sounded utterly ludicrous. Shouldn't we consider this further? Huang Jinren's mother began, but before she could finish, she was interrupted by her husband. Enough. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Just trust my judgment. As he spoke, he discreetly winked at her. This gesture conveyed a sense of danger known only to them. Once Huang Jinren's father issued this signal, his wife was obliged to comply with his decisions. After all, in such urgent matters, he needed to remain vigilant. Observing their exchange, Cao Kun smiled slightly and assured, "Mr. Huang, rest assured, once the 3 million is in hand, this video will never see the inside of a police station, I guarantee it." As he spoke, Cao Kun twirled a string of wooden beads on his wrist. He had purchased them for 8 yuan at a street stall the previous evening, claiming they were sandalwood. He then removed the beads, saying, "Mr. Huang, this string has been passed down through my ancestors for nearly 200 years. Selling it for 3 million is not unreasonable, is it?" Huang Jinren's father's lips twitched. He was at a loss for words. How could he have the audacity to claim these pristine beads had been used for over 2 centuries? Moreover, had the trend of bead stringing even existed 200 years ago? Although these thoughts raced through his mind, he could not voice them. He smiled and nodded, stating, "Not at all unreasonable. Artifacts like this are perceived differently by each individual. To some, they may be worthless, while to others, they could be invaluable. This string aligns perfectly with my taste. Therefore, I am willing to purchase it for 3 million. I only wonder if you will be willing to part with it." Cao Kun laughed heartily, tossing the string towards him. "Since Mr. Huang is so fond of it, I shall part with it for 3 million. My bank account is." Chapter 38. Bewildered Wang Shanshan, 5 minutes later. Cao Kun gazed at the text notification from the bank, indicating a deposit of 3 million. A smile gracing his face as he tucked away his phone. In stark contrast, the expressions of Huang Jianren's parents had turned devoid of any mirth. Caution. Excessive caution. In the transfer records, Cao Kun had meticulously ensured it was noted as a transaction for purchasing pearls, entirely free from any dubious implications. He left no room for even the slightest hint of a flaw. Every cent was accounted for, leaving him untroubled by any potential scrutiny. "Shall I invite Wang Yifu's daughter in for a discussion?" Cao Kun suggested with a smile. "Very well." Huang Jianren's father quickly nodded in agreement, eager for further dialogue. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the CAF, Wang Shanshan ambled in, holding a half-eaten ice cream, her expression one of innocent bewilderment. She had been prepared to indulge in some shopping. After all, she was no fool, given the demeanor of Huang Jianren and Appos, his parents. It was evident that they would never issue a letter of understanding for less than 6 million. She simply could not produce such an amount. Thus, she had abandoned all hope. If negotiations were futile, she might as well enjoy a shopping spree. However, before she could set off, a phone call from Cao Kun summoned her back. She was reluctant to return. The atmosphere felt oppressive, and the outcome seemed set. What was there to discuss? Yet, when Cao Kun called, she felt compelled to comply, as this was ultimately a matter concerning her family. "How'd it go, Cao Kun? Did the negotiations collapse?" Wang Shanshan whispered as she approached him. "No, quite the opposite," Cao Kun replied with a smile. "Huang Jianren's parents have agreed to issue a letter of understanding for a compensation of 800,000. What? Wang Shanshan's eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief. They agreed? How could that be? Wasn't their bottom line, 6 million? How can they settle for 800,000? Observing the astonishment on Wang Shanshan's face, Huang Jianren and Appos, as father smiled and said, "Miss Wang, you ought to express your gratitude to Mr. Cao. If it weren't and Appos, T for his constant advocacy on your behalf, we would never have considered issuing a letter of understanding for 800,000. Wang Shanshan felt a wave of confusion wash over her. "So you truly agree?" "Indeed." Huang Jianren and Appos, as father affirmed. "The moment you deliver the 800,000, we shall provide your father with a letter of understanding." It's settled. The four of them lingered in the CAF for a while longer, but Wang Shanshan remained in a daze, failing to regain her composure even as Huang Jianren's parents took their leave. A singular thought consumed her mind. How could they have agreed? They had previously stated a minimum of 6 million. How did it suddenly transform into a mere 800,000? It was only 800,000. It was as if they had accepted the value of their son's life for that paltry sum. Were they out of their minds? They drove luxury cars worth over 1 million. How could they settle for such a trivial amount? Cao Kun, observing Wang Shanshan's bewildered expression, struggled to contain a smile. He had previously asserted that Wang Shanshan's nature was inherently selfish, a truth now laid bare. In her desperation to save her father, she had embodied the role of a dutiful daughter, ready to do anything to secure the funds, even if it meant kneeling before the other party for help. Yet, when they actually agreed to the 800,000, she found herself momentarily stunned, as her supposed altruism was revealed to be a fade. What would she do if she had to liquidate her family's assets to save Wang Yifu? Her university tuition, living expenses, cosmetics, and fashionable attire all required funding. Where would that money come from? Cao Kun had long since recognized that, between Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan. It was Wang Shanshan who was most reluctant to part with the funds. However, given her penchant for theatrics, he chose to indulge her, allowing her to maintain her image as a devoted daughter. Furthermore, it was now impossible for her to avoid providing the 800,000. "Shanshan, let us go for a meal," Cao Kun suggested. Wang Shanshan, still in a stupor, looked at him blankly. "Cao Kun, how could they have agreed?" Cao Kun found her reaction curious. "What is wrong, Shanshan? Shouldn't you be pleased? You have been longing for them to issue a letter of understanding." Snapping back to reality, Wang Shanshan stammered, "Yes, I certainly want them to issue the letter. However, Didn't they say their bottom line was 6 million? How did it change to 800,000? It was your filial piety that moved them, Cao Kun replied, his smile radiant. In truth, after you left, I hardly spoke with them. I merely recounted your recent tribulations and how you had exhausted every means to save your father, even at the cost of your relationship with your mother. When they learned that your family could only manage 800,000 and that you were willing to dedicate it entirely to your father's rescue, they were deeply touched by your sincere father-daughter bond. They had not anticipated your willingness to go to such lengths, and it was your genuine devotion that swayed them. Thus, they ultimately agreed to issue the letter of understanding for 800,000. Upon hearing Cao Kun's explanation, Wang Shanshan was overwhelmed with the urge to slap herself across the face. Goodness, are they out of their minds? They took my performance seriously. How could they not see it was all an act? If I give away the 800,000, how will I eat or drink? Don't they have any common sense? All right, Shanshan. Cao Kun seemed oblivious to her despondent expression, cheerfully stating at last, we have some good news. Come, let me treat you to a nice lunch. Wang Shanshan forced a pained smile. Cao Kun, perhaps it's best to call it off. I just had that ice cream, and my stomach feels a bit off. I think I'll head home to rest. Is that so? Cao Kun expressed concern. Shall I accompany you? Would you like to see a doctor first? No. It's fine, Wang Shanshan quickly declined. I just need a moment to myself. You go ahead and eat. I'll head home first. Without waiting for Cao Kun's reply, she hurriedly departed. As she left, Cao Kun couldn't and amp. Oppos, suppress a smile. Thinking of backing out? Dream on. I want to grant you that opportunity. With that, Cao Kun pulled out his phone and called Bai Jing. Hello, Aunt Bai. Have you finished your beauty treatment? Oh, really? Then I'll come find you. All right. I'll check into a room and wait for you. I happen to be free this afternoon. Chapter 39. The surprise of Cao Kun after an hour had passed. In room 1108 of a hotel named Blue Flag in Xia County, Cao Kun opened the door. Upon seeing Bai Jing standing outside with some food in her hands, he smiled and welcomed her inside. You mentioned a surprise for me. What is it? Earlier, when he called Bai Jing, she had asked him to book a hotel, promising a surprise. However, upon seeing her, Cao Kun found no indication of anything extraordinary. She looked exactly as she did when they parted in the morning, a white blouse, a black pencil skirt, sheer black stockings, and a pair of glossy black high heels. Where was the surprise? Surely, a simple beauty treatment couldn't count as one. With a playful smile, Bai Jing placed the food on the small table in the room and said mysteriously, take a guess. Guess? Cao Kun scrutinized Bai Jing from head to toe, shaking his head. I really can't tell. You look just the same as this morning. Oh dear. Bai Jing feigned annoyance, rolling up the sleeves of her blouse. Feel it. Cao Kun hesitated, but eventually reached out to touch her arm. The moment his hand made contact, his expression transformed. To be candid, there was hardly a part of Bai Jing's body he hadn't touched before, yet today felt different. Her arm seemed smoother and more delicate than ever. Noticing Cao Kun's astonishment, Bai Jing smiled brightly. Did you notice? Cao Kun nodded. It feels even smoother than before. Did you use some kind of oil? Goodness. Bai Jing laughed. Who would apply oil all over? I'd ruin my clothes. I had a full body hair removal treatment at the beauty salon. Upon hearing her emphasize full body, Cao Kun's expression grew even more animated. Wow, you mean the kind I'm imagining? With a playful bite of her lip, Bai Jing confirmed, exactly the kind you're imagining. Surprised? Indeed. Cao Kun you're playing with fire, you know? This could increase your attack speed and durability by 20. Be careful not to overdo it. Bai Jing laughed heartily. Is that so? Just make sure you can follow through on your words. Impossible. Cao Kun replied confidently. Cao Kun, make a promise. I keep it. This afternoon. Be prepared for the consequences. After some playful banter, they finally sat down to eat. As Cao Kun enjoyed his skewered kidney, he asked, how does it feel to be yourself again? Bai Jing paused, her expression radiant with happiness. It's wonderful, absolutely fantastic. She gazed into Cao Kun's eyes and continued, you know, when I finished my beauty treatment and stepped out into the sunlight, I felt as if I was reborn. I wanted to do this for years. But every time I saw the exorbitant prices, I would tell myself, As a mother, why waste money on beauty when I could buy something for my child instead? For so many years, I lived for others. But today, I finally lived for myself and discovered the joy and beauty of it. From now on, I refuse to live for anyone else. I despise my former self. I want to be my true self and live for me. As Bai Jing spoke passionately, her eyes glistened with tears. Cao Kun gently wiped them away and encouraged her. Keep going, I believe in you. As long as you bravely take this step and sever ties with your past, you will surely reclaim yourself. Sever ties with my past. Bai Jing noticed the unfamiliar phrase and questioned him. What do you mean? Quite literally, Cao Kun replied. You don't truly believe you've returned to your former self, do you? Don't forget, you are still legally married to Wang Yifu. If you wish to live freely and solely for yourself, you must first cut ties with him. Bai Jing suddenly grasped the gravity of his words. Yes, she had almost forgotten that she was still Wang Yifu's wife. Regardless of how Wang Yifu would eventually be judged, she currently lacked true freedom. As a spouse, if anything happened to him, she would be the first person the police sought out. She would have to prepare and clean up his mess, continuing to bear the burden for him. The thought filled her with an inexplicable disgust and frustration. Why? Why was it so difficult for her to live for herself? Why did these people cling to her like leeches, draining her life? She merely wanted to be free and unrestricted. Why couldn't they let her go? Sensing Bai Jing's inner turmoil, Cao Kun took her delicate hand and said, Actually, I have a surprise for you too. Bai Jing looked at him, her initial excitement replaced with concern. What surprise? Cao Kun smiled faintly. An opportunity for you to sever ties with your past. What? Bai Jing's eyes widened, filled with anticipation. What opportunity? How can I cut ties with my past? Cao Kun gestured for her to calm down and explained, Today, I met with Huang Jianren's parents, and the negotiations have concluded. They agreed to provide a letter of understanding in exchange for an 800,000 yuan compensation for Wang Yifu. He then recounted the details of the negotiations, carefully omitting sensitive information that could not be disclosed. Although the 800,000 yuan was a joint asset shared with Wang Yifu, it was undeniable that their current predicament was closely tied to her. My suggestion is to take that 800,000 yuan and use it to procure a letter of understanding for Wang Yifu, ensuring his safety. In doing so, you would have done your utmost for him, both out of respect for your past together and for your own conscience. Furthermore, this would fulfill Shanshan's wish. As you know, she desperately wants to save Uncle Wang. After completing this, you can honestly say that you owe nothing to either Wang Yifu or Wang Shanshan. That will be the moment you sever your past and embrace a new life. Chapter 40. The foolish daughter. Despite Bai Jing previously telling Wang Shanshan that she would relinquish her half of the family assets, it was inconceivable that she would truly forego them. How could she survive without food, drink, and a means to sustain herself in the future? Her words were merely a reflection of the belief, much like Wang Shanshan, that Huang Jianren's parents would never agree to issue a letter of understanding for 800,000. As long as that sum remained unspent, half of it would still belong to her. Her verbal declarations would change nothing in reality. However, the situation had transformed. Cao Kun and his associates had successfully negotiated, and the other party had consented to the 800,000 for the letter of understanding. Consequently, the 400,000 that rightfully belonged to her was at risk of vanishing. Had this occurred earlier, Bai Jing would have rejected the proposal without a second thought. After all, with the house gone, the money depleted, and everything lost, what remained for her and Wang Shanshan? How would they eat, drink, and find shelter? Furthermore, who would cover Wang Shanshan and Appo's university tuition, living expenses, and accommodation? In the past, Bai Jing would have never agreed to such a proposition, burdened as she was by numerous practical concerns. Yet now, she no longer wished to contemplate these matters. She yearned to sever ties with her former self and embrace a new beginning. Especially with Wang Shanshan, she had grown weary of this foolish daughter. The family funds had all been allocated to rescue her father? How very filial. Bai Jing wanted to inquire, with the house and savings gone, where would she, as a mother, reside? What would she eat and drink? While she had shown devotion to her father, what of her own mother? Was she to be abandoned to fend for herself? Since her daughter had reached such a point, Bai Jing felt no reluctance in letting go. A daughter like this was better off without her. After all, Bai Jing could no longer tolerate Wang Shanshan's parasitic behavior. Indeed, she wished to sever all ties with the Wang family entirely. It was time to be decisive and cut all connections. Moreover, she was curious to see how her foolish daughter would manage moving forward. With the university semester fast approaching, having drained all the family finances to save Wang Yifu, where would her living expenses, tuition, and accommodation come from? Surely, she wouldn't expect her mother to provide for her, would she? Apologies, but there was nothing left. Not a single penny. As for her maternal love for Wang Shanshan, it had come to a definitive end. From this moment on, Bai Jing would live for herself, no longer for others. With these thoughts, Bai Jing felt as though a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders, her body relaxed, and her mind clear. She smiled at Cao Kun and said, "Cao Kun, you are absolutely correct. This indeed presents a perfect opportunity to completely sever ties with my past self. Although I may face considerable hardships as a result, I believe that reclaiming my identity and embracing a new life makes it all worthwhile. So, here as to my fresh start. Cheers." Seeing Bai Jing raise her glass of water in place of wine, Cao Kun beamed and mirrored her gesture. Cheers. At 3 in the afternoon, Cao Kun and Bai Jing arrived at the home of Bai Jing and Wang Yifu. Initially, Bai Jing intended to sell the house first to gather the 800,000, then approach Huang Jianren and Oppos as parents for the letter of understanding. However, Cao Kun could not afford to wait that long. In this sluggish real estate market, selling a house was no simple task. It might take months to find a buyer. To avoid any unnecessary delays, Cao Kun made a decisive call, summoning Huang Jianren's parents directly. Instead of selling the house, they would transfer ownership directly, and with Bai Jing's savings, they could consider it as the 800,000. Mr. Huang, you've seen the house. It's a well-designed property, and you can easily check the market price online. So, using the house as collateral for the payment should be fine, correct? Cao Kun spoke as if he were a real estate agent, guiding Huang Jianren's parents through the rooms. Upon hearing Cao Kun's proposition, a wry smile crept onto Huang Jianren's parents' faces. Had anyone else made such an offer, they would have surely declined. Given the current downward trend in the housing market, the selling price often fell short of the market value. Properties touted at 600,000 or 700,000 might only sell for 500,000 or 550,000 in reality. No one in their right mind would agree to such a blatant loss. Yet, this was Cao Kun. They found it hard to refuse. After all, they had just engaged in a discreet transaction with him at noon, and it was still early afternoon. If they were to deny him now, they risked provoking him to retaliate, incurring even greater losses. Of course, no problem, Mr. Huang replied with a forced smile. Having already accepted 2 million, a few thousand more isn't concern. He added, in essence, a house today is merely a form of currency. Transferring ownership is akin to settling a debt. The only difference is that selling takes longer, while using the property as collateral expedites the process. Cao Kun nodded. Mr. Huang, do you believe that this, combined with Aunt Bai's savings, can amount to 800,000? Huang Jianren appeared somewhat troubled, pondering for a moment before glancing at Bai Jing. His gaze, however, was not lecherous. Rather, it was drawn to the gold earrings adorning her ears, the necklace around her neck, and the rings on her fingers. While he felt compelled to show respect to Cao Kun, he could not afford to be taken advantage of. The valuation of Bai Jing's house along with her savings was indeed a stretch to reach 800,000, and he needed to compensate for any shortfall. Bai Jing, perceptive to Huang Jianren and Oppos' gaze, quickly understood his intentions. Without further ado, she removed her gold earrings, necklace, and ring, handing them over to Mr. Huang. After weighing the jewelry, Huang Jianren estimated their worth at around 10,000, nodding in agreement. All right, I'll reluctantly consider this total as reaching 800,000. Let us proceed. I will draft the letter of understanding. The letter of understanding was not something to be hastily scribbled on a piece of paper. It was best conducted under the supervision of law enforcement, as it ultimately needed to be submitted to the authorities. Thus, they opted to write it directly at the police station, where it would be officially filed. By 4 in the afternoon, Huang Jinren's parents left the police station first. The letter of understanding had been finalized. The case was no longer their concern, awaiting only the court's judgment on Wang Yifu. Meanwhile, Cao Kun and Bai Jing remained at the station, for their purpose extended beyond merely obtaining the letter. It was also about definitively severing ties with Wang Yifu. However, Wang Yifu was not someone they could meet directly. They had to rely on their lawyer for communication. The lawyer they had engaged was the same one as before, who had now entered to negotiate with Wang Yifu. Cao Kun, Bai Jing inquired, "What if Wang Yifu refuses to agree to the divorce? With the house gone, the savings depleted, and even the jewelry lost, I have sacrificed everything to sever ties with my past, to reclaim my identity, and to embrace a new life. Now, all that remains is the divorce from Wang Yifu. If he refuses, it would be utterly distressing." Chapter 41. With a buzzing in her head, Bai Jing felt anxious. Cao Kun clasped her hand, offering reassurance. "I believe my Uncle Wang will agree to the divorce." The situation had reached a critical point. The decision was no longer solely in Wang Yifu's hands. After a decade of incarceration, Cao Kun had witnessed numerous similar scenarios. When a husband served time in prison, his wife could easily file for divorce outside in court, and it would be granted without fail. He had just spoken with a lawyer about this matter, who would convey it to Wang Yifu. If Wang Yifu consented to the divorce, he could still part ways with dignity, amicably, and with respect. If he refused, a court notification would be issued within 6 months, informing him of the divorce, a far less dignified outcome. Meanwhile, in the police station, Wang Yifu sat in stunned silence before his lawyer, his expression one of deep emotion. She used all her money to obtain the letter of understanding for me? The lawyer nodded, confirming, indeed. The letter was drafted here at the station just moments ago, and I was present throughout the process. Ms. Bai Jing transferred your shared property to Huang Jinren's parents as a means of settling debts and also relinquished your savings of over 200,000 yuan. Additionally, she gave away her gold earrings, necklace, and rings. Altogether, these assets amounted to 800,000 yuan, all handed over to Huang Jinren's parents in exchange for the letter of understanding. This means you can finally rest easy. While I cannot guarantee it entirely, I am 99% certain you will not face the death penalty. Wang Yifu remained motionless after hearing the lawyer's words, lost in thought for an extended moment. He was unsure of his emotions. Was he happy? Perhaps, since he would not be sentenced to death. Yet, he felt no joy, especially upon realizing that Bai Jing had sacrificed their home, their savings, and even her jewelry to secure his release. An overwhelming sense of unexplainable emotion surged within him. He knew precisely how much money they had, and it dawned on him that the letter of understanding had cost Bai Jing everything: her home, her savings, and even her decent jewelry. She had lost it all. Was this truly the outcome of nearly 2 decades together? In an instant, Wang Yifu felt a wave of failure wash over him as a man. The woman who had stood by him for so long now found herself destitute. At that moment, he came to terms with Bai Jing's affairs with other men. Although she had wronged him, he realized he had not treated her fairly either. In truth, he had wronged her far more. As Wang Yifu gradually emerged from his reverie, the lawyer continued, "There is one more matter to discuss, Mr. Wang. Ms. Bai Jing believes your fates have run their course, and thus, your marital relationship should come to an end." Anticipating this outcome, Wang Yifu nodded calmly. A woman who had been with him for so long now faced a future with nothing. As a man, how could he retain her by his side? Furthermore, he would spend the remainder of his life in prison, while Bai Jing was still young, with a long road ahead. She deserved a fresh start. "I agree to the divorce," Wang Yifu said, "but I'm unable to go outside. Please have the lawyer handle the divorce agreement on my behalf." The lawyer nodded in acknowledgement. "That will not be a problem. Since you have no objections, please proceed with drafting the agreement. I believe there are no property disputes left to resolve, so it should not be too cumbersome." Wang Yifu managed a bitter smile. Indeed, all their shared assets had been exchanged for the letter of understanding, leaving no property disputes to consider. After 5 or 6 minutes, he completed the divorce agreement and handed it to the lawyer. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind, and he asked, "By the way, lawyer, what about our daughter, Wang Shanshan?" He intended to inquire about custody arrangements, but was interrupted by the lawyer. "Mr. Wang, I'm aware of your daughter, Wang Shanshan. She has already turned 18, which means she is legally an adult. Therefore, your divorce from Ms. Bai Jing does not concern her, as she is no longer involved in custody issues. If she wishes, she can live independently." Wang Yifu opened his mouth, but ultimately just nodded in understanding. The lawyer continued to discuss other matters with him until confirming there were no further issues to address, concluding their conversation. In the waiting room of the police station, Bai Jing eagerly approached the lawyer upon his exit. "How'd it go? Did he agree to the divorce?" The lawyer smiled and nodded, producing the divorce agreement Wang Yifu had written. "Ms. Bai, Comrade Wang Yifu has agreed to terminate your marital relationship. However, due to his circumstances, he cannot be present to finalize the divorce in person, so I will handle it on his behalf. Additionally, the Civil Affairs Bureau is still open. If we act swiftly, you should be able to obtain your divorce certificate today." Upon hearing this, Bai Jing was nearly overcome with emotion, exclaiming, "Lawyer, we mustn't oppose. Delay. Let's head to the Civil Affairs Bureau right away." At 5:30 in the afternoon, outside the Civil Affairs Bureau in Xia County, Bai Jing gazed at the divorce certificate in her hands, unable to contain her excitement. She pressed the certificate tightly against her chest, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. It was the scent of freedom, the sweet taste of liberation, unshackled and unbound. She was free. She had finally severed ties with her past self. From this moment on, she could live for herself. Beside her, Cao Kun observed Bai Jing's exhilaration and remarked, "Aunt Bai, let us hurry home and share the news with Shanshan. She will surely leap for joy upon learning that Uncle Wang has obtained the letter of understanding." The thought of Wang Shanshan filled Cao Kun with anticipation. He was eager to witness her reaction to the events of that afternoon. With the house gone, the savings vanished, and suddenly left with nothing, her mind must be reeling. In the abode of Cao Kun, Wang Shanshan was listlessly watching television, voraciously consuming snacks. "I am infuriated. Cao Kun, that obsequious sycophant, has become so obtuse. He is aware of my discomfort, which prevented me from joining him for lunch, yet he has failed to bring me sustenance. Does he intend for me to starve? Very well, I shall grant him one final hour. If he fails to return with victuals, I shall rescind his licking privileges indefinitely. It is not as if I am bereft of other admirers." Wang Shanshan felt as though her day had been particularly dismal, primarily due to the negotiations with Huang Jinren's parents. She had exerted every ounce of her intellect, yet she had not anticipated that Huang Jinren's parents would genuinely consent to furnish them with a letter of leniency in exchange for a compensation of 800,000. She merely sought to cultivate the image of a filial paragon. As news of this matter disseminated, all would recognize Wang Shanshan as a woman of profound sentiment and righteousness, willing to sacrifice her entire patrimony to save her father's life, leaving herself utterly destitute. Au Poyon, an image of a filial daughter, unconcerned with monetary gain and solely focused on affection, was assuredly within her grasp. These facets would undoubtedly serve as resplendent highlights, augmenting her appeal. However, Huang Jinren's parents' acquiescence had disrupted her carefully orchestrated plans. She was unable to cultivate the image of a filial paragon, as she had merely feigned sincerity and never genuinely contemplated utilizing the 800,000 to secure the letter of leniency. Moreover, not only was she unable to cultivate the image of a filial paragon, but she also risked attracting opprobrium and tarnishing her reputation. The onus was now on her, as the opposing party had consented, while she demurred. Should this information be disseminated, she would be branded as a miserly curmudgeon, willing to witness her father's execution rather than relinquish funds to save him. Such notoriety would prove detrimental to her prospects. Indeed, this factor alone would preclude her from marrying into affluent and influential families. Fortunately, the blemish on her reputation had not yet solidified. She had not yet voiced her dissent, nor would she. Her mother would bear that responsibility, ensuring that her own image remained untainted. Furthermore, her mother would undoubtedly acquiesce, as her university commencement was imminent, necessitating funds for tuition, sustenance, and lodging. How could her mother possibly consent to relinquish the entire sum of 800,000 for a letter of leniency? She was still young and entitled to imprudence, but could her mother claim the same? As Wang Shanshan watched television, consumed snacks, and contemplated these matters, the door suddenly opened, and Cao Kun and Bai Jing entered. Upon observing that Cao Kun had returned empty-handed, Wang Shanshan's countenance fell. What was the matter with this obsequious sycophant? Was he unaware that she had foregone lunch? Did he not know to bring her sustenance? Very well. He would rue the day he was relieved of his licking privileges. As this vexed thought crossed her mind, Wang Shanshan suddenly noticed something and exclaimed in astonishment, "Mother, where is your necklace?" Wang Shanshan distinctly recalled that Bai Jing had adorned her fair neck with a resplendent gold necklace when she departed for her beauty treatment. However, her neck was now bare, and the necklace was missing. Could have been lost? That necklace was worth several thousand, nearly 10,000. Upon discovering the necklace's disappearance, Wang Shanshan noticed that Bai Jing's gold earrings were also missing. Even the gold ring on her finger was gone. Heavens, what is happening? Where have all her jewels gone? Has she been robbed? In response to Wang Shanshan's bewildered gaze, Cao Kun, eager to ingratiate himself, preemptively interjected, "Shanshan, I bring tidings of great joy. We have secured Uncle Wang's letter of leniency." What? Wang Shanshan's delicate frame quivered, as if she had seen a specter. She turned to Cao Kun and enunciated each word with deliberate emphasis. "What did you just say? My father's letter of leniency has been obtained?" "Indeed," Cao Kun exclaimed with elation. "This afternoon, my aunt and I attended to the matter personally." Cao Kun then recounted the events of the afternoon. From mortgaging their house to Huang Jinren and Amp, Oppos, as parents, to transferring all their savings to Huang Jinren and Amp, Oppos, as parents, to Bai Jing surrendering all her jewelry to Huang Jinren and Amp, Oppos, as parents. Finally, he related how Huang Jinren's parents had furnished them with a letter of leniency at the police station. Cao Kun meticulously detailed the entire process, lest he omit a single detail. As Wang Shanshan listened to Cao Kun's account, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, nearly causing her to faint. The house is gone, the money is gone, and even Bai Jing's jewelry is gone? How would they subsist? Furthermore, university commencement was imminent. Where would she obtain funds for tuition, sustenance, and lodging? Wang Shanshan struggled to maintain her composure and tremulously turned to Bai Jing, inquiring, "Mother, Cao Kun is mistaken. Is he not? Our house is still ours, and our savings remain intact, do they not?" Upon hearing this, Bai Jing's eyes flashed with intense loathing. "Are you feigning ignorance? Were you not weeping and wailing, insisting on borrowing money to save your father? Now that your father's letter of leniency has been secured, you adopt this pretense? Whom are you attempting to deceive?" "Cao Kun speaks the truth," Bai Jing replied in a placid tone. "Our house and savings are gone, all sacrificed to secure a letter of leniency for your father. Moreover, is this not what you have always desired?" Upon hearing her mother's affirmative response, Wang Shanshan staggered backward, nearly losing her balance and collapsing onto the sofa. She stared blankly at Bai Jing, as if she were a stranger. After several seconds, she retorted vehemently, "Bai Jing, are you insane? The house is gone, the savings are gone, and my university commencement is imminent. Do you not realize this? How am I to pay for tuition, sustenance, and lodging? How am I to attend university?" Witnessing Wang Shanshan's hysterical outburst, Bai Jing could no longer contain her rage. She strode forward and delivered a resounding slap to Wang Shanshan's face. The force of the blow stunned Wang Shanshan. Bai Jing glared menacingly into Wang Shanshan and Oppos' eyes and enunciated each word with deliberate emphasis. "Wang Shanshan, listen to me carefully. Regardless of what transpires, I am still the mother who has nurtured you for 18 years. You may harbor no affection for me, but you must respect me. If I ever hear you speak to me disrespectfully again, I shall disfigure your face. Furthermore, you have reached the age of majority and are now an adult. You are free to pursue your university education as you see fit. It is of no concern to me. Even if you choose not to attend university and seek employment in society, laboring in a factory as a screw tightener, working as a hostess in a karaoke bar, or even engaging in prostitution, that is your prerogative. Remember, henceforth, your affairs are of no concern to me. I shall no longer interfere in your life, nor shall I continue to live for your sake. With that, Bai Jing executed a crisp about-face and stormed out of the residence. Chapter 43. The obsession with Cao in the room. Cao Kun watched the dramatic scene unfold between the mother and daughter, nearly bursting into applause. It was utterly captivating. The highlight was undoubtedly the fierce slap that Bai Jing delivered to Wang Shanshan and Appo's face, followed by the venomous words she uttered while locking eyes with her. The expression on her face, the fury combined with the profound disappointment buried deep in her gaze, was nothing short of extraordinary. It was a thrilling spectacle that brought him immense satisfaction, more gratifying than even the most indulgent pleasures. However, while relishing the role of an observer, Cao Kun did not forget his other identity. As Bai Jing stormed out in anger, he quickly stepped onto the stage. Aunt Bai, he called out to her retreating figure, then immediately turned to face Wang Shanshan, who was still dazed and covering her face with her hands. Shanshan, you've gone too far. Huh? Wang Shanshan snapped back to reality, bewildered as she looked at Cao Kun. Too far? Bai Jing had lost her home and savings. Yet she was the one being accused of wrongdoing? Do you have any idea how much Aunt Bai sacrificed for you? Cao Kun exclaimed passionately. For your sake, she has lost everything. Her home, her savings, leaving her with nothing. She doesn't and Appo's to even have a decent piece of jewelry left, all to fulfill your wish to save your father. And you dare say that she has lost her mind? Wang Shanshan, do not forget that it was you who pleaded to save Uncle Wang. Now that he is safe, you turn against Aunt Bai, claiming she is in the wrong. You act like a virtuous woman while being anything but. I am profoundly disappointed in you. Spit. With those words, Cao Kun didn't allow Bai Jing to respond and swiftly chased after her. Aunt Bai. Meanwhile, Wang Shanshan stood frozen, watching Cao Kun and Appo's departing figure, her mind racing for a few seconds before she let out a piercing scream and hurled the snacks in her hand onto the ground. Everything is turned upside down. Life has become unbearable. Her mother was severing ties with her, and that sycophant Cao Kun dared to label her a hypocrite and express disappointment. How dare he? He was merely a sycophant. What right did he have to judge her? The fact that he was allowed to fawn over her was already a monumental favor, yet he had the audacity to turn against her. How infuriating! In the living room, Wang Shanshan tugged at her hair in frustration, squatting down in despair. Why had it come to this? In the community, just before exiting the vicinity, Cao Kun finally caught up with Bai Jing, grasping her arm firmly. Aunt Bai, please wait. Where are you going? Bai Jing's face was a portrait of sorrow and indignation as she looked into Cao Kun's eyes and asked, what was the purpose of raising her? Cao Kun opened his mouth but found no words. Bai Jing let out a bitter laugh and gritted her teeth. I would have been better off raising a dog. At least it would wag its tail at me. Truly, my greatest mistake in life was raising such an ungrateful wretch. Cao Kun furrowed his brow, his tone filled with concern. Aunt Bai, please don't say that. Shanshan might just be overly excited, which caused her to speak thoughtlessly. Excited? Thoughtless? Do you really believe that? Bai Jing shook her head with a bitter smile, inhaling deeply before lamenting. Forget it. From now on, she can walk her own path while I tread mine. I have done enough for her. With that, Bai Jing turned her gaze to Cao Kun and continued. Cao Kun, I don't wish to eat. I'm feeling overwhelmed and chaotic. Would you accompany me for a walk? Cao Kun nodded solemnly. Of course, let us go, Aunt Bai. I'm here for you. Half an hour later, Cao Kun and Bai Jing arrived at the residence she once shared with Wang Yifu. Technically, it now belonged to Huang Jianren's parents. However, since there were still some belongings of Bai Jing, Wang Shanshan, and Wang Yifu, Huang Jianren's parents had granted them 3 days to clear out their possessions. After that, they would come to change the locks and the apartment would completely belong to them. Thus, Bai Jing and her family had 3 final days to utilize this space. In the bedroom, as Cao Kun gazed at the wedding photo hanging above the bed, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. In the picture, Wang Yifu wore a sharp suit, his smile radiant, while Bai Jing, adorned in a pristine wedding gown, leaned shyly against his chest. It was warm, blissful, and sweet. Alas, those days were long gone. Not only had they divorced, but one of them would also spend a lifetime in prison. The unpredictability of life was indeed astounding. Noticing Cao Kun's prolonged gaze at the wedding photo, Bai Jing tentatively inquired, "What's wrong?" "I'm just reflecting on how fickle life can be. Just a few days ago, Uncle Wang was doing well, and now he's gone." Time passed swiftly, and soon it was 1:00 and amp. Oppos, clock in the morning. At Cao Kun MP, Hepus is recent. Wang Shanshan picked up the snacks she had thrown on the floor and began eating again. After a prolonged period of despondency, she finally found the strength to rise again. Given the circumstances, she had no choice but to confront her challenges bravely. Her first obstacle was figuring out how to finance her college tuition and living expenses. Attending university was a non-negotiable for her. She had never wavered on this point. The disparity between a college-educated woman and one without a degree was stark. With her looks and figure, obtaining a degree would open doors to finding a well-off husband with ease. However, without a college diploma, even her beauty and physique would struggle to attract a suitable partner. Thus, attending university was imperative. Yet, due to Bai Jing's misguided decisions, she had lost her financial footing for college. So, how could she secure the necessary funds? Asking Bai Jing was out of the question. That woman was likely poorer than she was now. Moreover, having spoken so harshly, she certainly wouldn't stoop to begging for help. Thus, her only option was Cao Kun. After some contemplation, Wang Shanshan concluded that she must turn to this sycophant for assistance. First and foremost, Cao Kun had money. Although he had grown up with his grandfather, he inherited a substantial sum upon his passing. On one occasion, Wang Shanshan had secretly glimpsed his bank account, which boasted over $1 million. This was also why she had kept him around all these years without outright rejecting him. Who would refuse a sycophant willing to spend freely from such a generous fortune? Secondly, Cao Kun was her devoted sycophant. He was her best chance of obtaining funds. While she had wealthier classmates with multiple properties and millions in family businesses, they were not her sycophants, and thus, she could not procure money from them. Even if she managed to borrow from them, it would require repayment. Conversely, money from Cao Kun could be considered a gift, as he was her devoted sycophant. Chapter 44. The phone call continues with curses confronted with her current predicament. Wang Shanshan swiftly clarified her thoughts within a brief moment. Soon, she devised a solution to her dilemma. However, it was not as straightforward as she had hoped. Had Cao Kun remained the devoted admirer he once was, the resolution would indeed have been simple. With a mere flick of her influence, he would have willingly borne the costs of her 4 years of university tuition and living expenses. Yet now, it was evident that Cao Kun was no longer the same infatuated devotee. After all, he had expressed his disappointment towards her and had even spat in her direction, indicating that he was on the verge of losing control. If she did not take immediate action, Cao Kun might sever the ties that bound him to her. Thus, the urgent task at hand was to soothe Cao Kun and tighten the leash that connected them. Otherwise, should he break free, it would signal the onset of her nightmares. With this thought in mind, Wang Shanshan stuffed the last morsel of her snack in her mouth and reluctantly picked up her phone. It was unexpected that she, the esteemed Wang Shanshan, would one day find herself bowing low before Cao Kun, that infatuated fool. Bai Jing, this is all your fault, you brainless woman. If it weren't for your foolishness, I would not have found myself in this situation. With indignation, Wang Shanshan muttered a few curses before finally dialing Cao Kun's number. 1 ring, 2 rings. As the phone continued to ring numerous times, Wang Shanshan was on the verge of giving up when the call was finally answered. Hello, Shanshan, what is up? Hearing Cao Kun's voice on the other end, Wang Shanshan couldn't help but furrow her brow. What are you doing, Cao Kun? Oh, I'm at an internet CAF, Cao Kun replied with a chuckle. I'm not tired today, just came here to have some fun. Oh, at the internet CAF. Wang Shanshan echoed. Yeah, he laughed. By the way, Shanshan, why are you still awake? It's already past 1 in the morning. How could I possibly sleep? Wang Shanshan pouted, her tone laced with sorrow. My mother wants to sever ties with me. By the way, where is she? Oh, Aunt Bai and I parted ways long ago. I don't know where she went now. Cao Kun responded. What? My mother isn't with you? Hearing this, Wang Shanshan felt a surge of energy, emboldening her spirit. Cao Kun, you need to listen to me. ISNT my mother a complete fool? I have never encountered such a simpleton. She traded everything we had for a letter of understanding. Does she even have a brain? Calling her a fool insults the very word. She is simply a quintessential idiot, don't you think? After expressing her thoughts, Wang Shanshan noticed that Cao Kun remained silent, merely muttering incoherently. This displeased her, and she frowned. Hello, Cao Kun, what are you doing? Are you even listening to me? I'm listening, of course, Cao Kun stammered. But Shanshan, I think you're being a bit extreme. Extreme? Wang Shanshan's voice rose in indignation. She has brought matters to this point. How is that extreme? Calling her a complete fool is being merciful. No, Cao Kun countered. Shanshan, I don't agree. In fact, I believe Aunt Bai acted commendably. You must understand that she did not spend a dime on herself. She used every penny to save Uncle Wang. You must realize, Aunt Bai and Uncle Wang share a deep bond. How could she bear to see him suffer? Furthermore, Shanshan, Uncle Wang is your father. What Aunt Bai is doing is not for a stranger. Others may not comprehend this, but how can you, as his daughter, fail to understand? Don't you remember how you cried out to save Uncle Wang? Now that your wish has been fulfilled, you cannot turn around and accuse Aunt Bai of wrongdoing. I genuinely believe you owe her an apology. How about this? I'll arrange for you to sincerely apologize to her tomorrow. What do you say? Upon hearing Cao Kun's words, Wang Shanshan felt her anger rise exponentially. Damn it! Is this infatuated fool really rebelling against me? How dare he reason with me? Isn't it easy to simply agree with what I say? Impossible. Wang Shanshan retorted furiously. You saw what she did today, what she said. She wants to sever our mother-daughter relationship. I will not humiliate myself by seeking her apology. Besides, she is in the wrong. Why should I apologize? She doesn't care for me, and I have no desire for her either. Having such a fool for a mother is a source of shame. If she wishes to cut ties, I will oblige her. Otherwise, she might genuinely believe I want to maintain a relationship with someone so foolish. How ridiculous. She should take a look at herself. Cough, cough, cough. Cao Kun coughed 3 times in quick succession, speaking earnestly. Shanshan, don't speak recklessly. Even in anger, you cannot say such things. Do you realize what you're saying? If Aunt Bai hears this, how heartbroken will she be? I'm not worried about her feelings, Wang Shanshan declared defiantly. If she wants to be heartbroken, let her be. After such foolishness, she deserves it. If she were to die from grief, I would take her straight to the crematorium and scatter her ashes. All right. Cao Kun interjected hastily. Shanshan, listen to what you're saying. You're clearly upset right now. Let us talk about this tomorrow when you've calmed down. I still have over 10 kilometers to run. I need to go. Goodbye. Beep, beep, beep. As the call ended abruptly, Wang Shanshan opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately decided against calling him back. Forget it. I'll deal with this tomorrow. Chapter 45. The establishment of Yundong's special zone. Wealth doubled the following morning. In the residential community, Cao Kun stepped out with a light-hearted and joyful stride, humming a cheerful tune. It was impossible not to feel elated. Yesterday, Wang Shanshan's words on the phone were heard in their entirety by Bai Jing. The insults, calling her a fool, a simpleton, and suggesting she should reflect on herself, were all absorbed without a single response from Bai Jing. However, from the increasing intensity of her silence, Cao Kun sensed that the mother-daughter relationship between Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan had irreversibly deteriorated, leaving no glimmer of hope for reconciliation. It was truly disheartening to witness this rift escalate into a complete breakdown. At that moment, an unexpected phone call rang through. Cao Kun initially thought it was Wang Shanshan, but upon checking his phone, a smile instantly spread across his face. It was Lu Yuling. She was the real estate agent who had provided him with dedicated service during his home purchase in Haicheng's Yundong district. In the days since returning, they had exchanged a few messages on WeChat, but this was the first time she had called him so early in the morning. It was evident that something significant must have occurred, given that it was only 6:00 and amp. Oppo's clock, well before working hours. As a professional in the service industry, Lu Yuling surely understood how making a call at such an hour could irk someone. Thus, it could only mean she had something momentous to share. Cao Kun's mind raced with the possibility that news had arrived about Yundong District being designated as a special economic zone. Beyond that, he couldn't fathom any other news so compelling that it would warrant a call at this hour. With these thoughts in mind, he answered the phone. "Hello, Manager Liu." "Cut it out." Liu Yuling and Oppo's voice was even more exuberant than Cao Kun had anticipated. "I'm alone right now." Cao Kun chuckled and playfully switched his address. "Hey there, little Pakai, what is up? Guess what? You're about to hit it big," Liu Yuling exclaimed, barely able to contain her excitement. Just moments ago, the government issued a notice designating Yundong District as a special economic zone. Do you realize what this means? My goodness, you're about to become wealthy beyond your wildest dreams. In a short span of that conversation, all properties for sale in Yundong District had been withdrawn from the market. In just this brief moment, 3 individuals had already called her, offering to purchase any property in Yundong District, regardless of location or condition, at prices exceeding 3 times the original. One even offered 5 times the original price. Not only that, but they also promised her a 10% commission for any successful transaction. It was absolute madness. A frenzy engulfing Yundong District. One could scarcely imagine how outrageous the property prices had become. At that very moment, while she was speaking with Cao Kun, 2 more calls had come in, yet she lamented, "I genuinely have no properties left to sell. All the homeowners have decided not to sell." Listening to the exhilaration and fervor in Liu Yuling's voice, a smile involuntarily crept onto Cao Kun's lips. Indeed, the news about the establishment of the Yundong Economic Special Zone had finally arrived. However, having anticipated this outcome, Cao Kun did not share Liu Yuling's level of excitement. With a hint of surprise, he replied, "Is that so? Property prices have soared several times. Should I rush to sell and cash out?" Wait. Liu Yuling quickly interjected. "You must remain calm, although I would love for you to sell, as that would allow me to profit handsomely. The prices have yet to reach their peak. You must stay composed and not be lured by the immediate gains." Well, I didn't expect you to be so conscientious about my interests, Liu Yuling. "It seems you are not the kind of woman who is unprincipled," Cao Kun mused. "All right then, I shall wait until the prices fully rise before selling." Upon hearing this, Liu Yuling suddenly fell silent on the other end of the line. Cao Kun, puzzled, probed, "Manager Liu?" Her voice returned, tinged with curiosity. "Don't bother trying to guess. My husband hasn't returned yet." "Then why did you go quiet?" Cao Kun chuckled. "I thought perhaps your husband came back and you were unable to talk." "No, I was just a bit perplexed," Liu Yuling replied, her tone filled with intrigue. "Why aren't you more excited? Here I am, practically bouncing off the walls, while you, the investor who has put in 23.8 million, seem unfazed. Shouldn't you be more thrilled than I am? Is this news not enough to stir your emotions?" "Oh, well, you see," Cao Kun grinned and licked his lips. "I am indeed excited. Perhaps I'm just accustomed to keeping my emotions in check. Internally, I'm just as thrilled as you are." Although Liu Yuling reluctantly accepted this response, they continued to discuss the anticipated rise in property prices, primarily driven by Liu Yuling's enthusiasm for predictions. Nonetheless, Cao Kun was rather disinterested in such forecasts, as he already had a clear understanding of the price trajectories and found no need to speculate further. After their predictions concluded, Liu Yuling subtly hinted at her desire for Cao Kun to entrust her with the sale of all his properties in the future. To this, Cao Kun readily agreed. After all, he intended to sell the properties regardless, and it mattered little to whom he entrusted the sales. Besides, Liu Yuling wasn't seeking to siphon off his profits. She merely aimed to earn the 1.5 commission from buyers. Refusing such a reasonable request would feel unjust to him. After all, Liu Yuling was not the type to disregard her commitments, and he certainly did not want to be the unprincipled party. Thus, he clearly communicated to Liu Yuling that he would exclusively authorize her to sell the properties he owned, making them her unique listings. In response, Liu Yuling expressed her delight, showering him with gratitude on the other end of the phone. Chapter 46. The Betrayal from a Mother Due to Liu Yuling's Phone Call. What should have taken Cao Kun merely half an hour to procure breakfast ended up consuming an entire hour. Upon returning to the temporary residence of Bai Jing and Wang Yifu, carrying the morning meal, he discovered Bai Jing already awake and humming a cheerful tune, her spirits evidently buoyant. Observing this, Cao Kun set down the breakfast and hesitated before speaking. Aunt Bai, if you feel the urge to cry, please do so openly and without restraint. You know I would never mock you for it. Startled by his words, Bai Jing paused in her morning routine and burst into laughter. Little Kun, do you really think I'm forcing myself to feign happiness, suppressing my inner turmoil? Cao Kun, with an innocent expression, replied, Ever since I overheard what Shan Shan said on the phone last night, you have seemed rather downcast. So Aunt Bai, do not regard me as a stranger. I am here for you, even in your moments of vulnerability. Bai Jing nodded with a smile. Little Kun, I appreciate your concern, but I truly feel light and joyful right now. Indeed, last night when I heard Shan Shan's words, I was filled with anger, disappointment, and even despair. After all, how can 18 years of mother-daughter bonds simply sever? Even raising a dog for 18 years fosters affection. I certainly care for her in my heart. She continued. Hearing her speak those words was indeed painful. Yet, her remarks also served to awaken me. I realized that I had mistakenly believed she could not live without me, when in fact, she neither cherishes nor needs me. With that realization, why should I indulge in self-pity? Hence, today marks my definitive severance from the past, embracing a life where I need only consider myself, filling me with strength and anticipation for the future. Indeed, Cao Kun nodded slowly. He had recognized last night that Wang Shanshan's call had irreparably damaged the relationship between mother and daughter. His earlier words had been a mere test of Bai Jing's sentiments. The outcome was as he had expected. The bond between them was indeed irrevocably shattered. At the very least, Bai Jing had relinquished all hope for their maternal connection. With this thought, a smile graced Cao Kun's face. So that is the case. I was under the impression that Aunt Bai was merely putting on a brave face. How could that be? Bai Jing laughed. I am genuinely happy now. You cannot imagine how light I feel. Without lingering further on this subject, after a simple breakfast, Bai Jing promptly began to gather her belongings. Although she had previously moved some clothes to Cao Kun and Aunt Appo's home, it was merely a fraction of her wardrobe. Her autumn and winter garments remained in this house. As Cao Kun watched Bai Jing tidy up, a thought struck him. By the way, Aunt Bai, what are your plans moving forward? Plans? Bai Jing paused her packing, considering her response earnestly. I wish to explore new places and live elsewhere. Cao Kun squinted slightly. Live elsewhere? Yes, Bai Jing affirmed. I feel quite pitiful, having been born, raised, and married in Xia County. Throughout my life, I have never ventured beyond this small county. Therefore, I yearn to see the world beyond Xia County, to experience life in a big city. I do not wish to be confined to this small town for the rest of my days. Observing the glimmer of hope and longing in Bai Jing's eyes as she spoke, Cao Kun was convinced she was expressing her genuine feelings. How fortuitous it was that Haicheng was a city second only to Beijing and Shanghai. Why not let Bai Jing go to Haicheng? Moreover, Wang Shanshan had applied to Haicheng University, allowing the mother and daughter to continue their tumultuous relationship there. A thrilling prospect. Of course, Cao Kun acknowledged that his desire for Bai Jing to move to Haicheng was also tinged with a hint of selfishness. After all, it would be quite delightful. Aunt Bai, would you like to go to Haicheng? Haicheng? Bai Jing scoffed lightly. Isn't that the city where my rebellious daughter will attend university? Why would I want to go there? But I will also be attending university in Haicheng, Cao Kun interjected. At this, Bai Jing halted her packing once more, her eyes twinkling with amusement as she regarded Cao Kun. What? You can't bear to part with Aunt Bai, would you? Cao Kun countered. Bai Jing chuckled softly, taking a couple of sips from a nearby bottle of water as she pondered. If you want me to go, then I would certainly consider it. But that would deviate from my plans. What do you mean? Cao Kun inquired, curious. Haicheng is a first-tier city, comparable to Beijing and Shanghai, Bai Jing explained. The cost of living in such cities is exorbitantly high. You know my current situation. I lack the financial means to sustain myself there. Thus, my plans involve relocating to a second or third-tier city, not a true first-tier metropolis like Haicheng. In those smaller cities, I have confidence in my ability to earn a living. However, in a city like Haicheng, to be honest, I lack that confidence. Not to mention, the rent in Haicheng must be several thousand a month. I might not even be able to afford rent there. Therefore, perhaps I should consider moving to a nearby second or third-tier city, one close to Haicheng. That way, if you miss me, you can visit on weekends when I have no classes, and I will prepare delicious meals for you. And when you eventually start dating, you can bring your girlfriend along, and I can help you keep an eye on her. Nowadays, young women are adept at masquerading. They can be quite deceptive, far more than in our time. Just take my rebellious daughter, for instance. You pursued her for 3 years, yet she merely viewed you as a tool, never contemplating a relationship, only seeking to take advantage of you. Chapter 47. The Good Person by Jing. At the outset of Bai Jing's discourse, Cao Kun perceived no issues with her statements. After all, in a first-tier city like Haicheng, the pressures of life are indeed substantial. It seemed entirely reasonable for her to suggest that he travel from nearby second- and third-tier cities to visit her on weekends. Furthermore, the idea of bringing his girlfriend along to help him discern the nuances of relationships was not without merit. As a close elder, her intention to shield him from potential deceit by women was understandable. However, the final remarks made by Bai Jing struck Cao Kun as rather inappropriate. Given their nominal mother-daughter relationship, was it truly fitting to unmask her daughter and Appo's as facade of insincerity? Was this not a bit hasty? They had only just severed their mother-daughter bond with Wang Shanshan, and now she was metaphorically thrusting a dagger in her back. Was that not too swift? Yet, Cao Kun found himself enjoying the spectacle. The drama of mother and daughter turning against one another, particularly involving the Wang family, was almost exhilarating. Bravo! What a splendid turn of events! As a mother, her strike was cunning and lethal, directly targeting Wang Shanshan's vulnerabilities. Of course, Cao Kun could not allow his true feelings to surface. He feigned an expression of shock, staring at Bai Jing in disbelief. "Aunt Bai, are you jesting with me?" Noticing Cao Kun's demeanor, Bai Jing appeared almost sympathetic. She furrowed her brow and sat beside him. "Cao Kun, I know you have deep feelings for Shanshan, having pursued her for 3 years. Yet, I cannot keep this from you any longer. Shanshan has never regarded you seriously. She merely sees you as a tool for her benefit, extracting favors without any intention of reciprocating. In our household, she refers to you as the loyal dog, rarely even using your name. Thus, I advise you to abandon this pursuit. Shanshan is not a good woman. She is simply not suitable for you. Should you persist, you will only end up wounded." With a heavy sigh, Bai Jing seemed at a loss for words. Cao Kun, however, was solely intrigued by that final sigh. It resonated with information he had learned in his previous life, containing elements he had long doubted. This could very well be his opportunity to unravel those uncertainties. Feigning a stunned expression, as if struck by lightning, he took a moment before responding. "So, Shanshan has never considered being with me?" Bai Jing nodded gently, her heart aching for him. "Never. She has always viewed you as a fool." Then, Cao Kun hesitated, his expression still one of disbelief. How could she act this way? It's not as if it's Wang Yifu's fault. Bai Jing clenched her teeth. "Indeed, when you first pursued Shanshan, she returned home and informed us. I told her that she was still in high school and absolutely should not engage in romantic relationships. Yet Wang Yifu, that scoundrel, encouraged her to keep you hanging under the pretense of testing you. In truth, he merely sought to save on her living expenses and indulge himself. Aware of my disapproval, they conspired to keep this from me. By the time I discovered they had been secretly using you as a fool, over 2 years had passed, and you were already in your final year of high school. I was furious, but ultimately did nothing, for you had less than 4 months until the college entrance examinations. Intervening at that juncture, demanding Shanshan apologize and clarify, might have backfired, adversely affecting both her and your studies. Thus, I instructed Shanshan to maintain the status quo until after the exams, forbidding her from uttering any words of incompatibility or dissuasion. After all, having treated you as a fool for 3 years was already egregious. To voice such sentiments before the exams would surely disrupt your mindset and performance, potentially jeopardizing your future. Had that occurred, Shanshan would have committed a grave sin. Thankfully, my arrangements proved fortuitous, as Shanshan had indeed contemplated telling you she was not interested before the exams. Cao Kun fell into a deep silence, astonished by this unexpected revelation. He had not anticipated such undercurrents, nor that Bai Jing played the role of a benevolent figure in the scenario. It seemed that the information he had received in his previous life was, indeed, likely true. So he murmured, "Shanshan's favorable attitude towards me during that period was part of your orchestration, ain't Bai?" Bai Jing pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "I cannot say for certain. However, I did often remind her to give you some semblance of affection, believing it would bind you closer to her. My true intention was not so much that, but rather to ensure that your 3 years of devotion were not entirely in vain. If you could derive some benefits from it, so be it. At least your loyalty would not be entirely unreciprocated." Cao Kun was at a loss for words. He vividly recalled that during the latter half of their final year, Wang Shanshan had exhibited a newfound warmth towards him. Previously, she had strictly prohibited any intimate gestures, yet during that time, she allowed him to hold her hand, wrap his arm around her waist, and even engage in playful touches. He had assumed she was finally moved by his affections, only to realize she was simply following her mother's directive to extend warmth his way. This revelation, though perplexing, served to illuminate Bai Jing's character, suggesting that her nature was not as malevolent as he had once perceived. It also corroborated the information he had unearthed in his past life regarding his wrongful imprisonment. In that previous existence, Cao Kun had grappled with the injustice of being wrongfully accused and imprisoned despite having saved Bai Jing. He could not fathom why the three of them would turn against him and falsely incriminate him. Eventually, he seized an opportunity to investigate the so-called truth. It was during the 4th year of his imprisonment that a new inmate from a wealthy background sought his protection. In a harsh prison environment, lacking a protector often led to dire consequences. Cao Kun agreed to be his shield, but under one condition. The inmate's family would investigate the circumstances surrounding his wrongful conviction, uncovering the motives behind Bai Jing's family's betrayal. This investigation consumed nearly 4 months, involving several private detectives and substantial financial resources. Ultimately, they presented a conclusion that Cao Kun found hard to accept. According to their findings, Wang Shanshan had orchestrated his downfall, while Wang Yifu had supported her, and Bai Jing had been unwittingly deceived. Chapter 48, The Truth of the Past. To understand this, we must rewind time to a decade ago in the previous life, to the fateful night when Cao Kun acted heroically. On that night, thanks to Cao Kun and Appo's bravery, Bai Jing was spared from the clutches of 3 ruffians and returned home safely. Upon learning of her ordeal, Wang Yifu and Wang Shanshan were naturally incensed, particularly Wang Yifu. As a man, the thought of his wife nearly being assaulted was something he could not easily overlook. In this regard, Wang Yifu displayed a commendable manliness. He immediately decided to return to the alley to confront the 3 ruffians, intending to teach them a lesson if they were still there. Concerned that her father might be overpowered by the 3 thugs, Wang Shanshan accompanied him, ready to call the police if the situation turned dire. However, upon their arrival at the alley, they were shocked to discover that one of the ruffians, Huang Jianren, had died shortly after Cao Kun and Bai Jing had left. In other words, Huang Jianren had been killed by Cao Kun. His parents were already at the scene, weeping over their beloved son. Seeing this heart-wrenching sight, Wang Yifu knew he could not pursue any further violence against the remaining ruffians. Meanwhile, Wang Shanshan, witnessing the grief of Huang Jianren and Appo's, as parents cradling his lifeless body, concocted a nefarious scheme. Based on their attire and their deep sorrow, it was evident that the Huang family was affluent and had doted on their son. They would undoubtedly seek revenge for his death, but since Cao Kun had acted heroically, they could not hold him accountable for their son's demise. Thus, Wang Shanshan's malicious plan took shape. If Cao Kun's actions were not regarded as heroic, could they not exact vengeance? She discreetly discussed this scheme with Wang Yifu. Firstly, the Huang family was undeniably wealthy. If they could fulfill their desire for revenge, they would likely pay a substantial sum, perhaps around 2 million, to achieve it. Secondly, Cao Kun was a self-sufficient man. If he were wrongfully imprisoned, no one would advocate for him outside. Should he receive a death sentence, it would be a final resolution, eliminating any future threat of retaliation. Lastly, Wang Shanshan had secretly glimpsed that Cao Kun possessed a significant sum of money, over 100,000, which, if acquired, would elevate their family's status considerably. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Upon hearing Wang Shanshan's scheme, Wang Yifu was immediately intrigued and promptly sought out Huang Jinren's parents to discuss the matter. As Wang Shanshan had anticipated, they were unconcerned with morality. They simply wanted revenge for their son's death. If Wang Yifu could fulfill this need, they were willing to offer 2 million as compensation. Hearing this, Wang Yifu and Wang Shanshan resolved to frame Cao Kun. Regardless of whether they could seize the over 100,000 from Cao Kun, the 2 million offered by Huang Jianren and Oppos, as parents, was sufficient to lead them astray. Moreover, during the subsequent negotiations, Huang Jinren's parents even agreed to transfer any financial compensation from Cao Kun to Wang Shanshan's family, further solidifying their resolve to ensnare him. However, the plot to frame Cao Kun was not as straightforward as Wang Yifu and Wang Shanshan had envisioned. Bai Jing would undoubtedly oppose their actions. Thus, the father and daughter devised a ruse. Upon returning home, they informed Bai Jing that after leaving, Cao Kun had returned to the alley and, in a fit of rage, had inadvertently killed one of the ruffians. The situation had escalated, and now Cao Kun was a murderer. They needed to help him, or he would face dire consequences. Bai Jing, alarmed at the thought of Cao Kun suffering for her sake, felt compelled to assist him. However, she was unsure how to proceed. Eventually, Wang Yifu pretended to seek advice from friends and acquaintances until he concocted a plan that would shield Cao Kun from the police's knowledge of his return to the scene. This was crucial, as it would classify the act as a premeditated murder with no justification. They needed Bai Jing to provide false testimony, claiming that the ruffians had merely been asking for directions when Cao Kun intervened, leading to a chaotic confrontation in which one of them was killed. This narrative would offer some ambiguity compared to the clear-cut reality of Cao Kun's return leading to the death. Initially, Bai Jing opposed this scheme. Why not simply state that Cao Kun had fought the ruffians to protect her? Wang Shanshan countered that this would portray Cao Kun as a hero, allowing him to escape legal repercussions for killing a man without just cause. In truth, his return was an undeniable act of intent to kill, and they could not allow him to evade responsibility. Furthermore, if they testified in this manner, the deceased family would surely harbor resentment towards them, potentially leading to dire consequences in the future. Hearing Wang Shanshan's reasoning, Bai Jing became apprehensive about possible retribution from the deceased family. Ultimately, she acquiesced to the slightly more favorable false account for Cao Kun, stating that the ruffians had approached her for directions, which led to a misunderstanding resulting in a brawl. Consequently, Cao Kun was arrested under the charge of murder. Throughout this ordeal, Bai Jing remained oblivious to the gravity of her actions. Once arrested for murder, the law prohibited any visitation until the trial concluded, leaving her without the chance to confront him. If they had met, she would have realized she had been deceived by Wang Shanshan and Wang Yifu, and instead of helping Cao Kun, she had unwittingly sentenced him to life in prison. This is why Wang Shanshan was the mastermind behind the scheme, as it was her malicious idea. Wang Yifu, as a supporter, fully backed her plan. Bai Jing, on the other hand, was merely a victim of their deceit, and no further explanation was necessary. However, in the previous life, Cao Kun had always harbored doubts regarding Bai Jing's role in this tragedy. Was it truly possible that her good intentions had led to her betrayal? It seemed ludicrous. Moreover, how could a family with such duplicitous individuals coexist with a good-hearted mother? It was more fitting to assume that the entire family was comprised of ill-natured individuals. Thus, until his rebirth, up until today, Cao Kun had never fully believed the findings of the investigation from that time, particularly regarding Bai Jing. He could not accept that she had been a mere pawn in their scheme. He firmly believed she was complicit. Yet today, after Bai Jing expressed her thoughts, Cao Kun suddenly found himself reconsidering. Perhaps the conclusions drawn from the over 2 million he had spent hiring private investigators were indeed accurate. Bai Jing might genuinely have been unwittingly deceived. After all, she was the one who had insisted that Wang Shanshan maintain her focus on her studies until the conclusion of the college entrance examinations. How wicked could someone be if they genuinely cared for her well-being? Especially since she encouraged Wang Shanshan to treat herself well, which only further underscored her good nature. Chapter 49. The innate wretched saint body Cao Kun. Why have you fallen silent? Upon witnessing Cao Kun's sudden silence after her words, Bai Jing initially assumed that the news had struck him too profoundly for him to bear. She waved her hand in front of his face. Cao Kun snapped back to reality, glancing at Bai Jing with a sheepish smile. Damn it! The feeling of vengeance has become utterly incoherent. Until that moment, he had always regarded Bai Jing as a nefarious woman, relishing in her downfall. Her family shattered, her husband imprisoned, and her daughter turned against her, all without the slightest pang of guilt. After all, she had betrayed him in their past life, leading to his unjust incarceration. This was the retribution she deserved. Yet now, after having reduced Bai Jing to such a state, he was informed that she was, in fact, a good person. What a cruelist. Of course, this thought lingered in Cao Kun's mind for a mere 0.5 seconds before being cast aside. Regardless of Bai Jing's moral standing, he was resolute in his intent to exact revenge on Wang Yifu and Wang Shanshan. Therefore, Wang Yifu's imprisonment, Wang Shanshan's homelessness, her destitution, and the rift with her mother were all inevitable. In essence, the current outcome bore little relevance to whether Bai Jing was virtuous or vile. The only pertinent consideration was that Cao Kun had, perhaps, been excessively violent. He had treated her as less than human. Thus, he resolved to temper his approach in the future. After all, she was a good person. Moreover, apart from this, he recognized that he could no longer seek retribution against her. With his unwavering principles, it would weigh heavily on his conscience to harm someone he now believed to be good, even if only slightly. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Cao Kun smiled and said, Aunt Bai, thank you for sharing this with me. You truly are a good person. Good person? Bai Jing nearly burst into laughter upon hearing Cao Kun's assessment. With the evolution of the internet, various trendy phrases had emerged, and a simple commendation such as an amp, oppose, good person and amp, oppose, had become a rarity. At times, labeling someone as a good person felt akin to an insult. Just consider me a good person, Bai Jing replied with a smile. However, regarding my rebellious daughter, do not waste your energy on her. She has never contemplated being with you. Yet, if you harbor any special intentions, now may be an opportune moment. Cao Kun, momentarily perplexed, inquired, Aunt Bai, what do you mean by special intentions? Bai Jing cast him a knowing look and remarked, What? After pursuing my rebellious daughter for 3 years, you are content to be toyed with? Cao Kun, feigning seriousness, murmured, Well, stop pretending, Bai Jing teased, nudging him playfully. You pursued her for at least half the reason of wanting. You know? Cao Kun, suddenly bashful, admitted, Aunt Bai, it's more like 90%. Bai Jing rolled her eyes lightly and continued, I know my rebellious daughter well. She is currently facing an imminent dilemma. She cannot afford to attend university. As for me, she can hardly rely on me because our relationship is irreparably damaged. Even if she were to seek my assistance, I would not part with a single penny. The only person capable of aiding her now is you, so she will undoubtedly turn to you for her tuition. Be astute. Don't let her sweet-talk you into handing over money. You must always remember, she regards you as a fool and has no real intention of being with you. If you genuinely wish to help her, ensure she pays a price, whatever that may be. That is up to you. I believe 3 years of unrequited devotion should not be in vain. This is your chance to seize the moment. If you don't act now, such an opportunity may never come again. Listening to Bai Jing's blatant encouragement of betrayal, Cao Kun felt momentarily disoriented. It was as if he and Bai Jing were family, while Wang Shanshan was merely an outsider. Cao Kun chuckled. Aunt Bai, isn't this inappropriate? How can you advise me to treat your daughter this way? Bai Jing replied with a serene smile. Consider it my last attempt to help her. Someone who manipulates others' emotions is bound to face consequences. Allowing her to falter with you may not be a bad thing. She might suffer a minor setback here, but elsewhere, she could face dire repercussions. I genuinely hope she stumbles, for only then might she awaken to reality. Oh, so that's your intention. Cao Kun slowly nodded, comprehending her perspective. However, he wished to inform Bai Jing that Wang Shanshan's experience with him might not be merely a minor setback. It could very well lead to dire consequences. But Aunt Bai, Cao Kun interjected, what if Shanshan decides against attending university and doesn't come to me for money? Impossible, Bai Jing asserted confidently. I know her too well. No matter the obstacle, she will strive to attend university. Just wait and see, by tonight at the latest. She will certainly approach you for her tuition and living expenses. No sooner had Bai Jing spoken than Cao Kun's phone rang. It was a call from Wang Shanshan. Bai Jing wore a triumphant expression. See, I told you she would come to you for money. Answer it, and see what she has to say. Cao Kun answered the call, activating the speakerphone. Hello, Shanshan. Hello, Cao Kun, where are you? Wang Shanshan's slightly coy voice came through. Why didn't you come home last night? I was all alone and too scared to sleep. Bai Jing scoffed, rolling her eyes. Listen to her nonsense. She's far braver than I am. Thunder wouldn't keep her awake. With such a bluntly critical mother nearby, it was hard for Cao Kun to suppress a smile. He stifled his laughter and replied, Oh, I was at the internet CF, decided to pull an all-nighter. What's up? It's nothing much. Just missed you, Wang Shanshan said. I was a bit worried about you, since we hadn't seen each other for a night. Bai Jing rolled her eyes again, muttering under her breath, Look at that. She is already starting to employ her tactics. First, she'll create an ambiguous atmosphere between you two, and then she'll bring up money. A man who values his pride will find it hard to refuse. Good heavens, where did this rebellious daughter learn such wretched tricks? Was she truly a prodigy in the art of manipulation, mastering it without a mentor? Chapter 50. The end of the simp. If one were to inquire who in this world understands women best, the answer would undoubtedly be women themselves. For only women possess the true insight into their own nature. Should one ask who comprehends women even more deeply than women do, the singular answer would be their mothers. With the presence of Bai Jing as a mother, all of Wang Shanshan and Appo's so-called manipulative tactics were ruthlessly exposed and dismantled over the phone. In fact, Cao Kun found himself momentarily perceiving her as a jester, with Wang Shanshan playing the role of the fool. After a lengthy conversation, Cao Kun eventually hung up the phone. Wang Shanshan's underlying request for money was made abundantly clear, yet she refrained from articulating it directly, insisting instead that Cao Kun return home for further discussion. As he tucked his phone into his pocket and lit a cigarette, he expressed his dilemma, saying, Aunt Bai, what should I do when I get home? Bai Jing offered a gentle smile and replied, Simply follow your heart. If you still harbor feelings for her, seize this opportunity to reclaim what you lost. You must not allow yourself to be toyed with for 3 years without consequence. Conversely, if you are infuriated by her manipulation of your emotions, then regardless of what she says, do not part with even a penny. For her, securing funds is paramount at this moment. Withholding money from her would spell disaster. Cao Kun nodded thoughtfully while holding the cigarette. After a brief contemplation, he stood and declared, Understood, Aunt Bai. I will take my leave now. With that, he exited. Just as he opened the door to leave, Bai Jing called out to him, Cao Kun. He halted, turning back to face her. Bai Jing encouraged him with a fist pump, saying, Stand tall and give this ungrateful girl a lesson she won't forget. Cao Kun felt a surge of determination and responded with an approving gesture before stepping out. Half an hour later, Cao Kun returned to his residence. The room was impeccably tidy, and Wang Shanshan, clad in a JK uniform and white stockings, was kneeling on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Cao Kun had once held a particular fondness for this attire, having expressed to her that it was his favorite. However, she had not donned it since that conversation, until today. As she appeared to be attentively watching the screen, she suddenly seemed to notice Cao Kun's return. With a pout, she sprang from the couch and rushed into his embrace. Cao Kun, where have you been? I thought you no longer wanted me, she whimpered. Observing her affectionate advance and the suggestive words she uttered, a slight smirk crept across Cao Kun and Appo's face. Ah, the tricks of seductress. Bai Jing had just schooled him in recognizing that Wang Shanshan's strategy was to create an ambiguous atmosphere before broaching the subject of money, exploiting a man's vanity. Such tactics were classified by Bai Jing as the manipulations of a harlot, for only a woman of ill repute would resort to such measures. A virtuous woman would never behave thus. Cao Kun patted Wang Shanshan's back soothingly and smiled. There, stop crying. But as he merely offered a couple of pats, an unsettling thought arose in Wang Shanshan's mind. How could he be so dismissive when she had thrown herself into his arms? Typically, he would never have the opportunity to embrace her, and now that she had initiated the closeness, His response felt perfunctory and careless. With tearful eyes, she gazed up at him, pleading, "Cao Kun, what's wrong?" Cao Kun chuckled lightly, releasing her from his embrace. He extracted a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and sank heavily into the sofa, inhaling deeply. Wang Shanshan's brow furrowed in concern. This atmosphere was distinctly off, despite her wearing the outfit he adored. His gaze hardly lingered on her. Something was amiss. What had transpired? How did it seem that this once simping man had slipped from her grasp? After a few seconds of silence in the living room, Cao Kun slowly exhaled a wisp of smoke and said, "Shanshan, do you know that I truly care for you?" A sense of dread washed over Wang Shanshan at his sudden declaration. Could it be that he had uncovered the truth? She hurried to his side, saying, "Of course I know you care for me, but I take time to warm up to things. You must be patient with me." "Are you growing impatient?" Cao Kun chuckled again, locking eyes with her. "Wang Shanshan, are you genuinely slow to warm up, or are you merely stringing me along, treating me as a fool?" At that moment, despair enveloped Wang Shanshan. He had pieced it all together. Bai Jing must have informed him, for aside from her and Wang Yifu, no one else was privy to this knowledge. With Wang Yifu either in police custody or transferred elsewhere, it could only be Bai Jing who had divulged the secret. How could this wretched woman be so ruthless? Their relationship had ended, yet she had undermined her own position. "Fine, Bai Jing, just wait. From this day forth, I, Wang Shanshan, shall vow to oppose you. Sooner or later, I will make you kneel before me in repentance." As these thoughts raced through her mind, Wang Shanshan donned an innocent facade, saying, "Cao Kun, what do you mean? I would never treat you as a fool. Perhaps someone has been whispering in your ear. Do not believe them." Even though she had been exposed, Wang Shanshan stubbornly refused to admit it. Some truths remain unacknowledged, for once they are confessed, there is no room left for reconciliation. Cao Kun, his expression impassive, took another drag from his cigarette and stated, "We both know the truth of the matter. Honestly, had I not genuinely cared for you, you would have already been expelled from my home. Therefore, out of respect for the last remnants of my feelings, let us refrain from further debate on this subject and maintain some dignity for both of us." Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately, she remained silent. Chapter 51. 10,000 yuan. 8 hours within the oppressive and somber atmosphere of the living room. Neither Cao Kun nor Wang Shanshan uttered a word. The only sound that punctuated the silence was the soft crackle of Cao Kun's cigarette. As Wang Shanshan observed him, a sense of despair began to envelop her. Initially, she had been confident in her ability to manipulate Cao Kun, compelling him to shoulder the burden of her university tuition and living expenses over the past 4 years. However, the betrayal instigated by Bai Jing had completely derailed her plans. Now that Cao Kun had realized he had been played the fool, it was evident he would no longer be inclined to finance her education. What was she to do now? Where could she procure the funds? The tuition at Haicheng University soared above 20,000 yuan annually, and with living expenses, accommodation fees, and various other costs, she would need at least 50 to 60,000 yuan each year. Such a sum was hardly feasible to borrow, let alone the fact that even if she managed to secure a loan, it would only cover the first year. What about the subsequent years? After a flurry of desperate contemplation, Wang Shanshan's gaze fell upon Cao Kun once again. She had no other option. He was the only person capable of offering her assistance in her current predicament. Resolute, she decided to put on a pitiful fade, tears beginning to stream down her cheeks. "Cao Kun, I'm so sorry, but I truly am not who you think I am. I know someone must have said something to you, and I understand that you may not believe me now. But please trust me, I never intended to treat you as a fool. You have treated me kindly for 3 years. How could I possibly see you as merely a means to an end? You have always held a place in my heart." It's just that before Wang Shanshan could finish her plea, Cao Kun abruptly interrupted her. "Enough, Wang Shanshan. Spare me these meaningless words. I will no longer be deceived." Stunned, Wang Shanshan stared at Cao Kun before bursting into genuine tears, covering her face with her hands. This time, her sorrow was profound, for she was mourning her own future. If she could not secure funds from Cao Kun, she would be hopelessly lost. Without money, attending university was an impossibility. And without the gilded veneer of a university degree, how could she ever hope to marry into a prestigious family? Her entire destiny was at stake. As Wang Shanshan wept uncontrollably, Cao Kun continued to smoke in silence until he extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray and finally spoke. Enough of this crying. It's as if I have wronged you. In light of my genuine affection for you, I am willing to assist you one last time. Upon hearing those words, Wang Shanshan immediately ceased her sobbing and looked up at Cao Kun. Meeting her gaze, he enunciated clearly, "You are currently unable to pay for your university tuition, correct?" Wang Shanshan nodded vigorously. Yes, that is precisely my predicament. I can help you with that, Cao Kun stated bluntly, but it will no longer be free of charge. You must pay an appropriate price. After all, I cannot continue to be the fool. Wang Shanshan's brow furrowed instinctively. She had anticipated that once Cao Kun realized she had been using him, he would no longer offer his assistance without compensation. However, what kind of price would he demand? Surely, it couldn't involve exorbitant interest rates? Composing herself, she sat upright and asked, "What do you expect me to pay? Be my girlfriend for a day." "For 10,000 yuan, Cao Kun replied. Wang Shanshan stared at him in disbelief, slowly nodding. She understood all too well what he meant by girlfriend. She was reluctant to agree. In her plans, she had intended to preserve her integrity for her future husband from high society. After all, men are possessive creatures, and no one desires a wife who has been touched by another man. Thus, retaining her purity was one of the prerequisites for marrying into an elite family, perhaps even more crucial than obtaining a university degree. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, she ultimately acquiesced. Her integrity could be restored, but the opportunity to attend university was fleeting. If she missed this chance, she might forever lose the possibility of enhancing her future through education. Nevertheless, before agreeing, she needed clarity on certain matters. For instance, how did Cao Kun define a day? Given the nature of their relationship, she no longer felt the need to hold back. Wiping her eyes, she approached the discussion as if negotiating a business deal. So, 10,000 yuan for a day as your girlfriend? I have a question. How do you quantify that day? By the hour, Cao Kun replied. A day consists of 24 hours. If I only require you to be my girlfriend for 1 hour, you would still owe me 23 hours of girlfriend time until the full 24 hours is accounted for. Upon hearing his explanation, Wang Shanshan's eyes widened in shock. Is it calculated like that? If so, I will be selling myself far too cheaply. She realized that Cao Kun would only utilize this girlfriend time when he desired it. Even if it were just 1 hour, it would require a minimum of 24 occasions to fulfill the entirety of a day's worth of companionship. At 10,000 yuan for a day, that equated to merely 416 yuan per hour. Such a price was even lower than that of ordinary salon workers with modest looks and qualifications. Wang Shanshan, after all, was on the brink of becoming a university student and had reigned as the belle of Shi County No. 1 high school for 3 consecutive years. How could she accept such a paltry sum? With this in mind, Wang Shanshan boldly rejected the offer. No, if we're calculating by the day, that's far too, I cannot agree. Let us do it by the hour instead. 10,000 yuan for 5 hours. I will be your girlfriend for 5 hours. 10 hours. Cao Kun kuntered. 5 hours is far too little. Then 6 hours, Wang Shanshan proposed. 10 hours is excessive. After a series of negotiations, Wang Shanshan and Cao Kun ultimately settled on 8 hours. 10,000 yuan for 8 hours as Cao Kun's girlfriend was a price both could begrudgingly accept. Chapter 52. The final transaction with Wang Shanshan having settled on a price with Cao Kun, Wang Shanshan swiftly redirected the conversation to the next phase. Since the price had been agreed upon, it was time to discuss the duration of girlfriend time he wished to purchase. 10,000 yuan for 8 hours was merely a unit price, not a singular transaction. If Cao Kun intended to buy only that amount of girlfriend time, Wang Shanshan saw no reason to continue the discussion. After all, 10,000 yuan paled in comparison to her exorbitant university expenses, which remained insufficient for her educational pursuits. Cao Kun understood this reality. Thus, it was clear that this would not be a mere 10,000 yuan transaction. Faced with Wang Shanshan's inquiry, Cao Kun lit another cigarette, contemplating for a moment before tossing the question back to her. Never mind, you tell me. How much girlfriend time are you willing to sell? Wang Shanshan, not one to shy away from the challenge, began calculating earnestly. The tuition for Haicheng University was over 20,000 yuan per year. When factoring in living expenses, accommodation, and the occasional splurge on cosmetics and fashionable attire, the total annual cost would amount to 50 or 60,000 yuan. This sum would only allow for a modest lifestyle. While not impoverished, it certainly would not be indulgent. To enjoy a more comfortable university experience, she would need to add at least another 20,000 yuan. Thus, an annual budget of 80,000 yuan would ensure a relatively pleasant university life. Over 4 years, that totaled 320,000 yuan. Wang Shanshan gasped at the enormity of this figure. Would Cao Kun truly agree to such a sum? After all, 320,000 yuan was no trifling amount. Yet, if she did not secure the entire amount up front, what would she do if he later decided against this arrangement? For the sake of security, she needed to ensure that all 4 years' expenses were covered in one fell swoop. As for whether Cao Kun would acquiesce, that was open for negotiation. After all, he would need to purchase at least 240,000 yuan and Oppo's worth of girlfriend time. 240,000 yuan equated to 60,000 per year, which represented her calculated minimum university expenses. She could not accept any lower terms. With this in mind, she looked at Cao Kun and proposed. How about 320,000? Are you able to purchase that much in Oppo's girlfriend time and Oppo's at once? Her tone carried a distinct flavor of negotiation. Wang Shanshan believed that 320,000 was a substantial sum for Cao Kun as well. However, to her surprise, his expression remained unchanged. He merely nodded slightly and replied, "No problem, I will purchase 320,000 yuan's worth of girlfriend time. WeChat or bank transfer?" Cao Kun's prompt agreement left Wang Shanshan somewhat regretful. She wished she had asked him to buy more. After all, an additional 10,000 yuan would only afford her 8 more hours, a fleeting duration indeed. Nevertheless, she kept her thoughts to herself, fearing that any hint of greed might alter Cao Kun's decision. Thus, 320,000 it was. She would secure that amount first. Furthermore, this was not a one-time arrangement. Should he wish to purchase more in the future, she could consider selling to him again. Of course, that possibility was slim, given that 320,000 would buy her 256 hours of girlfriend time, averaging over 1,000 yuan per hour. Spending such money seemed illogical compared to simply dating someone in university for free. 5 minutes later, upon receiving a text notification that 32,000 yuan had been deposited into her account, Wang Shanshan felt an overwhelming sense of relief. With this money, she would have little else to worry about for her 4 years of university. Subsequently, she and Cao Kun discussed additional terms for their transaction. Foremost among these was a stipulation that once the deal was finalized, neither party could retract their agreement. In other words, from that moment onward, 320,000 yuan would belong to Wang Shanshan, while Cao Kun would possess 256 hours of girlfriend time. Regardless of either party in Oppo's desire to back out, the transaction must be honored. This was a mutual understanding, as Wang Shanshan feared Cao Kun might change his mind and demand his money back, while Cao Kun equally worried that Wang Shanshan might retract the hour she had sold him. Next came various other clauses. For instance, whenever Cao Kun wished to utilize the girlfriend time, it must be at Wang Shanshan and Oppo's convenience. He could not summon her while she was in class. Their relationship must remain discreet, ensuring that both maintained their images in the eyes of their peers. Additionally, they were not to interfere in each other and Oppo's romantic entanglements. If Cao Kun pursued a girlfriend, Wang Shanshan could not intervene, and vice versa. After nearly an hour of deliberation over these terms, they concluded their discussions. The first action following their agreement was for Cao Kun to request that Wang Shanshan style her hair into twin ponytails. At 6 in the afternoon, humming a cheerful tune, Cao Kun stepped out his home. Having spent the entire day indoors, his spirits had lifted considerably. Once downstairs, he retrieved his phone and dialed Lu Yuling, a real estate agent in Haicheng. As soon as the call connected, before he could speak, Lu Yuling's excited voice erupted on the other end. "It's 5 times. Your properties have quintupled in value. You're going to make a fortune." Cao Kun. Hearing her enthusiasm, a smile crept across Cao Kun's face. Only 5 times. Was that truly worthy of such excitement? He reminded himself that he had invested in prime real estate in the future Yundong special zone, where prices started at 20 to 30,000 yuan per square meter. The news of the Yundong special zone had just been released, and people were still caught up in the frenzy. In a few days, when the initial excitement faded and everyone began to analyze the geographical advantages of the area, the true potential of his properties would emerge. At that point, it would become glaringly apparent that the Yundong special zone had no land to the west and was constrained to the north and south. Its only direction for growth was eastward. The once remote eastern suburbs would inevitably rise to become the heart of the future Yundong special zone. By then, the value of the properties he held could easily multiply tenfold, or even 20-fold. Chapter 53. The arrangement with Bai Jing, really? Has it increased 5-fold? Cao Kun's tone bore a hint of surprise. Indeed. It seems I am destined for fortune this time. Upon hearing Cao Kun's somewhat perfunctory tone of astonishment, Lu Yuling on the other end of the line fell silent for approximately 2 seconds before speaking. So, you didn't oppose. He called to inquire about the housing prices? Lu Yuling initially assumed that Cao Kun had reached out specifically to ask about the property prices. Thus, she promptly shared the good news of the 5-fold increase. However, only after hearing his indifferent tone did she realize that he was not inquiring about the prices at all. His demeanor exhibited no emotional fluctuation regarding the price hike. It was evident he was unperturbed by whether the prices had risen 5-fold or not. Consequently, his call was certainly not motivated by the property prices. Indeed, there's something else, Cao Kun remarked as he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. When you called me this morning, how much did you predict the prices could increase? 90%, Lu Yuling replied. I predict that the properties you purchased could reach a price that is 9 times higher. However, this is not achievable in the short term. You will need to wait a year or two. 90% increase, yet it requires a year or two. Cao Kun chuckled as he exhaled smoke. It seems that Lu Yuling has not accomplished much in her years in real estate. If someone more knowledgeable in the field were to assess, they would have recognized the prime location long ago. 9 times, huh? Cao Kun continued. Let us make it this way. I will guarantee you a 10-fold return. In other words, irrespective of the selling price of my properties, you will receive at least 10 times your previous commission. If it falls short, I shall cover the difference out of my own pocket. Upon hearing Cao Kun's commitment to a guaranteed return, Lu Yuling was left bewildered. What on earth is happening? This is equivalent to stuffing money directly into my hands. Why would you do this? Have you suddenly developed a conscience and wish to compensate me for your previous harshness? That cannot be the case. While it was indeed quite forceful, I rather enjoyed it, and Cao Kun is well aware of my preferences. Therefore, it is a mutually agreeable arrangement. However, if it wasn't compensation, why then was he offering her a guaranteed 10-fold return? Lu Yuling, unable to comprehend Cao Kun's motives, decided to inquire directly. What is the meaning of this? A 10-fold guarantee is akin to giving me money outright. Is there something you wish to discuss? Just say it directly. No need for theatrics. Cao Kun chuckled softly. It appears I cannot conceal anything from the astute manager Lu. Indeed, I do wish to ask for your assistance with a matter. Lu Yuling chuckled lightly. I knew it. I have already experienced how difficult it is to earn your money. So there is no way you would generously give me money for no reason. Speak plainly. What do you need from me? You're working solo, correct? Cao Kun inquired. I would like to propose a partnership for you. I have a friend whose family has recently encountered significant upheaval and wishes to relocate to another city. I would like her to join you in Haicheng, but I have no acquaintances there, which is why I thought of you. She would work alongside you temporarily, primarily to help her acclimate to Haicheng. Once I have sold all my properties, I will arrange a new job for her. As for selling the other properties and profit sharing, you can decide the terms. For my properties, I will guarantee you 10 times the commission. Should it fall short, I will make up the difference. And any amount exceeding 10-fold will be given to my friend. Is that agreeable? After hearing Cao Kun's proposal, Lu Yuling could only think. Could she possibly refuse? Cao Kun was the owner of those properties. As a mere agent, if he did not authorize her to sell them, she would earn not a penny. Thus, she had no leverage in negotiations. Whatever Cao Kun decided would stand. Look at how you phrase it. What does it matter if you guarantee me 10 times? Just have her come to me directly. To be honest, I am a bit bored on my own. We can equally share whatever we earn. Lu Yuling was no fool. Anyone whom Cao Kun would arrange for must have a significant connection with him. If she agreed to this arrangement, her relationship with Cao Kun would ultimately remain merely a favorable business collaboration. Once he sold the properties, he would likely not include her in future lucrative opportunities. Therefore, she must not place too much emphasis on immediate gains at this juncture. It was imperative to cultivate a good relationship with Cao Kun. After all, he simply wanted to facilitate his friend, taking good care of his friend, splitting the earnings evenly, and conducting affairs transparently would surely lead to him considering her for future opportunities. Moreover, in a certain sense, Cao Kun was akin to a benefactor to her. Just from the recent property transactions, Lu Yuling had earned a substantial commission of 350,000. Without Cao Kun, where would she have garnered such an amount? Although it came at a certain cost, she had relished the experience, which was unlike anything she had ever encountered before. In fact, she often felt that she had benefited at Cao Kun's expense. Thus, when faced with her benefactor, how could one focus solely on monetary gain? One must understand the importance of gratitude and reciprocity. Upon hearing Lu Yuling's response, Cao Kun chuckled softly, sharing equally. Is that appropriate? Absolutely. What will be inappropriate about that? Lu Yuling replied. Your friend is my friend as well. Since we are all friends, how could there be a principle of earning without sharing? Rest assured, I will take good care of your friend. By the way, what is your relationship with this friend of yours? Lu Yuling inquired. Well, Cao Kun mused for a moment. It is a connection that brings me great comfort, much like the one we share. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuling erupted into laughter on the other end of the line. I see. Then you can rest assured. We are like comrades who have fought on the same battlefield. She is one of my own. You can trust that I will take excellent care of my dear sister. With Lu Yuling and Appo's assurance, Cao Kun did not linger on the matter further. He concluded with a few reminders, and then they ended the call. At 7 in the evening, in the Huayuan community, which still belonged to Bai Jing and Wang Yifu, Cao Kun entered with a takeout meal. The room had already been tidied up, and Bai Jing was seated on the sofa watching television. 2 large suitcases rested on the sofa, indicating she had already packed her belongings. She was prepared to leave this small county town. Chapter 54. The debt collection incident back already? Upon seeing Cao Kun return with food in hand, Bai Jing, engrossed in her television show, resembled a wife eagerly awaiting her husband's return. A sweet smile graced her face as she approached him. While accepting the dishes from Cao Kun, she teased, I thought you might have decided to stay out tonight. Cao Kun had left early in the morning and had been away for an entire day. The duration of his absence led Bai Jing to conclude that he must have engaged in some sort of transaction with Wang Shanshan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed out so late. Cao Kun chuckled heartily, offering no retort, which could be interpreted as an acquiescence. With a smile, Bai Jing retrieved bowls and plates from the kitchen, arranging the dishes Cao Kun had brought. She playfully remarked, after 3 years of being a sycophant, you've finally tasted the fruits of your labor. It hasn't been easy, has it? Do you have any thoughts to share? Perhaps a reflection on savoring your success? Cao Kun grinned as he accepted the chopsticks from Bai Jing and Appo's hand, responding in Appo's. That's just the way it is, after all. It can never compare to my bite. Bai Jing chuckled softly, playfully striking him with her chopsticks before seating herself across from him. By the way, how did your conversation with that rebellious girl go? Bai Jing inquired, while deftly transferring a grilled kidney onto Cao Kun's plate. She had specifically asked him to buy it, yet she herself never partook. Cao Kun pondered briefly, deciding against withholding the details from Bai Jing. He candidly recounted the terms of their transaction. Upon hearing the amount, Bai Jing's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth forming an astonished O. 320,000? How could she dare to take that much from you? She exclaimed, her voice sharp with incredulity. Bai Jing had labored alongside Wang Yifu for over a decade, accumulating a mere 800,000 in assets. In contrast, Wang Shanshan, having only spent 4 years at university, audaciously demanded 320,000 from Cao Kun. Is she attending school or indulging in luxury? She's completely lost her sense of propriety. Bai Jing lamented. relieved that her relationship with her daughter had been severed. Otherwise, she could scarcely afford her expenses over 4 years of university. Perhaps the expenses for a girl are substantial. Cao Kun suggested lightly. That still doesn't justify 320,000. Bai Jing retorted, her hands trembling with anger. Her tuition is only 23,000 per year. And accommodation is 1,500. That totals 24,500. Over 4 years, that amounts to 98,000. Did she really need to squander an additional 220,000 on food and drinks? This rebellious girl has lost her mind. Seeing Bai Jing becoming more agitated, Cao Kun quickly attempted to soothe her. All right. Didn't you say you were done with her? Why are you so upset now? I'm not angry because of her. Bai Jing shot back, her glare directed at Cao Kun. It's because of you. Cao Kun was taken aback. Wait, why is this still about me? Bai Jing's expression was one of frustration. Did I not warn you to be cautious of her? She's nothing but a gold digger. All she thinks about is extracting money from you. She has no genuine feelings for you. I made it abundantly clear, yet you allowed her to take 320,000. How could you be so easily deceived? Is that how it is? Cao Kun diaklet avigardly. So, you think I gave her too much? Not just too much, it's outrageous. Bai Jing exclaimed. I thought you would give her at most 30,000 or 40,000, enough for her tuition and accommodation. As for living expenses, isn't there a work-study program? She should earn her keep. For the subsequent 3 years, let her take out student loans or find part-time work. I never anticipated you'd be taken for 320,000. If I hadn't been helping you, you'd have been completely played by that rebellious girl. Really, I implore you, just trust me on this. Not many women are trustworthy. Please, don't let yourself be so easily fooled. Observing Bai Jing's mix of frustration and anger, Cao Kun attempted to lighten the mood. It's not that bad. Besides, this money wasn't given without reason. I purchased 256 hours of companionship. Cao Kun's words only fueled Bai Jing's ire. Cao Kun, I truly don't know how to address this with you. Does she mean that much to you? Buying 256 hours? You could have managed with only 20 or 30 hours. Why waste that money? Once you're in university, won't you find a girlfriend? Isn't that a better option than this gold digger? If you invested that money in a girlfriend, she would surely cherish you more. Doesn't that sound appealing? Finding it difficult to counter Bai Jing's logic, Cao Kun could only offer consolation. Hey, let's not dwell on this. The money is already spent. Let us just eat. Isn't there a possibility of getting it back? Bai Jing insisted, unwilling to relent. I'll go with you. Let us leave her with 4,000 and demand the remaining 28,000 back. If she dares to refuse, I'll slap her. This is too much. She is taking advantage of you. As she spoke, Bai Jing stood up, determined to confront Wang Shanshan. Cao Kun felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He hadn't thought much of the 320,000, yet Bai Jing was more worked up than he was. Moreover, it was truly non-refundable. It wasn't merely because of the irrevocable agreement with Wang Shanshan, but because there was a bigger fish lurking behind this line. A fish that had caused his demise thrice in his past life. The very scar across his nose was a testament to that. Had it not been for his sheer luck, he would have perished in prison long ago due to this formidable adversary. Wang Shanshan was the key to ensnaring that fish, and he needed to maintain control over her. However, he could not divulge this intricate truth to Bai Jing. Thus, as she tugged at his hand, insisting on confronting Wang Shanshan for reimbursement, Cao Kun simply wrapped his arms around her waist, carrying her off to the bedroom. 2 hours later, Cao Kun emerged from the bedroom with a cigarette in his mouth. Bai Jing, who had exited before him, was already reheating the food in the pot, clad in a nightgown as she stepped out of the kitchen. With a gentle gesture, Bai Jing tucked her hair behind her ear and said softly, "Just a moment. It will be ready in 3 to 5 minutes. By the way, are you really not going to confront that rebellious girl for your money?" Cao Kun frowned, still holding the cigarette. Why are we still discussing this? Isn't it endless? Bai Jing chuckled and quickly composed herself, saying, I won't mention it again. Really? I just feel for your finances. Is that so wrong? Chapter 55. A clash between mother and daughter, a tumultuous scene of debt collection, was ultimately subdued by Cao Kun through sheer force. Once the meal was warmed, Cao Kun and Bai Jing sat across from each other again. By the way, Cao Kun, Bai Jing said, her mouth full. I plan to leave Xia County the day after tomorrow. You are aware of my situation. I currently possess very little money and must urgently seek employment. If I delay, I will find myself in dire straits. Therefore, I cannot stay with you until the university semester begins. Cao Kun was well aware of Bai Jing's predicament. She had just over 5,000 yuan left, and, as she mentioned, she needed to find work quickly to avoid facing severe financial difficulties. Have you found a suitable place? Cao Kun paused in his meal. Bai Jing smiled slightly. Yes, I intend to go to Xia City. It's not far from Haicheng, just an hour by train, and there are frequent departures throughout the day. I've already scouted some rental apartments online, and the prices are quite reasonable. A small apartment with all utilities included can be rented for just 300 yuan. Compared to the exorbitant prices in Haicheng, which often exceed 4,000 or 5,000 yuan a month, it and Oppos, SA Steel. This afternoon, I submitted my resume to several companies in Xia City, so once I arrive, I can go directly to interviews. Cao Kun was surprised at how Bai Jing had managed to organize everything in his absence. After swallowing a piece of chicken, he said, Aunt Bai, you really don't need a rush. I still have some money. If you suddenly, Bai Jing interrupted him, Cao Kun, I know you have some savings. That rebellious girl mentioned she saw your bank balance, which is over 1 million. But you must understand, you will need that money for many things in the future. University, dating, buying a house, and marriage, all of which require substantial funds. Besides, I cannot rely on your money. If I did, what would our relationship become? I hope we maintain a pure friendship, untouched by financial entanglements. Observing the seriousness on Bai Jing and Oppo's face, Cao Kun nodded slowly. I understand. Then may I accompany you? Of course, that would be wonderful, Bai Jing beamed. I have 2 suitcases to carry, and it would be quite a hassle alone. If you could help me. It would also give us a chance to check out my new place, making it easier for you to find me in the future. The ensuing conversation revolved entirely around Bai Jing's imminent departure for Xia City, discussing potential housing, job prospects, and plans for a new life. They chatted until midnight before finally washing up and heading to bed. The following morning, at 8:30 a.m., Bai Jing and Cao Kun arrived at his residence. Since Bai Jing still had some clothes and cosmetics there, she needed to gather her belongings. Just as they entered, they spotted Wang Shanshan emerging from the bathroom. Observing Shanshan's gait, Bai Jing silently commended Cao Kun. Thankfully, he had heeded her advice. After an entire night had passed, Wang Shanshan still walked awkwardly, indicating that Cao Kun had indeed stood his ground. Upon seeing Bai Jing return, Wang Shanshan's anger flared. If it hadn't been for this woman recklessly surrendering their family assets to Huang Jianren's parents, she would not be struggling to afford university. Had it not been for Bai Jing's treachery, Cao Kun would not have distanced himself from her. Why are you back? Wang Shanshan spat, her resentment growing. Bai Jing, unfazed, retorted, what is it to you? This is my home too. You have no right to dictate my presence. Meanwhile, you shamelessly linger in a man's house. Perhaps you should leave and not tarnish his reputation. He is still single. Wang Shanshan was taken aback by Jing's fierce response, nearly left speechless. Watching from the side, Cao Kun silently nodded. Experience certainly prevailed. If Wang Shanshan wished to contend with Bai Jing, she needed at least 2 more years of practice. All right, enough arguing, Cao Kun interjected, attempting to mediate. Aunt Bai, you have an 11 a.m. train. You should hurry and pack your things. He then turned to Wang Shanshan. Shanshan, keep your remarks to a minimum. Aunt Bai is leaving today and may not return to Xia County. Don't provoke her. Wang Shanshan hesitated but rolled her eyes at Bai Jing. Bai Jing, in turn, shot her a disdainful glance before retreating to pack her belongings. It was only then that Wang Shanshan approached Cao Kun and whispered, where is that woman headed? To Xia City, Cao Kun replied softly. Though whether she actually ends up there is still uncertain. Wang Shanshan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean it's uncertain? Because Aunt Bai is going to find work. Cao Kun explained. If she can't secure a job in Xia City, she will surely have to look elsewhere. Oh, So she asked job hunting. Wang Shanshan nodded slowly. I thought she was eager to escape the loneliness and had already found a new partner to marry in such a short time. A Cao Kun's face darkened. Don't say that. If Aunt Bai hears you, she'll come after you. She wouldn't dare. Wang Shanshan shot back defiantly. Does she think I still fear her? If she lays a finger on me, I won't hesitate to retaliate. Just wait. I will settle the score with her one day. Chapter 56. The high-speed train confrontation due to the presence of Cao Kun, despite the mutual disdain between Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan. Their conflict remained verbal and did not escalate into a physical altercation. As the clock struck 10 in the morning, Bai Jing finally finished organizing her belongings. Just as she was about to leave, a thought struck her, and she paused at the doorway, turning to glance back at Wang Shanshan. Wang Shanshan, I will remind you one last time. Those who act unjustly will inevitably face their own demise. It would be wise for you to conceal your deceitful ways and strive to be a better person. Otherwise, you shall find yourself in tears in the end. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, leaping up in indignation. You are the deceitful one. You should reflect on your own behavior. Let me remind you, stop stabbing others in the back, or you may find yourself struck by lightning on a stormy day. Observing Wang Shanshan and Appo's furious expression, Bai Jing let out a cold snort, unwilling to waste any more words on her, and strode away. Cao Kun sighed, shaking his head, seemingly at a loss regarding the tumultuous relationship between the two women, and departed with his suitcase in hand. Seeing this, Wang Shanshan rushed to the doorway, shouting down the corridor, just wait. The next time we meet, I will ensure you understand the meaning of regret. After her declaration echoed in the empty hallway, with no response save for the sound of retreating high heels, Wang Shanshan huffed in satisfaction and closed the door. Remind me? With that mindset, you should contemplate your own future instead. You've been forced to leave home in search of a living, and soon you will find yourself struggling to make ends meet. Why do you have to remind me? Regardless, her bank account still held a cold 320,000 yuan. She need not worry about food and drink. How could she possibly be inferior to me? Truly laughable. At 11:00 and Appo's clock in the morning at the Xia County High-Speed Railway Station, Cao Kun, carrying two suitcases, accompanied by Jing, who had a small bag in hand, as they boarded a train heading toward Haicheng and Shihe City. Given that Haicheng and Shihe City are adjacent, many trains pass through both. The train they boarded indeed made stops at both locations. This journey progressed smoothly, devoid of the previous incident of seat occupation. However, throughout the journey, Bai Jing's graceful figure attracted numerous lecherous gazes. While Wang Shanshan maintained her title as the school beauty at Xia County No. 1 High School for 3 consecutive years, thanks to her looks and physique, Bai Jing, who was equally if not more alluring, certainly turned heads. Particularly today, as it was Bai Jing's first time embarking on such a long journey. She had meticulously applied her makeup and donned a sexy bodycon dress paired with black stockings, drawing the attention of countless admirers. Even Cao Kun couldn't help but notice that everywhere they went, not a single man failed to gaze at her silhouette. Cao Kun understood the allure. Such an exquisite figure is a rarity, and coupled with her striking beauty, she indeed belonged to an extraordinary class that no ordinary man could overlook. Once they settled into their seats, Bai Jing glanced at Cao Kun with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Xiao Kun, do you think Shihe City will be far more prosperous than our Xia County? Upon hearing Bai Jing's question, Cao Kun nearly laughed aloud. Was there even a basis for comparison? Xia County was merely a small, dilapidated town, languishing in the middle ranks of all counties nationwide. If one were to classify all counties into 5 tiers, Xia County would barely scrape into the 4th tier. What could they possibly compare with a city like Shihe? While Shihe City might be classified as a 3rd-tier city, it was still fundamentally a city, far beyond their small county in status. Cao Kun recognized that Bai Jing's seemingly absurd question stemmed from her nerves. Leaving home to seek a living in an unfamiliar place, with an uncertain future and myriad unknown challenges ahead, it was only natural for her to feel anxious. Of course, Cao Kun replied with a reassuring smile, gently clasping Bai Jing's delicate hand. Shihe City is indeed a city, while Xia County is merely a shabby little town. How could we possibly compare? Bai Jing smiled faintly, saying nothing more, but tightened her grip on Cao Kun's hand. At that moment, a burly bald man with a phone in hand audaciously occupied the empty seat beside them in the aisle. His tight-fitting shirt strained against a muscular physique, clearly a typical muscle-bound individual. A half-visible tattoo peeked from his left arm, though the unfamiliar design left Cao Kun unable to decipher it. Noticing this bald man seated across from them, Cao Kun narrowed his eyes slightly. He recalled that this man had been seated at the back of the carriage when he and Bai Jing entered. Now, he had moved to sit next to them. Cao Kun was not convinced that this was his designated seat. Damn it. It feels like this train is out to get me. I've only taken the high-speed train a few times, and I hope this bald guy keeps to himself. Otherwise, my chance of encountering conflict on this train is far too high. On his first journey, he had dealt with a rude individual who took his seat. Despite his polite request for the person to move, he was met with indifference, leading him to resolve the matter with a swift slap. His second journey was marred by a quarrel between two passengers that escalated into a physical altercation, splattering his pants with water in the process. Though it was a minor inconvenience, he had opted to change seats to spare himself from the chaos. Now, this was his third ride on the high-speed train. If he were to clash with this bald man, the likelihood of trouble occurring during his train travels would be practically guaranteed. Please, let this be a peaceful journey. I do prefer not to slap anyone on this tender occasion, he silently prayed, while playfully toying with Bai Jing's soft hand. However, Murphy's law dictated that the very thing one fears is often the very thing that occurs, and his prayers bore no fruit. Within moments of sitting down, the bald man grinned widely and leaned across the aisle, addressing Bai Jing directly. Hey, beautiful, let us be friends. Upon hearing such an opening line, Cao Kun felt an exasperated curse well up inside him, and he closed his eyes in disbelief. Good grief. It appears the high-speed train truly is against me. Perhaps I should consider limiting my future travels on this train. Chapter 57: The Taste of Death, the Sudden Advance, coupled with the bald man's appearance, which exuded an unusual aura of ferocity and strength, startled Bai Jing, who was utterly unprepared. Even Cao Kun could distinctly sense the involuntary tremor that coursed through Bai Jing's body at the bald man's approach. Her hand, grasped tightly in his, clenched even more fiercely. Oh no. No, I've been married. Thank you. Bai Jing hastily forced a smile and waved her hand, intimidated by the bald man and Appo's imposing physique and menacing demeanor. The bald man, observing Bai Jing and Appo's reaction, chuckled with a hint of tremor in his voice, his grin widening with delight. She is frightened. So, she's just a little lamb? According to investigations, in numerous incidents of sexual harassment, fear often prevents victims from speaking out or resisting, thereby exacerbating such behaviors. Indeed, fear is a primary catalyst that intensifies these occurrences. For instance, if a lecherous man brushes against a woman on a bus and she chooses to evade rather than resist, it only serves to embolden him further. What may have begun as a mere brush could escalate into more intrusive advances due to her fear and timidity. It can be asserted that fear acts as a catalyst for criminal behavior, not only in such situations but at any time and place. At this moment, Bai Jing and Appo's reaction appeared to the bald man as that of a lamb ready for slaughter. What if you and Appo's been married? The bald man leered, licking his lips in a lascivious manner, rolling up the sleeves of his tattooed arms to showcase his ink, enhancing his intimidating presence. I merely wish to befriend you, to enjoy some time together. More friends mean more connections, right? When one is out and about, one must rely on friends. Cao Kun was left speechless by the bald man's lewd expression and the brazen display of his tattoos. Why do some believe that tattoos confer an air of toughness or make one less approachable? The reality is that a significant portion of people indeed equate tattoos with danger. Pray tell, visit a maximum security prison and observe who the true hardened criminals are. They certainly do not adorn themselves with such markings. Only those lacking confidence, who feel the need to intimidate others, would resort to tattoos. In the maximum security prison where Cao Kun resided, none of the true tough guys bore tattoos. In fact, those who did were collectively referred to as flower dogs. Such individuals often occupied the lowest echelon in prison hierarchy, subject to kicks and slaps from others without consequence. Of course, occasionally, a formidable character may emerge. Cao Kun recalled a particularly muscular and tattooed individual who arrived during his 4th or 5th year in prison. However, within 3 months, he met a gruesome fate when his tattooed skin was brutally flayed from his body, leaving him in excruciating agony until he succumbed to infection after a fortnight in the hospital. The instruments of this gruesome act were merely a rusted piece of metal, originally intended for foot care, rendering it unsanitary beyond measure. Of course, while the tools belonged to Cao Kun, he was not the one who committed the act. He merely provided technical guidance, observing the gruesome process. For this, he was unjustly confined to a small dark room for a week, a punishment far milder than those who face confinement for 10 days, a fortnight, or even a month. Miss, please don't remain silent. Just add me as a friend. I'm not a bad person. If you accept my friend request, I will send you a small gift of 200. I genuinely wish to befriend you. The fact that we cross paths on the same vehicle is a significant fate. There is a saying, it takes 100 years of cultivation to share a boat and 1,000 years to share a bed, since we can meet on the same bus. It suggests that in our past lives, we must have been together for at least a century. This indicates that we were a couple in our previous life, and if you add me as a friend, perhaps we can rekindle the bond from our past. Cao Kun initially intended to observe how Bai Jing would respond to such a situation, but upon hearing the bald man's words, he could no longer contain himself. How dare you misinterpret the saying about sharing a boat and a bed? Do you not realize you are misleading the youth? The youth are the future of our country. This is akin to indirectly undermining our beloved motherland. In such circumstances, Cao Kun believed that any descendant of the dragon, any individual with the blood of Yin and Huang coursing through their veins, would not tolerate such behavior. Those who dare to insult my motherland must face retribution, regardless of the distance. Moreover, considering the proximity between them, separated only by an aisle and Bai Jing, the need for retaliation intensified. As he observed Bai Jing's cheeks flush with embarrassment, her demeanor resembling that of a sheep utterly at a loss, the bald man grew ever more exhilarated. Just as he prepared to escalate his verbal onslaught, he noticed Cao Kun rise from his seat, step over Bai Jing, and approach the aisle, unleashing a punch that landed squarely on his face. Despite Cao Kun's less imposing stature compared to the bald man, and the stark contrast in their physiques, the force of his blow sent the bald man crashing to the ground as if he had been deflated. Cao Kun, emotionless, bent down to seize the bald man's nape, hoisting his hefty frame with ease. Meeting the bald man's dazed gaze, he delivered an uppercut that sent him soaring nearly a meter into the air. Upon landing, the bald man's face was a gruesome sight, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, 2 front teeth missing. Cao Kun crouched down, calmly gazing into the bald man's bewildered eyes. Listen here, bald one. The saying it takes 10 years to share a boat and 100 years to share a bed is not to be misconstrued as you have. Who taught you your language? As he met Cao Kun's calm gaze, the bald man felt as though he was facing a primordial beast. It seemed that with a mere whisper, this man could reduce him to mere fragments. Under the weight of Cao Kun's stare, the bald man sensed his blood run cold, his circulation faltering. This was the taste of death. Undoubtedly, it was the taste of death. The instinct for survival ignited within him, triggering alarm bells that rang frantically, making him realize he had provoked a force far beyond his reckoning. If he did not handle this well, he would find himself facing death in the very next moment. This man truly intended to kill him. Chapter 58. Truly despicable. The survival instinct's alarm jolted the formerly dazed bald man into complete lucidity. At this moment, he disregarded his profusely bleeding nose and his now gaping mouth. He mustered his spirit and pleaded, I and Amp, Oppose, am so sorry. I was wrong. Please spare me. I truly regret it. I beg you. Cao Kun gestured with his hand, stating calmly, Spare you? Are you blind? I don't own any horses. With that, Cao Kun seized the bald man by the scruff of his neck, hoisted him up, and began dragging him toward the rear of the carriage. However, having taken only a few steps, Cao Kun paused, as if struck by a sudden thought. He turned back to face Bai Jing, meeting Bai Jing's expression, one of utter astonishment. Cao Kun smiled, revealing a countenance as gentle as a spring breeze. I'll be back shortly, he reassured. Turning away, Cao Kun resumed his emotionless demeanor and continued to haul the 200-plus-pound bald man toward the back of the carriage. Along their path, every passenger fell silent. Many averted their gazes, only daring to steal furtive glances as they passed. Good heavens! How did he manage that? In terms of sheer size, the bald man dwarfed Cao Kun, outweighing him by at least 30 or 40 pounds. Yet, Cao Kun, whose physique appeared unremarkable, effortlessly hoisted the man by the neck, dragging him along as if he were a lifeless dog. What formidable strength! If he were to land a punch, it would likely leave one half dead, or even outright kill them. Cao Kun remained oblivious to the stares of the passengers. At that moment, he resembled a sovereign surveying his domain, his eyes filled with disdain, paying scant attention to those around him. Soon, Cao Kun dragged the bald man to the very rear of the carriage. There, a heavily made-up girl, dressed in a somewhat gaudy manner, around 23 or 24 years of age, sat in the back row, staring blankly as they approached. An accomplice of the bald man. Cao Kun had noticed this girl bantering with the bald man when he boarded. Cao Kun tossed the bald man down next to the girl, as if discarding a corpse, and inquired indifferently, "What's your relationship?" The girl shuddered, snapping out of her daze, and stammered, He's my boyfriend." "Boyfriend?" Cao Kun narrowed his eyes. "Do you know what he was up to?" The girl was utterly cowed by Cao Kun's domineering presence, answering every question without hesitation. She nodded furiously. He said that woman, no, your companion, was an extremely exquisite beauty. He wanted to have some fun, so he went over to flirt with her. Then why didn't you stop him? Cao Kun pressed. I. The girl stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Cao Kun turned to the bald man. You explain. The bald man's nose continued to bleed. He struggled to staunch the flow while stammering. I. He repeated I 3 times, but the reason remained unsaid. Cao Kun, growing impatient, slapped him across the face. More blood gushed from the bald man's nose. If you say I owe any more time, I'll beat you to death. Speak. Having endured Cao Kun's slap, the bald man's defenses crumbled completely. He covered his face and whimpered like a 200-pound girl. She told me to go because your companion has bigger breasts, a smaller waist, and a rounder rear than her. She and Apo's jealous, so she sent me to harass her. Oh, is that so? Cao Kun turned to the girl. Is that true? The girl pouted, on the verge of tears. I'm sorry. I was just joking. I'm sorry. Damn. Cao Kun cursed. If sorry was enough, wouldn't I be wasting my fists? You're not much to look at, but you have a wicked heart. If I don't set you straight, you'll go astray. With that, Cao Kun winked at the girl and said, Wait for me in the restroom. I need to give you a good talking to, so you and Apo's LL learn about the 4 virtues and 5 moral principles. The girl looked at Cao Kun with tearful eyes, pleading, I'm truly sorry. Please, I know I was wrong. Suddenly, before the girl could finish her sentence, Cao Kun grabbed her hair and yanked her from her seat. Cao Kun violently held the girl by her hair, forcing her to face him. He whispered menacingly, Ken and Apo's, do you hear me? Wait for me in the restroom. If I hear another word out of you, I and Apo's LL crush your skull. Meeting Cao Kun and Apo's gaze, the girl trembled in terror as if she had seen a ghost. She dared not utter another word and scrambled into the adjacent restroom. Cao Kun turned to the bald man, patted his face, and said, Keep watch at the door. With that, Cao Kun strode into the restroom and locked the door. Soon, faint sounds of a woman and Apo's oath emanated from within. I swear, from this day forward, I will be a useful member of society and contribute to the nation. An hour later, Cao Kun emerged from the restroom. The bald man's nosebleed had stopped, but he still covered it with both hands. Seeing Cao Kun and the look in his eyes, the bald man flinched and shrank back. Cao Kun muttered, Damn, haven't you even had basic moral education? I don't know how you 2 drifters got together. With that, Cao Kun slapped the bald man. Remember, this time, I'm giving you a free lesson. If there's a next time, I'll charge you. Without another glance at the bald man, Cao Kun returned to his seat. 3 minutes later, the girl emerged from the restroom. Her face flushed, her eyes timid and apprehensive. She didn't even dare to meet the bald man's gaze. Seeing this, The bald man clenched his fists in resentment. You too. The girl shook her head frantically. No, nothing happened. He just lectured me, telling me to be a good person, not to cause trouble, and to contribute to society and the nation. The bald man's teeth ached with hatred. He felt that everyone in the carriage was watching him, mocking him, but the thought of Cao Kun's icy eyes sent shivers down his spine. Who is this man? How can he have such terrifying eyes? What has he been through? In the end, the bald man seemed to have lost his backbone, becoming weak and dejected. Let's head off at the next stop, he said listlessly. The girl nodded, pursing her lips, still keeping her head lowered, unable to meet the bald man's eyes. Chapter 59. Meeting Bai Jing and Lu Yuling on the other side. Bai Jing, feeling as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, rushed to greet Cao Kun upon seeing him approach. Cao Kun, are you all right? She inquired, her gaze filled with concern as she scrutinized him from head to toe. Cao Kun flashed a sunny smile and replied, I'm sorry, Bai Yi, for making you worry. I'm perfectly fine. Seeing that Cao Kun was unharmed, Bai Jing immediately shifted her expression and whispered, What happened? You didn't do anything with that girl in the restroom, did you? If something happened, what if she calls the police? Why are you so impulsive? Cao Kun chuckled, placing both hands on Bai Jing's shoulders to guide her to sit down. Bai Yi, rest assured, that girl's moral character is somewhat questionable. I merely took the opportunity to educate her, imparting a lesson on ethics. What could possibly go wrong? Really? Bai Jing asked skeptically. Then why do you smell like that? Oh, the restroom on the train has its own peculiar odor. Don't worry, I assure you, nothing happened. With Cao Kun's repeated reassurances, Bai Jing felt considerably more at ease. However, she suddenly seemed to recall something and shifted the topic, saying, Cao Kun, I never realized you were so capable, taking down that creep with just 2 punches. That's impressive. Cao Kun laughed. Were you shocked? Bai Jing shook her head, her eyes fixed on his. Initially, yes. It seemed so cruel and violent. But now, I only feel a profound sense of security. Exactly. Cao Kun replied with mock seriousness. If I can't even provide you with a sense of security, then what is the purpose of my being here? I must ensure you feel completely safe. Despite Cao Kun's reassurances, Bai Jing remained uneasy, as she found the lingering odor unsettling. Even after the bald creep and that little troublemaker disembarked, she couldn't fully relax. It wasn't until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, having observed that nothing untoward had occurred, that her anxious heart finally settled. With the tension releasing, she leaned against Cao Kun and Appo's shoulder and drifted into a deep slumber. After all, she had conversed with him about the development and future of Shihe City late into the night. And if not for her concern about potential issues on his side, she would have fallen asleep long ago. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, while Bai Jing was peacefully asleep, her head resting on Cao Kun's shoulder, he gently nudged her, saying, Bai Yi, we've arrived. It's time to disembark. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing immediately opened her eyes. Though her mind was still a bit foggy, she followed Cao Kun, gathering her belongings and lining up to exit the train. After a brief 10-minute wait, as they stepped out of the train station, Bai Jing's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Is it possible that a third-tier, barely second-tier city can be this developed? She pondered, gazing at the towering skyscrapers and massive billboards. This could rival the likes of Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. Just then, a group of people hurried past them. One individual lamented, I had plans to invest in real estate in Haiqing 2 or 3 years ago, but my wife wouldn't allow it, insisting that the housing prices had peaked. Now look, the Yundong district has become a special zone. If only I had bought property there 2 or 3 years ago, I would have made a fortune. Another chimed in, enough with the regrets. You should quickly find a way to purchase property now. Old Jia had good fortune yesterday, acquiring a couple's home in Yundong district at 50,000 per square meter. That and Appo's SA steel. In a few years, it could easily double to at least 100,000 per square meter. Absolutely. A chorus of agreement followed. Old Jia hit the jackpot. We need to act fast before prices soar to 100,000 per square meter with the special zone establishment. Listening to the chatter about real estate, Bai Jing was taken aback and quickly looked at Cao Kun. Cao Kun, I think we got off at the wrong stop. This is Haiqing. The next stop should be Shihe City. Cao Kun, with a slight smile, replied, No, We haven't made a mistake. The place we intended to visit is indeed Haicheng. What? Bai Jing was momentarily stunned. Haicheng? Hadn't they discussed Shiha's city extensively yesterday? As she grappled with whether she had misspoken or Cao Kun had misunderstood. A voice suddenly called out, "Mr. Cao, over here." Instinctively, Bai Jing turned to see a woman in a tailored suit briskly approaching them, waving. Next to her, Cao Kun also smiled back and waved. "Do you know her? Is she here to pick us up?" Bai Jing's mind raced. They had agreed on Shiha's city, yet now they were in Haicheng, and Cao Kun had a friend waiting for them. When did he visit Haicheng? At that moment, Bai Jing felt an air of mystery envelop Cao Kun and Amp. Oppo's image in her mind. Lu Yuling quickly reached Cao Kun, first glancing at Bai Jing. In a single glance, astonishment flickered in her eyes. My goodness, what a stunning woman. That face, that figure, truly a beauty. Suppressing her surprise, Lu Yuling smiled at Cao Kun and extended her hand, saying, "Mr. Cao and Amp, Oppo's. It's been a while." Cao Kun chuckled, "Don and Amp, Oppo's, pretend, it and Amp, Oppo's. It's only been a short time since we parted." Lu Yuling and Amp, Oppo's. Cheeks flushed slightly, and she playfully responded, "A day apart feels like 3 autumns. It's been many years." Then, looking at Bai Jing with delight, she exclaimed, "This beautiful sister must be Bai Jia, right? You truly are 37? Mr. Cao must be joking. With skin like yours, you look no older than 30. Lu Yuling's comment was sincere, as Bai Jing's complexion was indeed remarkable. In this regard, Cao Kun had a keen eye. He was well aware of the differences in skin quality. If one were to judge solely by skin, Bai Jing appeared younger than Lu Yuling, who looked her age in a perfectly normal way. Although Bai Jing did not know this woman and was uncertain about the situation, she could perceive the flattering tone and smiled in response. "Oh no, my skin is nothing special. Yours is far superior." As she spoke, she looked at Cao Kun, signaling him to make the introductions. Finally, Cao Kun introduced them, saying, "Lu Yuling, a real estate agent I met when I came to Haicheng recently." Then, he introduced Lu Yuling to Bai Jing, stating, "Bai Jing, I want to elaborate further. She's my closest female friend." Chapter 60. Having arrived, do you still wish to leave? With Cao Kun and Oppo's introduction, Bai Jing and Lu Yuling finally made each other an Oppo's acquaintance. After a handshake, Bai Jing leaned closer to Cao Kun and quietly inquired, "Did you rent a place in Haicheng recently?" Although she was still somewhat bewildered by her current situation, she was capable of grasping the pertinent details. Moreover, Cao Kun and Oppo's remarks were not particularly veiled. He might as well have directly implanted the information into her mind. If she failed to catch this, it would indeed reflect poorly on her intellect. "Yes," Cao Kun replied nonchalantly. "It was during the break, and since I had nothing pressing to do, I made a trip to Haicheng and rented an apartment near Haicheng University. I've never lived in a dormitory and was concerned about cohabiting with other boys. God forbid, if any conflict arose and I accidentally harmed them, I thought it prudent to rent a place for myself instead." Upon hearing this explanation, Bai Jing's lips quivered slightly in disbelief. What a charmingly careless way to put it. If Cao Kun had uttered such a line before boarding the train, she would have been utterly incredulous. However, after experiencing the journey, her belief had transformed entirely. A hulking brute could be rendered defenseless by just 2 of his punches. She doubted the freshman at Haicheng University would possess greater resilience. Since Lu Yuling had never witnessed Cao Kun in action, she remained skeptical of his reasoning. "What do you mean you can't live with boys?" Lu Yuling teased. "I think you and Oppo's. Just worried that it would be inconvenient to date the ladies while residing in the dormitory." Cao Kun chuckled and playfully swatted Lu Yuling and Oppo's rear. "Or perhaps it's the older sister aspect," he quipped. Lu Yuling's cheeks flushed, and she playfully rebuked him. "Stop being so childish. Come on, let us board the train." Afterward, Lu Yuling took a suitcase from Cao Kun and strode ahead, while Bai Jing cast meaningful glances between Cao Kun and Lu Yuling several times. "When Oppo's? What's wrong, Bai Jia?" Cao Kun asked earnestly. Bai Jing paused, then chuckled. "What is this? Just out of my hometown, and I've gone from Bai Ai to Bai Jia." "Oh, it has nothing to do with your hometown," Cao Kun replied with mock seriousness. "I want to call you Bai Jia for ages. With your youthful looks and figure, You bear no resemblance to an ant. You are far too youthful for that title. Besides, we are in Haicheng. If I were to call you by IE here, I would attract a crowd staring at me like I were a fool. Women, regardless of age, are invariably vulnerable to compliments about their looks and physique. Bai Jing felt a blush creeping onto her charming face, prompting her to swiftly change the subject. All right, enough of the banter. I originally thought you were a decent person. But who knew? What's the deal with Lu Yuling? What else is there? Cao Kun replied nonchalantly. During my visit, her husband was conveniently away, and I had the time to get acquainted. Now, Bai Jie, let me show you the apartment I rented. With that, Cao Kun grabbed a suitcase in one hand and held by Jing and Appo's hand with the other, striding off to catch up with Lu Yuling. At 6 in the evening, Cao Kun, Bai Jing, and Lu Yuling arrived at the apartment Cao Kun had rented near Haicheng University. Upon entering, everyone except Cao Kun was left astounded. Wow, it's enormous, they exclaimed, astonished that it was a fully furnished apartment, complete with a television, refrigerator, washing machine, and air conditioning. Since Lu Yuling worked in real estate, she was merely surprised, but Bai Jing's jaw dropped in amazement. My heavens, the decor is exquisite. The flooring, the chandelier, the wall art, and the wardrobe, all of it is so much more upscale than my previous home. After exploring, Bai Jing was even more astonished. The apartment boasted 4 rooms, 2 living areas, and 2 bathrooms, with 3 sunlit bedrooms and 1 north-facing room converted into a study. The highlights were that each of the 3 sunlit bedrooms came equipped with air conditioning, wardrobes, and beds, complete with high-end mattresses. She had heard of Simmons mattresses for years, but had never experienced one, having always settled for cheaper alternatives. This lavish apartment for rent is simply extravagant, Bai Jing thought, turning to Cao Kun. So, Cao Kun, you must be paying quite a sum for this place? Not too bad. 8,000 yuan a month, he replied. 8,000 yuan? Bai Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. In contrast to her astonishment, Lu Yuling remained composed, aware that Cao Kun was quite affluent at the moment. In just a few days, he had made a fortune, having invested 23.8 million yuan in real estate. The value had quintupled overnight. Although the growth rate had begun to slow, inexplicably, it surged again since this morning, and by the time Cao Kun and Bai Jing reached Haicheng, the price had nearly octupled. What does 23.8 million multiplied by 8 equal? A staggering 1.9 billion. And the upward trend showed no signs of abating. Lu Yuling was confident that after tonight, it would exceed her projections by 9 times, absolutely guaranteed. Thus, for him, spending 7,000 or 8,000 yuan was hardly a concern. Well, this is a newlywed couple's home. They spent 400,000 yuan just on renovations. They wouldn't be renting it out if the husband hadn't been transferred out of town. Besides, at 160 square meters, this price is reasonable. In the city center, a place like this would easily command over 10,000 yuan a month. Wouldn't you agree, Manager Lu? As Cao Kun addressed her as Manager Lu again, Lu Yuling rolled her eyes playfully and remarked, Indeed, this isn't expensive at all. In the city center, for such space and decor, it wouldn't be unheard of for rent to soar to 20,000 or 30,000 yuan a month, given that it's the city center. Listening to the figures Lu Yuling casually tossed out, Bai Jing felt her head spinning. For such a place, monthly rent being 20,000 or 30,000 yuan is considered cheap? Goodness, my monthly salary of just over 3,000 yuan in Shaoxin wouldn't even cover a single month in Appo's rent here. This big city is truly overwhelming. I should just head back to Xia City. For 300 yuan a month, I could rent a lovely single apartment. The comparison is simply blissful. With that thought, Bai Jing swiftly diverted the conversation. Cao Kun, let us make it clear that I'll stay here for a day, but I must return to Xia City tomorrow. The living expenses in this big city are terrifying. I fear that after a couple of days of fun, I want to even have the means to stay in Xia City. Upon hearing this, Cao Kun laughed heartily. Bai Jie, what were you thinking? Now that you're here, do you believe I would allow you to leave? Don't be naive. You are now firmly anchored in Haicheng. Chapter 61. The significance of marriage upon hearing that Cao Kun would not permit her to leave, Bai Jing immediately felt a surge of anxiety. She understood that Cao Kun wished to remain with her, and truthfully, she did not want to part ways with him either. However, they ultimately had to confront the harsh realities of life. The cost of living in Haicheng was exorbitant. The financial demands of such a first-tier city were far beyond what she could bear, with her meager assets dwindling to a mere 5,000. Moreover, there was still Lu Yuling to consider. Even if she relocated to Xia City, Lu Yuling would still be able to manage without her. If he truly missed her, they could adhere to their previous arrangement and see each other on weekends. Cao Kun, it's simply not feasible by Jing's side. You are aware of my situation. If I stay in Haicheng, I lack both the means and the capability to survive. Let us not even mention the rent. Thousands or even tens of thousands per month. Do you think I can afford that? Why can't you afford it? Cao Kun retorted. This spacious 4-bedroom apartment, though one has been converted into a study, still boasts 3 bright and roomy bedrooms. Can't you, Sister Bai, find space in one of them? Bai Jing found herself momentarily speechless. She had been so preoccupied with the high cost of living and rent that she hadn't even considered residing at Cao Kun and Appo's place. Observing her bemused expression, Cao Kun smiled and said, Sister Bai, I've already leased this apartment for a year. Whether I live here alone or with you, the cost remains the same. Besides, Manager Lu is in need of assistance. Why not work alongside her? Cao Kun glanced at Lu Yuling, who eagerly nodded in agreement. Absolutely. As a real estate agent, I've always worked solo and have longed for a partner. Sister Bai, you would find my job exceptionally relaxed. Just the two of us. We can go out whenever we please, or simply lounge around if we wish. You can scroll through your phone or play on the computer. To be frank, Sister Bai, you won't find a more laid-back job than this. Plus, I can guarantee you'll earn a substantial income. This year, I assure you'll make at least 6 million. Lu Yuling's final promise was not mere bluster. She had ample confidence. After all, Cao Kun had already indicated that he intended to sell all his properties within the year. Given the soaring property prices in the Yundong special zone, it was evident that the value of the properties he had acquired would multiply 9-fold without question. By tomorrow morning at the latest, they could expect a 9-fold increase. 8 times would yield 190 million, while 9 times would amount to 210 million. The commission of 5 on 210 million would translate to over 2 million, which, when split between the two of them, would secure each a tidy sum of over 6 million. As long as Cao Kun could guarantee that they would handle the sales themselves, both women would surely find themselves comfortably well off this year. Realizing that both Cao Kun and Lu Yuling were advocating for her, Bai Jing, despite her naivete, began to comprehend the situation. It turned out that Cao Kun had already made arrangements for her, both in terms of her residence and employment. Overwhelmed by this revelation, Bai Jing could no longer contain her emotions and flung herself into Cao Kun's embrace. Cao Kun, you are far too kind to me. I have nothing to offer in return, she sobbed. Who says you have nothing? Cao Kun chuckled, gently ruffling Bai Jing's hair. At that moment, Lu Yuling chimed in with a playful smile. How about this? I'll go buy some ingredients. Let us have hot pot for dinner tonight. With that, Lu Yuling discreetly departed. At 8:00 and Appo's clock that evening, a sumptuous family hot pot feast commenced. The table was laden with beef, lamb, pork, chicken wings, shrimp, oysters, bull penis, and lamb kidneys. The 3 of them gathered around the table, with the exhaust system specifically designed for hot pot whirring above, preventing the aroma from permeating the entire house. Initially, Bai Jing felt somewhat reserved, but under Lu Yuling's warm hospitality, she soon felt at ease. By the time their lavish hot pot dinner concluded, it was already 10:30. Lu Yuling decided to stay the night, having already video called her husband to explain that a dear friend had come to Haicheng to spend a couple of days with her. Initially skeptical, Lu Yuling's husband was reassured upon seeing Bai Jing's smiling face on the screen. Ah, so she truly is a good friend, he exclaimed, especially impressed by her stunning looks and figure. With that, he had no further concerns. Cao Kun also greeted Lu Yuling's husband, referring to him as brother. One might expect Lu Yuling and Appo's husband to feel a twinge of jealousy at the sight of another man, yet he remained entirely unperturbed, even sending Lu Yuling 5 yuan to enjoy a couple of days out in Haicheng with Bai Jing and Cao Kun. This was largely due to Bai Jing's striking beauty, which inadvertently made Lu Yuling appear somewhat ordinary in comparison. It was akin to the scenario of an ugly duckling standing beside a beautiful swan. Naturally, everyone would gravitate towards the swan. However, Lu Yuling's husband overlooked a crucial fact. There exists a type of person in this world who harbors no qualms about their preferences. They can relish both a lavish feast and humble fare, dismissing any distinctions between swans and ugly ducklings. Moreover, there were no ugly ducklings in their midst. Who could possibly be considered an ugly duckling? Lu Yuling? Absolutely not. She was a beauty in her own right. The following morning, when Cao Kun emerged from his room, he found Bai Jing and Lu Yuling already bustling about in the kitchen, having nearly finished preparing breakfast. Remarkably, after just one night, they had formed a bond resembling that of true sisters, chatting animatedly and exuding an undeniable intimacy. This newfound closeness was understandable, as they were not only comrades in arms, but also confidants sharing their innermost feelings. Since the early hours of the morning, Bai Jing had confided in Lu Yuling about her unhappy marriage, detailing the misdeeds of her wayward daughter. Lu Yuling listened intently, her frustration palpable. After hearing Bai Jing's tale, Lu Yuling began to ponder the purpose of marriage and childbirth. Even a woman as admirable as Sister Bai had found herself in such a predicament. If one were to forego marriage and motherhood, perhaps life could be more carefree and joyful. In turn, Lu Yuling shared her own marital woes. Though she had no children, her husband earned little and had numerous bad habits. The crux of her grievances was that he failed to contribute financially or satisfy her in their intimate life. It was disheartening to have neither aspect fulfilled. Bai Jing wholeheartedly agreed with Lu Yuling's sentiments. Indeed, if he can't provide financially and fails to satisfy in bed, what purpose does it serve to have such a husband? Chapter 62. Charitable Acts. Spreading warmth, the two women spent an entire day in the kitchen engaged in a lengthy discussion, yet they failed to reach a resolution. Ultimately, they directed their quandary towards the sole man in the household, Cao Kun. What is the significance of marrying a man who cannot earn a living and is lacking in other capacities? Faced with this question, Cao Kun furrowed his brow in contemplation. It was evident that they had approached the wrong person for such an inquiry. In his previous life, he had spent his days in prison, devoid of knowledge or understanding of such matters. However, in this life, he was quite adept at making money and was rather competent, leaving him at a loss for an answer. Cao Kun lit a cigarette and pondered for 3 minutes before finally offering the women a succinct 6-word response: engage in charity. Spread warmth. A man who cannot provide financially and is deficient in other aspects is akin to an act of charity. What else could it be? Upon hearing Cao Kun's answer, both women felt their defenses crumble. So, they were merely engaged in acts of charity and warmth? Particularly for Lu Yuling. All her emotional and psychological defenses were shattered by Cao Kun's blunt remark. She was even on the verge of insisting on returning home to divorce her husband. Bai Jing, on the other hand, fared slightly better. After all, she had already severed ties with Wang Yifu and had no connection with the rebellious daughter. Yet despite this, she still felt a heaviness in her heart, as that was once her youth, now seemingly squandered in the name of charity. How foolish, how disheartening. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. During this period, Lu Yuling had neither returned to work nor home, choosing instead to accompany Cao Kun and Bai Jing on leisurely excursions around High City. The trio visited various attractions, strolled along the beach, and sampled renowned eateries. In essence, they spent their days exploring and returned at night to rest. Naturally, shopping was also on the agenda. Cao Kun purchased a set of cosmetics for each woman, one set priced at 15,000 and the other at 17,000. This was not an act of favoritism. Rather, the different skin types of Bai Jing and Lu Yuling warranted distinct choices curated by professional beauticians. In addition to cosmetics, Cao Kun also bought each of them an entire outfit, from undergarments to outerwear, averaging 18,800 per set. Bai Jing felt a pang of guilt over such expenditures, yet she was also immensely pleased. This was her first experience with such high-quality cosmetics and clothing. How could she not revel in it? Meanwhile, Lu Yuling was consumed with envy. Unbeknownst to Bai Jing, Lu Yuling was acutely aware that the properties Cao Kun had purchased in just 3 days had appreciated 15-fold. In other words, Cao Kun had done nothing during this time, yet amassed assets totaling 357 million, reflecting on their previous encounter when his wealth stood at a mere 24 million. The speed of his financial ascent was nothing short of astonishing, almost as if he had a money-printing machine at home. Moreover, while real estate prices had stabilized across the Yundong district, the area where Cao Kun had invested continued to surge, surpassing even the central districts in value. Lu Yuling could not fathom the inexplicable allure of that particular location. At 5 in the afternoon, Lu Yuling parked her car in a spot outside the train station. With the university semester set to commence in a few days, Cao Kun needed to return to Xia County, not for any particular reason, but because Wang Shanshan also had to head back. Of course, his intentions were not to confront her, but rather due to his unease with her currently residing in his home. He worried whether she would remember to turn off the air conditioning, the gas, or lock the doors before leaving. Although Cao Kun's current wealth rendered such concerns trivial, the significance of that house was profound. It was the home where he had grown up, filled with memories that could not be quantified by money. Furthermore, his apprehensions about Wang Shanshan were justified. If she were to forget to turn off the gas and an unfortunate incident were to occur, it would lead to dire consequences. Thus, he felt compelled to ensure everything was in order before the semester began. "Be careful on the road," Cao Kun, Bai Jing said, gazing at him with reluctance, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her display of emotion was not entirely genuine. Rather, she was moved once again. Despite her previous declarations of independence from Cao Kun and Oppos, as financial assistance, as it might tarnish their pure friendship, he had nonetheless transferred a sum of 100,000 yuan to her. Only those who truly care for you would disregard your concerns about complicating matters, ensuring you have the means to feel secure. Bai Jing was deeply touched by Cao Kun's gesture, almost brought to tears. "Rest assured, what could possibly go wrong on the train?" Cao Kun replied with a carefree chuckle. Yet, the moment he spoke, a thought seemed to strike him, and his smile faded. "Oh no, I'm taking the high-speed train?" Cao Kun realized that he had a somewhat tumultuous history with trains. "Excuse me, Cao Kun, may I have a word?" Lu Yuling asked with a playful smile, signaling for him to follow her aside for a conversation that Bai Jing should not overhear. Bai Jing did not pry, understanding that even their close-knit relationship had its secrets. There were matters she shared with Cao Kun that Lu Yuling was unaware of. With time to spare before the train's departure, Cao Kun lit a cigarette and then joined Lu Yuling for a private chat. "What is on your mind?" he inquired. Lu Yuling appeared conflicted as she replied, "Cao Kun, do you have any idea just how absurd your property values are? They've skyrocketed an average of 15 times and are still on a rise. Is that so?" Cao Kun chuckled. "I ascend and Oppos. That quite normal?" "Normal?" Lu Yuling and Oppos' eyes widened in disbelief. "While other areas in Yundong have stabilized, the location you invested in is still climbing, reaching the highest prices in the district. You call that normal?" Cao Kun looked at her incredulously, pondering for a moment before responding. "Perhaps you should consider a career change after I sell those properties. It seems real estate might not be your forte." Goodness, how many days have passed? How many times have property prices multiplied? Lu Yuling lamented, astonished that she had failed to recognize that area as the future center of Yundong Special District. With such poor insight, perhaps she ought to reconsider her career in real estate. Chapter 63. Lu Yuling contemplates divorce. Why? Lu Yuling was perplexed upon hearing Cao Kun's advice to refrain from pursuing a career in real estate. After dedicating so many years to the industry with considerable success, she could not fathom the reasoning behind such a suggestion. Meanwhile, Cao Kun found himself at a loss, recognizing that if he did not directly enlighten Lu Yuling, she might remain oblivious indefinitely. Perhaps she would only grasp the truth once the Yundong Special Zone was fully established, with towering CBD skyscrapers rising majestically in the center. With that thought, Cao Kun crouched down, drawing in the dirt with a twig. "Look here, this is the location of Yundong District. What lies to the west?" Lu Yuling adjusted her form-fitting dress and adopted a semi-kneeling posture, replying, "To the west is the urban area of High City. Is there room for development?" Shaking her head, Lu Yuling replied, "Not anymore. That area is filled with multi-story buildings." "And what about the south and north?" Cao Kun continued to guide her with his twig. Squinting, Lu Yuling slowly began to comprehend, stating, "The terrain to the south and north is unsuitable. Both sides are flanked by mountains. Do you understand now?" Cao Kun discarded the twig, asserting, whether to the west, south, or north, there is no space for development. Thus, if the Yundong Special Zone is to expand, it can only head east. And with its eastward expansion, where will its center be? Lu Yuling stared blankly at the ground, and suddenly she gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief as she looked up at Cao Kun. "The center, you mean? The suburban area you purchased is actually the future center of the Yundong Special Zone." Finally grasping the concept, Cao Kun nodded, exhaling a puff of smoke with a smile. "Well, it seems my efforts were not in vain. I feared you might not understand." Lu Yuling, still in shock, asked incredulously, "If it is the center, then how much will these properties appreciate?" Cao Kun held up 2 fingers, stating, "I cannot specify the exact amount, but at least a 20-fold increase. The prices in that area were previously too low. Even a 20-fold increase would only amount to 150,000 per square meter. And that is merely this year's price. Prices will continue to rise annually." As she observed Cao Kun's confidence, Lu Yuling's eyes widened, her mouth agape in astonishment. Seeing her reaction, Cao Kun jested, "Don't tempt me like that. If you keep your mouth open, I might just be compelled to fill it." Recovering from her surprise, Lu Yuling quickly closed her mouth and shot him a disapproving glance. "So, you truly intend to let the 2 of us sell these properties?" Her question stemmed from the sheer magnitude of the amount involved. Cao Kun had initially invested 23.8 million. A 20-fold increase would yield 476 million. With a commission of 1.5 on that amount, they would receive 7.14 million. This meant that even if she and Beijing split it evenly, each would receive nearly 3.6 million. This was a staggering sum, one that many might never earn in a lifetime. Lu Yuling had no qualms about Beijing receiving such an amount, for Beijing was currently unencumbered by family obligations and could be at Cao Kun's side whenever needed. However, Lu Yuling had a husband and family to consider. She also felt inferior to Beijing in terms of beauty and physique. Was it truly appropriate for her to receive such a large sum? It felt as if the money was being handed to them without merit. Cao Kun, understanding her internal struggle, simply smiled and took a drag from his cigarette. "Are you concerned it's too much? Rest assured, as the saying goes, the fat water does not flow to outsiders. If I don't let you 2 earn this substantial commission, who else would I give it to? Besides, who would I voluntarily give money to without receiving anything in return?" With Cao Kun's reassurance, Lu Yuling felt a wave of relief wash over her. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, "Could you please hold off on selling for now? I want to get a divorce first." Cao Kun halted, momentarily stunned. "What do you mean? Divorce? Is this because of me? Please no." Cao Kun prided himself on his moral integrity and detested the notion of disrupting someone else and Appo's family. However, upon witnessing Lu Yuling and Appo's bewildered expression, she quickly clarified, No, this has nothing to do with you. My desire to divorce my husband is entirely my own decision. I believe you are right. If a man can only earn money but fails in other aspects, what is the point of our relationship? Merely to engage in charity. Especially in recent days, witnessing Beijing's carefree and genuine demeanor, liberated from familial constraints, had filled Lu Yuling with envy. "I no longer wish to live with him. I want to return to being single." Cao Kun nodded thoughtfully, urging, "Enough with the nonsense. Be honest." Lu Yuling, now a bit embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly. "The truth is, I don't want to share this money with him. I know how this money was earned. Frankly, it's yours. Why should he, who has done nothing, receive 1.8 million from it? That amount is not trivial. With his monthly salary of around 7,000, it would take him 20 years to earn that much. And what if he decided to use that money to initiate a divorce? I would be losing 1.8 million for nothing, becoming a fool in the process. While feelings may be fickle, money remains steadfast. I want to ensure this money becomes my own asset, as long as it was earned after my divorce. You should not get a single cent. After listening to her, Cao Kun took a final drag from his cigarette, extinguishing it underfoot. I see. Handle it as you see fit. However, you should act quickly, as I may not hold off on selling these properties for long. Soon, I plan to use them to attract a significant opportunity, and once that fish is hooked, it will be time to sell. Lu Yuling did not fully comprehend his metaphor about fishing, but one thing was clear: she needed to act swiftly. It seemed she had to initiate the divorce proceedings without delay. Chapter 64. Encounter with an old prison mate at long last. As the departure time of the train drew ever closer, Cao Kun stood outside the station, exchanging warm embraces with Bai Jing and Lu Yuling before striding into the terminal. It was only after watching Cao Kun disappear from view that Lu Yuling and Bai Jing diverted their gazes back. Bai Jing turned to Lu Yuling with a smile, inquiring, "What were you discussing with Cao Kun? You seemed quite animated." Since Cao Kun had cautioned her to keep his property matters in Yundong district a secret for the time being, Lu Yuling deftly sidestepped the topic and moved on to the next. "I told him I want a divorce." "A divorce?" Bai Jing paused, a slight smirk gracing her lips. "Have you grown weary of this altruistic life of warmth and charity?" Lu Yuling playfully swatted at Bai Jing, retorting, "Yes, why not?" Bai Jing joined in the laughter before turning serious. "But truly, what prompted this sudden desire for a divorce?" Lu Yuling pondered for a moment before responding. "Well, it mainly pertains to financial matters. This year, I am certain I will earn a substantial sum, several million in fact. If I don't divorce, half of that would belong to him, considering marital property laws. So, Sister Bai, what do you think? Should I proceed with the divorce? Is it unethical?" Upon hearing Lu Yuling's words, Bai Jing's interest was piqued. She locked eyes with Lu Yuling and spoke earnestly. "Darling, do not be foolish. If you can indeed secure several million this year, you must divorce him. Are you truly willing to share half of your fortune with your husband, as if you were performing charitable deeds? Look at me, at over 30. If it weren't for my good brother, can you imagine how difficult my life would be? Just a few days ago, I had a mere 5,000 yuan to my name. Thus, from personal experience, I advise you, do not rely on anyone, not even your own children. A woman must possess her own financial independence." She continued, "Have you considered that after you split the money, he could simply turn around and ask for a divorce? You may be acting out of goodwill, but can you guarantee he will reciprocate that sentiment? If you feel guilty about leaving him, I have a suggestion. Divorce first, then remarry later. You can separate. Earn your millions while single, and that money will solely belong to you. Afterward, you can remarry, and he won't be able to claim any of that wealth." Lu Yuling chuckled at Bai Jing's proposal. "Oh please, if I divorce, there's no way I would remarry him. After years of charity work, I've had enough." "Then what are you hesitating for?" Bai Jing laughed. "Divorce. Are you truly planning to continue this charitable endeavor for the rest of your life? Live for yourself. I assure you, living for your own happiness will leave you without regrets. Look at my skin. I feel at least 5 or 6 years younger lately. What a delight." Late at night, the train sped through the endless darkness of the wilderness. Cao Kun sat in the business class by the window, indulging in snacks provided by the flight attendant while gazing out into the boundless night. To avoid the disturbances he had previously encountered, he had specifically chosen the business class this time. Though the fare was several times higher than the standard class, the comfort it provided was well worth it. The standard cabin accommodated 5 passengers per row, while the business class only had 2, and the space between rows was vast, making it far less crowded. As anticipated, the business class was sparsely populated, with only 3 passengers, each seated far apart. There was hardly a chance for conflict, and a beautiful, tall flight attendant, at least one, 73 meters tall, catered exclusively to their needs. In truth, she was primarily attending to him, as the other 2 had reclined their seats and were now fast asleep. Had he known the business class offered such treatment, he would have never settled for the standard class. Just then, an announcement came over the intercom. "We will be arriving at Guangzhou West Station in 5 minutes." Since he still had time before reaching Shi County Station, Cao Kun paid little heed, continuing to snack and gaze outside. Moments later, the train began to decelerate and gradually came to a halt. Guangzhou West Station had been reached. After a brief pause, The train resumed its journey, and not a single passenger entered their compartment. This was to be expected. The business class was significantly more expensive than the standard class, offering comfort but not an early arrival, making it less appealing for those seeking value. As the train accelerated back to over 300 kilometers per hour, Cao Kun stretched and prepared to take a short nap. Just as he closed his eyes, a sudden wave of danger jolted him awake. A sense of murderous intent filled the air. He could not articulate why he felt this way. Perhaps it stemmed from the 10 years he had spent in prison, during which he had unwittingly honed this instinct. Had it not been for this gift, he might have met his end numerous times. Damn it, I have just about an hour until I reach my destination. Nothing else can happen. Cao Kun squinted at the frosted glass door separating the business class from first class and began to count silently. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Just as he reached the 5th second, the frosted glass door swung open. A man about 175 meters tall, with disheveled hair and a rough appearance, stepped inside. Upon seeing this man, Cao Kun's brows furrowed in surprise. What the hell? How did this mad dog end up here? It was Zhou Qiang, a former prison mate from his previous life, who had entered Haiching's second prison around the same time as Cao Kun. However, they had never bonded as comrades. Rather, it was Cao Kun who had dealt the fatal blow to Zhou Qiang in the end. Chapter 65. A gentle kiss indeed. In my previous life, Zhou Qiang met his demise at the hands of Cao Kun. It was not that Cao Kun actively sought to kill him, but rather he had simply reached his limit. Zhou Qiang was a superhuman, and among superhumans, he was known for his volatile temperament. During his time in prison, he engaged in daily brawls. Some might argue that he must have had reasons for his actions. However, what reason could a superhuman have for wanting to fight or kill? Was one's mind truly that muddled? His reputation as one of the more aggressive superhumans should suffice as justification. Ultimately, Cao Kun could no longer tolerate Zhou Qiang's incessant provocations. When Zhou attempted to ambush him once more, Cao Kun retaliated by seizing his throat and tearing out his trachea and lung lobes. To his astonishment, the man he had slain in his past life had reappeared in this one. In that fleeting moment, Cao Kun experienced a sense of disorientation. What could this reunion signify? Would fate compel him to kill him again? However, this thought lingered in his mind for only a brief moment before he dismissed it. What a ludicrous notion. He was now merely an ordinary young man, yearning to savor life, and he had no intention of committing murder. Moreover, in a society governed by law, everything had its proper channels. Besides, having taken Zhou Qiang's life once, what grudge could justify doing so again? As long as this mad dog Zhou Qiang did not provoke him before his departure, he had no desire to involve himself in such trivial matters. Alas, it was the other passengers in the business class who might find themselves in dire straits tonight. For if memory served, Zhou Qiang was apprehended less than 12 hours after committing his crimes. The location of his capture was a certain train station, though the specifics eluded Cao Kun. What he did recall was that he had been arrested by the police there. Within those 12 hours, he had claimed the lives of 6 individuals, a family of 3 from his village, 2 passengers on the train, and a member of the crew. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place. If Cao Kun could sense the air thick with murderous intent, it was clear that Zhou Qiang had already dispatched the family, yet still craved more bloodshed. Otherwise, the overwhelming aura of violence surrounding him would not be so palpable. In this carriage, apart from him, there were only 2 passengers and a flight attendant. Just the right number. This indicated that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, according to the trajectory of his past life, the other 2 passengers and the attendant would likely fall victim to Zhou Qiang and Oppo's wrath tonight. Zhou Qiang entered, his expression devoid of emotion, and his gaze scanned the surroundings until it met Cao Kun's. Cao Kun offered a faint smile, feigning nonchalance as he took a sip from his water bottle, reclined his seat, and closed his eyes. With just an hour until their arrival, he hoped to rest a while. He wished for Zhou Qiang to refrain from acting out before he disembarked. As long as that happened, he would remain indifferent to the unfolding drama. After surveying the carriage, Zhou Qiang seemed to perceive that the moment was not yet ripe, and he chose a seat, lying down much like Cao Kun. Fortunately, The flight attendant had also closed her eyes to rest. Otherwise, she would have come over to check tickets and likely would have provoked Zhou Qiang into action. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, just 20 minutes remained until arrival. Although Cao Kun kept his eyes shut, he remained acutely aware of the sounds within the carriage. With 20 minutes until they reached Xia County Station, he felt a wave of relief. If he could endure these final moments, he would disembark peacefully. This journey would stand out as the most tranquil since his rebirth, free from any untoward incidents. Just as Cao Kun entertained this hopeful thought, he was suddenly enveloped by a faint, sweet fragrance as a blanket was draped over him. He opened his eyes to find the flight attendant's gentle smile before him. "I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Cao," she said softly. "I didn't mean to wake you. Allow me to cover you with this blanket. Please continue to rest, and I will call you when we arrive." Gazing at the flight attendant's tender smile stirred an inexplicable emotion within Cao Kun, prompting him to grasp her wrist. Startled by his sudden grip, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she whispered, "Mr. Cao, is there something you need?" Cao Kun pondered for a moment and replied, "Kiss me." "What?" The flight attendant and Appo's cheeks reddened even more, and she bit her lip, shyly responding, "That and Appo's not permissible, Mr. Cao. In Appo's beyond my service scope." Quickly, Cao Kun insisted, "This way. I have a reason to assist you. Otherwise, we are mere strangers. Why would I help you?" The flight attendant, confused by his words, glanced at the two other passengers still sound asleep. Ultimately, she blushed deeply and pressed her lips against Cao Kun's cheek. "Is that sufficient, Mr. Cao? This is still my first kiss, so please let go of me. If our interaction is caught on camera, my supervisor will reprimand me severely." Despite the flight attendant and Appo's bashful demeanor, Cao Kun did not release her grip. Instead, he instructed, "Move forward to another carriage. Do not return to this one tonight. And that individual at the rear of the carriage, do not approach him. Remember, do not seek him out." Upon hearing Cao Kun's words, the flight attendant froze momentarily, then turned a glance toward the back of the carriage. It was only then that she noticed someone had entered and was now comfortably asleep. Alarmed, she realized the gravity of the situation. "My heavens, I had no idea how this person entered the business class. If my supervisor discovers this, I will be in serious trouble, potentially facing deductions from my salary and bonuses. Mr. Cao, I must attend to something urgently. I cannot converse with you any longer." The flight attendant hastily extricated herself from Cao Kun's grasp and hurried toward Zhou Qiang. Seeing this, Cao Kun opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately sighed and sat up. How vexing. With just 20 minutes remaining, he was so close to a peaceful disembarkation. Why could he not just hold on a little longer? The flight attendant approached Zhou Qiang, her tone gentle. "Sir, please wake up." In truth, Zhou Qiang had not been asleep. The thrill of his recent violence had left him in a heightened state, intoxicated by the bloodshed and adrenaline. As he abruptly opened his eyes, the flight attendant felt an unshakable chill run down her spine. Something about him seemed distinctly perilous. Yet, her professional instincts compelled her to press on. "Good day, sir. May I please see your identification or train ticket?" Chapter 66. Confrontation with Zhou Qiang. As Zhou Qiang faced the enchanting voice of the flight attendant, he appeared to have just awoken, still somewhat dazed, his gaze fixated on her. Her captivating almond-shaped eyes, luscious red lips, and fair, swan-like neck particularly caught his attention. Zhou Qiang observed her delicate neck with a peculiar intensity, contemplating how easily it might yield to pressure. The flight attendant, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under Zhou Qiang's unwavering stare, sensed an unsettling aura, especially as his gaze lingered on her neck, which felt entirely inappropriate. Being a member of the business class crew, her beauty and figure were undoubtedly impressive, and she had encountered her fair share of admirers, some seeking her WeChat, others her phone number. Yet, Zhou Qiang's gaze was distinctly different. It bore a primal desire, not of carnal intent, but rather a voracious appetite akin to a beast sizing up its prey. A disturbing notion crossed her mind, that he might pounce at any moment and sever her neck. Despite her growing discomfort, duty compelled her to muster the courage to speak again. "Excuse me, sir, could you kindly present your ticket or identification?" Zhou Qiang seemed to snap back to reality, feigning surprise as he responded, "Oh, the ticket? He rose, reaching into his jacket with exaggerated intent. Just as the flight attendant anticipated the production of a ticket, he instead withdrew a wooden spike, approximately 23 to 25 centimeters long and 2 fingers wide, one end sharpened to a deadly point, stained with red splotches. Momentarily taken aback, the flight attendant could hardly comprehend his intentions. What was happening? Wasn't he supposed to show his ticket? Suddenly, with a fierce expression, Zhou Qiang tightened his grip on the wooden spike and lunged toward her. In that instant, the flight attendant froze, her mind racing with a grim realization. It was over. The proximity rendered her unable to evade his assault, and she braced for the impact that would undoubtedly pierce her heart. Why was he targeting her? She had yet to marry or even experience a romantic relationship. Thoughts of her mother flooded her mind. Her demise would surely devastate her. As these thoughts swirled chaotically, she felt a sudden constriction around her waist, propelling her backward. The wooden spike that had nearly reached her chest was now a distant threat, out of reach. Once steady on her feet, she gazed at Zhou Qiang, a mere 2 to 3 meters away. His expression one of shock as he maintained the pose of his recent attack. "I'm not dead. Didn't he stab me? Go call the train police. I and Oppos, LL handle him. You're no match for him," Cao Kun stated calmly, releasing his hold on the flight attendant. His words rang true. The disparity in combat capabilities between men and women was stark. Furthermore, Zhou Qiang was an enhanced individual. Even if the 2 other passengers awakened and joined forces with the flight attendant, they would be no match for Zhou Qiang. The 2 passengers, both portly, would likely succumb to the savage assault of this ferocious beast with ease. Realizing the flight attendant had yet to respond, Cao Kun noticed her shock and disorientation. To jolt her back to reality, he pinched her firmly. The sudden pain brought her back, and she finally understood that Cao Kun had saved her, causing her body to tremble with fear. "Go call the train police. I'll deal with this guy." This time, she complied, sprinting to retrieve the intercom to summon help. As Cao Kun faced Zhou Qiang once more, he reflected on the previous day's harrowing confrontation, feeling as though he had just grasped Zhou's throat and extracted his lung. Cao Kun beckoned Zhou Qiang with a casual gesture. "Come, let us see what you're made of." Zhou Qiang, unable to restrain himself, lunged forward, eyes ablaze with frenzy, gripping the wooden spike tightly. Bang! Just as Zhou Qiang entered striking range, Cao Kun delivered a powerful kick, sending him reeling backward. Zhou Qiang stumbled back several steps before charging again. Bang! The scene repeated itself, with Cao Kun's kick repelling Zhou Qiang once more. This cycle continued at least 7 or 8 times. While an ordinary person would have been overwhelmed with fear, Zhou Qiang only grew more exhilarated and ferocious. This was the fundamental difference between enhanced individuals and normal humans. The more he fought, the more invigorated he became, akin to a beast that, upon tasting blood, unleashed its primal instincts, wholly oblivious to fear. As Zhou Qiang charged once more, Cao Kun chose not to kick him back, but instead targeted his knee. With a sickening crack, Zhou Qiang's left knee buckled at a right angle, and he collapsed to the ground, his strike rendered ineffective. Yet, Zhou Qiang was not ready to concede, his eyes still wild with madness, as he bared his teeth and attempted to rise with a nearby chair to strike again. Cao Kun responded without hesitation, delivering another kick. Crack! Zhou Qiang's right knee bent at an unnatural angle, rendering him incapable of rising. Seizing the moment, Cao Kun moved to seize his left arm, yanking it with force until it dislocated. Then he turned his attention to the right arm. Chapter 67. The kindness of the young lady with both arms forcibly dislocated and his knees bent backward at a gruesome 90-degree angle. The state of Zhou Qiang's limbs would have left an ordinary individual screaming in agony, pleading for mercy. Yet, though sweat poured from him in torrents of pain, Zhou Qiang remained resolutely silent, his gaze fixed defiantly on Cao Kun, exuding an unwavering determination akin to that of an untamed beast. For the average person, enduring such a penetrating stare from Zhou Qiang for even a few seconds would likely haunt them with nightmares for a long time. However, to Cao Kun, this intimidating glare held no sway. After all, in his past life, he had encountered countless formidable foes, many of whom were far more ruthless than Zhou Qiang, who, in the second prison of Haicheng, was merely a minor player. Cao Kun approached Zhou Qiang, casually kicking aside a wooden stake of similar length to his own stature, and crouched down. "You insolent fool! I was just about to reach my station, yet you had to provoke trouble. What a wretched creature you are! In fact, you and Oppos were even more foolish than in my previous life. Merely a brutish oaf, unworthy of my expectations." As he spoke, Cao Kun patted Zhou Qiang's face lightly. "Enjoy your experience in prison. I assure you, you will come to appreciate it." Just as he stood up, the moment his guard was lowered, Zhou Qiang suddenly spat a thick glob of phlegm at him. However, Cao Kun deftly sidestepped. "Ha ha ha! Silly dog, I saw your Adam's apple bobbing. I knew you were gathering spit to hurl at me. How amusing!" After playfully returning the gesture, Cao Kun turned to reclaim his seat, only to see the attendant rushing towards him, clutching a fire extinguisher. As she approached, she shouted, "Mr. Cao, don't be afraid. I'm here to help." Cao Kun, slightly exasperated, glanced at the attendant, whose eyes were drawn to the wooden stake he had just kicked aside. At that moment, the stake lay merely 2 meters away, obstructing her path. Surely, she couldn't have missed it? Just as he finished his thought, the attendant stepped right onto the stake. Murphy's Law struck once more. Amid her startled cry, Cao Kun had to dodge the fire extinguisher that was hurtling towards him. He lunged forward, catching the attendant just before she fell flat on the ground. In that hurried moment, he grasped something soft and resilient, ensuring she did not land face first. The attendant was not one to dwell on such trivialities, even if she keenly felt that Cao Kun's hands lingered a tad longer than necessary. "Oh dear, Mr. Cao, I'm so sorry. I hope I didn't hit you." She had intended to assist, but nearly dropped the extinguisher on him instead. If she had, she felt she would be too embarrassed to show her face again. "Not at all," Cao Kun replied with a smile. "Moreover, there's no need to fret. This fellow has been subdued and cannot cause further harm. Any additional aggression would constitute intentional injury. By the way, are the railway police on their way?" Not every high-speed train is accompanied by railway police. Typically, there are 2 to 4 officers per train, unless extraordinary circumstances arise. "They'll be here shortly," the attendant assured him. "The chief of police is currently inspecting car 12 and has already received my message. They're en route." As she spoke, the frosted glass door slid open, revealing 2 panting railway police officers rushing in. The attendant quickly briefed them as Cao Kun opted to find a nearby seat, preparing for the forthcoming inquiries. Next, he faced a simple interrogation from the railway police, followed by the need to transfer the case to the nearest ground police station, which was naturally the Xia County Police Department. When the train came to a halt at Xia County Station, officers were already waiting to take Cao Kun, the attendant, and Zhou Qiang into custody. As the attendant was both a victim and a witness, she too was required to accompany them. At 1 o'clock in the morning, outside the Xia County Police Station, Cao Kun emerged. This case was relatively straightforward. Not only did the high-speed train possess surveillance footage, but another squad of officers had apprehended Zhou Qiang for the recent murder of a family of 3. They had traced him to the train and had promptly contacted the railway police, who then relayed the information to the Xia County Police. Thus, the Xia County Police soon learned that Zhou Qiang bore the weight of 3 lives on his conscience, freshly committed crimes still warm with their aftermath. With this revelation, the officers no longer considered Cao Kun's actions overly harsh. Rather, they were relieved he had subdued Zhou Qiang. Had the latter unleashed his fury on the train, who could guess how many lives might have been lost? One officer even suggested advocating for a commendation recognizing Cao Kun's bravery in apprehending a murderer aboard the train. Such gallant deeds deserved recognition. However, Cao Kun dismissed the notion. 500 yuan and a banner? No, thank you. The sentiment is more than enough. As it was late and the small county offered little in the way of nightlife, Cao Kun observed the deserted streets. Not a single soul or taxi was in sight. Lighting a cigarette, he prepared to walk the 40 minutes back home, planning a surprise for Wang Shanshan, when suddenly, a voice called from behind him. "Mr. Cao." He turned to find the strikingly beautiful attendant emerging as well. Her face beamed with joy, and the snug fit of her dress accentuated her graceful stride as she hurried towards him, prompting a smile to spread across his face. "Hello, have you finished your business?" The attendant, eagerly nodding, replied, "Yes, all done. Mr. Cao, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would have been fatally injured." The bald-headed officer reviewed the train and oppos as surveillance footage and informed me that if you hadn't an oppos, to rescue me in time, Zhou Qiang would have stabbed me directly in the heart with lethal intent. So, thank you. As she spoke, the attendant bowed deeply to Cao Kun, her gratitude palpable. Chapter 68. Li Woman, Wang Shanshan, you have gained weight indeed. Cao Kun harbored no doubts regarding the words of the flight attendant. In his previous life, she had fallen victim to Zhou Chang's heinous act. Not only her, but also two other passengers who slumbered like swine, only roused when the police arrived to carry Zhou Qiang away. Had it not been for Cao Kun's fortuitous presence, all three would have met their demise at Zhou Qiang and Oppo's hands that very night. Thus, he had indeed saved the life of this long-legged flight attendant. However, even in the act of saving another's life, one must maintain a semblance of humility when met with genuine gratitude. To do otherwise would appear rather impudent. "Oh, no. You're being too formal," Cao Kun said, hastily balancing a cigarette between his lips while using both hands to assist the bowing flight attendant to her feet. "What else with such excessive courtesy? You even bowed so deeply. Besides, you bestowed a kiss upon me. How could I let that go unreciprocated?" Upon hearing Cao Kun and Oppo's words, the flight attendant and Oppo's lovely visage flushed a deeper hue, her demeanor turning somewhat bashful. Cao Kun continued, "Now that the police situation is settled, what are your plans? Will you return on the train? Or—" No. She shook her head. "Our supervisor learned of the incident and, knowing I was nearly harmed, has granted me a half-month leave to recuperate and enjoy myself. Paid leave, no less." "Is that so?" Cao Kun chuckled. "A half-month of paid leave. The benefits are quite impressive. Where do you intend to go?" "Well," the flight attendant hesitated, "I'm not entirely sure, but I certainly need to find a place to stay. It's late at night. I can't very well wander the streets." "Ah, Mr. Cao, if I recall correctly, you disembarked at Xia County, right? You must be a local." Cao Kun smiled, pointing at the flight attendant. "Good memory. Indeed, I am from Xia County. Allow me to direct you. Walk straight ahead. Turn left, and after 200 meters, you will find the Orchid Blossom Grand Hotel. It may appear rather ordinary, but it is the finest establishment in our small county. I have stayed there myself, and the cleanliness is commendable." Upon hearing this, the flight attendant shyly fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Mr. Cao, would you mind accompanying me to the hotel? I might feel a bit frightened on my own." Cao Kun, observing her bashful demeanor and the sight of her long, fair legs, hesitated for merely 0.0352 seconds before resolving, "To hell with Wang Shanshan. How could a long-legged beauty not be enticing? How fortunate I am," Cao Kun declared earnestly. "Though we Xia County folk may be impoverished and inexperienced, we are certainly warm-hearted. Since you have come to our county, it is my duty to ensure you feel safe while you rest. Let us go." With that, he extended his hand with utmost sincerity. Seeing this, the flight attendant bit her lip and smiled, gently placing her delicate hand in his. Initially, she was somewhat reserved, but after walking a short distance, she boldly released his hand, opting instead to link her arm with his. A few more steps, and her head rested comfortably upon his shoulder. The following day at noon, precisely at 12:30, Cao Kun emerged from the Orchid Blossom Grand Hotel. After hailing a cab to a nearby restaurant and ordering several dishes, he swiftly returned to the hotel. The long-legged flight attendant, named Li Wenwen, was 23 years old, and it was her first year as a train attendant. Since she had never visited Xia County before and was unaware of its culinary specialties, Cao Kun took it upon himself to explore what he deemed the most distinctive restaurant. The reason he did not invite Li Wenwen to dine with him was that she was still recovering from her earlier ordeal and found walking somewhat inconvenient. At 1:30 in the afternoon, after sharing lunch with Li Wenwen in the hotel room, and while she took a much-needed nap, Cao Kun departed the hotel and returned home. Fortunately, despite his absence over the past few days, Wang Shanshan had not wreaked havoc in his home. The place was reasonably tidy, though a mountain of takeout bags had accumulated. It was evident from the sheer volume that she had not prepared a single meal, opting instead for takeout at every meal, and often indulging in expensive options like 80 yuan grilled fish sets and over 100 yuan health porridge. Clearly, she was willing to splurge on herself. Cao Kun chose not to voice any objections beyond instructing her to dispose of the trash, as she was spending her own money. Time slipped by, and soon it was 6 o'clock in the evening. As Cao Kun stepped out of his bedroom, he adjusted his attire in front of the floor-length mirror in the living room and remarked, "Wang Shanshan, you ought to be mindful of your diet. You can't continue indulging like this." "What's wrong?" Wang Shanshan's voice emerged from the bedroom. "You've gained weight. I can feel the softness around your waist," he replied. In truth, Cao Kun was not particularly concerned about whether Wang Shanshan had gained weight. After all, she was the target of his revenge. It would be amusing if she transformed into an undesirable figure weighing 300 to 400 pounds. However, there was a larger scheme at play, and he needed to ensure that Wang Shanshan maintained her figure, at least for now, so as not to jeopardize his plans. If he failed to catch the bigger fish, he would have to devise an entirely new strategy, which would be quite tedious. As soon as his words left his lips, Wang Shanshan, clad in a nightgown and barefoot, rushed from the bedroom, her eyes locked onto Cao Kun's with palpable alarm. "Cao Kun, you can't be serious. My waist has gained softness?" Cao Kun nodded earnestly. "If I were to deceive you, may I be cursed. Just a few days ago, it was not so noticeable, but now, it is apparent. You still haven't found a wealthy boyfriend. You cannot afford to be so indulgent. You must manage your figure, or what wealthy gentleman would be drawn to a girl with softness around her waist? On this point, you ought to take a page from Aunt Bai's book. Her waist is truly slim, devoid of any excess flesh." "Very well, I shall not return home tonight. You can manage dinner on your own," he concluded before lighting a cigarette and stepping out. Meanwhile, Wang Shanshan's mind was consumed by the revelation of her newfound softness, completely oblivious to whether Cao Kun would spend the night at home. It wasn't until 5 or 6 minutes after his departure that she suddenly realized, wait, something seems off. How does he know that woman has no excess flesh around her waist? Chapter 69. Who isn't a treasure? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this brief interlude, Cao Kun experienced an extraordinarily fulfilling time. Each day, he traversed between the Orchid Blossom Hotel and his home. Moreover, Li Wenwen, after a single day of discomfort, was soon up and about, leaving Cao Kun not only to shuttle between the hotel and home, but also to escort her around their quaint little county. Consequently, his time at home was quite limited, amounting to merely 3 or 4 hours each day, with the remainder spent in Li Wenwen's company. Wang Shanshan, however, remained utterly unconcerned. She was engrossed in a fervent regimen of physical exercise, spurred on by Cao Kun's comment from 3 days prior regarding her waistline. That remark struck her like a death knell, propelling her into a frenzy of determination. Wang Shanshan was acutely aware of her aspirations to transcend her current social standing through marriage, leveraging her physique and charm to ascend into the upper echelons of society. To achieve this, maintaining a svelte figure was not merely a goal, but an essential prerequisite. Lacking a familial background, financial resources, or skills, she realized that without an alluring figure to attract potential partners, her chances of marrying into affluence were slim. Thus, she was resolute in her refusal to allow any excess weight to mar her appearance. Throughout these 3 days, Wang Shanshan dedicated herself to rigorous exercise, completely indifferent to Cao Kun's preoccupations. Even during the scant hours he returned home, she meticulously selected exercises that maximized her calorie burn. Her commitment to weight loss had reached an almost obsessive level, seizing every opportunity to enhance her fitness. The results were evident. In a mere 3 days, Cao Kun could no longer grasp any excess flesh on her abdomen. "Be cautious on the road," Cao Kun advised, holding tightly onto Li Wenwen as he prepared to bid her farewell at the Xia County train station. "If you notice anything amiss with the passengers in the future, don't hesitate to alert the train police." Xia County, being a rather unimpressive locale, had little to offer, and after 3 or 4 days, Cao Kun had exhausted all the sights and culinary delights to share with Li Wenwen. Originally, she had intended to accompany him until the start of his university term. as she had a generous half-month of paid leave, ample time for such an endeavor. However, this morning, upon learning of her daughter's recent train incident, Li Wenwen's mother insisted she return home to ascertain her well-being. Reflecting on her half-month leave, Li Wenwen felt it somewhat unfilial not to visit her mother, ultimately deciding to return for a brief visit. "I know," Li Wenwen said, clinging tightly to Cao Kun. "You must take care of yourself. In 3 days, you will be reporting to university, and I may not be able to accompany you." "It's perfectly fine," Cao Kun reassured her. "Just reporting to university doesn't require my company. You should spend quality time with your mother. Besides, it will be quite convenient for us to meet. You often travel along the train line to Haicheng, don't you? When you arrive, you can just switch trains and spend a few days with me." Li Wenwen smiled, her lips curling. "Don't worry, I will visit you in Haicheng from time to time." She then lowered her voice, glancing at Wang Shanshan nearby. "Your co-renting classmate doesn't seem like a good person. Be cautious not to fall for her tricks." Li Wenwen and Wang Shanshan had met formally the previous evening. With Cao Kun absent each night, Wang Shanshan, not being naive, was aware he had ulterior motives. Cao Kun, in turn, had no intention of concealing anything, openly sharing the situation. During their gathering, he had brought Li Wenwen home, the three of them sharing a simple meal. The primary aim was not merely for Wang Shanshan and Li Wenwen to become acquainted, but rather for Li Wenwen to familiarize herself with his home. Regardless of how Li Wenwen felt about it, Cao Kun believed that since he had shared his first with her, he owed her at least a meal at his home. Wang Shanshan had assured him that she would not interfere with their personal feelings, presenting herself merely as a transient classmate facing domestic troubles. Yet, despite her earnest demeanor, she had forgotten to dispose of her morning trash, leaving Li Wenwen to discover some unsightly items in the bin. The ensuing awkwardness was palpable. Having just claimed to be an ordinary classmate, the refuse contradicted her statement. Nonetheless, Li Wenwen appeared unfazed, offering a smile and even assisting in replacing the trash bag, gently advising Wang Shanshan to discard such items promptly to avoid unpleasant odors. Overall, the atmosphere during their dinner was somewhat awkward, yet manageable. Upon hearing Li Wenwen and Appo's words, Cao Kun and Appo's lips curled slightly in curiosity. "Why do you say that?" "Women's intuition," Li Wenwen replied. "Yes, you. I have an uncanny ability to sense whether someone is good or not. Your so-called ordinary classmate is certainly not a good person. Her moral compass is alarmingly low, and she may resort to actions you cannot even begin to imagine to fulfill her desires. So, enjoy her company, but remain wary of her intentions." Cao Kun understood that some individuals possess a keen sensitivity towards certain people and situations. For instance, he himself could sense danger, perceiving a murderous intent. Similarly, a former cellmate of his, despite having only a middle school education, could accurately predict economic trends through domestic and international news. Thus, he was taken aback to realize that Li Wenwen also possessed such innate talents. "What about me?" Cao Kun inquired, intrigued. "Can you sense what kind of person I am?" "You?" Li Wenwen teased, leaning closer and whispering in his ear, "You are undoubtedly my treasure." Hearing Li Wenwen refer to him as her treasure nearly melted Cao Kun's heart. Previously, he had associated the term exclusively with women or children, finding it almost an affront to apply it to a man, especially one of his steadfast disposition. But in that moment, when Li Wenwen uttered the word, he was enveloped in an indescribable sensation. It was not an insult, but rather an expression of profound affection, a sentiment that threatened to plunge him into the depths of love, nearly drowning him in its intensity. Of course, not everyone could invoke such feelings with the term treasure. It required a genuine, profound love, which was precisely why Wang Shanshan's attempts would be futile. She lacked any genuine affection. Conversely, if a burly man were to call him treasure, the more emotion behind it, the greater his impulse to retaliate. Chapter 70. The start of university. Cao Kun once believed that due to his past experiences, he would no longer develop feelings for anyone. He could engage physically, but not emotionally. However, he never anticipated that the emotional barriers he had constructed would be so easily breached by a pair of long legs. The act of unlocking his heart proved to be astonishingly simple. With a smile, Cao Kun took a deep breath, and playfully slapped Li Wenwen on her well-rounded backside. "All right, hurry inside, or you'll miss the train. Remember, if you need anything, call me, no matter what." Although it appeared to be an unremarkable statement, Cao Kun understood that from this moment onward, he would look after Li Wenwen. In a sense, she was the first person he would protect since his rebirth, a privilege not even granted to Bai Jing. While Bai Jing had treated him well, and he was content with her, there were certain things Li Wenwen could offer that Bai Jing could never match. Thus, while he would not neglect Bai Jing, he would not extend to her the same level of protection he would afford to Li Wenwen. As if sensing Cao Kun's sudden emotional shift, Li Wenwen chuckled, playfully covering her backside. "Well, I'm off. Take care of yourself, and I'll visit you in Haiqing when I have time." "Okay, stay safe and hurry inside." Outside the train station, Cao Kun watched as Li Wenwen's figure disappeared before he finally redirected his gaze. At that moment, Wang Shanshan approached him, observing Li Wenwen's departing silhouette with a hint of envy. What a pair of exquisite long legs. If only I had legs like that. Li Wenwen's leg length was undoubtedly attributed to her height, but it was not solely her stature. Her proportions were exceptional, standing a height of 1.75 meters. She was already considered tall among women, though not exceedingly rare. Cao Kun had encountered many women of similar height, yet none possessed legs as strikingly long as Li Wenwen and Amp. Oppos. Yes. For someone of 1.75 meters, her hips aligned with the waists of others. It was as if her 1.75-meter height was complemented by legs typically associated with someone 1.85 meters tall. Thus, it was no wonder that Wang Shanshan found herself envious of Li Wenwen and Amp. Oppos. S. remarkable legs. Although Wang Shanshan was also tall and attractive, with commendable proportions, she could merely be considered within the realm of normalcy. In contrast, Li Wenwen's legs transcended normal standards, truly exceptional in their length. How surprising, Cao Kun teased. Even the illustrious Wang Shanshan feels envy for another's physique. Wang Shanshan rolled her eyes at him, reflecting, honestly, if I had legs like that, my chances of marrying into high society would increase by at least 10. Really? Is it that significant? Cao Kun pondered, surprised by Wang Shanshan and Amp. Oppos. S. high regard for Li Wenwen and Amp. Oppos. S. legs. Wang Shanshan regarded him with an expression of disbelief. "You don't realize? It's not that I lack confidence, but my beauty and figure still fall within a normal range, with a maximum score of 100. Li Wenwen and Oppos. S. legs, however, deserve a score of 120. So, tell me, who do you think is rarer, someone like me or someone like her?" "Definitely her," Cao Kun replied without hesitation. "You've admitted you're within the normal range. She is undeniably extraordinary, so it stands to reason that extraordinary is scarce." "Exactly," Wang Shanshan affirmed. "Things that are rare are valuable. Even in high society, individuals like her are few and far between, making it easier for them to marry into wealth, as everyone desires something unique." Cao Kun nodded in understanding. "Oh, I see. That makes sense." "So," Wang Shanshan continued, "don't harbor any illusions. She is someone who can marry into high society. She is merely toying with you. Be aware of your situation, or you might end up hurt." Cao Kun dismissed her sarcastic remarks with indifference. "You needn't worry about that. Personal feelings are not your concern. Now, let us head home and ride our bicycles." He casually placed his hand on her shoulder, leaving the station without a second thought. As the final 3 days before the start of the semester at Haiqing University approached, they were filled with fervor. Wang Shanshan dedicated herself to maintaining her physique through rigorous exercise, practicing yoga, strength training, and aerobic workouts. Influenced by her commitment, Cao Kun also began to exert himself, ensuring he engaged in at least 7 to 8 hours of cycling daily. Thus, the 3 days passed swiftly, culminating in a long-awaited day of university enrollment. At the Xia County train station, Cao Kun exemplified gentlemanly decorum, assisting Wang Shanshan with her large suitcase as they boarded the train to Haiqing. He himself bore no luggage, as Bai Jing had already prepared everything for him, from socks and underwear to clothing and bedding. With the certainty that he would share a room with Bai Jing, he saw no need to bring any additional items. Due to the influx of students returning for the new semester, the train was packed. After considerable effort, they finally reached Wang Shanshan's designated seat, a middle seat in a three-seat row, which, although unoccupied, was flanked by two boys wearing thick glasses. They were evidently freshmen, though it was uncertain if they were also attending Heroically University. Finding herself sandwiched between two boys and confronted with an unpleasant odor, Wang Shanshan could no longer tolerate the situation. "Cao Kun, where's your seat? Let us switch. I can't stand these two." As Cao Kun placed her suitcase in the overhead compartment, he replied, "Huh? Switch seats? I can't. I'm in business class with a verified reservation. Hurry and sit down. I need to return to my business class." With that, he strode away from the carriage. Wang Shanshan stood there, stunned, watching him leave in disbelief. How could this man be so inconsiderate? He booked an economy seat for her while reserving a business class seat for himself. Chapter 71. The difficulties of Lu Yuling's divorce. Staring blankly at the departing figure of Cao Kun, Wang Shanshan clung to the last vestiges of hope. However, when Cao Kun's silhouette vanished entirely, so too did the final flicker of expectation within her heart. This despicable man had truly abandoned her in economy class while he retreated to business class. How could he treat her so contemptuously? Had he truly severed the bond of her 3 years of devoted affection so completely? As Wang Shanshan lingered in her daze, a voice suddenly echoed from behind her. "Excuse me, could you please make way?" A middle-aged woman, possibly there to see off a student, urged her forward. With gritted teeth, Wang Shanshan reluctantly took her seat. The two young men on either side of her, noticing the arrival of such an attractive woman, instinctively leaned closer. The odor emanating from their feet intensified, and she struggled to suppress her nausea, reaching for her phone to send a message to Cao Kun. "Cao, you must be a dog. How could you leave me in economy while you sit in business? How can you live with yourself?" Cao Kun replied swiftly, "Wang Shanshan, please mind your language and tone. Let's not forget that you yourself stated we are merely ordinary classmates in public. So let us keep things platonic to avoid any misunderstandings that might lead to negative impressions. Therefore, we are currently just ordinary classmates. Furthermore, as a high-end passenger in business class, it was quite generous of me to assist you with your luggage in economy. Please do not be ungrateful, otherwise I might have to start charging you, as an economy ticket costs several hundred, you know. I'm going to sleep now. The business class seat is too comfortable to resist. Goodbye, and I wish you a pleasant journey." Wang Shanshan stared at the message from Cao Kun, fury boiling within her, yet she found herself unable to unleash it. After all, these were indeed her own words. Wang Shanshan had always been clear about her aspirations, to find a wealthy heir and ascend into high society. Her 4 years at Heroically University had been her primary hunting ground. Thus, after their encounter the previous night, she had solemnly requested Cao Kun to maintain a distance in public, to avoid ambiguity and prevent any potential wealthy suitors from forming negative impressions due to any perceived closeness with him. To put it plainly, she sought to cultivate an image of an unblemished single woman, as no man would be drawn to a woman who appeared too familiar with other men. However, she had not anticipated that Cao Kun would adhere so rigidly to her request, even on the train. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Then why did you book me an economy ticket? Why couldn't you have booked me a business class ticket as well?" Cao Kun responded promptly, "Because we are merely ordinary classmates. Wang Shanshan, business class tickets are quite expensive. As ordinary classmates, it was already quite generous of me to secure you an economy ticket. Please do not be ungrateful, or I may have to charge you for it, as an economy ticket is several hundred. Additionally, I must sleep now. The business class seat is too comfortable, making it difficult to resist slumber. Farewell, and enjoy your journey." Wang Shanshan stared at the message for several seconds before finally squeezing out 3 words through clenched teeth. Despicable man. At 3:30 in the afternoon, after enduring 6 or 7 hours of travel, the train finally arrived at Heroically Station. Wang Shanshan, overwhelmed by the lingering odor of feet, felt as though she had been tainted by it. With a sullen expression, she dragged a suitcase nearly as heavy as herself through the throngs of people exiting the station. Ever since Cao Kun sent his last message, he had ceased to respond to any of her attempts to reach him, as if he were allowing her to flounder alone. Wang Shanshan felt a simmering frustration. After all, it was she who insisted on maintaining distance from him. Finally, Upon spotting a tall and handsome young man holding a sign welcoming new students to Haicheng University, Wang Shanshan's eyes sparkled with hope. She quickly donned a sweet smile and feigned the demeanor of a struggling damsel in distress. As expected, when the young man noticed her, he rushed over as if he had spotted a drowning girl. "Hello, you must be a freshman at Haicheng University." Wang Shanshan eagerly nodded. "Yes, and you are?" With a radiant smile, the young man replied, "I am a sophomore. My name is Li Weiguang." Wang Shanshan promptly bowed her head in acknowledgement. "Oh, it's nice to meet you, senior." Seeing such a charming and compliant girl, Li Weiguang felt a stirring in his heart. "No need to be so formal, junior," he said, confidently taking over her suitcase. "Let us head over there together. We'll go to school together for orientation. By the way, what is your name?" Let us add each other as friends. Meanwhile, not far away, in a car, Cao Kun had already departed the train station. He was heading to Haicheng University for his own orientation, where Lu Yuling would undoubtedly be waiting to greet him. Bai Jing initially intended to join, but ultimately decided against it. Encountering Wang Shanshan, that troublesome girl, would be awkward. Besides, she was busy preparing a grand meal at home, as Cao Kun had only managed a hasty snack on the train. After a week apart, it was only right to host him properly. "How is the divorce going?" Cao Kun inquired from the passenger seat, leisurely lighting a cigarette. He felt in high spirits, not merely because of the start of the academic year, but rather due to the smooth and uneventful journey he had just experienced. It appeared that the train was no longer his nemesis, as previous mishaps had merely been coincidental. "It's quite challenging," Lu Yuling sighed as she drove. "My husband is unwilling to divorce." Cao Kun nodded. "What seems to be the main obstacle?" "Emotions? Emotions? Please." Lu Yuling scoffed. "We're adults. Why dwell on such trivialities? I believe the primary issue is financial. Had I not earned that 350,000 yuan commission recently, he likely wouldn't be so adamant." She continued, "When I brought home that 350,000 yuan, it gave him the impression that I am capable of earning substantial amounts. And with the recent rise in housing prices due to the special economic zone in Yundong district, I have become somewhat akin to a golden goose in his eyes. Do you understand what I mean?" Chapter 72. Night scene. Upon hearing Lu Yuling's words, Cao Kun nodded thoughtfully. He comprehended her implication effortlessly. Recently, the 350,000 she brought home had indeed granted her husband a taste of prosperity. Coupled with the recent transformation of Yundong district into a special economic zone, property prices in the area had skyrocketed, multiplying by 5 or 6 times at the very least. Particularly in the region she managed, prices had surged nearly 20-fold. This meant that with each property sold, the commission she received had also increased dramatically, by almost the same magnitude. Thus, as a man who had just begun to relish the sweetness of his wife's success, Lu Yuling's husband would certainly not consider divorce at this juncture. After all, who would willingly forsake financial gain? Why not wait for his wife to earn and then share the bounty? Cao Kun took a drag from his cigarette and remarked, "Indeed, it is a delicate matter. A while ago, you brought home 350,000, which essentially means he has inexplicably gained 175,000. Having just tasted the fruits of your labor, how could he possibly entertain the thought of divorce?" "Exactly," Lu Yuling replied with a hint of frustration. "If only I had been less forthright about that 350,000. Thus, the current situation was quite complex. Her husband was adamant about not divorcing. It appeared that if she wished to proceed with a divorce, she would have to endure a 2-year separation before filing. However, that meant she would have to wait at least 2 years. And she certainly could not afford to delay selling her properties for that long. Could she? Cao Kun nodded in agreement. 2 years is utterly impractical. I could only afford to wait a month at best. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuling's brow furrowed with concern. A month? The timeline felt exceedingly rushed. Not only was divorce within a month unfeasible, but property prices were likely to continue their upward trajectory over that period. Choosing to act now seemed ill-advised. Why the urgency? Lu Yuling questioned. The area you're looking to buy in is still experiencing stable price increases. It has already appreciated by nearly 7 times. You could easily wait until the prices stabilize before making a move. I cannot wait, Cao Kun replied, shaking his head. I require funds for other investments. Moreover, I have already capitalized on the peak of the price surge. One cannot monopolize every opportunity. One must leave some for others. Lu Yuling opened her mouth to respond, but hesitated, ultimately saying nothing. Cao Kun glanced at her and smiled. Do not worry. Once I finish my enrollment at the university, I will take you to meet someone who can help resolve your marital issues. You need not fret about dividing your earnings with him. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuling's eyes sparkled with hope. She had felt disheartened when Cao Kun mentioned the possibility of waiting a month, as it meant she would have to share half of her hard-earned fortune with her husband, amounting to a staggering 150,000 to 160,000. The thought of losing such a sum was heart-wrenching. With that money, she could indulge in countless pleasures. However, the prospect of Cao Kun's assistance reignited her excitement. What kind of help? She asked eagerly. Petiens, Cao Kun Smerit. I must first complete my university registration before we discuss it. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Haiqing University, Cao Kun emerged from the vehicle. The area was bustling with first-year students and their parents. He entered the campus with purpose, completing the registration process in under 30 minutes. Unlike other students who were preoccupied with gathering supplies and settling into dormitories, he streamlined the process, focusing solely on paying his tuition and confirming his class. 10 minutes later, in their rented apartment, Cao Kun and Lu Yuling stepped inside. They found Bai Jing in the kitchen, preparing soup. Cao Kun stealthily approached and surprised her with an embrace, to which she responded warmly after a brief moment of shock. Time flew by, and soon it was 11:30 at night. As Lu Yuling donned her shoes at the entrance, she expressed her concerns. Must we go out this late? It inappos. It's almost midnight. She had initially thought Cao Kun had forgotten his promise to help her find someone who could resolve her marital troubles, only to discover he was just now ready to leave. Had I come earlier, we might not have found her. Cao Kun replied as he adjusted his pants and lit a cigarette. She might be preoccupied. Is that so? Lu Yuling asked curiously as she finished putting on her shoes. Who is she and what does she do? She's a woman who works in the nightlife industry, Cao Kun explained. I have only heard of her, so we'll need to meet her to understand her better. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Yuling decided to say no more as they left the apartment together. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the Golden Ding KTV in Haicheng, Lu Yuling parked the car. She finally grasped why Cao Kun had chosen this hour to arrive. Golden Ding KTV was a renowned establishment, frequented by individuals of considerable wealth and social standing. Typically, such clientele were not youthful night owls, yet they possessed substantial spending power. She understood now why Cao Kun had avoided the earlier hours. It was during that time that the KTV was at its busiest, making it unlikely for them to meet anyone of significance. Cao Kun, are you sure this is reliable? As they approached the entrance, Lu Yuling nervously grasped his arm. Cao Kun smiled reassuringly and patted her hand. Rest assured, from what I know, this individual is quite professional in her dealings. Despite having spent a decade in Haicheng's second prison, Cao Kun was well acquainted with the local power dynamics. The prison mostly housed local criminals, allowing him to glean insights into the undercurrents of the city without ever stepping outside. The woman he was bringing Lu Yuling to meet was someone he had heard about during his incarceration, Lu Hong, a woman adept at attracting men. It was rumored that any man she set her sights on would find himself in her bed within 3 days. Of course, these were merely rumors. Cao Kun could not vouch for their accuracy. Nevertheless, he believed there was a substantial truth to them, as he had heard multiple inmates mention Lu Hong during his time in prison. Additionally, it was known that Lu Hong had met her demise at the hands of one of Cao Kun's associates during his incarceration. However, that was a tale for another time, one that would unfold at least 3 years hence. Chapter 73, Appearance Fee 100,000. Although Lu Yuling had heard of Jinding KTV long ago, she had never visited the establishment. After all, it was a non-bulk KTV where singing was secondary. Seeking amusement was the primary purpose, making it somewhat inappropriate for a woman to frequent such a place. Indeed, had it not been for Cao Kun and Appos as accompaniment, she doubted she would ever set foot in such an establishment. Soon, the two arrived at the reception desk on the first floor of Jinding KTV. The receptionist, appearing to be in her early 20s, was dressed in a pure white shirt, a black skirt, and black stockings. "Hello, gentlemen. Do you have a reservation?" "No reservation for two," Cao Kun replied with a smile, giving the receptionist a playful wink. "By the way, is Lu Hong available?" The receptionist pursed her lips and smiled. "Please hold on for a moment while I check." She covered the microphone at her mouth and whispered softly. Cao Kun could vaguely hear a few ahas before she lowered her hand and looked back at him. "Hello, sir. Lu Hong is currently free." "Great. Let her come find me," Cao Kun said. "Also, please book us a small room." "Understood." The receptionist winked at Cao Kun and immediately pressed her headset, speaking into it. Before long, a tall woman in a qipao descended from upstairs, guiding Cao Kun and Lu Yuling to a KTV room on the third floor. After waiting inside for 2 to 3 minutes, the door suddenly swung open, and a woman, heavily made up and dressed provocatively, entered. Her long, chestnut waves cascaded down, and her fiery red lips resembled those of a sultry feline, swaying gracefully as she walked. "Hello, esteemed guests. I trust you're not here merely for leisure?" Lu Hong inquired, her keen perception evident as she sized them up. While Cao Kun lounged on the sofa, casually smoking, Lu Yuling and Appo's composed demeanor immediately signaled to Lu Hong that she was not there for frivolity. Cao Kun chuckled heartily, gesturing for Lu Hong to sit beside him. "You truly have a discerning eye, Lu Hong. Shall we sit down and chat?" Given the unclear nature of Cao Kun's relationship with Lu Yuling, Lu Hong maintained a respectful demeanor, swaying her alluring waist as she settled next to him without any overtly affectionate gestures. "Since you two aren't here for fun, I'm curious about the purpose of your visit," Lu Hong began. "I don't believe we've met before, have we?" Cao Kun flicked the ash from his cigarette and replied with a smile. "There is no need for concern, Lu Hong. We simply seek your assistance with a matter." "Assistance?" Lu Hong raised an eyebrow, surprised but not dismissive. "What sort of help do you require?" Cao Kun gestured to Lu Yuling beside him. "This is a dear sister of mine who has encountered some difficulties. She wishes to divorce her husband, but he is unwilling." Upon hearing this, Lu Hong chuckled wryly. "I must ask, how can I assist with such a situation? If her husband refuses to divorce, there is little I can do." "Lu Hong," Cao Kun interjected with a grin, "surely you have a solution. Besides, my sister is truly pitiable. She hasn't had any physical intimacy with her husband for nearly 2 years. Their relationship has deteriorated to this extent, yet he still refuses to part ways." Empathizing as a fellow woman, Lu Hong frowned slightly. "That is quite excessive. Isn't it?" "Indeed," Cao Kun feigned seriousness. "If we weren't utterly desperate, we would have come to you. Rest assured, we won't ask for your help without compensation. How does this sound?" Cao Kun extended 5 fingers, turning his hand over to emphasize his meaning. The implication was clear: 100,000. Originally, Cao Kun intended to offer 50,000, but Lu Yuling insisted on raising the sum. This was due to Cao Kun's earlier clarification that he planned to sell the property he owned within a month. If Lu Yuling had not completed her divorce by then, her losses would extend far beyond 100,000. Seeing the gesture from Cao Kun, Lu Hong's lips curled into a smile. "Such sincerity from both of you indicates this man must indeed be quite the scoundrel. I have little tolerance for those who toy with women. I will assist you, but I have one question." She turned to Lu Yuling. "Is your husband's masculinity intact? Furthermore, he isn't homosexual, is he?" Lu Hong had her standards for this sort of work. First, the man must possess normal male capabilities. Otherwise, her methods would be futile. It would be akin to dealing with a 90-year-old man confined to his bed. No matter how alluring she was, it would be of no consequence. Secondly, he could not be homosexual. If he was attracted to men, her intervention could backfire, leaving her vulnerable. Lu Yuling quickly shook her head with a reassuring smile. "Rest assured, my husband is definitely not homosexual. While his male capabilities may not be strong, they're certainly present." Lu Hong nodded with a smile. "That puts my mind at ease. Now, tell me about his situation." In the ensuing conversation, Lu Hong and Lu Yuling discussed various aspects of Lu Yuling's husband, including where he lived, his activities, occupation, appearance, and potential places for a chance encounter. After about 20 minutes of discussion, Lu Hong had gathered ample information. Chapter 74. The terrifying capacity for alcohol. He was merely an ordinary man. Based on Lu Yuling's description, from family background to occupation and even hobbies, Lu Hong could ascertain that her husband was quite unremarkable. In fact, even from photographs, he appeared exceedingly mundane. Not tall, nor particularly strong. His looks were also rather plain. Dealing with such a man, Lu Hong couldn't claim she held the upper hand, but luring him into a hotel room would be rather effortless. I believe I have grasped the situation, Lu Hong said. Your desire is to expedite the divorce, correct? Indeed, Lu Yuling replied, the sooner the better. It absolutely must not exceed a month. I cannot guarantee that, Lu Hong replied without a moment's hesitation, shaking her head decisively. What? Lu Yuling was momentarily taken aback. You can't guarantee it? I've already spent 100,000 yuan. Are you telling me that that's not enough? If you can't guarantee it, why did I pay you 100,000 yuan? While Lu Yuling was still in a daze, Lu Hong continued. Whether you and your husband can divorce within a month is not solely dependent on my assistance. After all, he is a free man with his own agency, and I cannot dictate his choices. Thus, my role is merely to assist you. At the latest within a week, I will arrange a rendezvous with your husband at a hotel. At that time, I will inform you of the hotel name and room number. You can then call the police and report that someone is engaging in illicit activities. Of course, it will not actually be prostitution. You simply have to convey it that way to the police, who will respond accordingly. The police will serve as witnesses to your husband's infidelity, rendering any of his defenses futile. At that juncture, you can negotiate the divorce with your husband, presenting him with two options. The first is to divorce immediately, dividing the household assets equally. If he agrees, the divorce can be finalized swiftly, requiring far less than a month. The second option is to file for divorce on the grounds of his infidelity. You are aware that this route necessitates court proceedings, making a divorce within a month virtually impossible. However, I sense that your husband is unlikely to choose the latter. Once you file for divorce citing his infidelity, the court will likely consider you the victim and award you the majority of the marital assets as compensation. For instance, if there are 1 million yuan in shared assets, the judge might allocate 800,000 yuan to you and 200,000 yuan to him. Your husband is certainly cognizant of this scenario, which is why I believe he will probably not opt for the second choice. Given that you possess irrefutable evidence of his infidelity, obtaining a divorce is merely a matter of timing for you. However, for him, it concerns how much of the shared assets he can retain. Based on my experience, when a man realizes he cannot preserve his family, he will not cling desperately, but rather act rationally to safeguard his assets, as they are his capital for marrying again. Of course, I cannot rule out the possibility that your husband is obstinate. If he insists on a court judgment, then I am in an impasse. My role can only be that of a facilitator. Upon hearing Lu Hong's explanation, Lu Yuling felt an epiphany wash over her, as if a veil had been lifted. She even felt a sense of admiration. Look at this. This is what professionalism looks like. Initially, when she consulted Lu Hong, she had a vague understanding of the divorce tactics, but now, after Lu Hong's elucidation, the entire plan had crystallized. Moreover, she was confident she could secure a divorce within a month. She knew her husband well. When faced with the inevitability of divorce, he would undoubtedly strive to maximize his share of the marital assets. All right, Lu Yuling declared, let it be as you say. You merely need to arrange the hotel meeting within a week, and the rest is for you to handle. Seeing that Lu Hong and Lu Yuling had reached an agreement, Cao Kun, cigarette in mouth, clapped his hands with a grin. To celebrate our successful collaboration, I believe we ought to indulge in a drink. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong and Oppo's face lit up with a radiant smile. Indeed, it seemed something was amiss. It was too bland. Boss, should I summon a few more ladies to liven things up? Lu Hong hadn't forgotten her primary duty. As an employee of Jinding KTV, if Cao Kun and his companions spent generously that night, she would earn a commission. More ladies? Cao Kun responded with a chuckle. What are you saying, boss? Lu Hong giggled, playfully covering her mouth. Our Jinding lacks nothing, except for ladies. Just a moment. With that, Lu Hong communicated over the intercom to bring in a few girls. Within 3 minutes, the door to the private room swung open and 6 tall, attractive young women entered in succession. Come, give the boss a twirl and say hello. The 6 girls, beaming, twirled past Cao Kun, showcasing their figures, then collectively bowed, greeting him with a cheerful, "Hello, boss." At that moment, Cao Kun sat on the sofa, utterly dumbfounded. In a daze, he felt as though he had stumbled into the lair of the legendary Spider-Woman. Goodness, now this is what life is about. The 10 years I spent in prison were hardly livable. Boss, Lu Hong said, leaning in with a bright smile. Which one caught your eye? I can have her stay. Cao Kun glanced at Liu Hong, frowning. What kind of talk is that? Now that they are here, how can we let anyone leave? Bring on the drinks. Upon hearing Cao Kun's words, Lu Hong's smile broadened. All right, boss, drinks it is. Soon, servers began to deliver crates upon crates of beer, spirits, and other beverages into the private room. Before long, the atmosphere was filled with laughter, cheers, the clinking of glasses, and playful banter. The next morning, at 8:00 and Oppo's clock, in the rental apartment, Bai Jing and Lu Yuling worked together to hoist the inebriated Cao Kun onto the bed. I initially thought you two were merely going to discuss matters, Bai Jing said with a wry smile. How did it turn into a night of revelry? How much did he drink? Faced with Bai Jing's question, Lu Yuling was at a loss for words. Who knows how much he drank? Bottles were strewn everywhere. It was a chaotic mix of drinks, with no idea of their prices or contents. In total, they had spent 160,000 yuan that night. Apart from herself, Lu Hong and the 6 girls lay sprawled on the floor, with none of them able to remain conscious. Cao Kun had consumed the most, as he had taken turns playing drinking games with Lu Hong and the others, essentially making it a 1v7 scenario. Had it not been for that night, Lu Yuling would have never realized the extent of Cao Kun's drinking prowess. The amount he consumed that evening would have sent any other man to the hospital in dire need of emergency care. Whether or not he could be saved would have been uncertain. Chapter 75. The arrival of a good brother, of course. Lu Yuling would never divulge these matters to Bai Jing. Whether it was Cao Kun's extravagant spending of 160,000 in a single night, his excessive drinking, or the games he played with Lu Hong and the others, Lu Yuling kept it all from Bai Jing. She feared that Bai Jing might overstep her bounds. If Bai Jing were to learn about Cao Kun's lavish expenditure, she would undoubtedly nag him incessantly. How could one continue living like this? Are you out of your mind? Such sentiments were precisely what Cao Kun did not wish to hear. With his immense wealth, his real estate alone valued at nearly 400 million, he could indulge in simple pleasures for a lifetime without exhausting his fortune. Thus, whether he spent 160,000 or even 200,000 or 300,000 a night, as long as it brought him joy, that was all that mattered. With such riches, why should he be constrained by the opinions of others? What would be the purpose of possessing such wealth if he could not enjoy it freely? Furthermore, admonishing him for his extravagant spending was not Bai Jing's prerogative. That authority belonged solely to Cao Kun's girlfriend or wife. Should Bai Jing misplace her role and adopt a position of authority over him, it was foreseeable that her presence would soon fade from his life. To prevent Bai Jing from overreaching and causing discontent for Cao Kun, Lu Yuling chose to gloss over many details regarding the events at the KTV. Bai Jing, however, was not as oblivious to her position as Lu Yuling presumed. After a brief inquiry, she refrained from delving further into the matter and shifted her focus to Lu Yuling's divorce from her husband. Lu Yuling had nothing to hide regarding her situation and candidly recounted the entire affair. It was merely a matter of having paid 100,000 to Lu Hong to seduce her husband, after which she would report him for infidelity. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing pondered for a moment and asked, "What if your husband withstands Lu Hong's advances and remains faithful? Then what will be the point of my divorce?" Lu Yuling replied with a smile, "If my husband is truly loyal to me and our marriage, it would indicate that he possesses some redeeming qualities. Although he lacks ambition and does not earn much, his loyalty would suffice for me to continue our life together. However, the likelihood of that is slim, considering Lu Hong is truly captivating. I doubt my husband's fidelity could withstand her charm." "Really? Lu Hong is that formidable?" Bai Jing questioned skeptically. "You'll understand once you see her," Lu Yuling responded. "Lu Hong's beauty and physique are merely above average, perhaps a score of 90, but she possesses an innate allure that captivates everyone around her. Have you ever heard the term born with seductive charm? The first thought that came to my mind upon meeting Lu Hong was precisely that. Compared to you, her looks may not surpass yours, nor does her figure, but she exudes a bewitching charm that is utterly unreasonable. Is that so? Bai Jing's interest in Lu Hong grew stronger upon hearing Lu Yuling's description. You have piqued my curiosity. I genuinely wish to meet this Lu Hong when I have the time. There will be an opportunity, Lu Yuling assured her. Lu Hong and your brother Cohen had a splendid time last night. They even shared drinks, and the way she looked at him was almost predatory. They have already added each other as friends, and I suspect that once she finishes dealing with my divorce, she will seek out your brother. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing cast a silent glance at the slumbering Cao Kun. Good heavens! She had initially thought him to be an innocent young man, but it appeared he was a wolf in sheep's clothing, gallivanting wherever he pleased. He had even captivated a nightlife expert to the point of making her eyes gleam with desire. Did he truly possess such charm? Indeed, it seemed he did. Leaving aside everything else, his chiseled physique alone was enough to drive the women of the nightlife into a frenzy. After all, these women were well acquainted with the world and knew what constituted true allure. As time passed, evening approached. Finally, Cao Kun, who had been soundly asleep all day, stretched lazily and opened his eyes. Lu Yuling assumed he had been intoxicated, but in truth, he was merely tipsy, not fully drunk. Moreover, he had consumed much of the alcohol willingly. Ever since he had practiced the techniques from that nameless book, he could distinctly feel his body growing stronger each day. Ordinary alcohol could not intoxicate him. He had even tried consuming several bottles of high-proof liquor, only to find himself slightly tipsy without becoming fully inebriated. Seizing the opportunity last night, he had wished to test his limits, but had not anticipated drinking until dawn, resulting in a mere tipsy sensation. It was a rare experience. Furthermore, he intuitively sensed that this slight inebriation could be easily dispelled through his rice bucket 72 forms, which converted everything he ingested into energy absorbed by his body. This included any alcohol he had consumed, but he was reluctant to do so. After all, he had spent 160,000 on this delightful state of tipsiness, and he could not bear to let it vanish so easily. Awake at last? Bai Jing said, entering the room with a smile and holding fresh clothes for Cao Kun. I thought you would sleep until nightfall, she added. Cao Kun chuckled, springing from the bed as he donned the clothes she handed him. What about Lu Yuling? Has she gone home? Not yet. She's in the living room playing your PS5. Bai Jing replied. Given the quarrel with her husband, why would she return? She mentioned she would be staying here for a while. Cao Kun nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, Bai Jing continued, a certain Sun Wei has called you several times while you were asleep. I didn't pick up. Do you want to return the call? Upon hearing the name Sun Wei, Cao Kun paused in his actions, a smile creeping onto his face as he replied with a tone laden with meaning. Of course. I must call him back. He is my best brother. Chapter 76. Another big dog comparison. Whenever Sun Wei is mentioned, a wave of uncontrollable memories floods Cao Kun's mind, recalling the deeds he committed with his other dear brother. The two best friends, after his incarceration, not only refrained from visiting him, but also desecrated his grandfather's grave. Scattering his ashes, they sought to distance themselves from him, a convicted murderer, which he could comprehend. However, their actions were beyond his understanding. Not only could he not fathom it, he could not accept it. His grandfather was the sole family member in Cao Kun's life, the one he revered above all. Thus, he could never tolerate the indignity of his grandfather's grave being disturbed, ultimately leading to a fate where no trace of him remained. In his previous life, had he emerged from the second prison of Haicheng, he would have surely exacted vengeance upon these two so-called friends. Lost in these thoughts, Cao Kun donned his clothes and picked up his phone to return Sun Wei's call. The connection was established swiftly, and Sun Wei's impatient voice rang out. Hey, Lao Chao. What's up? I've called you several times. Why haven't you answered? Cao Kun replied cheerfully, Oh, I truly didn't hear it. I partied all night and just woke up now. Damn it, Sun Wei exclaimed. Hurry up and come over to Zhang and Appo's restaurant by the school gate. We and Appo's, about to eat. Sun Wei had also applied to Haicheng University, but unlike Cao Kun and Wang Shanshan, he chose to report today instead of yesterday. As his parents were driving him to school, "Go ahead and eat. Don't wait for me," Cao Kun insisted. "By the way, are uncle and aunt there?" "They are here. I just called you, but you didn't pick up. Hurry up." Sun Wei hung up the phone abruptly, with a cold smile creeping onto his face. Cao Kun exchanged pleasantries with Bai Jing and Lu Yuling before striding out of the rental apartment. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of Haiqing University, he entered Zhang and Appo's restaurant. A familiar voice called out from a window side table. "Lao Chao, over here." Cao Kun turned to see his long-lost friend Sun Wei, along with his father Sun Ziqing and mother Lu Jimin. A radiant smile spread across Cao Kun and Appo's face as he approached them. "Uncle Sun, Aunt Lu," he greeted, before casually sitting beside Sun Wei, who was already digging into the meal. Sun Ziqing and Lu Jimin paused their eating and smiled back at Cao Kun. "Cao Kun is here," Sun Ziqing said. "Quick, go get some rice. The dishes here are truly delicious. Eat while it in Appo's hot." "Absolutely," Lu Jimin chimed in, adding more meat to her bowl. "Cao Kun, hurry and get the rice. The food is indeed quite delightful." Noticing only 3 dishes on the table and some leftover broth, Cao Kun suppressed the urge to flip the plates over their heads and smiled broadly in agreement. "All right, I'll get the rice right away," he replied, turning to fetch it while mentally berating himself. Fool. Such a fool. In his previous life, he genuinely regarded Sun Wei as a brother, thus held a great deal of respect for his parents as well. Yet, it felt as though this family had played him for a fool. For instance, on weekends, Sun Wei would call him, inviting him over for home-cooked chicken or fish, which always touched Cao Kun deeply. Each time he visited, he felt compelled to bring a bottle of wine worth over 100 yuan for Sun Wei and Appo's father. Had it been merely this, he would not consider himself a victim of their mockery. The issue lay in the fact that whenever he arrived at Sun Wei's home, there was scarcely anything left to eat, with the scene resembling the current one. During these moments, Sun Wei would vocally chastise him, questioning why he arrived so late and how long they had waited, even suggesting they thought he wouldn't show up. Meanwhile, Cao Kun would only laugh and apologize undeterred, contentedly slurping broth and pretending to eat. He believed true brotherhood was not measured by a single meal. Moreover, only genuine brothers would act so informally. If Sun Wei's family insisted on waiting for him to start eating, it would feel like they were treating him like a guest rather than a brother. Holding on to this belief, Cao Kun had, in his previous life, been played the fool countless times by this family trio. Each visit required him to bring a bottle of wine, only to be served broth. At times, when they dined out, Sun Wei would call him just as the meal was nearing completion, inviting him to join. Every time he arrived, only scraps remained. He never minded, even competing to pay the bill, often snatching it from Sun Ziqing's hands. At such moments, Sun Ziqing would lament, "I can't keep up with you young ones anymore." Cao Kun would bask in pride at those compliments, but now, looking back, he realized it was merely a fade. They never intended to pay. They were merely using him as a pawn. As these thoughts swirled in his mind while he served himself rice, he muttered, "You wretched family, if it were just this, I might forgive you. But your son, in his folly, desecrated my grandfather's grave, leading to a fate where nothing of him remains. Therefore, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." After this self-reflection, Cao Kun turned around, once more donning a bright smile as he strode towards Sun Wei's family. Just before Cao Kun arrived, Lu Jimin hastily stuffed the last piece of meat into her mouth. "Cao Kun, come quickly," she urged, while chewing, enthusiastically pushing some discarded vegetables and broth into his bowl. "Eat while it's hot. You must try it. This food is genuinely delightful." Suppressing the urge to retaliate against Lu Jimin, Cao Kun smiled. "All right, Aunt Lu, I can manage myself." He took a generous mouthful, eyes widening, giving a thumbs up. Indeed delicious. The taste is exceptional. Isn't it?" Lu Jimin grinned. "Then eat more. We're already full. No need to rush." Chapter 77. Luring Sun Wei into the trap in the presence of Sun Wei and his family. Although Cao Kun felt a profound sense of revulsion, he maintained an air of nonchalance. He even managed to consume 2 large bowls of rice alongside 3 plates of soup. Meanwhile, the Sun family, having finished their meal, lingered without making any move to settle the bill, engaged in casual conversation with Cao Kun. By the way, Cao Kun, have you heard? It seems something has happened to Wang Shanshan's family. Suddenly, Sun Wei shifted the topic to Wang Shanshan, as if struck by a thought. Cao Kun was not surprised. After all, Xia County was a small place, and news traveled fast. Moreover, Wang Shanshan was a classmate of theirs, making it even more likely that they would discuss her. Yes, I heard, Cao Kun replied, wiping his mouth. It seems Wang Shanshan's father has been arrested for murder. Upon hearing the word murder, Sun Ziqing and Lu Jiamin, who had appeared rather indifferent until that moment, suddenly perked up. Murder? Her father? Lu Jiamin exclaimed, astonished. Yes, Cao Kun nodded vigorously. My goodness. Lu Jiamin covered her mouth in shock. What happened? I've met her father. Didn't he seem like someone capable of such a thing? Cao Kun shook his head, offering a wry smile. I can't say for certain. I've only heard that her father was involved in a murder case. Not wishing to prolong the conversation on such a grim topic, Cao Kun exchanged a few casual remarks with them before steering the discussion elsewhere. After some light banter, they reached the much-anticipated moment of settling the bill. Once again, as before, Sun Ziqing was unable to outmaneuver Cao Kun. He inevitably lamented his age, exclaiming, I'm getting old. I can't compete with you youngsters. Cao Kun merely chuckled, having grown weary of the Sun family's pretentiousness. He was eager to witness Sun Wei's descent into despair and was curious about the expressions that would adorn Sun Ziqing and Lu Jiamin's faces upon realizing their beloved son's fate. Xiao Wei, your mother and I are leaving now. You must take care of yourself while we're away. And Cao Kun, as Xiao Wei's good friend, ensure you look out for him and prevent anyone from bullying him. A little over 10 minutes later, by a Volkswagen parked near the school gate, Lu Jiamin sat in the front passenger seat, bidding a reluctant farewell to Sun Wei and Cao Kun. Mom, please stop with the endless nagging, Sun Wei replied. I and Oppos am not a child anymore. I can take care of myself. Don and Oppos, worry, Aunt Lu, Cao Kun chimed in, casually patting Sun Wei and Oppos' shoulder. Xiao Wei is my good friend. As long as I'm around, no one will bully him. With Cao Kun's assurance, smiles illuminated the faces of Lu Jiamin and Sun Ziqing. All right, it's getting late. We must take our leave. You both take care, and remember to call if anything comes up. After a final round of reminders, Sun Ziqing pressed the accelerator, whisking Lu Jiamin back to Xia County. Cao Kun and Sun Wei watched the vehicle disappear before turning their attention back to one another. Finally, they were alone. With his parents gone, Sun Wei felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. Suddenly, he turned to Cao Kun and asked, by the way, which dormitory are you in? Oh, I'm not in the same building as you. Cao Kun replied dismissively. Aren't you majoring in management? I'm in finance, so our dormitories are different. Not in the same building? Sun Wei nodded, then sighed. Tough times are ahead. I checked the recent weather forecast for Haicheng, and it looks quite hot. It seems this military training will be quite the ordeal. Every university conducts military training for incoming freshmen, varying in duration from a week to a month. Naturally, Haicheng University was no exception. The first class for new students was also military training, lasting 10 days. This meant that after the final day of registration tomorrow, freshmen would commence their military training the day after. However, Cao Kun would not be participating as he had requested a long leave of absence during his registration, thus exempting himself from military training. His primary reason for attending university was to fulfill his grandfather and Oppos' wish, and secondly, to truly experience college life. It was often said that university life was delightful, and having missed it in the past, he felt it would be a regret if he did not seize the opportunity this time around. As for academics and making a name for himself, those are not on his agenda at all. In fact, he had no intention of studying. Having spent 10 years in prison, he had nearly forgotten everything he had learned in school. Therefore, his academic performance was destined to falter, setting him at the bottom of the class. Thus, his objective for university life was crystal clear. 2 words encapsulated it: enjoyment. Military training under the scorching sun was entirely at odds with his purpose for attending university. Instead of enduring such training, he would rather spend time in a rented room playing games with Bai Jing and Lu Yuling. Cao Kun chuckled as he patted Sun Wei on the shoulder. You can and Oppos be serious about wanting to participate in military training? Sun Wei paused, frowning. ISN and Oppos it mandatory? Of course not, Cao Kun replied. As long as you get a leave approved by the counselor, you can opt out. I secured a leave for the entire duration of military training. Seriously? Sun Wei and Appo's eyes widened. How did you manage that? I told them I had a heart condition, and that intense training could lead to sudden death, Cao Kun explained. I also mentioned I needed to receive treatment at the hospital, and the counselor immediately approved my leave. Sun Wei stared at Cao Kun in disbelief. Is that really permissible? Absolutely, Cao Kun affirmed. Plus, with this leave, I don't even have to stay in the dormitory at night. Otherwise, do you think I would have gotten up so late today? I was out all night having fun and made nearly 10,000. As he spoke, Cao Kun shot Sun Wei a triumphant glance. Upon hearing this, Sun Wei's spirits soared. 10,000 was no small sum for someone from an ordinary background. Hearing that Cao Kun had earned nearly that amount in one night made Sun Wei's eyes gleam with excitement. Wow, Cao Kun, you made almost 10,000 in one night? What did you do? He inquired eagerly. Curious? Cao Kun smirked, revealing a mysterious smile. How about I take you out tonight to show you? Chapter 78. Brothers Closer Than Plastic at 8 o'clock in the evening. A humble 3-story building stood before a taxi that had just brought its passengers to the outskirts of Haiqing and Appo's southern district. This area, characterized by its modest structures, evoked a sense of a quaint town rather than a bustling city. Sun Wei was the first to emerge from the taxi, his expression a canvas of confusion as he stared at the establishment known as Yun Chess Room. Was this truly the place that Cao Kun had mentioned, where one could earn nearly 10,000 in a single night? Turning back to Cao Kun, who had just paid the fare, Sun Wei inquired, Hey, old Cao, this Yun Chess Room you mentioned, this is it? It seems so ordinary for a place that supposedly offers such high earnings. Cao Kun scrutinized the venue before nodding in affirmation. Indeed, from the exterior, Yun Chess Room appeared to be just another typical gaming parlor, with card games on the first floor, billiards on the second, and an unclear purpose for the third. Yet, unbeknownst to most, this establishment was anything but ordinary. According to Cao Kun's insights, beneath this seemingly innocuous facade lay a hidden layer, a secretive world that operated beneath the surface. The real action occurred below, where the upper levels served merely as a cover for the activities conducted in the depths below. This realm was under the control of a man known as Wolf Brother, a figure of moderate reputation among the local ruffians, confined to the periphery of Haiqing, unable to penetrate the city's inner sanctum. Nonetheless, to the average person, Wolf Brother represented a formidable force. His influence was evidenced by the array of establishments registered under his name. Besides Yun Chess Room, he owned 2 KTV lounges, a hotel, a barbecue restaurant, and an arcade. While these venues were situated on the outskirts, they signified considerable power. Wolf Brothers' enterprises extended into various illicit activities, including gambling, vice, and loan sharking. Moreover, he exhibited remarkable resilience. Based on Cao Kun's recollections from a previous life, Wolf Brother continued to thrive in his domain for at least the next 7 or 8 years, possibly protected by unseen forces. This was merely speculation on Cao Kun's part. Yet the fact remained that amidst the chaos of the city, he remained steadfast. Some things cannot be judged by appearances. Cao Kun remarked with a smile as he patted Sun Wei's shoulder, urging him to enter. Inside the spacious chess room, the atmosphere felt subdued, perhaps due to the hour or the lack of patrons. Only 5 or 6 tables were occupied, with elderly players engaged in their leisurely games of cards and mahjong. The sight of this aging crowd extinguished Sun Wei's enthusiasm. What's the point? These elderly folks can't keep up the excitement. Their pace is infuriatingly slow. Turning to Cao Kun, he expressed his doubts. Old Cao, are you sure this is the right place? How can you possibly earn 10,000 here with these old-timers? Cao Kun chuckled, shaking his head. Patience, my friend. We've only just arrived. As if on cue, a striking woman in her 30s, clad in a cheap how, approached with an enticing sway to her movements. Gentlemen, what would you like to play? I can help set the stage for you. Although Cao Kun did not know her personally, he surmised she was Zhang Yunyun, one of Wolf Brothers' concubines. With a smile, he leaned closer to her, whispering, We seek something more thrilling, perhaps a descent underground? Zhang Yunyun raised an eyebrow, maintaining her smile. I'm afraid I don't quite understand, sir. We only have 3 floors here. There's nothing underground. Cao Kun leaned in closer, and Sun Wei's eyes widened in disbelief at the intimacy of the gesture. This was the same Cao Kun who had spent 3 years quietly pursuing Wang Shanshan. How had he transformed so dramatically? Ignoring Sun Wei's astonishment, Cao Kun whispered to Zhang Yunyun about his brotherly intentions, seeking a favorable introduction to the underground scene. With a knowing smile, Zhang Yunyun remarked on the strength of their camaraderie before leading them upstairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they encountered a space resembling a cluttered warehouse, overflowing with discarded gaming tables and broken equipment. Zhang Yunyun guided them to a heavily monitored wall, pressing a concealed button at the base. To their surprise, the wall revealed an elevator hidden within. After a brief exchange with a muscular man clad in a tank top and adorned with tattoos, the man turned to them. "Gentlemen, please hand over your phones and ensure you carry no electronic devices, as this is essential to avoid misunderstandings." At this juncture, Sun Wei felt a surge of apprehension, contemplating retreat. However, with Cao Kun's calm demeanor beside him, he found reassurance and ultimately surrendered his phone, along with a Bluetooth earpiece. Chapter 79. The Guaranteed Win Service. When Cao Kun and Sun Wei surrendered their respective mobile phones, the muscular man finally produced a device reminiscent of a security check instrument. Holding the apparatus, he meticulously examined both Cao Kun and Sun Wei from head to toe, ensuring that they harbored no items that might elicit a reaction from the device. Only after confirming that neither of them possessed anything suspicious did he proceed to inspect their phones. Once he ascertained that the phones contained no hidden surprises, a smile graced his face as he gestured towards the elevator hidden within the wall. "Please, gentlemen, proceed inside," he invited. Sun Wei hesitated, casting a glance at Cao Kun before timidly inquiring, "One and amp, Oppos, to you return our phones?" With a grin, the muscular man replied, "Young boss, your phones will be temporarily secured with me. Rest assured, they will be returned to you intact upon your departure. Should you require your phones at any point, whether for transactions or purchases, feel free to seek me out." Upon hearing this, Sun Wei exchanged another look with Cao Kun. The latter, with a carefree smile, reassured him, "This is just their protocol. They won't keep your phone." With that, Cao Kun boldly stepped into the elevator, prompting Sun Wei to follow suit, eager not to appear timid. The muscular man entered behind them, verifying his fingerprint at a designated scanner before the elevator door sealed shut and began its descent. Soon, the elevator came to a halt and opened, revealing a room that ostensibly did not exist, the subterranean 1st floor. The space measured approximately 10 square meters and housed a woman clad in professional attire, her appearance and physique rather average. Additionally, the room contained a door leading elsewhere, 2 chairs, a surveillance computer, and a row of cabinets. The surveillance monitor displayed a comprehensive view of the entire gaming establishment and Oppos, as 3 floors, as well as the street outside. This meant that every moment, from the moment Cao Kun and Sun Wei alighted the elevator to their entrance into the gaming room, and their subsequent ascent to the 3rd floor with Zhang Yunyun, had been captured on this monitor. The muscular man ushered them to the door, donning a congenial smile as he wished them an enjoyable evening. With a firm shove, he pushed the door open, revealing a grand hall bustling with excitement. Inside, a multitude of gambling tables surrounded by eager patrons showcased fervent games. Before they could step further, the air was filled with enthusiastic shouts. "Big, big, small, small, pair of aces, pair of aces." Caught up in the fervor of the hall, Cao Kun observed Sun Wei swallowing hard, clearly enthralled by the vibrant atmosphere. Noticing this, Cao Kun discreetly smirked and patted Sun Wei on the shoulder before they ventured further into the lively scene. As they entered the hall, the palpable excitement surged. With patrons visibly animated, their faces flushed with exhilaration. The crowd consisted predominantly of men, though a few women mingled among them. Suddenly, a woman at a nearby table leapt to her feet, exuberantly dancing atop her chair, her movements lacking grace yet brimming with enthusiasm. Cao Kun, recognizing the woman's reaction as indicative of a fortunate win, leaned closer to Sun Wei and said, "Why don't you explore a bit? I'll step out for a moment." Sun Wei, captivated by the atmosphere, nodded without hesitation, completely absorbed in the surroundings. Observing him, Cao Kun made his way through the crowd and retraced his steps through the door they had just entered. "Hey, young boss, what's the rush?" the muscular man inquired, surprised to see Cao Kun return so swiftly after having just settled down with a cigarette. Cao Kun smiled and retrieved a cigarette of his own. Lighting it as he asked, "My friend, do you offer a guaranteed win service here?" The muscular man stared in disbelief, as if he had heard a jest, before bursting into laughter. "Guaranteed win service? Do you know where you are? If such a service existed, would it still be available to you? It would have been snatched up long ago." The plain-looking woman beside him, who had been monitoring the surveillance, chuckled softly but remained silent. Cao Kun exhaled a puff of smoke and replied, "My friend, let us not be so definitive. Besides, my guaranteed win service only ensures a win, not necessarily a profit. I propose spending 500,000 to secure a service that grants a guaranteed win of 70,000. Is that unreasonable? What? Spending 500,000 for a guaranteed win of 70,000? The muscular man and the woman were taken aback. What kind of guaranteed win service is that? You'd be losing 430,000. Realizing that Cao Kun's intentions were far from simple, the muscular man's demeanor shifted, and he asked earnestly, "Boss, could you clarify your proposition? What exactly do you mean?" Cao Kun casually flicked the ash from a cigarette and explained, "The friend who accompanied me is my closest brother. His only passion is to indulge in a few games. If he could win a little while playing, he would be even happier. Thus, I intend to invest 500,000 to purchase a service that guarantees him a win of 60,000 to 70,000 over the course of a week or so. That's about 10,000 to 8,000 a day. Surely that's not too challenging?" The muscular man and the plain woman exchanged incredulous glances. Goodness, what animosity could lead to such desperation? Those familiar with the gambling industry understand that it can be addictive. After all, the term gambling addiction exists for a reason. Many have gone to extreme lengths to break free from its grasp, even resorting to self-mutilation. Yet those addicted still gamble. But for someone to invest 500,000 for a guaranteed loss of over 400,000 is a message that speaks volumes. Although he claimed it was for the sake of his friend's enjoyment, the underlying truth was clear. He intended to ensnare his closest companion in the clutches of addiction. Chapter 80. 1 million. Guaranteed win in 8 days at first. When the muscular man saw Cao Kun and Sun Wei entering together, he assumed they shared a close bond. It was only when Cao Kun approached to purchase the guaranteed win service that he realized how mistaken he was. His error was indeed quite significant. Nonetheless, this was ultimately a personal dispute between others, one that he had no desire to involve himself in. However, the matter concerning the 500,000 for the guaranteed win service was something he could not ignore, for it was a substantial amount, albeit not insurmountable. Taking a deep drag from a cigarette, the muscular man chuckled. "It seems the little boss is truly going to great lengths for you, my friend." "Not at all," Cao Kun replied with a smile, shaking his head. "It's not a matter of great effort. As my best friend, I simply wish for him to enjoy himself. That's not too much to ask, is it?" The muscular man laughed heartily. "Indeed, as brothers, we only desire happiness for one another. However, I cannot make this decision alone. Let me consult with someone." With that, he pressed a button on the earpiece of his sleeve and said, "Sister Yun, could you come down for a moment? We have a matter that requires your judgment." After delivering the message, the muscular man took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Meanwhile, Cao Kun remained in the monitoring room, observing the conversation between the muscular man and Zhang Yunyun at the elevator entrance through the surveillance cameras. Approximately 3 to 4 minutes later, Zhang Yunyun grasped the situation and joined the muscular man in the elevator, descending to the basement level. As the elevator doors opened, Zhang Yunyun sauntered towards Cao Kun, swaying her hips with a smile. "Earlier, I mentioned that the bond between you brothers seemed flimsy, but it appears I was too conservative in my assessment." Cao Kun chuckled lightly. "Sister Yun, you must be aware of the situation by now. What do you think?" Zhang Yunyun paused for a moment, then replied, "The price is a bit too low. You must understand that having your good friend win 10 to 18,000 every day for 7 to 8 consecutive days is no small feat moreover. To ensure your friend profits, we will need to engage professional assistance. To put it bluntly, our casino may have to employ some underhanded tactics. If this were to be discovered by other patrons, it would be a devastating blow for us. Who would want to gamble here then? Therefore, 500,000 is insufficient. The risk is not worth it. Cao Kun nodded in understanding. So, what figure does Sister Yin propose? After contemplating, Zhang Yunyun raised a single finger. 1 million. If you wish to secure this service for your good friend, it will cost at least 1 million for 8 days of guaranteed wins. Without a flicker of his eyelids, Cao Kun smiled and said, "Very well, 1 million it is. Let us proceed with your proposed price." Zhang Yunyun was momentarily taken aback by Cao Kun's unwavering demeanor in the face of such a sum, but her smile only widened. "This is intriguing. I'm increasingly curious about the depth of the bond between you brothers. I truly wish to know how you forged such a profound friendship. Could it be that he has wronged you?" "Not all," Cao Kun chuckled. "It's a long story, but if Sister Yun is genuinely interested, I would be happy to share it with you another time." "Very well, I shall await your tale," she replied, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as her tongue lightly brushed her lips. Before long, Cao Kun returned to the main hall, having finalized the transaction with Zhang Yunyun for 1 million, and purchased an additional 5,000 in chips, where he located Sun Wei at a gambling table. His friend was intensely focused, veins bulging in his neck, evidently more excited than those who had placed bets. "Hey, Sun Wei, what brings you here?" Cao Kun inquired, appearing as though he had just spotted him. Sun Wei glanced over his shoulder, nonchalantly responding, "Oh, have you finished in the restroom?" "Yes, but I think I may have eaten something that disagreed with me. I might need to visit the hospital," Cao Kun replied, frowning slightly. "What?" Sun Wei's expression turned to one of concern, his displeasure evident. "How could that be? You seem fine." "I'm not quite sure," Cao Kun admitted. "Perhaps I caught a chill while sleeping. Why don't you continue playing here, and I'll head to the hospital." The moment Sun Wei heard that Cao Kun intended to go alone, his face brightened. "Sure, you go ahead. I can manage on my own." Cao Kun handed Sun Wei the 5,000 in chips he had just bought. "I just purchased these. I may not be back tonight. Enjoy yourself while I take care of this." Sun Wei and Appo's eyes lit up with excitement as he quickly nodded. "All right, go check it out. I'll be fine here." Seemingly eager for Cao Kun to leave, Sun Wei returned to the game without even seeing him off. Observing this, a cold smile crept onto Cao Kun's face as he pushed open the door and stepped outside. "Hey, boss, leaving already? Aren't you going to play a bit longer?" The muscular man stood up as Cao Kun emerged, his demeanor noticeably more respectful than before. Initially, he had perceived Cao Kun as a mere amateur, someone who would not contribute significantly to their establishment. However, upon witnessing Cao Kun's unflinching confidence in handling 1 million, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. In his lifetime, he had rarely encountered someone who could confront such a sum without flinching. It was evident that if Cao Kun was not wealthy, he was certainly someone who did not regard money lightly. Regardless of which scenario was true, he felt compelled to respect him. "Not today," Cao Kun replied with a smile, lighting a cigarette. "I have 2 women at home waiting for me to play games with them." The muscular man chuckled heartily. "Understood." He opened the elevator door, gesturing for Cao Kun to enter first. As they entered, Cao Kun added, "By the way, my friend, please keep an eye on him. I wouldn't want him to be taken advantage of here." As the muscular man followed him in and used his fingerprint to close the elevator, he assured, "Rest assured, boss, in Brother Wolf and Appo's establishment, no one dares to cause trouble. While I cannot guarantee everything, at least for the next 7 or 8 days, I will ensure your brother enjoys himself without a single hair on his head being disturbed. Cao Kun smelit appreciatively. That will suffice. 7 or 8 days is enough. What happens after that is beyond my control as a brother. I can only ensure his well-being for that period, which is already quite generous, don't you think?" "Absolutely generous," the muscular man eagerly agreed. "You're doing nothing wrong. For a brother to do as much as you have is commendable. However, even the best of friends cannot support him indefinitely. The remainder of his journey must be faced alone. Therefore, boss, you must learn to let go and allow him to navigate life's trials on his own. Only then can he truly grow. Otherwise, you risk spoiling him. Upon hearing the final words of the muscular man, Cao Kun seemed unable to contain himself any longer, bursting into hearty laughter with a resounding puff. Chapter 81. The inflated Sun Wei. As time swiftly passed, a night had gone by in the blink of an eye. The following morning, just as dawn began to break, before Cao Kun had even risen from his slumber, he received a message from Zhang Yunyan. Sun Wei had departed. After a night of relentless competition, he had successfully won 18,000 yuan from the gaming tables, an amount significantly exceeding Cao Kun's initial expectations, nearly double, in fact. However, this could be understood. After all, such sums are notoriously difficult to control. Even the casino personnel, if they were to intervene, could not guarantee that one would win precisely set amount. Ultimately, winning a bit more or a bit less was inconsequential, as long as it did not alter the final outcome. It is worth noting that Sun Wei did not leave of his own volition. Rather, it was due to the fact that the gaming establishment on the lower level did not operate during the day, and he had to depart because it was closing. Otherwise, he would still be engaged in the fray. After exchanging a few words with Zhang Yunyan, just as Cao Kun concluded their conversation, Sun Wei's call came through. Observing this, Cao Kun carefully descended from his bed, gently covering Lu Yuling with a light blanket before stepping out of the bedroom to answer Sun Wei's call. "Hello, Sun Wei. What is up?" On the other end, Sun Wei's voice was noticeably more exuberant than before as he exclaimed, "Hey, Lao Chao, are you awake yet?" "I just got up." Cao Kun replied with a wry smile. "I haven't even put on my clothes. What's going on?" "Ha ha." Sun Wei laughed heartily. "Stop fooling around. Get up quickly. Come with me to sort out that medical record. I've got to take a leave, and in this sweltering heat, there's no way I'm going to military training. I need to ask our counselor for some time off." Hearing this, Cao Kun's lips curled into a smile. Was he reluctant to participate in military training? Or was he simply concerned that it might interfere with his card games? Without addressing it directly, Cao Kun chuckled. "Well, you don't need to rush so early. The doctors haven't even woken up yet. Where are you? I'll come find you, and we can grab a bite first." "All right, come find me," Sun Wei replied. "I'm over by Yuha Building." "Yuha Building?" Cao Kun thought for a moment and quickly recognized the location. "All right, wait for me there. I'll be right over." As Cao Kun hung up the phone, Bai Jing, who had risen early to prepare breakfast, approached him with a set of clothes. "What's this? Heading out so early?" Cao Kun smiled apologetically and embraced Bai Jing, who was dressed in lace pajamas, before taking the clothes from her. "It's Sun Wei, my best buddy. He heard I got a medical record and could skip military training, so now he insists I help him get one too. He says it's too hot for military training." Bai Jing couldn't help but chuckle at this. She was aware of Cao Kun's endeavors to obtain a medical record, which she and Lu Yuling had assisted him in acquiring. At the time, Cao Kun was still in Shi County, yet to arrive at Haicheng University for the beginning of classes. It was she and Lu Yuling who had made the trip to secure that medical record. Of course, she was merely an accompanying figure. It was Lu Yuling who had connections with the doctor, which facilitated the arrangement of a fabricated record. Little did they know that such practices had become somewhat of a trend, with more and more people seeking to avoid military training. While helping Cao Kun organize his clothes, Bai Jing remarked, "Why are you boys so keen to skip military training? Sure, it's exhausting and tedious, but don't forget, it's also an opportunity to meet beautiful girls from different classes. You're in college now. It's time to think about finding a girlfriend. If you don't act soon, by the time military training ends, all the good girls will have been snatched up, and you'll be left with the leftovers." Cao Kun chuckled. "Sister Bai, do you really think I need a girlfriend?" Bai Jing's expression turned serious as she playfully slapped Cao Kun's shoulder. "Don't be ridiculous. Why wouldn't you need a girlfriend? Without one, who will you marry and have children with in the future? So, get your priorities straight. Good friends are good friends, and girlfriends are girlfriends. They shouldn't be confused, and you certainly shouldn't mistake a good friend for a girlfriend. Moreover, you should seek a decent girl, one with a good heart. Like my ex, she was full of tricks and schemes. Who could have any luck with someone like that? And let us not forget, she should be clean too. We've got standards. We want a girlfriend who is tall and beautiful, who can take down muscle-bound men in a fight, and we deserve a partner who hasn't been tainted by other men, right?" As Bai Jing lectured him, Cao Kun couldn't help but grin wider. Yes, Sister Bai is absolutely right." With that, He embraced by Jing once more, saying, "I'll skip breakfast this morning. You and Lu Yuling enjoy it. When she wakes up, have her call that doctor and help me get another fake medical record." Bai Jing nodded. "Got it. Be safe on the way, and make sure to eat something good. Don't settle for unhealthy junk food early in the morning." Cao Kun gave her an okay gesture and strode out of the rental apartment. An hour later, in the southern district of Haicheng, near Yuha Building, a taxi came to a halt. Spotting Cao Kun emerging from the vehicle, Sun Wei, who had been waiting for nearly an hour, hurried over. "Damn, Lao Chao. Can you hurry up? I've been waiting for almost an hour." "I couldn't help it," Cao Kun replied with a bitter smile. "Morning rush hour. Haicheng's taxis are swamped. I spent nearly 20 minutes just waiting for a car. This big city is far more bustling than our small county." Sun Wei nodded in agreement. "True, damn it. Once I have money, I've got to buy a car. Otherwise, every time I want to go out, I'll end up waiting half a day for a taxi. It's such a hassle." Cao Kun couldn't help but smirk slightly at Sun Wei's comment. It appeared that the profits from the previous night had begun to inflate his ego. He was even contemplating purchasing a vehicle. A promising start indeed. "So, how did it go?" Cao Kun offered Sun Wei a cigarette. "You had fun playing last night, right?" Sun Wei's expression faltered, and he replied somewhat awkwardly, "Fun? Not at all. I lost all night. That 5,000 yuan you lent me? I lost it all. It wasn't fun at all, and I'm never going back." Noticing that Sun Wei seemed ready to swallow his own words regarding the 5,000 yuan, Cao Kun chose not to call him out on it. Instead, he allowed his smile to grow even wider. Lighting his cigarette, he said, "Hey, don't be upset. It's just a place to unwind occasionally. Losing is part of the game. It doesn't matter. I don't intend to go back either. Come on, let us get something to eat." With that, Cao Kun clapped Sun Wei on the shoulder, and the two made their way to a nearby breakfast shop. Chapter 82. The Campus Belle, as before. When in the company of Cao Kun, Sun Wei entered the establishment and immediately ordered the most expensive items on the menu without a second thought. Regardless of their taste, he insisted on 5 baskets of the crab roast steamed buns priced at 40 yuan each. Including the porridge, their breakfast totaled 230 yuan. Sun Wei seemed unconcerned about footing the bill. After finishing his meal, he wiped his mouth and promptly stepped outside for a smoke. Cao Kun, unperturbed, savored the last crab roe bun before cheerfully paying the bill. "Hey, Lao Chao, you're certain you have that Dr. S medical record to secure a leave of absence, right?" Sun Wei approached Cao Kun, who had just exited the breakfast shop, without inquiring about the cost of their meal. "Rest assured," Cao Kun replied with a smile. "What advisor would dare let you participate in military training if they knew you had a heart condition? If anything were to happen during training, they'd never be able to shoulder that responsibility. So, you can be confident that you will absolutely secure that leave. Additionally, you need to inform your advisor that you are currently undergoing treatment and will likely spend most of your time in the hospital. This way, you'll genuinely have your leave approved. Because if you merely request leave from military training, they might only exempt you from that. But they will still check on you in the dormitory at night. I experienced the same thing. When I initially requested leave from military training, my advisor indeed exempted me from it, but they also restricted me from wandering around and insisted I study in the classroom. Given this situation, I directly mentioned that I needed ongoing treatment at the hospital, and only then did they grant me a legitimate leave, allowing me the freedom to not worry about returning to the dormitory. Sun Wei nodded in realization. Right, that makes sense. If I merely skip military training, they'll just prevent me from participating, but let me roam freely. Lucky I asked you. Otherwise, I might have botched the leave request. Cao Kun Heroically. Hey, even if you hadn't asked, I would have informed you. Now let us go find that doctor for the medical record. With that, Cao Kun hailed an available taxi, and the two made their way to Yundong District. 40 minutes later, they arrived at a clinic in Yundong District, which was larger than a typical outpatient facility, but not quite a full-fledged hospital. Because Lu Yuling had called ahead, obtaining the fabricated medical record went smoothly. After handing the doctor a red envelope containing 500 yuan, they successfully acquired the document. Is that all it takes? Sun Wei marveled at the medical record in his hands, a grin spreading across his face. It must be sufficient, Cao Kun reassured him. Hand this to your advisor, and he won't dare allow you to attend military training. Sun Wei chuckled, but then suddenly frowned as a thought struck him. Wait, Lao Chao, Won't this medical record lead my classmates to think I'm some sort of sickly person? I was hoping to find a girlfriend in college. And if my classmates misinterpret this, how on earth will I ever find one? Cao Kun scoffed. Are you really that naive? Do hospitals never misdiagnose patients? Have diagnosis papers never been mixed up? Once military training concludes, you can simply claim you were misdiagnosed and that you took someone else's document. Did you think you'd be hiding behind this medical record for 4 years? Sunway scratched his head, laughing sheepishly. True, I was overthinking it. By the way, what are you up to next? I need to head back to school for some rest. Cao Kun had no intention of returning to campus. Firstly, it was the last day of new student registration, chaotic and uninviting. Secondly, he had recently purchased a new PS5 game that he had yet to complete. Last night, he was thoroughly beaten by a character named Tiger Vanguard, which left him so frustrated that he took it out on by Jing and Lu Yuling. Otherwise, he doubted he would have even managed to sleep. Thus, he planned to seize the opportunity today to vanquish that formidable tiger. However, after contemplating for a moment, he ultimately decided to return to school. He recalled Bai Jing's words from that morning about finding a girlfriend sooner rather than later. Otherwise, the attractive ones would all be taken by the end of military training. I'll accompany you back to school then, Cao Kun said. Perfect timing, as I have nothing pressing and could use a stroll around campus. An hour later, near the entrance of Heroically University, Cao Kun and Sun Wei emerged from a taxi. Since Sun Wei needed to request leave from their advisor and then return to the dormitory for some sleep, the two parted ways shortly after entering the campus. Cao Kun meandered through the campus and, before he knew it, found himself by the bamboo grove he once frequented. He couldn't help but wonder how the legendary campus belle was faring now. In truth, he had visited Heroically University several times since that encounter, always in the evenings. Yet he had never crossed paths with her again. Reflecting on the possibility that the campus belle was merely an outsider visiting Heroically University for leisure that night, an inexplicable sense of regret washed over him. He should have made an effort to obtain her contact information at all costs. Now, he was left in the dark about her origins or workplace, rendering any search futile. Just as he was about to immerse himself in the bamboo grove to relive that romantic evening, two unmistakably new students strolled by, engaged in lively conversation. Wow, no wonder she's the campus belle of our Haida. She's stunning, absolutely breathtaking. Are you kidding? We've had her as our campus belle for 2 consecutive years. You think this is a joke? She must possess extraordinary qualities. Indeed, and I believe she remains this year's belle. As long as she doesn't graduate from Haida, her title is unshakable. Exactly. I'm surprised she's personally recruiting for the Go Club. It seems this year's club will be overflowing with members. The speakers, unaware of the impact of their words, continued to chatter excitedly as they walked away, causing Cao Kun to squint in intrigue. Campus belle? The legendary beauty? Huh. When did the term campus belle become so commonplace? Do they truly understand the rarity of such a title? Cao Kun had seen legitimate statistics. In our country, the distribution of grades is as follows. A accounts for 13, 9 B for 56, 9 C for 16, 7 D for 5, 4 E for 0, 8 F for 0, 1 and G for mere 0, 0, 0, 3. In other words, among 100,000 women, only 3 are classified as G. This is not merely a rare find. It is an extraordinary rarity. If one were to add the criteria of beauty and physique, the odds of finding such a gem would increase exponentially. Thus, the casual mentions of this G and that G, alongside the title of campus belle, seemed utterly ludicrous to him, with a resolute intention to debunk this notion. Cao Kun abandoned his plan to enter the bamboo grove and instead turned towards the main thoroughfare of the university campus. Chapter 83. Hello, senior. Long time no see. Each year, as the university semester commences, it heralds the time for various student organizations to recruit new members. Heroically University is no exception. On the first day of registration, Cao Kun noticed the recruitment booths set up along the main avenue of the campus, a dazzling array of options. There were martial arts clubs, basketball clubs, taekwondo clubs, karate clubs, cycling clubs, calligraphy clubs, crosstalk clubs, dance clubs, street dance clubs, roller skating clubs, and many more, easily numbering in the dozens. However, preoccupied with thoughts of taking leave, Cao Kun merely skimmed through the offerings and did not join any club. After completing his registration and leave, he departed. Not long after returning to the main avenue, Cao Kun immediately began to search along the recruitment booths. The campus belle, a so-called Big G, he was eager to scrutinize the situation. Women nowadays appeared increasingly hypocritical. Merely possessing a hint of allure, they dared to label themselves as Big G, showing a blatant disregard for the true significance of the term. Did they truly believe that such a title could be casually attained? How naive, how ignorant. With a desire to uncover the truth, Cao Kun strolled along the avenue and finally paused at a recruitment booth nestled beneath a phoenix tree. He fixed his gaze ahead, staring for nearly 3 to 4 seconds, before a smile crept onto his lips. At that moment, about 10 meters away, a striking young woman with cascading black hair, clad in a white dress, was registering a new student for recruitment. To his astonishment, this was none other than the Big G goddess he had encountered recently in the bamboo grove. Unexpectedly, it was her. Murmuring to himself, Cao Kun felt as though the sky had transformed into a more brilliant blue. The air had become refreshingly crisp, and his spirits had lifted. It seemed there was no need to debunk anything, for he had already verified her authenticity. She was indeed the genuine Big G. After the Big G goddess completed the registration for one new student, another approached. With a slight smirk, Cao Kun stepped forward and positioned himself behind the newcomer in line. "All right, I've noted your name, class, and contact information," the Big G goddess said, her head bowed as she swiftly jotted down details in her notebook. "Just wait for the activity notifications. Our Go Club will send out messages when we have events. It will be great for you to participate and meet new friends." The new student, evidently shy and introverted, blushed and fidgeted, barely able to meet her gaze. Observing this, Cao Kun felt an urge to give the newcomer a kick. How utterly ridiculous! A grown man acting more timid than a girl. What was he doing? An unsuspecting observer might think he had been harassed. Such behavior warranted a trip to Heroically's second prison for a reformation. The men there preferred those delicate and bashful types. Noticing that the new student had not yet left, the Big G goddess looked up and smiled. "What's the matter? Do you need something else?" The newcomer stammered, "Senior, I was wondering if I could add you on WeChat." His voice was barely audible, and the Big G goddess squinted in confusion. "What did you say?" At this, Cao Kun could no longer contain himself. "He wants to add you as a friend. He is interested in you." Upon hearing this, both the Big G goddess and the new student turned to stare at him in shock. Particularly, the Big G goddess, upon recognizing Cao Kun, was taken aback, her eyes wide and her mouth agape in astonishment. In response to her startled expression, Cao Kun simply waved and grinned. "Hey, senior, long time no see." Saying this, he grabbed the new student by the shoulder and lifted him off the bench, placing him aside before taking a seat opposite the Big G goddess. The new student, feeling the force of Cao Kun's grip, silently turned and left. Cao Kun silently gave a thumbs up. He appreciated this type of awareness. Encountering someone clueless would have likely necessitated a few slaps to get through to them. Seeing that the Big G goddess still wore a look of astonishment, he chuckled. "Hey, senior, snap out of it. Your mouth is hanging open. It's a bit unseemly." Only then did the Big G goddess come to her senses. Staring incredulously at Cao Kun, stammering, "Why you? How are you at Heroically University?" Cao Kun paused, raising his hands in a gesture of nonchalance. "I'm here for university. I'm a new student at Haida this year." "You're a new student at Heroically University?" The Big G goddess in Appo's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression nearly crumbling. "Then what were you doing here a while ago?" "I came to explore the campus and get familiar with the surroundings." "Is that a problem?" Cao Kun deeply. "I." The Big G goddess hesitated, unable to articulate her thoughts. Cao Kun squinted. "Oh, I see. You never expected to see me again, did you? You thought of me as a disposable fling, huh? You believe I want to expose you to the school authorities?" As Cao Kun's voice grew louder with agitation, the Big G goddess hurriedly came forward and covered his mouth. "Shoo, who is being a fling? Can you keep your voice down? If you keep shouting like that, you'll draw the attention of the entire campus." Cao Kun peered into the Big G goddess's eyes, muffling a couple of sounds. She glanced around, noticing several students were already watching, sending her into a near panic. If I let you go, will you stop shouting? Can we have a proper conversation? Cao Kun nodded in agreement. The big G goddess cautiously released him, and upon confirming he wouldn't raise his voice again, she sighed with relief and sat down, stammering. So, you're a new student this year? Does it not seem that way? Cao Kun raised an eyebrow at the big G goddess. She pursed her lips and scrutinized him. Not really. You lack the freshness typical of students. Instead, you exude a streetwise aura, like a delinquent. Cao Kun glanced down at his hands. Are you sure I'm not some big shot, but merely a street thug? That can't be right. The most formidable gang leader in Haicheng is just a little brother in prison now. With numerous such figures under his command, how could he possibly resemble a mere thug? The world had turned upside down. Noticing that Cao Kun seemed genuinely concerned, the big G goddess chuckled. Not exactly. But you certainly don't carry the air of a student. When I first met you, my immediate impression was that you were someone from the streets. And it seemed you had been away from school for many years. Turns out I'm not a street thug. Cao Kun nodded. Indeed, she had not misjudged him. To be precise, he had been away from school for a decade, having spent 10 years in prison, where each day was a struggle for survival. If he still possessed that youthful innocence, he would never have made it through the challenges he faced in prison. Chapter 84. The Vixen, Su Jiao naturally. Cao Kun was not swayed by the goddess's change in tone, as she attempted to divert the topic. He remarked, so, you think I'm just a socialite, believing that after that incident, we would never meet again? You truly consider me a mere fleeting encounter, don't you? At this, the goddess's lovely visage flushed a deeper shade of crimson, and she retorted, what are you saying? Can you refrain from portraying me as such a vixen? That was merely a beautiful coincidence. Neither of us is truly at fault. Please don't act so wronged. Moreover, she continued, pouting, that was my first time, you know. Do you understand how precious a girl's first experience is? No girl would squander it on someone else. Upon hearing this, Cao Kun chuckled softly, choosing not to press the matter further and instead shifting the conversation. By the way, what have you been up to lately? I'll come to the school several times after that, but haven't seen you again. I thought you had become a socialite. Me? The goddess toyed with her pen. After that day, I returned to my hometown the next day and just came back yesterday. Oh, so you went back home. Cao Kun realized, understanding why he hadn't encountered her after his visits. In truth, he remained curious. What happened that night? You were alone, drinking and crying. What was the reason? Previously, he had inquired about this, but she had remained silent, perhaps thinking of him as just another socialite, believing there would be no further connection, rendering her words meaningless. Yet now, upon discovering that he was her junior and rather difficult to deal with, she hesitated but ultimately decided to share. Honestly, it's nothing much, just that I was scolded by someone, which left me a bit upset. Oh, Cao Kun squinted. Who scolded you? A pompous, rich, second generation, the goddess scoffed. I took a summer job as a supervisor at a hotel, wanting to earn some extra cash to improve my living situation. Ironically, it turned out to be owned by that rich kid-esque family. He had been pursuing me at school, but I truly had no feelings for him and never accepted his advances. I was quite straightforward in telling him that we weren't compatible. Since he learned that I was working at his family's hotel, he started coming to see me frequently. That day, after drinking a bit, he confessed his feelings again, but I still didn't agree. In a fit of rage, he said some rather unpleasant things, accusing me of putting on airs and being aloof, suggesting I was merely trying to extort money. I was furious and quit my job right then. Afterward, the more I thought about it, the more aggrieved I felt. So, I bought some alcohol and went to drink alone, which is when I bumped into you. Oh, so that's what happened. Cao Kun nodded in understanding. No wonder she had invited him into the bamboo grove that day. It was out of frustration. Surely, the rich second generation's words about her being pretentious had provoked her deeply. Who is that rich second generation? Cao Kun inquired. The goddess looked at him, frowning. What are you planning? You don't intend to confront him, do you? Don't be foolish. He is wealthy and influential. Not someone like us can provoke. Cao Kun chuckled. What are you thinking? I want to thank him. If it weren't for him, your beauty wooden tea have come my way. Surely, I must express my gratitude. Upon hearing this, the goddess rolled her eyes dramatically. All right, you've already made your point. Now, hurry along, don't interrupt my recruitment for the Go Club. Wait, Cao Kun interjected. I came here to join the Go Club too. You haven't accepted me yet. The goddess was exasperated. What do you want to join our Go Club for? You could try other clubs. The swimming club is hosting events filled with girls in bikinis. Quite a sight to behold. The basketball club is the most appealing, with tall and handsome members. If you join their team, you could potentially change girlfriends every 3 months. There's also the yoga club, which has far more girls than boys. During events, it's filled with ladies in snug yoga attire, making it easy to find a partner. So please, don't join our Go Club. It's exceedingly dull and not worth your time. That one do, Cao Kun insisted stubbornly. You must accept me into the Go Club first. After that, I'll visit each of those clubs you mentioned. After all, one is not limited to joining just one club. The goddess stared at him in disbelief, unsure of what to say. Ultimately, she picked up her pen, name, class, and contact information. Cao Kun grinned. Cao Kun, freshman, class 3 of finance. Phone number 183X times X times X times X. The goddess quickly jotted down the details and then looked at him, feigning exhaustion. All right, you're in. We'll notify you of any future activities. Now off you go. Wait a moment, Cao Kun interjected. We haven't added each other as friends yet. I don't add personal friends, she declared firmly. Cao Kun stood abruptly, declaring, Vixen, are you certain you want to add me? You really intend to treat me like this? Upon hearing his voice rise, she quickly clasped her hands in a pleading gesture. All right, I'll add you, just lower your voice. Cao Kun smirked with satisfaction and sat back down. It would have been much simpler if you had just admitted it from the start instead of pretending to be a vixen. Now let us add each other. Fuming, Su Jiao glared at him before finally handing over her phone to add him as a friend. What's your name? Cao Kun continued. Su Jiao. She replied. Exasperated, Cao Kun joyously changed the contact name and sent her a heart emoji, to which Su Jiao responded with an emoji of a hammer hitting a head. Unbothered, he asked, shall we have lunch together? What do you enjoy eating? Huh? Su Jiao replied, looking disheartened. Can we skip the lunch invitation? Cao Kun soon death. Still wanting to act like a vixen, are we? Su Jiao quickly relented. Fine. I love authentic North American tomahawk steak. Saying this, a smile broke through her earlier gloom. Cao Kun nodded with a grin. North American tomahawk steak. How rare. All right then, let us plan for lunch. I won't disturb you further with your recruitment. I'll check out the swimming and yoga clubs. With that, he stood up and brushed off his pants as he prepared to leave. Seeing this, Su Jiao shot a furious glare at his retreating figure, muttering, what a scoundrel. How dare he call me a vixen? Uffed. Chapter 85. An imprudent young man despite her verbal resistance to Cao Kun's presence. Su Jiao's spirits had undeniably lifted since his arrival. Even when no one signed up for the Go Club, she wore a gentle smile, radiating contentment. Impatiently, she enlisted another member to take over recruitment duties as early as 10:30 a.m., retreating to her dormitory to prepare. At 11:30 a.m., Su Jiao, in her dorm room, finalized her choice of a deep red lip color before the mirror. As she cheerfully gathered her flowing hair, accentuating her fair, slender neck, a call interrupted her. Seeing Cao Kun's name on the screen, she initially smiled with delight, then feigned reluctance. Hello, what is it? Oh, you hussy, it's already noon. Cao Kun's voice echoed. Time for lunch. Su Jiao pouted. Call me a hussy again. Can't I refuse? Despite her carefully applied makeup, her tone remained resistant. Don't push it. Cao Kun retorted. You promised me lunch. If you dare not show up, I'll broadcast your hussy behavior to the entire university, so everyone knows how you mistreated me. Su Jiao's teeth gnashed at his words. How exactly did I mistreat you? She thought. I'm clearly the one at a disadvantage. Eat. It's foolish to pass up a free meal. Where are you? Cao Kun chuckled. Come to the school gate. I'll be waiting. Before Su Jiao could respond, the line went dead. Her eyes widened as she realized Cao Kun had hung up on her. He just hung up on me? She exclaimed. How utterly boorish. In her 3 years of university, she had always been the one to end calls with boys, but this was a first. Su Jiao huffed, patting her chest. Just an imprudent young man. Why bother getting upset? I have such a broad mind. I won't get angry. After consoling herself, she smoothed her attire and strode out of the dormitory. About 10 minutes later, under the gazes of freshmen and their parents, Su Jiaojiao confidently exited the gates of Haiqing University. A quick scan revealed Cao Kun waving at her beside a taxi in the distance. Her usually haughty expression softened as she approached him, transforming into that of a slightly aggrieved, unwilling young woman. Pouting, Su Jiaojiao approached Cao Kun, feigning reluctance. "Where are we going to eat?" Cao Kun smiled, opening the taxi's back door. "Get in first." Su Jiaojiao sulked as she entered, Cao Kun circling around to join her. The taxi then departed. 30 minutes later, they arrived at the Blue Flag Hotel in Haiqing. Su Jiaojiao's delicate brows furrowed as she gazed at the Grand Hotel. Turning to Cao Kun, she exclaimed, "Are you insane? What are we doing here? Do you know how expensive this place is?" The Blue Flag Hotel was Haiqing's only 6-star establishment, and Su Jiaojiao was unsure of its exact cost. She had never been there, but she had heard tales of its exorbitant prices, including a presidential suite costing 180,000 yuan per night. 180,000 just to sleep. She couldn't fathom such a lifestyle. Seeing Cao Kun bring her here left her speechless. Eating here? Does he not plan for the future? If Cao Kun were a wealthy heir, she wouldn't object. However, based on his attire, she couldn't imagine him being one. As ordinary people, we should just find a casual place to eat. Why put on such a show? Fai Susan Gwething, Cao Kun Fagan no Sen. You said you wanted to eat North American tomahawk steak, and this was the only place that seemed authentic. Su Jiaojiao felt both touched and distressed. She was touched that Cao Kun had taken her passing comment to heart, which made her feel valued, especially since it was Cao Kun who had been with her in the bamboo forest. However, she was also distressed by Cao Kun's naivety. Why take everything so literally? What if someone wanted to eat a Manchu Han Imperial feast? Would you really take them? How much would a meal cost? You should have decided on your own. Found a decent restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and spent 200 or 300 yuan. That would have been fine. Su Jiaojiao said, "I was just joking about the North American tomahawk steak. I don't even know what it looks like. I just said it casually. Why do you take it so seriously? Let's go. Let's find somewhere else to eat." Su Jiaojiao pulled at Cao Kun's arm, ready to leave. Cao Kun smiled and grasped her hand. "Never had it before? Even better. We're already here, so let's give it a try." Without further ado, Cao Kun pulled Su Jiaojiao inside. "So how is it? Delicious?" At a window-side table in the Blue Flag Hotel's third-floor restaurant, Cao Kun watched Su Jiaojiao savor a small piece of steak, smiling as he asked. Although Su Jiaojiao had initially insisted on going elsewhere, she cared about Cao Kun's pride. Since he was determined to eat there, she relented. Moreover, she wasn't one to spoil the mood, and since arriving at the restaurant, she had been full of praise from the ambience to the steak itself, maximizing the emotional value. Su Jiaojiao's eyes curved into crescents, her cheeks bulging as she chewed. "It's so delicious, tender and chewy. It's juicy and flavorful, and it bursts in your mouth. I've never had such good steak." Cao Kun sampled a piece and nodded. "Yes, it's indeed juicy and flavorful, but not quite as good as my senior." "Huh?" Su Jiaojiao was taken aback, her fair face flushed. She kicked Cao Kun under the table. "Don't talk nonsense. Can't even this delicious steak shut you up?" Chapter 86. This woman, I am determined to pursue a meal, may seem brief, lasting merely an hour or so, just enough for Cao Kun to warm up. Yet, it is not insignificant. Within this hour, Cao Kun not only gleaned insights into Su Jiaojiao's family background and upbringing, but also shared his own. Su Jiaojiao came from a challenging single-parent household, raised solely by her mother, a mere ordinary employee. Consequently, their financial situation was far from favorable. Throughout her university years, she endeavored to secure various scholarships and engaged in numerous educational aid jobs to alleviate her family's burden. In contrast, Cao Kun enjoyed a more comfortable life. Although he was raised by his grandfather and had never known his parents, he had never truly faced hardship. Even upon his grandfather's passing, he inherited over 1 million in savings, sufficient for a comfortable university experience. Thus, financially, Cao Kun clearly surpassed Su Jiaojiao. Why not seek a wealthy boyfriend? Cao Kun inquired while indulging in dessert. With your allure as the goddess of Haida University, finding a wealthy suitor willing to spend on you should be effortless. Why then do you toil for living expenses and tuition? Su Jiaojiao pondered for a moment before responding. Why should I? While my financial situation may be modest, I am not destitute to the point of starvation. Moreover, if I were to seek a boyfriend solely for his wealth, would I be pursuing money or love? My envisioned romance is not founded on such principles. It is true that I have an appreciation for wealth, yet I refuse to compromise my body and emotions for it. That would render me despicable. I have no desire to become such a woman. As she spoke, Su Jiao chuckled softly, adding, I do not aspire to be lofty. I merely wish to be an ordinary woman with an ordinary partner. That alone would suffice for my contentment. After hearing Su Jiao's words, Cao Kun found her increasingly appealing. In this age of rampant materialism, where everything revolves around money, women like her, possessing such refreshing integrity, are becoming increasingly rare. She stood apart from those who merely professed to be non-materialistic. Her sincerity was evident. Unlike others who claimed a disdain for wealth, perhaps due to lack of opportunity, Su Jiao's assertion of non-materialism was credible to the utmost degree. As the stunning campus belle of Haida University, she had an abundance of wealthy suitors vying for her attention. If she desired materialism, she could easily take that step. If she chose to do so, suddenly, a bold thought crossed Cao Kun's mind. This woman, I am determined to pursue. To his surprise, Su Jiao's romantic aspirations were rather commonplace. What a coincidence! I am just an ordinary person. What do you think of me? Cao Kun smiled. Su Jiao gazed intently into Cao Kun's eyes and suddenly burst into laughter. Actually, I do have a favorable impression of you. I'm not sure why, but I felt an affinity for you at first sight. Otherwise, I wouldn't you know what I mean. Oh, Cao Kun's face lit up with joy. So, does this mean I could become your boyfriend? Not so fast. Su Jiao laughed, playfully narrowing her eyes. Why not? Cao Kun asked, puzzled. Because there are too many women around you. Su Jiao teased, playfully pinching a long black hair from Cao Kun's collar and another from his waistband. Holding them up, she exclaimed, I thought this was one person's hair. Goodness, it's from two different women. Glancing sideways at Cao Kun, she remarked, My dear Junior, you hardly seem to be lacking in female attention. Cao Kun chuckled awkwardly, taking a sip of water before maintaining his composure. Dear Senior, that's a misjudgment. Lacking women and lacking a girlfriend are two entirely different matters. Not having an abundance of women does not equate to not needing a girlfriend. I am quite cautious and loyal when it comes to love, so I genuinely don't have a girlfriend. How about you consider me? Seeing Cao Kun's earnest demeanor, Su Jiao laughed while biting her lip, struggling to contain herself. Throughout her 3 years in university, she had encountered her fair share of scoundrels. Yet, Cao Kun's audacity and shamelessness were unlike anything she had ever seen. Intriguingly, she found his brashness oddly endearing. Heaven forbid, could it be that she was genuinely starting to like him? This thought flashed through Su Jiao's mind as she took a sip of water and said, So, you truly wish to be my boyfriend? What question? Cao Kun replied. In the entire Haida University, aside from those who are gay, how many boys wouldn't want your boyfriend? Su Jiao smirked. Let us wait and see. You've just arrived at university. There's no rush to find a girlfriend. Besides, you're not lacking in women either. Perhaps among this year's freshmen, there are even prettier girls than me. Cao Kun looked into Su Jiao's eyes and nodded. You make a valid point, Senior. I shall take my time to explore. What? Su Jiao was taken aback, her expression shifting to disbelief. Is this man really that brazen? Roll her eyes at him, she stood up. I've finished eating and chatting. Let us head back to school. Seeing Su Jiao ready to leave, Cao Kun quickly stood up and grabbed her hand. Wait a moment. Why rush back to school? It's only 2 in the afternoon, the hottest part of the day. Stepping out now will have you sweating in no time. I just booked a deluxe room upstairs. Let us enjoy the air conditioning and cool off before we return. Su Jiao was both amused and exasperated by Cao Kun's earnestness. Let go of me. I'm not going up there to enjoy your air conditioning. If that is what you call it, then I want to go. Come on, Cao Kun insisted. Do you truly not trust me? Yes, you. It's just air conditioning. I'm not going. Let go of me, she exclaimed. Just air conditioning. What are you afraid of? Although she protested verbally, Su Jiao's body betrayed her, offering only half-hearted resistance. Thus, Cao Kun easily wrapped his arm around her waist and led her into the elevator. Chapter 87. The brazen nature of a scoundrel, what was promised to be a brief respite in the air conditioning, turned into an 8-hour indulgence. From 2 in the afternoon until 10 at night, before the two finally emerged from the room, Cao Kun initially contemplated extending their stay until the following morning, as they had already settled the hotel bill, allowing them to occupy the room until noon. However, Su Jiao preferred to return to the school dormitory. Firstly, her 5 roommates were present, and she would need to explain her absence. Secondly, the freshmen would commence military training the next day, while she and her peers in the 2nd and 3rd years would begin classes. Should Cao Kun engage in any untoward behavior the next morning, she would undoubtedly arrive late for her midday class. She had no desire to be tardy, particularly as she sought a scholarship that was crucial for alleviating her financial burdens. Thus, Cao Kun ultimately decided to depart the hotel alongside Su Jiao. Half an hour later, a taxi halted in front of a small district near Heroically University. Cao Kun inquired, "Are you certain I shouldn't escort you home?" "Please don't," Su Jiao retorted, wrinkling her nose. "I would rather not have my name trending on the school S forums tomorrow morning, with rumors of a man escorting me back to my dormitory. Besides, you and T want to be the subject of gossip either, right? It could hinder your chances with other girls at school." Cao Kun chuckled, gesturing towards her. "You truly understand me, senior. Your concern is appreciated." With that, he planted a quick kiss on her cheek. Su Jiao's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully swatted him away, exclaiming, "Off with you, you scoundrel. Hurry and exit the vehicle. The dormitory lights will be off soon. Don't waste my time. Go find your 2 good sisters." Earlier in the hotel, Su Jiao had inquired about the 2 women with differing hairstyles he was living with. To her astonishment, he was completely forthright about his situation. Consequently, she learned that he resided with 2 older women named by Jing and Lu Yuling. Fury bubbled within Su Jiao. What was this scoundrel's intent? Did he feel so assured that he needn't even pretend otherwise in her presence? Or was it that he was inherently honest, incapable of deceit? Bah! Living with 2 older women hardly aligned with being innocent. He was nothing but a rogue. Yet, unlike typical scoundrels who operated in secrecy, Cao Kun was brazenly unrepentant about his actions, leaving Su Jiao at a loss for how to express her ire. He openly acknowledged his scoundrel status, displaying a nonchalant demeanor that left her perplexed. Cao Kun flashed her an OK sign, stating, "I'll be getting out now. Send me a message when you reach your dorm." With that, he opened the door and exited the taxi. Su Jiao rolled down the window, urging, "Make haste. It's late, and don't want her off." "Understood," he replied with a grin, waving goodbye as he watched the taxi carry Su Jiao towards Heroically University. Moments later, a message arrived on Cao Kun's phone. It was from Su Jiao. She had transferred him 800 yuan along with a note. "Stinky little brother. We are not wealthy, so let us not adopt extravagant habits. We should save where we can. This is part of my expenses for today. By the way, I had a wonderful time today. Rest well, and I'll treat you next time." Reading her message and the generous transfer, a smile crept across Cao Kun's face. What a delightful girl she was. In contrast, Wang Shanshan seemed utterly insipid. How foolish he had been to have pined after her for 3 years. Reflecting on this, Cao Kun promptly returned the money to Su Jiao along with a reply. "It was my first meal with you, senior. I can't let you bear the cost. Next time you can treat me. As for the hotel expenses, I'll cover those." Su Jiao quickly responded, "Scram, you despicable man. There will be no future meetings." What was supposed to be a mere air conditioning session turned into something else entirely. "You're a liar. I will never share a room with you again." This was the last time. Amused by her message, Cao Kun chuckled and chose not to reply, simply slipping his phone into his pocket. After a few more minutes, he flagged down a returning taxi. The driver, mistaking his intent, reassured him, "Don't worry, young man. Your girlfriend has safely entered the school. This is a legitimate taxi. She's in good hands." Laughing, Cao Kun clarified, "You misunderstand. I'm headed somewhere else. Please take me to the Imperial Bar." The driver paused, casting a complex glance at him. The Imperial Bar was one of the most renowned establishments in Haicheng, famous for its foreign clientele and a notorious hotspot for romantic encounters. It was said that hundreds of single individuals paired up there each night, sustaining several nearby hotels. As the driver shifted gears, he imparted, "Young man, heed my advice. With such a wonderful girlfriend, don't squander your fortune elsewhere. If you indulge, you might not find someone as good as her." Cao Kun chuckled at the driver's misunderstanding. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he replied, "I assure you, I'm not going to the Imperial Bar for romantic pursuits." "Not for romance?" The driver questioned skeptically. "Then what is your purpose?" "I'm going fishing," Cao Kun replied earnestly, gazing out the window. "There's a big fish waiting for me." The driver, perplexed by his response, chose silence and focused on driving. 40 minutes later, Cao Kun emerged from the taxi in front of the Imperial Bar, illuminated by vibrant neon lights. As he surveyed the surrounding area filled with luxury sports cars like Porsches and Ferraris, he couldn't suppress a grin. The presence of such opulent vehicles signified that the Imperial Bar was indeed a golden goose. The thought that this lucrative establishment would soon be his filled Cao Kun with an exhilarating sense of anticipation. Chapter 88. Alone is a gain at long last. After watching two young ladies clad in alluring mini-skirts sway their hips into the bar, Cao Kun strode forward with purpose. He halted before a burly man at the entrance, resembling a bear. "Excuse me, I am here to see Brother Xiong," Cao Kun said. The muscular man scrutinized Cao Kun from head to toe and replied gruffly, "What is it?" "I need to borrow some money," Cao Kun stated. "How much?" Cao Kun extended 4 fingers. "The plan is 400 million, but how much Brother Xiong will lend me remains uncertain." Upon hearing this, the man's previously impassive face twitched slightly. He then pressed a button on the earpiece he wore and spoke softly, "Huago, someone wishes to see Brother Xiong for a loan, asking for 400 million. Please inquire about Brother Xiong's stance." After relaying the message, the muscular man resumed his stoic demeanor at the bar's entrance. 3 or 4 minutes later, the muscular man turned to Cao Kun, suddenly stating, "Prepare yourself. Someone will take you inside shortly." Before long, a slender man in his 30s, wearing a floral shirt, emerged from the bar. "Are you the one who wants to see Brother Xiong?" The man in the floral shirt questioned, eyeing Cao Kun with skepticism. Cao Kun did not fit the profile of a wealthy heir, and given his youth, he was unlikely to be a member of the affluent generation. Asking to borrow 400 million seemed preposterous. Did he think it was merely pocket change? Surely, one must have collateral for such a request. Otherwise, should he default, it would become a bad debt. Cao Kun smiled and produced a cigarette, offering it to the man in the floral shirt. "Indeed, I wish to borrow some funds from Brother Xiong." The man in the floral shirt glanced at the cigarette in Cao Kun's hand, but did not accept it. "Do you understand the rules of borrowing money?" "Of course," Cao Kun replied confidently. "Rest assured, I have collateral." "Really? 400 million with collateral?" The man's demeanor shifted. His interest peaked. He nodded, "Then follow me." With that, the man in the floral shirt led Cao Kun into the bar. Upon entering, Cao Kun was immediately enveloped by the bar's exuberant atmosphere. The pulsating rhythm of the music thundered in his ears, while the expansive dance floor teemed with people fervently moving to the beat. A multitude of women donned in revealing outfits swayed unabashedly, surrounded by eager young men in search of companionship. Moreover, the crowded VIP booths overflowed with various beverages, occupied by women of all shapes and sizes alongside men seeking amusement. In just a glance, Cao Kun understood why bars were the favored haunts of the youth. Here, there were no burdens of work, no pressures of life, and no emotional woes. Only the freedom to express oneself and revel without restraint. One could boldly approach an attractive individual, and if rebuffed, it mattered not. There would always be another opportunity. Over the course of an evening, one could engage with hundreds of women and still manage to connect with a few. Instead of entering the main area of the bar, Cao Kun followed the man in the floral shirt up a staircase behind the bar, ascending to the 3rd floor. The establishment comprised 3 levels, the first being the standard bar, the second featuring private booths, and the third an exclusive area not open to the public. Shortly after, they arrived at a room on the 3rd floor, guarded by 2 imposing men. The man in the floral shirt paused, saying, "Brother, to see Brother Xiong, we must conduct a security check. Please understand." One of the large men approached Cao Kun, thoroughly inspecting him from head to toe. Confirming that Cao Kun carried only a mobile phone, The man inspected the device again, ultimately switching it off and pocketing it. "Do not worry. Your phone will be returned when you leave," the man in the floral shirt reassured. He then opened the door and stepped inside. Cao Kun smiled at the two guards standing at the entrance before following the man in. Inside the lavishly adorned room, a man of approximately 40 years, clad in shorts and a tank top, wielded a whip, striking a woman before him. The woman, on her knees, bit down on a towel. Clad in a revealing backless dress, endured the lashes without a sound. Each strike left crimson marks upon her porcelain skin. This man was none other than the individual Cao Kun sought, Xiong Bufan, also known as Brother Xiong, a businessman from export. Though termed a businessman, his operations in Haicheng involved various illicit enterprises, including usury. Cao Kun's intention was clear, to secure a substantial loan from Xiong Bufan. Why would one with ample resources seek a loan at exorbitant rates? One might ponder. The answer was straightforward. If it were a typical loan, Cao Kun would not entertain the notion. However, what if it were a loan that did not require repayment? Indeed, Cao Kun's motive for seeking high-interest loan from Xiong Bufan was rooted in the belief that this borrowed sum would not require repayment. For, within a maximum of 20 days, Xiong Bufan and his core associates would meet their demise at sea. The reason for this was that Xiong Bufan's years of engaging in organized crime had drawn the attention of authorities, and a crackdown was imminent. Just the night before the planned operation, he received word of impending arrest and fled with his core team via yacht. Tragically, turbulent seas that night shattered the vessel, taking the lives of Xiong Bufan and all 57 of his associates. With all key personnel deceased and all incriminating evidence, including loan documentation, incinerated prior to his escape, no traces remained for investigation. The unique nature of his lending practices rendered any scrutiny impossible. Thus, Cao Kun's intention in seeking a loan from Xiong Bufan was clear. Every additional penny borrowed would be a gain. This was an opportunity too fortuitous for Cao Kun to overlook. As the whip cracked relentlessly, until the woman's back was marred with blood, Xiong Bufan finally set the whip aside, stretched his wrist, and turned his attention to Cao Kun. "You wish to borrow 400 million from me?" he said in heavily accented Mandarin. Cao Kun beamed, nodding eagerly. "Yes, Brother Xiong. A friend has introduced me to a lucrative venture, promising a steady threefold return annually. Therefore, I seek to borrow some capital from you." Chapter 89. Borrowing 400 million. Upon hearing Cao Kun's statement, Xiong Bufan, who was leisurely enjoying a cigar, appeared to be entertained, his previously stoic expression blossoming into a smile. It was not surprising that he found amusement in Cao Kun's remarks. They were exceedingly naive and simplistic. A reliable means to triple one's earnings within a year? If such an opportunity existed, wouldn't his friend prefer to exploit it alone rather than share it? This scenario mirrors the countless online stock market gurus and investment savants who claim to mentor others while supposedly sharing their secrets to wealth, inviting everyone to prosper together. If they truly possessed lucrative ventures, would they not keep them under wraps? Thus, Xiong Bufan could not suppress his laughter at Cao Kun's rather juvenile proclamation. Naturally, he refrained from exposing the absurdity of the statement. After all, revealing the truth could jeopardize the potential loan of high-interest funds Cao Kun sought from him. A client capable of borrowing 400 million represented a rare and valuable opportunity for Xiong Bufan. With a smile, he nodded and took a few puffs from his cigar, gesturing for a seat. The man in the floral shirt promptly fetched a chair and placed it beside Cao Kun. With a grin, Cao Kun sat down. Though he appeared slightly apprehensive, maintaining a distance of 5 to 6 meters from Xiong Bufan, separated further by 4 bodyguards. It was evident that Xiong Bufan held his safety in high regard. Xiong Bufan slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, squinting as he addressed Cao Kun. "You wish to borrow 400 million from me, which poses no issue. However, the real question is whether you possess assets valued at that amount. The sum I can lend you depends on the value of your assets. If you have collateral worth 400 million, I can process the loan within 3 days." Upon hearing that the funds could be disbursed within 3 days, Cao Kun's excitement was palpable, his mouth stretching into a wide grin. "Brother Xiong, I own a collection of properties. Recently, I invested in several houses in the Yundong district, intending merely to become a landlord. However, The district has since been designated as a special economic zone, and the value of my investments has skyrocketed. At the current market rate, they are undoubtedly worth 400 million. Yet, as the prices continue to rise, selling them now would result in a significant loss, which is why I'm seeking your assistance. Oh, properties valued at 400 million? Xiong Bufan pondered for a moment, one hand holding the cigar while the other gestured dismissively. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of sophistication, stepped forward and approached Cao Kun. Could you kindly provide your name and identification number for verification purposes? Cao Kun confidently replied, My name is Cao Kun. With and Appos, Chow and Appos, as in Chow Chow, and in Appos, Kun and Appos, as in the phrase in Appos, sun and moon, and Appos. My ID number is 3xxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxx. The bespectacled man quickly noted the details before approaching Xiong Bufan and dialing a number on his phone. Hello, brother Sun, and Appos. It's been a while. I hope all is well. I and Appos am calling at this late hour due to a matter requiring your assistance. Brother Xiong has a client with some properties and needs your help to verify them. Take your time. There's no rush. Just be cautious not to disturb your wife, came the response from the other end. After a few minutes, the glasses-wearing man continued. Brother Sun, are you ready on your end? I and Appos. LL share his name and ID now. His name is Cao Kun, within Appos. Chow and Appos, as in Chow Chow. In Appos, Kun and Appos, as in the phrase in Appos, sun and moon, and Appos. His ID number is 3x times x times x times x times x times x times x times x. Please check if there are any issues with his properties in the Yundong district, whether they are mortgaged, and an estimate of their market value. Thank you, Brother Sunday. I wanted Appos. To keep you any longer, I and Appos. I'll await your feedback. In the quiet room, the only sound was the soft crackling of Xiong Bufan and Appos' cigar. Nearly 10 minutes later, the bespectacled man, still with the phone to his ear, spoke again. Brother Sun, I'm here. Please proceed. I see. Thank you for the update. I appreciate your help, especially at this hour. Please rest well. I'll inform Brother Xiong. After ending the call, the man leaned closer to Xiong Bufan, speaking without lowering his voice deliberately. Brother Xiong, I confirmed with Brother Sun that Mr. Chow indeed possesses a substantial portfolio of properties in the Yundong district, and there are no issues with them. Furthermore, given the current market conditions, he leaned in closer, whispering further details. Xiong Bufan nodded, turning to Cao Kun with a broad grin. With an initial investment of over 20 million, you have managed to multiply it to 400 million. Brother Chow, your investment acumen is truly exceptional. Cao Kun, slightly embarrassed by the praise, quickly responded, Brother Xiong, please, don't say that. I lack any real investment skills. Honestly, it was sheer luck. I originally intended to be a simple landlord, earning a modest income from rent. Who could have anticipated the Yundong district becoming a special zone? It feels as though fortune fell from the sky. What can I say? Observing the hint of pride in Cao Kun's demeanor, Xiong Bufan erupted into hearty laughter. Once he calmed down, he stated, I have verified your assets. All is in order. I can lend you 400 million. You are aware of my interest rates, correct? It's 6 monthly, payable every month. If you fail to make a payment this month, the interest will be added to the principal, compounding into the next month. Cao Kun nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Brother Xiong, I understand your terms. A monthly interest of 6 translates to 72 annually. This means borrowing 400 million will incur a monthly interest of 24 million, totaling 288 million annually. That is assuming timely payments. Failure to pay will shift us to a compounding interest model, resulting in a far more daunting repayment amount. Seeing that Cao Kun had no objections to the 6 monthly interest, Xiong Bufan glanced at the man beside him. Where can we source the 400 million? The man leaned slightly. Brother Xiong, the accounts in export are quite healthy. Securing 400 million poses no challenge. Given that Xiong Bufan's primary business ventures were clandestine, most of his assets were similarly opaque. Thus, he refrained from borrowing from legitimate business earnings. The funds he lent were typically of dubious origins. Taking advantage of the opportunity to borrow, he aimed to cleanse these funds through certain channels. It was precisely because Cao Kun understood Xiong Bufan's lending practices that he sought his assistance. If Xiong were to lend him legitimate funds, Cao Kun would have hesitated. aware that such a significant transaction would inevitably attract scrutiny from the authorities. Following the last life's unfortunate demise of Xiong Bufan, his assets have been entirely seized. The complete confiscation of personal assets signifies a profound transformation. It indicates that one's wealth has been entirely surrendered to the state. It reflects that what was once merely a debt owed to Xiong Bufan has escalated into an obligation to the government, owing the state a staggering 400 million. How could one even contemplate repayment? It seems he no longer wishes to remain in Huaxia. Thus, Cao Kun seeks to borrow from Xiong Bufan not solely due to his impending demise, but also because of the peculiar nature of his borrowing approach. Chapter 90. All about romantic fortunes. Upon hearing the bespectacled man mention that 400 million could be procured from export, Xiong Bufan contemplated briefly before making his decision. He instructed Lida to organize an auction, allowing the funds from export to flow in through participation in the event. "You shall handle the arrangements," he commanded. The bespectacled man nodded in agreement, saying, "Understood, Brother Xiong. I will take care of it." Xiong Bufan turned to Cao Kun, smiling as he said, "Young Brother Cao, you may return home and wait. I need to make some arrangements here. Rest assured, the funds will reach your account within the next few days." Cao Kun appeared somewhat bewildered, asking, Brother Xiong, am I really leaving just like this?" Xiong Bufan smiled and nodded, "Indeed. There's nothing more to be done tonight. Any further arrangements will be communicated to you." Cao Kun hesitated before standing up. "So, I'm leaving now?" Xiong Bufan nodded once more, taking a puff from his cigar. Meanwhile, the man in the floral shirt approached Cao Kun, gesturing for him to exit. "Mr. Cao, do not fret. Since Brother Xiong has promised to lend you the money, he will undoubtedly do so. Just return home and await further instructions." At this, Cao Kun nodded, refraining from further comments, offering a smile to Xiong Bufan before departing with the man in the floral shirt. Time flew by, and 3 days had passed. Since his encounter with Xiong Bufan, Cao Kun had not received any news from him. This left him feeling anxious, wondering if Xiong Bufan had perhaps received some unfavorable tidings and lost interest in lending him the money. If that were the case, it would indeed be regrettable. After all, securing a loan would be tantamount to profit. Had he known this would happen, he would have been less greedy and sought the loan sooner. Although acquiring 400 million might have been unrealistic, even securing 300 million, 200 million, or even just 100 million would still represent a windfall. Aside from this matter, everything else had been progressing smoothly. There had been significant developments regarding Lu Yuling and her husband's divorce. Lu Hong had successfully connected with Lu Yuling's husband, and they had exchanged rather revealing photographs. With just a couple more days of warming up, Lu Hong would be able to invite him to a hotel. At that point, Lu Yuling would simply need to wait for the news and arrange for the police to catch them in the act. Additionally, there was his good friend Sun Wei. For the past 3 days, Sun Wei had not contacted Cao Kun, yet Cao Kun received daily updates about him through Zhang Yunyun, who was a mutual friend. Since winning 18,000 on the first day, Sun Wei had continued to profit each subsequent day: 9,000 the second day, 13,000 the third, and 11,000 the fourth. For consecutive days of substantial winnings had resulted in Sun Wei becoming increasingly boastful. According to Zhang Yunyun, Sun Wei had completely revamped his wardrobe, spending nearly 10,000 on clothes and shoes, a stark contrast to his previous attire that barely cost a few hundred. Moreover, Zhang Yunyun had sent Cao Kun a couple of rather provocative photos, but quickly retracted them, claiming they were sent by mistake. Cao Kun was not fooled. It was clear she was attempting to entice him. Then there was the alluring goddess Su Jiao. Their relationship had notably deepened since spending 8 hours together in air-conditioned comfort at the Blue Flag Hotel. They exchanged flirtatious banter daily over WeChat. Occasionally, when Cao Kun requested a more tantalizing photo, Su Jiao would initially refuse, only to send one shortly thereafter, often featuring very private images. However, with the new semester just beginning, Su Jiao, now the president of the Go Club and busy with various work-study commitments, had been unable to meet him. Lastly, there was the elusive Wang Shanshan. Since arriving in Haicheng, she had seemingly vanished without a trace. Yet, Cao Kun anticipated that news would soon arrive, as the thrill of her initial experience would likely compel her to reach out soon. Of course, it was also possible that, being a freshman, she was currently preoccupied with rigorous military training, which left her exhausted and unlikely to contact him until it concluded. As for Lee Won-won, the exceptionally tall train attendant, she had recently returned home to accompany her mother on a trip. They maintained contact through WeChat, and just last night, Lee Won-won had video called him from hotel. Unfortunately, Cao Kun accidentally included Bai Jing in the frame, which infuriated Lee Won-won, who vowed to make him suffer upon their next meeting. Startled, Cao Kun inadvertently captured Lu Yuling in the video as well, which only heightened Lee Won-won and Appo's outrage. Nevertheless, she concluded the call with a playful kiss. In the meantime, Cao Kun had taken up a new hobby, smoking cigars. After witnessing Xiong Bufan indulge in one, he found himself intrigued. The convenience of cigars was undeniable. They lasted far longer than cigarettes and could be relit easily without the need for continuous ignition. However, having only recently begun to explore this new interest, he was still searching for a cigar that suited his taste. Is it possible that Xiong Bufan has indeed received some unfavorable information? He pondered. 3 days have passed without a single word. This is unlike his usual conduct. At 4:30 in the afternoon, on the balcony of his rented apartment, Cao Kun sat clad in shorts, savoring a cigar while murmuring to himself. His understanding of Xiong Bufan stemmed from his past life in prison. Although he had never directly interacted with Xiong Bufan, he believed he knew him quite well. Several of his subordinates had once been rivals of Xiong Bufan. As the saying goes, one's adversary often knows them best. Thus, while he had never engaged with Xiong Bufan, he felt he possessed significant insight into his character. One of Xiong Bufan's well-known habits was that once an agreement was reached regarding a loan, the funds would invariably be transferred within 3 days. Yet, with the third day now upon him and not a single message received, Cao Kun could not help but question whether Xiong Bufan had indeed caught wind of something that had dampened his willingness to lend. It was not inconceivable that he might even be preparing to flee. Chapter 91. The ancestral old pit glass type imperial green jade with his thought. Cao Kun sighed despondently on the balcony. It was truly distressing. This felt akin to having a cooked duck in hand, only for it to flap its wings and take flight. How frustrating. No, I must call Su Jiao and vent my frustrations. Otherwise, the more I ponder, the more stifled I will feel. I might not sleep well for days. Just as Cao Kun took out his phone to message, Su Jiao by Jing, clad in a nightgown, appeared on the balcony. Cao Kun smiled broadly. Sister Bai, you're awake. Bai Jing raised an eyebrow slightly, her lips curling in a faint smirk. Where's Lu Yuling? Cao Kun inquired further. That ineffectual woman is still asleep, Bai Jing replied, stretching lazily and gathering her disheveled hair behind her head. Honestly, I've never seen anyone so useless at such a young age. Cao Kun burst into hearty laughter. Bai Jing chuckled softly in return and asked, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll prepare something in advance. Cao Kun contemplated for a moment, about to suggest a chicken and mushroom stew, when suddenly his phone rang in his hand. He glanced at the screen, noting it was an unfamiliar number from Haicheng. Without hesitation, he answered, placing it to his ear. Hello, who is this? Mr. Cao, are you available now? A familiar voice resonated from the other end, instantly lifting Cao Kun and Appo's previously gloomy spirits. The moment he heard it, he felt as if the air around him had transformed into something sweet and fragrant. It was the bespectacled man, the one who had helped verify his assets that night beside Xiong Bufan. Ah, yes, I am available, Cao Kun replied eagerly. What can I do for you? Mr. Gao. The bespectacled man continued in his refined tone. If you are free, I can come pick you up. Brother Xiong has everything prepared. If there are no issues on your end, we can complete the transaction tonight. Upon hearing that the transaction could be finalized tonight, Cao Kun's excitement surged, and he clenched his fists in exhilaration. At the same time, he mentally apologized to Xiong Bufan. My apologies, old dog Xiong, for my impatience. I didn't expect you to still be the reliable figure who lends within 3 days. Truly a benchmark in the industry. Well done. Much love to you. They're an amp. Appo's. That's no problem on my side at all, Cao Kun replied joyfully. Where shall we meet? Great. I'll wait, the man said before hanging up. Cao Kun turned to Bai Jing and embraced her fervently. Bai Jing, taken aback, gasped, What's going on? Nothing much, Cao Kun said, releasing her with a grin. There's a fool eager to deliver money to me. It's something I can't refuse. Really? Bai Jing exclaimed, incredulous. Are there really such fools? Cao Kun didn't elaborate. Instead, he began to change out his shorts, saying, Sister Bai, please fetch me some clothes. I want to be dining at home tonight. Bai Jing, coming to her senses, nodded hastily. All right, I'll get your clothes. With that, she hurried to the bedroom, though she was unaware of the specifics. Cao Kun's reaction suggested it was good news, so she refrained from asking further. Half an hour later, on the roadside, near Haicheng University, a black Mercedes-Benz van came to a halt. The door swung open, revealing the bespectacled man who had called Cao Kun earlier. Spotting him, Cao Kun quickly stepped inside. Inside the vehicle, the bespectacled man sat alone, holding a glass of red wine and smiling at him. Mr. Cao, would you like a glass? No, thank you. Cao Kun waved his hands, appearing somewhat apprehensive. I'm not good with alcohol. I fear it may lead to complications. In truth, Cao Kun was wary of what might be in the wine. If it were merely ordinary red wine, he could easily drink a whole bottle without issue. However, who could guarantee that it was nothing more than regular wine? Based on his years of experience in prison, he knew that individuals like Xiong Bufan were not to be fully trusted. They engaged in morally bankrupt dealings and were inherently devoid of ethics. To trust such people was to neglect one's own safety. For instance, he recalled a fellow inmate who was involved in addictive substances. Most individuals couldn't fathom how simple it was to create an addiction. Just a tiny amount slipped into a drink, consumed unknowingly, and one would find themselves irrevocably hooked after a single encounter. Ultimately, they would lose everything, resorting to desperate measures, including prostitution, murder, robbery, and theft, all in pursuit of fleeting satisfaction. Though Cao Kun's body was robust, he dared not gamble on his ability to withstand such addictive substances, especially given the illicit nature of Xiong Bufan's dealings. Hence, he was even more resolute in avoiding anything offered by him. The bespectacled man, observing Cao Kun's reluctance, merely chuckled and did not press the matter further. As the door closed and the vehicle began to move, he downed his glass of red wine in one gulp and handed a bag to Cao Kun. Cao Kun took it, weighing it in his hands. It felt quite heavy. Upon opening the bag, his expression shifted to one of indescribable astonishment. Inside were two large pieces of vibrant green glass, roughly the size of bricks. Cao Kun had a vague idea of what was happening, yet he feigned ignorance and looked at the bespectacled man. Brother, what does this mean? With a casual push of his glasses, the man smiled. These are your family and Appo's ancestral old pit glass-type imperial green jades. What? Cao Kun Ritlead, fakening contosion. Brother, these are just two pieces of green glass, right? TSK. The bespectacled man interjected sternly. They are not mere green glass. These are your family's ancestral old pit glass-type imperial green jades. Cao Kun, as if finally grasping the situation, exclaimed, Oh, right. These are indeed my family's ancestral old pit glass-type imperial green jades. The serious expression on the man's face faded as he continued to smile. You, in urgent need of funds, decided to auction them at Light Auction House. Cao Kun nodded vigorously. Understood, brother, and what comes next? The bespectacled man elegantly crossed his legs and poured himself another glass of wine. There's nothing more to it. Once you deliver these two pieces of old pit glass-type imperial green jades to Light Auction House, simply await the conclusion of tonight's auction to collect your payment. Cao Kun nodded again, parting his lips as if to ask something, but ultimately chose to remain silent, perfectly embodying the naive demeanor of someone lacking in knowledge. Chapter 92. 400 million arrives half an hour later. In Haicheng, at the entrance of the Light Auction House, the car door swung open, and Cao Kun and the bespectacled man stepped out. Gazing at the Light Auction House before them, Cao Kun might have mistaken it for a noodle shop had it not been for the sign overhead. From the outside, it appeared as a modest storefront, situated in a secluded location, lacking any grandeur, as if it were deliberately concealed. This notion, in fact, might hold some truth. Cao Kun speculated that the fundamental purpose of establishing Light Auction House was to facilitate Xiong Bufan's money laundering endeavors. There exist numerous methods for laundering money, with the most recognized being underground banks, casinos, auctions, and the stock market. The underground bank is a well-known conduit for money laundering. In contemporary times, casinos have also become a means for this illicit activity, particularly in Macau, where gambling is legal. Each year, many from the mainland flock to Macau, some specifically seeking their fortune at the casinos. Although most leave with empty pockets, there are indeed winners. For those fortunate enough to win, transferring their earnings back to the mainland is uncomplicated. In Macau, every casino employs staff from the 4 major banks. As long as a 20 personal income tax is paid on-site, the remaining 80 can be directly transferred to an account on the mainland. Moreover, this constitutes legitimate income. Consequently, some individuals exploit this loophole, funneling money into casinos and falsely claiming it as winnings, thereby paying the 20 tax and remitting the remaining 80 back to the mainland. What was once illicit black money is transformed into legitimate white money through this process. Naturally, the actual amount reaching the mainland typically falls short of 80, as casinos demand a share of the profits. After their cut, the final sum that arrives in the mainland may dwindle to around 70 or even a little over 60. Thus, the number of individuals laundering money via casinos is relatively limited due to the considerable losses incurred. As for laundering through auctions, this is precisely the scenario Cao Kun finds himself in. What are in reality 2 pieces of large green glass are being touted as imperial green jade of the old pit. Regardless of authenticity, once presented at an auction, there will undoubtedly be buyers, and the price will inevitably soar to 400 million. Moreover, Cao Kun conjectured that the buyers were likely not from the mainland. This was because Xiong Bufan aimed to utilize this opportunity to launder money. If the funds resided within the mainland, the movement of 400 million in illicit cash would not escape the scrutiny of banks. Therefore, the strategy necessitated the use of different regions and countries, capitalizing on the lack of economic connectivity to first transfer the illicit funds abroad and then invite foreign individuals or those from Hong Kong and Taiwan to participate in the auction. In the mainland, it is impossible to ascertain the legitimacy of their funds in real time. Much like many individuals in the country who have funneled their money into various foreign nations, a significant portion of these funds are ill-gotten gains. Yet, these individuals can freely spend their tainted money abroad. Similarly, foreign nationals can bring their illicit funds into the mainland for consumption, unless they are apprehended by international police. With the need for cooperation from domestic authorities, the mainland cannot swiftly determine whether their funds are legitimate. At the very least, the methods by which their money enters the mainland appear legitimate. For instance, if they merely wish to attend an auction in the mainland, could one truly obstruct their participation? These are not restricted artifacts, after all, and it is not as if one could isolate the country completely. As for laundering through the stock market, it is far more intricate and specialized, and since readers are already familiar with it, there is no need for further elaboration. Observing Cao Kun clutching the bag, his demeanor and movements betraying a hint of anxiety, the bespectacled man chuckled softly, offering reassurance. Don and Oppos, to be nervous, we are all on the same side. This light auction house belongs to Brother Xiong as well. Once you enter, everyone you encounter will be an ally. So, tonight is merely a procedural auction. There is no need for you to worry or inquire further. Just know that the money will certainly be in your account tonight. Upon hearing the bespectacled man's words, a smile almost formed on Cao Kun's lips. Indeed, as he had suspected, this light auction house was established by Xiong Bufan as a means to facilitate money laundering. He found this arrangement utterly delightful. It was merely a matter of leveraging his loan-seeking opportunity to assist Xiong Bufan in laundering his shadowy assets. How splendid! For these illicit assets were unequivocally not registered under Xiong Bufan and Oppos' name. This implied that when authorities scrutinized Xiong Bufan and Oppos' assets, they would be unable to trace this money. Unless Xiong Bufan were to remain alive, should he or any informed confidants perish, even the mightiest authority would be unable to claim that 400 million belonged to anyone but Cao Kun. After all, he possessed the auction house and Oppos' receipts and documentation. Who would dare contest the legitimacy of these funds? Cao Kun took a deep breath, nodding as he replied, I understand, brother. I'm not nervous. It's just that my heart is racing a bit. Amused by Cao Kun's demeanor, the bespectacled man chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. All right, there's nothing to be anxious about. Just remember, we're all on the same side. Cool, let us go inside and register your family's heirloom pieces of old pit glass jade. Okay, brother, Cao Kun eagerly nodded, following the bespectacled man into the light auction house. The light auction house consisted of 3 floors. The first floor served as the reception area for guests, while the second housed various offices. The third floor featured the auction hall. Although the entrance appeared modest, akin to a small noodle shop, the auction venue on the third floor was quite spacious, accommodating at least 100 attendees, and it was certainly not lacking in professionalism. As everything had been prearranged, Cao Kun was merely there to follow through on the process. From obtaining certification for the 2 large pieces of green glass to signing the consignment agreement with the light auction house, the entire affair was completed in under half an hour. The remaining time was spent in anticipation of the auction's commencement. From 7:30 in the evening, guests began to trickle into the auction hall. By 8 o'clock, over 20 individuals had gathered, and Cao Kun recognized several familiar faces from the Imperial Bar. Just as the bespectacled man had asserted, they were indeed all allies. At 8:00 and amp, Oppo's clock, the auction officially began, commencing with various minor items, a string of Wangwali beads, a century-old wild ginseng, a bottle of 1982 Lafite, whose authenticity was uncertain. Nevertheless, the atmosphere within the auction hall was palpably charged. With each item presented, bidders eagerly vied for the opportunity to raise their bids. Ultimately, whether a sale would be secured remained an open question. Finally, as the clock struck 10, 2 hours into the auction, it reached its climactic finale. Cao Kun and amp, Oppo's ancestral pieces of glass made their grand entrance. The first smaller piece of green glass, after a fierce bidding war, was successfully acquired by a customer with a distinctly accented voice for 180 million. The second larger piece followed suit, concluding a vigorous 3-minute bidding session, ultimately fetching 220 million from another bidder with a similar accent. 2 pieces of glass, which were worth little more than a trifle, had collectively auctioned for a staggering 400 million. Chapter 93. Zhang Yunyan and Oppo's S3 missing one. How about it, Mr. Chow? Has the money arrived? At 10:30 in the evening, in an office on the 2nd floor of Li Dai auction house, a bespectacled man sat elegantly on the sofa, a glass of red wine in hand, crossing his legs and smiling as he observed Cao Kun, who was engrossed in reading a text message on his phone. Upon seeing the notification of 400 million arriving in his bank account, Cao Kun's lips curled into a near-impossible smile. He looked up at the bespectacled man and exclaimed, "It and Oppo's, SN, the money has arrived, exactly 400 million. As he spoke, a thought crossed Cao Kun and Oppo's mind, and he slightly furrowed his brows, continuing, however, brother, this method of transfer, there won't be any issues, will there? The man's shaking of the wine glass paused momentarily. He took a sip and replied, Mr. Chow, you merely wish to borrow money for your lucrative business, and Brother Xiong is willing to lend it to you. Therefore, we have a situation where one party needs funds, and the other is willing to provide them. What could possibly be amiss? You require 400 million, and Brother Xiong has lent you 400 million. That's all that matters. The method of transfer is inconsequential. Cao Kun gazed into the man and Oppo's eyes, then suddenly smiled, saying, right, you and Oppo's. Absolutely correct. As long as the money has arrived. The means of its arrival is utterly irrelevant. Yes, the arrival of the funds is all that matters. With that, the bespectacled man, still smiling, retrieved a piece of paper from his bag and slid it across the table to Cao Kun. Mr. Chow, take a look at this. If everything is in order, please draft a copy, sign it, and affix your fingerprint. Cao Kun picked up the document and scrutinized it. It was unmistakably a loan agreement. Essentially, it stated that on this day, he borrowed 400 million soft sister coins from Xiong Bufan, agreeing to repay with an interest rate of 6 per month. Moreover, the minimum loan duration was stipulated to be 1 year. In other words, he must retain this 400 million for at least a year. He cannot repay it the following month. To put it plainly, once he received this 400 million, Xiong Bufan would be entitled to a year's worth of interest. This amounted to a staggering 288 million in interest for the year. Thus, for every 400 million borrowed, a minimum of 688 million would be returned. However, Cao Kun was indifferent to this. Did he think he could collect 288 million in interest from him? They would first need to ensure he lived long enough to make the first payment. If he didn't end Oppos, T survive long enough to repay. He couldn't be blamed for not keeping his word, could he? So, he merely glanced at the document, picked up the pen handed to him by the bespectacled man, and began to copy the terms. Upon finishing, he signed his name and pressed his fingerprint beside it. Seeing this, the man's smile widened. He carefully took the handwritten loan agreement from Cao Kun, gently blowing on it before placing it in a folder, which he then tucked into his briefcase. After these formalities, the bespectacled man stood up and addressed Cao Kun. Mr. Cao, I hope our future cooperation will be as pleasant as today. Additionally, a friendly reminder, Brother Xiong despises it when people fail to repay him according to the rules. So, please do not forget the 6 monthly interest. Cao Kun demeth, his smile radiant as a blooming flower. In that moment, his previously respectful demeanor and the way he addressed the bespectacled man had shifted. After all, the money had arrived. Who is who in terms of brotherhood now? Don't worry. Cao, I'm a man of my word. I guarantee that I will repay every single cent of the agreed interest each month. So, you can assure Brother Xiong that he can indulge himself without concern for my end. Noticing the shift in how he was being addressed and Cao Kun and Oppos' change in attitude, the bespectacled man felt a twinge of discomfort. Was it the sudden influx of 400 million that had made him more assertive? It didn't seem likely. He sensed that the meek, sheep-like Cao Kun was merely an act, and this newly brazen version of him seemed to be the genuine article. There was an undeniable swagger in his demeanor and expression, far more natural than the earlier timid persona. Could this man truly be playing the role of a wolf in sheep's clothing? This thought flitted through his mind, only to be immediately dismissed. Preposterous! A mere lucky individual from small county dared to feign strength before Brother Xiong? He wouldn't even know how he met his end. With that, the bespectacled man offered a faint smile and chose not to engage further with Cao Kun. I hope you can uphold your end of the bargain. With that, he turned and exited the office. Watching the man and Oppos' retreating figure, Cao Kun grinned widely before pulling out his phone once more. Gazing at the series of zeros in the bank notification, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He had no trace of fatigue left in him. After counting the zeros repeatedly, he finally stowed his phone away. Where to next? He was too exhilarated to feel tired, and returning home would only mean pestering by Jing and Lu Yuling. The two had already worn themselves out today. Kun and Oppos' continued to harass them. At this hour, she was likely already in her dorm, winding down for the night. Although he was confident he could coax this stubborn yet soft-hearted woman out, the thought of putting her in an uncomfortable position extinguished that idea. Wang Shanshan, that troublesome woman, was probably nestled in her dorm bed by now. Even if she hadn't yet gotten under the covers, he knew he couldn't and Oppos' summon her. She was too busy crafting her pure and pristine single persona, and no amount of sweet talk would persuade her to leave the dormitory at this hour unless he offered a substantial sum of money. After all, leaving the dorm at such an hour for an overnight excursion carried implications that would tarnish her carefully constructed image. What about seeking out Lu Hong for some fun? After much deliberation, he found himself thinking of the alluring woman with flowing chestnut waves, exuding charm with every gesture. This was indeed the perfect time to reach out to Lu Hong. She was a professional in the nightlife scene, and while others might be winding down, she would be brimming with energy. It would be ideal to book a room with her, invite a few ladies over, and enjoy a night of revelry while also boosting her performance. Moreover, Lu Hong had been generous, sending him numerous private photographs over the past few days, at least 100 exclusive, non-circulating images. If he didn't and Oppos' take the time to support her business, his conscience would be troubled. That settled it. Off to Jinding KTV to assist Lu Hong with her performance. As he resolved this in his mind and prepared to leave, his phone vibrated twice in his pocket. It was a message from Zhang Yinyan, a photograph accompanied by a brief message. In the image, Zhang Yunyan wore a sultry white fitted qipao, flanked by two women in purple and bright red kipeos. Both women, in terms of beauty and figure, rivaled Zhang Yunyan. Though they might not surpass Su Jiaojiao's stunning allure, they were undeniably exquisite in their own right. The message contained only a few words. 3 missing 1. Care to join? Chapter 94. The three lovers of Wolf Brother gathered upon receiving a photograph and a message from Zhang Yunyan. Cao Kun felt an immediate discontent swell within him. What did this mean? Did she consider him someone easily swayed? If she wished to send a message, why not do so directly without an accompanying image? Could it truly be that his steadfast nature could be altered by such a mere photograph? Cao Kun responded curtly with just 2 words, address. As he sent this message, he silently apologized to Lu Hong in his heart. Sorry, Lu Hong. It's not that you lack appeal, nor that your photos aren't alluring enough. It's simply that there are 3 exquisite ladies in kipeos on the other side. In terms of allure, they far surpass the young women at the Jinding KTV. Moreover, with 1 missing, it was a timely rescue, and as someone familiar with the ways of the world, he could not simply turn his back. Thus, he resolved to assist Lu Hong in boosting her performance another time. Soon enough, Zhang Yunyan replied with a location. Upon opening it, Cao Kun found that the address was not at Zhang Yunyan's gaming hall, but rather in a villa community on the outskirts of Haiqing. A smile crept onto his lips. It seemed that tonight's gathering might prove to be quite the adventure. Cao Kun had previously visited Zhang Yunyan's gaming hall and was aware that it was under constant surveillance, both inside and out, from the ground floor to the 3rd. There were no blind spots. Any activity would be captured by the monitoring system located in the basement. Conversely, the villa community on the outskirts was clearly a private residence, making it an ideal locale for their rendezvous, free from prying eyes. He chuckled to himself, musing, how is it that my irresistible charm has led Zhang Yunyan to fear nothing, even death? Is this what true love feels like? Although Wolf Brother was merely a small-time hoodlum in Haiqing, he was nonetheless a figure of the underworld, ruthless and keen on preserving his reputation. And yet, Zhang Yunyan, as one of his lovers, dared to contemplate betrayal. This was a perilous gambit. Should Wolf Brother discover her treachery, Cao Kun could easily foresee her fate, certainly one of utter disappearance. Whether she would meet and end in the sea or be dismembered would depend solely on Wolf Brother's whims. As a conspirator in this treachery, Cao Kun knew he would also fall under Wolf Brother's scrutiny. However, he remained unfazed. When in a good mood, he would call him Wolf Brother, but when displeased, he would regard him as nothing more than a chihuahua, unworthy of his attention. Should he dare to challenge him, Cao Kun would be more than willing to demonstrate the fragility of life. Wait for me, I'll take a cab, he sent as a final message to Zhang Yunyan before slipping his phone into his pocket and striding away. At precisely 11:20 p.m., Cao Kun emerged from a taxi near the Wish Villa community on the outskirts of Haiqing. As this was not the main entrance, and given the secluded nature of the area, the streetlights barely illuminated the surroundings, cloaking everything in darkness. Once the taxi driver departed, Cao Kun glanced around furtively, calling out, Yunyan, where are you? It was Zhang Yunyan who had instructed him via message not to use the main entrance and to wait on the side of the villa community. Yet, despite his arrival, he could not spot her anywhere. I'm over here. Suddenly, a voice, more stealthy than his own, emerged from the darkness. Cao Kun turned to see a woman clad in a baseball cap and mask, dressed in a pink tracksuit, peering out from the shrubbery. It was Zhang Yunyan. Seeing her attire, Cao Kun nearly burst into laughter. Goodness, she looked as if she had wrapped herself in a cocoon. Clearly, she was genuinely afraid of incurring Wolf Brother and Amp, Oppo's, wrath. Moreover, with her covert appearance, it was evident that tonight would be anything but mundane. He approached her confidently, asking, There's no one else around, so why are we whispering? Zhang Yunyan paused, caught off guard by his question. Indeed, in the dead of night on this darkened street, the two of them were the only souls present. There was no reason to speak in hushed tones. Realizing this, she shook her head and replied, Not important. Cool me. Follow me. We need to go inside first. With that, she turned and led Cao Kun into the greenery encircling the villa. Upon reaching the villa wall, Cao Kun noticed that a section of the iron fence had been damaged, creating an opening just large enough for a person to slip through. In truth, he could have easily vaulted over the 3-meter height, but seeing Zhang Yunyun squeeze through, he followed suit. Once inside, an Audi A8 awaited them. "Take the back seat. I'll drive you inside the villa. The entrance has cameras, or else they catch you on tape," Zhang Yunyun instructed. Cao Kun was taken aback by her meticulous planning. It was often said that a woman's intellect rivaled that of Sherlock Holmes when it came to infidelity. However, Cao Kun mused that the intelligence exhibited during an affair could also be equally astute. Her preparations ensured he would remain unseen on the monitors. Even if Wolf Brother himself were to review the footage, he would remain oblivious to the fact that he had been deceived. 5 minutes later, within the villa community, Zhang Yunyun, driving the Audi A8, pulled into the second-to-last villa on the left. After locking the front door securely, she noticed Cao Kun still seated in the car and burst into laughter. "All right, come out. The entrance has cameras, but there are none inside the villa or the yard." Cao Kun sighed, feeling as though he were part of a covert operation. "It feels like I'm involved in some significant escapade." Zhang Yunyun giggled and raised an eyebrow at him. "Are you scared? If you are, you might miss out on something delightful." Cao Kun scoffed. "Who am I afraid of? That chihuahua of yours? Bring him out, and I'll show you just how I insult him in front of his face." Zhang Yunyun laughed uncontrollably. "I realized last time that while you call him Wolf Brother, you clearly don't regard him as such. Now I see I was right. You truly don't take him seriously. Enough chatter, let us hurry inside. We're waiting for you to complete the trio." With that, Zhang Yunyun stepped into the villa, and shortly after, Cao Kun followed her to a room on the second floor. Inside, he found 2 women dressed in purple and red kipeos, respectively, and a mahjong table set up in the center, with tiles neatly arranged in preparation for the game. As Cao Kun entered, the 2 women exchanged knowing glances and appraising smiles. "Oh, just as Sam may describe, quite handsome. Indeed, with that nose and spirited demeanor, he truly resembles a little wolf dog." Zhang Yunyun smiled and introduced, "Allow me to present my elder sister, Su Rulin, and my second sister, Zhu Qianqian." Cao Kun squinted his eyes. "Goodness, this is intriguing. It turns out to be Wolf Brother and Oppos, as primary and secondary lovers, with Zhang Yunyun added to the mix. All 3 of Wolf Brother's paramours have gathered. Tonight, it seems I am destined to infiltrate this wolf cub's lair." Chapter 95. Brother Wolf is actually a Zero. Brother Wolf's true name bears no relation to wolves. He is simply known as Li Jianguo. He acquired the moniker Brother Wolf due to a wolf head tattoo on his chest, reminiscent of Qiao Feng from the chitin. According to Cao Kun and Oppos, S. understanding of this Brother Wolf, Li Jianguo is rather a long-lived rogue. In his previous life, Cao Kun spent 7 to 8 years in prison, during which many notable figures from Haicheng became his subordinates, while Li Jianguo roamed freely on the outskirts of Haicheng. Moreover, Li Jianguo's desires for women are not particularly demanding. As far as Cao Kun could ascertain, even after 7 or 8 years, he had merely 3 lovers, the primary one, Su Rulin, the second, Zhu Qianqian, and the third, Zhang Yunyun. While 3 lovers might seem considerable to an average person, it is rather scant for someone of his standing, as many in his circle might have a dozen or more women by their side. Indeed, a leader of an ordinary enterprise or a small business owner in Haicheng might have more women than he does. Thus, in Cao Kun and Oppos' impression, Brother Wolf could be considered quite affectionate and devoted. However, this evening, all 3 of Brother Wolf's significant lovers had gathered, which truly exceeded Cao Kun's expectations. After all, his analysis suggested that Brother Wolf was the type to be deeply devoted. He should treat Zhang Yunyun and the others well. In such a scenario, it would be understandable if only Zhang Yunyun betrayed him, as some women might seek excitement out of restlessness. Yet, the collective betrayal by Zhang Yunyun, Su Rulin, and Zhu Qianqian left Cao Kun perplexed. Was Li Jianguo not good enough to them? Or was it merely a coincidence that these 3 ungrateful women had come together? Was there a hidden truth that contradicted his analysis? A myriad of questions flitted through his mind, but he quickly dismissed them. Why should he concern himself? He was merely here to fill in the gaps in their plans. As for why Zhang Yunyun, Zhu Qianqian, and Su Rulin collectively betrayed Li Jianguo, that was a matter for him to unravel. His responsibility was solely to assist in emergencies, nothing more. To his surprise, all three of Brother Wolf's stunning lovers had indeed arrived this evening. "Good evening, ladies," Cao Kun greeted them with a sly grin as he blocked the doorway. The greeting elicited laughter from Su Rulin, who giggled charmingly, while Zhu Qianqian covered her mouth in amusement, and Zhang Yunyun also found herself entertained. Su Rulin playfully winked at Cao Kun, saying, "What an intriguing little wolf cub you are." As she spoke, she picked up a mahjong tile from the table and added, "Come, play a couple of rounds with us, and if you win, there will be rewards, but if you lose, you might face some punishments." "Indeed," Zhu Qianqian chimed in with a laugh. "Let's have a few rounds together." Seeing this, Cao Kun mischievously closed the door and locked it, blocking the entrance as he said, "Ladies, the night is quite deep now. Why play mahjong when I have a far more entertaining game to offer?" The following morning, at 10 o'clock, Cao Kun descended the stairs of the villa, shirtless and clad only in loose shorts, a robust cigar dangling from his mouth. He settled into the living room, propping his legs on a coffee table, and with a slight frown, he began to smoke. As time passed, he unconsciously consumed a significant portion of the thick cigar until Zhu Qianqian's voice broke his reverie. "Are you planning to smoke an entire cigar in one go? What about your lungs?" Cao Kun turned to see Zhu Qianqian descending the stairs, dressed in a loose white shirt, her hair flowing freely, and her bare feet padding across the floor. He chuckled as he flicked ash into the ashtray and patted the space beside him. Zhu Qianqian smiled, gathered her hair behind her, and nestled into his embrace. Noticing Cao Kun's frown as he continued to smoke, Zhu Qianqian asked, "What's wrong? Didn't in Oppos we have a wonderful time yesterday? Why the frown today? Are you troubled?" Cao Kun glanced at her, furrowing his brow. "There in Oppos, Brother Wolf's three lovers are all single women? Can you explain the situation to me?" Cao Kun still felt as if he were in a dream. Su Rulin had been with Li Jiangguo for 6 years, Zhu Qianqian for 4, and Zhang Yunyun for 3. Yet, astonishingly, all three remained unmarried. Cao Kun felt as though he had consumed some hallucinogenic mushroom, more surreal than any dream he'd ever had. Zhu Qianqian laughed. "What's wrong with single women? Why would it be a problem?" Cao Kun responded, "What man wouldn't appreciate single women? I just can't quite grasp why it has turned out this way. Is it possible that Brother Wolf has some sort of flaw?" Zhu Qianqian chuckled. "Your imagination is quite vivid, isn't it?" Cao Kun inquired curiously. "So what is the actual situation?" Zhu Qianqian gazed into Cao Kun's eyes for several seconds before stating, "Because he is a zero." "What?" Cao Kun's body tensed, his eyes widening in disbelief. As someone who had spent a decade in Haiqing prison, he understood precisely what zero meant. In the realm of male homosexuality, there is a distinction between 1 and 0. The 1 is the dominant partner, while the 0 is the submissive one. There is also a third category, where an individual can be both. He could scarcely believe that this Brother Wolf, a somewhat renowned rogue in the outskirts of Haicheng, was a 0. Suddenly, everything made sense. No wonder Zhu Qianqian and the others had remained single for 4 or 5 years. It was because Li Jiangguo was a 0, just like them, preferring men. It also explained why Li Jiangguo was so affectionate and devoted, maintaining only these 3 lovers even after 7 or 8 years. He simply did not require women. Anyone by his side would suffice. Upon realizing this, Cao Kun mentally berated Li Jiangguo for his foolishness. Previously, even during his time in prison, he had considered Li Jiangguo to be a loyal and devoted rogue. But now, it was utterly infuriating to find out he was merely a 0, squandering all those years of goodwill. Looking back, it was truly tragic that Su Rulin, who had been with Li Jiangguo for 6 years and was now 30, had remained unmarried. 6 precious years of youth. How many such beautiful years can a woman possess in her lifetime? Similarly, Zhu Qianqian and Zhang Yunyun, not exactly young either, also remained single. It was a disgrace for 3 such exquisite women to be left waiting for a 0 like Li Jiangguo. Even after spending 10 years in prison, Cao Kun had never encountered such a despicable individual. Li Jiangguo was truly beneath contempt. He deserved nothing less than scorn. Chapter 96, The Hidden Secrets of 3 Lovers. Noticing that Cao Kun had fallen silent after listening to her, Zhu Qianqian leaned against his shoulder and softly inquired, "What is wrong? Why are you not speaking?" Cao Kun glanced at Zhu Qianqian, contemplating, "It's nothing. I was just thinking that this scoundrel is far more suited for the second prison of Haicheng than Li Jianguo. Isn't he fond of playing the submissive role? He should head to Haicheng and Appo's second prison. It's filled with formidable men. He would certainly revel in that." Zhu Qianqian misconstrued Cao Kun's implication as a suggestion to report Li Jianguo and send him to prison. She hastily shook her head, saying, "Don't act rashly. Li Jianguo has some connections. If you report him, he'll trace you back in no time, and you might just vanish without a trace. So promise me, don't do anything reckless." Seeing Zhu Qianqian's misunderstanding, Cao Kun chose not to clarify and merely smiled, saying, "Rest assured, I won't act foolishly. By the way, is this rascal merely a homosexual, or is there more to it? He doesn't treat you three poorly, does he?" Zhu Qianqian understood Cao Kun's insinuation and chuckled. "He does harbor a bit of misogyny, and it's rather severe. He is merciless when he strikes women, often to the point of causing serious injury. At times, a single slap could fracture a jawbone. When he resorts to both fists and feet, he frequently breaks ribs, legs, and arms. However, he never lays a hand on the three of us, as he is extremely sensitive about his secret. Previously, he had a boyfriend who, during an outing, grew a bit too intimate in public. They were met with laughter and a jest about how they appeared like a couple. After that, I never saw his boyfriend again. I suspect he was disposed of. Thus, Li Jianguo is particularly fearful of anyone discovering his homosexuality, especially that he plays the submissive role. He relies on us three to maintain the facade of a typical man. So, despite his intense disdain for women, he never raises a hand against us. In fact, in the presence of his male friends or outsiders, he will deliberately hold our hands, pretending to be affectionate. Of course, when alone, he absolutely refrains from any physical contact with us. Even if he brushes against our clothes or belongings, he insists on using disinfectant afterwards, treating us as if we carried some contagion. I assure you, I'm not exaggerating. I have been with him for 4 years, and he has only held my hand. Aside from that, he has never touched any other part of my body, not my waist, my shoulders, or my face, let alone anything else. The same goes for my sisters. Li Jianguo has only held their hands as well." After listening to Zhu Qianqian's account, Cao Kun nodded with a smile. "It seems I've gained quite the advantage." "Indeed," Zhu Qianqian replied with a playful grin, poking his face with her finger. "You see, the first kisses and other firsts of us three sisters have all been bestowed upon you. Enjoy it secretly." As time passed, Cao Kun and Zhu Qianqian continued their conversation, further understanding the circumstances of the three sisters. Su Rulin became involved with Li Jianguo due to a tragic car accident 6 years prior. Her mother was severely injured, and the driver fled the scene, leaving the family in dire financial straits. As her mother neared death from a lack of funds for treatment, Li Jianguo appeared and struck a deal with Su Rulin, offering to cover her mother's medical expenses in exchange for her pretending to be his lover. Desperate to save her mother, Su Rulin agreed, but tragically, her mother ultimately did not survive. Li Jianguo provided over 2 million for medical bills, honoring his promise without being stingy. Thus, Su Rulin became Li Jianguo's first public lover. Zhu Qianqian, on the other hand, was entangled with a local thug who harassed her relentlessly, disrupting her ability to work. Li Jianguo promised to help her escape her predicament while also providing a comfortable life. Terrified of the thug, Zhu Qianqian became Li Jianguo's second public lover. As for Zhang Yunyun, she had a gambling-addicted father, a sick mother, and a fractured family. Her father squandered their fortune at gambling, leaving her mother ill. When her father lost again and faced losing his hands and feet due to debts, Zhang Yunyun sacrificed herself to save him. Ironically, the one threatening her father was none other than Li Jianguo. Thus, Zhang Yunyun became Li Jianguo's third public lover, with her gambling father and sick mother both passing away a year ago. After learning about the sister situations, Cao Kun held Zhu Qianqian in silence for a long while. Finally, he ventured, "My dear, do you think it's possible? Is it conceivable that Rulin's mother was deliberately struck by someone sent by Li Jianguo? Could it be that the thug who tormented you is also orchestrated by him? And Zhang Yunyun's father? He certainly lost at Li Jianguo's gambling den." Have you considered that perhaps the three of you were premeditated targets in Li Jianguo's scheme? Upon hearing Cao Kun's sudden conjecture, Zhu Qianqian, who had been comfortably resting on his shoulder, abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide with disbelief. You mean to say that our fates were all secretly contrived by Li Jianguo? Cao Kun met her incredulous gaze and nodded. I suspect the odds are exceedingly high. Don't you realize how perfectly suited you three are to be his lovers? Of course, I mean suited in terms of your beauty and physique. Let us not be modest. Among women, you three are truly exceptional. Li Jianguo, as a figure with some notoriety, would require women who are presentable in both appearance and form. And then, coincidentally, he helps a person who just so happens to be ideal for the role of his lover. What a stroke of luck. How fortuitous that he assists someone who fits the bill perfectly. My dear, if you think there is no hidden agenda here, I find that exceedingly hard to believe. Zhu Qianqian stared blankly into Cao Kun's eyes, as if his words had left her momentarily stunned, rendering her immobile. At that moment, a light-hearted giggle echoed from the staircase. I wondered why I couldn't find the two of you. Turns out you were sneaking away to enjoy your little world. Su Rulin and Zhang Yunyun appeared on the stairs, clad in sleepwear, their bare feet delicately patting down as they approached with cheerful smiles. Chapter 97. Within a month, the wolf brother shall be obliterated. Upon seeing Su Rulin and Zhang Yunyun descend, Zhu Qianqian was jolted back to reality, hastily rising to exclaim, "Eldest sister, third sister, come here quickly." Originally teasing Zhu Qianqian, Su Rulin and Zhang Yunyun immediately sobered upon witnessing Zhu Qianqian and Appo's grave demeanor, their smiles vanishing in an instant. They hurried down, inquiring, "What is the matter, second sister? You seem flustered. Could it be that Wolf Brother is coming?" Though the three were merely Li Jianguo's superficial lovers, the prospect of him discovering their betrayal would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Thus, upon observing Zhu Qianqian and Appo's anxious expression and panic gaze, they instinctively feared that Wolf Brother was approaching. After all, nothing else could incite such alarm in them. No, Zhu Qianqian shook her head. I was just speaking with Cao Kun, and he mentioned that we might have been set up. What? Su Rulin and Zhang Yunyun exchanged bewildered glances at Cao Kun, then turned back to Zhu Qianqian. Calm down, second sister, Su Rulin urged. Sit down and explain what happened. What do you mean we've been set up? Both third sister and I are utterly lost. We don't understand what you're saying. Yes, second sister, Zhang Yunyun echoed. What do you mean by being set up? Please, take a breath and clarify. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Qianqian returned to her seat beside Cao Kun, while Su Rulin and Zhang Yunyun settled onto the sofa opposite them. Once they were seated, Zhu Qianqian began recounting her conversation with Cao Kun in detail. After hearing Zhu Qianqian's account, Su Rulin and Zhang Yunyun sat frozen, as if struck by lightning, their expressions blank and unresponsive for an extended period. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Su Rulin spoke, her voice trembling. No, it can't be. How could my mother have been killed by someone Li Jianguo arranged? The police said it was just a regular hit and run. How could? The hall fell into a heavy silence. Zhang Yunyun broke the stillness. Actually, I suspected for a long time that my father was targeted by Li Jianguo. At her words, Zhu Qianqian and Su Rulin turned their attention to Zhang Yunyun. Zhang Yunyun continued, My father never gambled. He steered clear of such vices. But when my mother's health deteriorated, he took on various part-time jobs to pay for her treatment. Somehow, he became addicted to gambling, ending up with debts soaring over $3 million. That just doesn't add up. Our family owned a measly 60-square-meter apartment, worth maybe a little over $1 million, our entire net worth. Yet Li Jianguo lent my father over $3 million. At the time, I didn't understand, but now, I've gained some insight into this world. Eldest sister, second sister, you know how it works. Tell me, is it common practice to lend such sums? Our total assets were only $1 million. Yet he risked giving my father over $3 million without fear of it turning into bad debt. Zhu Qianqian and Su Rulin remained silent, merely gazing at Zhang Yunyun. Zhang Yunyun continued. Thus, when Li Jianguo threatened to cripple my father, I chose to become his superficial lover to save him. I knew my father was not a gambler. He had endured hardships without complaint for my mother's sake. He was not the type to abandon his family. He must have been framed. If he were the kind of person who would destroy his family through gambling, I would have let him suffer the consequences without a second thought. Even now, despite my parents no longer being here, I firmly believe my father was not a gambler. He was undoubtedly wronged. And the one who wronged him is none other than Li Jianguo. After Zhang Yunyun and Appo's declaration, the hall was once again engulfed in silence. Eventually, Su Rulin turned to Cao Kun, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Cao Kun, you believe we three have been set up by Li Jianguo. Tell me, how confident are you in that? Cao Kun pondered for a moment. Previously, I had a 70% certainty. Now, after hearing Yunyun's account, I would say it's a 99% certainty. In fact, I can almost guarantee that the misfortunes you three have faced were orchestrated by Li Jianguo. Upon hearing Cao Kun's high degree of certainty, Su Rulin could no longer contain her emotions, tears spilling from her eyes. Forgive me, she murmured through her sobs. I feel unwell. I need a rest. With that, she rose and ascended the stairs. Zhu Qianqian and Zhang Yunyun exchanged glances, hesitating to speak, but neither uttered a word. Finally, Zhu Qianqian turned to Cao Kun, biting her lip. Cao Kun, please go comfort eldest sister. She comes from a single-parent family and has never known her father, growing up alongside her mother, which forged a deep bond between them. For years, she believed her mother's death was merely an accident. For so long, she has been grateful to Li Jianguo, as it was he who provided over 2 million to extend her mother's life for nearly a month, affording her the chance to say goodbye. Now, you've revealed to her that Li Jianguo orchestrated her mother's death. The benefactor she has cherished for 6 years has suddenly transformed into the murderer of her mother. She must be in immense pain. So that is how it is. Su Rulin comes from a single-parent family, and she has always been grateful to Li Jianguo. No wonder her reaction is so intense. Cao Kun nodded. Leave it to me. I will ensure that your eldest sister is comforted thoroughly. Upon hearing Cao Kun's assurance, Zhu Qianqian and Zhang Yunyun were momentarily taken aback. Surely he wanted to oppose. Did he comfort her in that manner? On the second floor of the villa, as Cao Kun entered a bedroom, he found Su Rulin standing by the window, silently weeping as she gazed outside. Her body trembled, tears falling from her chin, yet not a single drop touched the floor. Seeing this, Cao Kun approached and embraced her from behind. Let it out. Weep freely. No one will mock you. His words acted as a catalyst, and the dam within Su Rulin broke. She began to sob uncontrollably. After an outburst of grief, Su Rulin turned to look into Cao Kun's eyes, her gaze fiery and resolute, gritting her teeth. I want Li Jianguo dead. I want to kill that despicable scoundrel. Cao Kun solemnly nodded. Leave it to me. Give me a month, and I will ensure that Wolf Brother S gang vanishes from Haiqing entirely. Chapter 98. A favor for the fair, maiden's time flew by, and soon over 2 hours had passed. After spending this time with Su Rulin upstairs, Cao Kun finally emerged with her on staircase. Downstairs, Zhu Qianqian and Zhang Yunyun, who had been waiting, were taken aback to see Su Rulin, who had previously rushed upstairs in tears, now appearing composed. They exchanged glances, silently acknowledging that although Cao Kun's methods of offering comfort were rather crude, they were undeniably effective. Su Rulin's current demeanor clearly indicated that she had indeed found solace. Dear sister, are you feeling better? Zhu Qianqian and Zhang Yunyun quickly approached Su Rulin as she descended. Despite the absence of any blood ties among the three women, shared experiences of widowhood had forged a bond that surpassed that of sisters. Observing the genuine concern etched on Zhu Qianqian and Zhang Yunyun's faces, Su Rulin smiled warmly. Embracing both, do not worry, I am fine. I was just a bit overwhelmed earlier. Cao Kun, watching the three women embrace, lit a cigar and remarked with a light-hearted smile, rest assured, no woman I have comforted has ever remained uncomforted. His words elicited a collective eye roll from the trio, particularly from Su Rulin, who playfully pinched him on the waist while biting her lip in amusement. Unfazed, Cao Kun turned to Zhu Qianqian and Zhang Yunyun with a mock-serious expression. So, what about you two? Would you care to join me upstairs for a bit of consolation? I assure you, it's quite effective. Go away. Who needs your consolation? Both Zhu Qianqian and Zhang Yunyun retorted in unison, their expressions rife with disdain. In truth, they did not require his comfort. Although Zhang Yunyun's parents had passed away, they had not succumbed to the hands of Li Jianguo. 3 years prior, when she was ensnared as his third mistress, her family's financial situation had improved due to her association with him. In a certain light, had she not become Li Jianguo's mistress, her mother might have perished long ago, unable to endure. Most importantly, she had always harbored suspicions about Li Jianguo, believing their misfortunes to be orchestrated by him. Thus, Cao Kun's revelations today were not as shocking to her as they were to Su Ruolin. As for Zhu Qianqian, she was likely the least affected among them. Li Jianguo had neither killed her mother nor turned her father into a gambler. He merely sent a thug to harass her. Consequently, it was Su Ruolin who bore the brunt of the emotional turmoil, to discover that her benefactor of 6 years was, in fact, the murderer of her mother. Was a devastating twist that, had it not been for Cao Kun's 2 hours of consolation, might have taken her months to process. All right, I truly am fine now, so please do not worry, Su Ruolin finally said, releasing her embrace with Zhu Qianqian and Zhang Yunyun. With a cigar dangling from his mouth, he exhaled a plume of pale smoke and said, "Since you two do not require consolation, let us sit down and have a proper discussion." The 3 women nodded in agreement and settled onto the sofa. Cao Kun positioned himself across from them, took a puff from his cigar, and began. "You 3 are likely aware of the current situation. Your elder sister wishes to eliminate Li Jianguo. After all, she has a vendetta against him. What are your thoughts?" Casting a glance at Zhu Qianqian and Zhang Yunyun, he observed that they responded almost simultaneously, "Whatever our elder sister decides, we will follow her lead." Upon hearing their unified response, Su Ruolin felt her eyes welling up with tears. To have such devoted sisters by her side was a blessing that left little room for regret in her life. Sensing Su Ruolin's emotional response, Zhang Yunyun quickly embraced her, saying, "Sister, even if you do not wish to take down Li Jianguo, Qianqian and I are determined to do so." Zhu Qianqian nodded vigorously, adding, "Sister, Yunyun speaks the truth. Even without you, we would still choose to eliminate Li Jianguo. He is terrified of others discovering his impotence, and he will never let us go. We are still young. Are we truly to live in mourning for such a coward? What meaning does our existence hold if we are to live in fear? Even if we can clandestinely meet with Cao Kun once or twice a month, what is the cost? The risk is that if discovered, he would have us killed. Why should we live in constant trepidation? Why can we not pursue happiness openly? Moreover, does one need a reason to rid the world of a beast like Li Jianguo? How do we find ourselves entangled with him? Simply by virtue of his schemes against us. We are justified in taking his life." After Zhu Qianqian's passionate declaration, Zhang Yunyun nodded emphatically. "Sister, Qianqian is right. Our desire to eliminate Li Jianguo is not solely for your vengeance, but also for our own. I'm unashamed to admit that I wish to be with a real man like Cao Kun. I refuse to live in mourning for that pathetic excuse of a man. A life devoid of flavor is more unbearable than death." Cao Kun, seated across from the 3 sisters, was momentarily taken aback, a smile spreading across his face. "Oh, my dear Yunyun, is this a confession of affection?" Zhang Yunyun shot him a playful glare, retorting, "Confession? Hardly. I've given you everything, and you scoundrel, think you can evade responsibility?" Cao Kun laughed heartily, responding, "How could I? I take great pride in being responsible for beautiful women like you. And what about you too?" He turned his gaze to Su Ruolin and Zhu Qianqian. "Would you care to let me assume responsibility as well?" Zhu Qianqian and Su Ruolin chuckled, exchanging knowing glances with one another. While they did not verbally answer, their expressions spoke volumes. Cao Kun took a draw from his cigar and declared, "Very well. It seems we 4 are now united. Let us joyfully resolve to eliminate that wretched Li Jianguo." Just as he was about to continue, Su Ruolin unexpectedly interrupted him. "All right, Cao Kun, you need not involve yourself any further. We 3 will handle this." Zhu Qianqian and Zhang Yunyun nodded in agreement, asserting, "Yes, Cao Kun, this matter is beyond your purview. You should consider it as something you are unaware of. We sisters will take care of it." Cao Kun gazed at the 3 women, feigning innocence, momentarily bewildered. "What? Am I truly being excluded from the plan? Have I become insignificant in their eyes apart from certain aspects?" Chapter 99. the entire gang. I'll kill wait. Upon realizing he had been excluded from the plan, Cao Kun hastily interrupted the three women, neglecting his cigar. What is going on? Why have I been sidelined? Our next step is to eliminate Li Jiangguo. Can we do it without me? Cao Kun gazed at the three women and continued. If we and Amp oppose, we're going to kill Li Jiangguo. How can you not allow me to participate? Please, share your plan. I would like to hear how flawless it is. The three women exchanged bewildered glances, clearly unsure. Crafting a plan for such a matter was not something to be rushed. It required careful deliberation. Su Rulin cleared her throat and said, Well, I can't claim to have a perfect plan at this moment. Such matters certainly require thorough consideration. But I do have a rough idea. Cao Kun nodded, urging her to elaborate. We could poison him, Su Rulin asserted with conviction. We can find an opportunity to secretly poison his drink. Cao Kun rubbed his temples in exasperation. But he detests women. He wouldn't touch anything you three have handled. Even if you successfully poison him, can you be certain the dosage would be lethal? Don't be misled by television. Killing someone isn't as immediate as it seems. Even a minute of struggle would be ample time for him to order your demise. Furthermore, if you do succeed in killing him, it's a matter of life and death. Do you think you can evade the police investigation? Surprised by the instant rebuttal of her suggestion, Su Rulin felt a flush of embarrassment. Then we can stab him, Zhang Yunyun exclaimed with fervor. We could hide a dagger and strike at his neck when he is not paying attention. Cao Kun looked at Zhang Yunyun with a frown, uninterested in her reckless proposal. Is that your plan? That is merely a case of exchanging one life for another. If you stab him, do you think you can escape? A man like Li Jiangguo is always surrounded by underlings. It's rare for him to be alone. Not to mention the police, his lackeys would be a formidable obstacle. Realizing her plan was rather foolish, Zhang Yunyun's confidence waned significantly. Well, what do you suggest then? Killing involves these methods. Cao Kun surveyed the three of them, exasperated. With your current skills, how can you ask me not to intervene? If I don't step in, can you truly manage this? Zhu Qianqian interjected. But what use would your involvement be? You can't even get close to Li Jiangguo. Cao Kun waved his hand dismissively. Who says that killing must involve direct action? There are myriad ways to accomplish this, each yielding different outcomes. Our goal is to ensure Li Jiangguo is dead while we remain unharmed. Thus, we cannot be entangled in his murder case, and we must eliminate all of Li Jiangguo's core forces and members. The three women were taken aback, their eyes widening in shock, with Zhu Qianqian's mouth agape. Was he the plan, just to kill Li Jiangguo? How did it morph into eliminating all his core members as well? This isn't merely about killing one person. It involves a whole group. In response to their bewildered expressions, Cao Kun elaborated. You see, you're thinking too simply. If Li Jiangguo dies, do you really believe you'll remain unscathed? He leads a gang, and there are other key figures beneath him, his second in command, third in command, and so forth. Killing only Li Jiangguo will only give rise to another like Zhang Jingguo or Lu Jiangguo. You three have, to some extent, acquired assets belonging to Li Jiangguo. Do you think they would spare you if you refused to relinquish them? Furthermore, given your appearances, Li Jiangguo is a rarity. He hasn't taken advantage of you, but any other man would not hesitate to exploit you thoroughly. In a certain sense, while Li Jiangguo is alive, you are safe. If he dies, your true peril begins. Thus, merely killing Li Jiangguo will complicate your situation. We must eradicate all his core members. We must ensure that Li Jiangguo's entire gang vanishes from Haichen, thereby granting you three genuine freedom and safety. The three women stared at Cao Kun, nearly stunned into silence by his assertion of annihilation. Had it not been for his analysis, they wouldn't have realized that simply killing Li Jiangguo wouldn't resolve their predicament. Moreover, they unanimously agreed with the potential dangers he outlined. Firstly, if Li Jiangguo were to die, they would undoubtedly face exploitation. They were firmly convinced of this, having often caught his subordinates eyeing them with lewd intentions. Had it not been for their unique status, they would have already fallen victim. Secondly, they concurred with Cao Kun regarding the issue of assets. Over the years they had followed Li Jiangguo, he had indeed granted them considerable wealth and property. For instance, This villa is registered under Zhu Qianqian's name. While maybe a modest suburban villa, is still worth 15 million, particularly for Su Ruolin, who had been with Li Jianguo the longest and had earned his trust. A third of his actual assets were under her name. This included 2 KTVs, upwards of 50 million in bank savings, and a duplex. As Cao Kun had stated, these assets were merely placed in her name by Li Jianguo. Should she refuse to surrender them, do you think his brothers would let her off? Absolutely not. If she were to withhold those assets, she would be ruthlessly exploited by Li Jianguo's underlings. There would be no mercy. Taking a deep breath, Su Ruolin said, "But if killing Li Jianguo is so difficult, how can we possibly eliminate all his core members? Isn't that an impossible task?" "Who says it's impossible?" Cao Kun replied calmly as he took a puff of his cigar. "In any case, you three need not concern yourselves with this matter. Leave it to me. Just continue as usual, and don't let Li Jianguo sense any abnormalities. If all goes according to plan, within a month, I will ensure that this group of scoundrels vanishes from Haichen." Though the source of Cao Kun and Appo's bold claims and confidence eluded them, the three women felt an unwavering trust in him. Zhang Yinyan timidly asked, "But will you be all right? I don't want anything to happen to you. I still haven't had enough time with you." Cao Kun laughed heartily. "Worry not. We'll have plenty of time ahead for another 100 years or more. Also, who is going to fetch us something to eat? This production team's donkey won tea feed itself. I haven't had a bite to eat since last night. And if this continues, I want to have the strength to work." The three women paused, then burst into laughter, realizing the time. "Oh my, it's already this late? Just a moment. We'll prepare something right away." With that, the three hurried to the kitchen of the villa. Chapter 100. The summons of the senior sister. Pleasant moments are always fleeting. After spending 2 days and 3 nights in the villa with Su Ruolin and the other two, the time for parting finally arrived. After all, the trio could not remain absent from Li Jianguo and Appo's presence for an extended period. To stay at the villa for 3 consecutive days was already the limit for the three women. Typically, when they visited, they would only stay for 2 days. Therefore, if they delayed their return any longer, Li Jianguo would undoubtedly grow suspicious. The next meeting among the four, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would occur only after Li Jianguo and Appo's demise. This meant that they would not reconvene for at least a month. Of course, it was not that Cao Kun did not wish to see them again. Being in the company of such exquisite beauties was a pleasure he could hardly tire of. However, as long as Li Jianguo remained alive, meeting with the three women would be tantamount to risking their lives. Cao Kun could not gamble with their safety. Thus, during their stay at the villa, he worked diligently, akin to a busy little bee, as a form of compensation for the three women. "I see you quite fancy these cigars. Therefore, I have packed them all for you." At 8:30 in the morning, in the villa, Zhang Yinyan filled a large box containing approximately 70 to 80 cigars into Cao Kun and Appo's bag. These cigars were intended for Li Jianguo. Although he rarely came to this place, he would occasionally visit to maintain appearances before his subordinates. Hence, the villa was stocked not only with a complete set of clothing for Li Jianguo, but also with various wines and cigars. This particular batch of cigars had been aging in the humidor for nearly a year, nurtured with red wine valued at over 1,000 yuan per bottle. Consequently, these cigars possessed a rich flavor, imbued with a subtle hint of red wine. Noticing Cao Kun's fondness for smoking, Zhang Yinyan decided to pack them all for him. "Is this really all right?" Cao Kun expressed some concern. What if Li Jianguo happens to come by and finds that all the cigars he had aged for a year are gone? How would you explain that? The three women did not smoke, and if they claimed to have smoked, Li Jianguo would certainly not believe them. "There's no need for worry. Just take them with you." Zhu Qianqian smiled. "I'll just say that the humidor wasn't properly closed last time, and the cigars ended up molding. It's just a few dozen cigars. You won't mind." Seeing Zhu Qianqian say this, Cao Kun decided to be unreserved. Soon, after the four of them finished packing, they all boarded the A8, with Zhang Yinyan taking the wheel. Not long after, the vehicle exited the villa. Approximately 20 minutes later, they arrived at a remote stretch of road devoid of surveillance and pulled over to the side. Cao Kun stepped out of the car, carrying a bag, waved briefly at the vehicle, and then closed the door, departing from the scene. Watching the car disappear, a faint smile crept across Cao Kun's lips. What began as a trifling rescue has turned into a responsibility for 3 women. Li Jiangguo, this is entirely your fault. Do not blame me. After muttering to himself, Cao Kun took out his phone, intending to summon a ride through an app when a message suddenly arrived. It was from the enchanting goddess, Su Jiaojiao. Dogman, I want to meet you now immediately. Even without seeing her, Cao Kun could envision her seething expression. The reason was that today was Saturday, and Haicheng University held no classes on Saturdays and Sundays. Thus, Su Jiaojiao had attempted to video call him early in the morning to invite him for a meal. However, Cao Kun was preoccupied with the 3 women at the villa. Su Jiaojiao had been left in a stupor as she watched Cao Kun introduce the 3 women to her before he ended the video call. Growing increasingly irritated, she could no longer suppress her frustration and sent him a message. All right, senior sister, on my way. Just as Cao Kun sent this message to Su Jiaojiao, an empty taxi pulled up. Seizing the opportunity, he hailed it. Driver, to Haicheng University. He promptly entered the front passenger seat. Su Jiaojiao then sent a second message. Dogman, I'm not joking. I need to see you right now. Cao Kun chuckled and replied, All right, senior sister. I'm en route and will reach the university gate in 10 minutes. As they exchanged messages, the taxi soon arrived at the entrance of Haicheng University. Perhaps due to it being Saturday, the campus was bustling with activity, filled with upperclassmen, while the freshmen were still enduring military training under the scorching sun. Upon exiting the taxi, Cao Kun snapped a photo of the university gate and sent it to Su Jiaojiao. This time, instead of responding via text, Su Jiaojiao called him directly. Hello, senior sister. Cao Kun greeted cheerfully. Where are you? Dogman. Su Jiaojiao hissed through gritted teeth. How could you really come back? Wherein and Oppos. To you with those 3. What was her name, Qian? Did you just abandon them? Of course. When the senior sister summons, I must come immediately. Cao Kun replied with feigned seriousness. Su Jiaojiao, taken aback, retorted, Are you out of your mind? I was joking. How could you just leave those 3 behind? They would surely tear me apart if they knew. Cao Kun laughed heartily. I was just teasing you. They had errands to attend to. Really? Su Jiaojiao sounded skeptical. So they truly went to take care of something? You didn't actually leave them behind? Absolutely not. Cao Kun assured her. Besides, you witnessed the scene. I couldn't just leave if I wanted to. Hearing this, Su Jiaojiao reluctantly believed him and murmured, I suppose that's true. Where are you now? Well, Su Jiaojiao hesitated. I'm still in the dormitory, just getting up. What? Cao Kun exclaimed. Didn't you say you wanted to meet me immediately? How come you're still in bed? The sun is already blazing. I was just joking. Su Jiaojiao protested. I thought you'd be with Qian and the others. So I was too lazy to get up. Who knew you would actually come? Cao Kun chuckled. Get up quickly. I'll return to my place first. It's been days since I last saw you. I've missed you terribly. Su Jiaojiao giggled softly. All right, I'll get ready and let you know. I can't talk long. My roommate is still asleep. Goodbye, Mua.